profile of Droupadi.
द्वारा पूछताछ होने वाली है। इसके विरोध में कांग्रेस पार्टी सत्याग्रह नहीं, देश और देश के कानून और देश की संस्थाओं के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है। देश को हम यह बताना चाहते हैं कि मामला है क्या। सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी इस मामले में एक्यूज्ड हैं, बेल पर हैं, जिसमें धोखाधड़ी 420 का भी आरोप है। मेट्रोपॉलिटन मजिस्ट्रेट ने कॉग्निजेंस लिया, उसके खिलाफ हाईकोर्ट गए, हाईकोर्ट ने पिटीशन रिजेक्ट किया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पिटीशन रिजेक्ट किया। इनकम टैक्स ने इस पूरे मामले को जांचा और अनियमितता पर गंभीर टिप्पणी की और टैक्स लगाया। उसके खिलाफ इनकम टैक्स ट्राइब्यूनल गए ये लोग, वहां भी सफलता नहीं मिली, और उसके बाद फिर हाईकोर्ट गए, वहां भी सफलता नहीं मिली। तो देश को हम यह बताना चाहते हैं कि सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी बेल पर हैं इस मामले में, और उनके एफआईआर को क्वॉश करने की सारी प्रार्थना सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक रिजेक्ट हो गई है। अब यह मामला है क्या? मामला बहुत सरल भाषा में यह है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी तो परिवार की जेबी संस्था हो चुकी है, उनके नेता भी जेब में हैं। अब कांग्रेस पार्टी की संपत्ति भी परिवार के जेब में लाई जा रही है, यही ये मामला है। नेशनल हेराल्ड एक अखबार था, आजादी के आंदोलन का था, उसमें पब्लिक के बहुत बड़े नेता शेयर होल्डर थे। बाद में अखबार नहीं चला, अखबार बंद हो गया, उस पर बड़ी देनदारी हो गई और बहुत ही छद्म तरीके से 90 करोड़ रुपया लोन दिया गया और एक पारिवारिक संस्था यंग इंडिया बनाई गई, जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी 76% के शेयर होल्डर्स हैं, मेजॉरिटी। बाकी दो लोग नहीं हैं, मोतीलाल जी और ऑस्कर फर्नांडिस, वो गुजर गए। और बिल्कुल गैर कानूनी तरीके से पूरे नेशनल हेराल्ड की ओनरशिप को यंग इंडिया को दे दिया गया। नेशनल हेराल्ड के पास हजारों करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति है, दिल्ली में है, मुंबई में है, मोहाली में है, जिस संपत्ति को कांग्रेस सरकारों ने सस्ते दर पर सरकार की जमीन दी, उससे हजारों लाखों रुपया किराया आता है। यह है कुल मामला। इस मामले की जांच चल रही है, आप क्यों नहीं वहां जवाब देंगी भाई? यह बड़ा सवाल है। पूरे बीजेपी के ऊपर संस्थाओं को समझौता करने का आरोप लगाते हैं राहुल गांधी, लेकिन आप बेल पर हैं, कानून के शिकंजे में हैं, और आप जवाब नहीं देंगे और सुनिए जवाब नहीं देंगी। और याद करिए, इन लोगों ने हमारे लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे गुजरात के, उनको प्रताड़ित करने का कितना केस चलाया गया। वो स्वयं हाजिर हुए, 12 घंटा उन्होंने एजेंसीज के प्रश्नों का जवाब दिया। एक लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री। कभी बीजेपी के गुजरात ने प्रदर्शन किया क्या? कभी देश की बीजेपी ने प्रदर्शन किया क्या? यह है हमारा कानून को मानना। और मोदी जी तप कर, निखर कर कानूनी प्रक्रिया से सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक बाहर निकले कि उनके खिलाफ गुजरात दंगों के सारे आरोप बेबुनियाद थे। एक ये हमारा आचरण है, कानून, संस्थाओं का सम्मान। और एक इनका आचरण देखिए कि मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली बैठे हुए हैं, सारे एमपी सदन छोड़कर उनके समर्थन में ईडी और अन्य संस्थाओं को डिमोरलाइज करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये हैं बड़े सवाल। इसलिए आज ये जो सत्याग्रह नहीं दुराग्रह है कांग्रेस पार्टी का, परिवार जब पार्टी की संपत्ति को अपनी जेब में कर रही है उसको बचाने का दुराग्रह है, तो हम इसकी भर्त्सना करते हैं। देश में सच्चाई जानी चाहिए। सच्चाई यही है कि सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी बेल पर हैं, जिसमें आरोप 420 का भी है, धोखाधड़ी का भी है, 120 भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी का भी है। और वो हाई कोर्ट गए, हार गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, हार गए, एफआईआर क्वॉश नहीं हुआ, इनकम टैक्स से कंफर्म है। तो अब ईडी जब पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है कि इसमें मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का केस है कि नहीं, तो आप जवाब नहीं देंगे क्या? और जाएंगे तो पूरे देश में ईडी और सरकार के खिलाफ इस तरह से मुख्यमंत्री और उनके नेतागण बेबुनियाद हवा बनाएंगे। हम इसकी बहुत भर्त्सना करते हैं और हमें पूरा विश्वास है कांग्रेस पार्टी की हताशा है, इतनी बड़ी हार के बाद भी, बार बार हारने के बाद भी, पार्टी को जेबी बनाने के बाद भी, अब पार्टी की संपत्ति भी जेबी बनाई जा रही है और सवाल का जवाब भी नहीं देंगे। ये मामला है। टुडे Sonia Gandhi ji is going to be questioned by the ED. To our utter surprise, Congress party is undertaking a dharna and a pradarshan and a campaign against the ED. Even the chief ministers of the Congress party have left their capital of the state and come back to support. What the matter is, Sonia ji and Rahul Gandhi both are accused in a criminal case in this connection. The accusation includes 420 cheating, fraud, and also conspiracy, criminal conspiracy, 120B. After taking bail, they went for quashing of the FIR and prosecution. The High Court rejected, the Supreme Court rejected. The income tax took up the matter. They found glaring illegality. Ultimately, they went to the tribunal. There also they did not succeed. They went to High Court. There they did not succeed. This is the pure legal position where they have to respond. What exactly is the issue? National Herald was born in the freedom movement. Eminent leaders of the Congress party were shareholders, but the paper could not continue, and the entire ownership of the paper was fraudulently, in a surreptitious manner, was converted as the Jagir of the family by creating a Young India platform in which Sonia ji and Rahul Gandhi own 76% of share. The other two, Motilal Vora and Mr. The other one are no more. Now, National Herald has got properties spread over the entire country, in Delhi, in Mumbai, in Mohali, where property worth thousands of crores on lands granted by the respective Congress government stands, earns tons of money in rental. All this stands now completely owned in the fraudulent manner by this Young India, where Sonia ji and Rahul Gandhi occupy 76% of share. Congress party was reduced as a family-owned party. The leaders are the bidding of the family. But what this particular case exposes, that from a pocket organization, even Congress property is being converted to a pocket, into the pocket of the family. That exactly is the issue. Should they reply or not? They need to. They keep on making allegations against us that we are seeking to compromise the rule of law and the institutions. What are they doing? They have suffered reversal repeatedly in a series of court till the apex court. And now Instead of replying, all the chief ministers are sitting in dharna with the Congress MPs. Their entire accusation against us is that we compromise the institutions. Who is doing so? The nation needs to know today that when Narendra Modi ji was the chief minister of Gujarat, a lot of very vexatious prosecution was started against him. Modi ji appeared before the investigating agency as a sitting chief minister, replied their query for 12 hours. Did the Gujarat BJP leaders offer any protest? Was there any protest in Delhi? Ultimately, Modi ji came with flying color till the apex court. All the malafide prosecution against him was found to be without basis. This is the conduct which the nation has to remember. But the larger question is, why would Sonia ji not face the prosecution and reply to the ED queries? If earlier Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge appeared, Pawan Bansal appeared, what is so special about the family? Whenever Rahul Gandhi appears and Sonia ji appears, the entire country is supposed to be offered satyagraha, which is in fact duragrah against the rule of law, against the institution of India. And on behalf of the BJP, I strongly condemn it. I am quite sure this sinister move to convert the party property into the personal property will never succeed and will have to be held accountable.
They're questioning the protests that are being organized by the Congress party against this questioning of Congress President Sonia Gandhi. In fact, a piece of breaking news that is coming in now. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will accompany their mother Sonia Gandhi to the Enforcement Directorate office. Let me go straight to Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining me live. So Pallavi, we are seeing the entire family stand with Sonia. This has been the case even last time when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned by the ED. We did see Priyanka Gandhi accompany him.
That's right. It's just going to be a show of strength by the Congress party, a show of strength certainly by the family. So both Rahul Gandhi as well as Priyanka Gandhi Vadra are expected to go along with Sonia Gandhi, drop her off at the ED office and obviously going to pick her up as well. There are big plans which the Congress party really has been making for these protests over the last few days. From calling all the chief ministers over here, Ashok Gehlot, Bhupesh Baghel are already over here. All top-notch leaders of the Congress party have been asked to come to the national capital. They are going to have an early morning meeting at the AICC headquarters. But inside Parliament too, right behind me, Maria, there are big plans which the party has. Already 2 notices which we put out, given up by Manikam Tagore and Gaurav Gogoi, because they want the government to explain why is it that the ED and other central investigative agencies are selectively used to target their political opponents. They want a short duration discussion on that. Highly unlikely it's going to happen. But what's likely to happen is that inside Parliament on day 4, yet another round of hangama. So the Congress, both inside, outside Parliament, wants to use today's occasion to make the point that Sonia Gandhi is being called to ED only because she raised her voice against the Modi government.
But Pallavi, we saw what Ravi Shankar Prasad, a former law minister and BJP MP, had to say, that if anything, there is a larger conspiracy that is of narrative being built by the Congress party, in which its ministers, the chief ministers, in fact Ashok Gehlot and Mr. Baghel, who should be taking care of their respective states, are in Delhi. Their MPs are not letting the House function. If Sonia Gandhi has nothing to hide, then she should be prepared to answer those questions.
Well, I mean, it's a double-edged sword really for the Congress party. I remember the last time round when there were Agnipath protests taking place. The Congress party was very much out on the streets, but what were they doing? They were actually fighting for Rahul Gandhi. And I think when that criticism mounted on them, they decided to club the issues together. Today, if you go on record, they are saying we're going to talk about GST. But a perception which certainly seems to be going out is that only when a Gandhi is being investigated by the ED, you see the entire party, which is rarely out on the streets. That's the the criticism, they are the ones who are now out on the street only because it's a question of a Gandhi. That's one huge criticism which certainly comes in. Second, parallels are always drawn to the occasion when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and at that point of time he was a CM of Gujarat, he too had presented himself before the SIT. Almost a day-long investigation was taking place, but he had gone in alone, he had come out alone, and he had also said that, let the investigative agencies do their job. There should be no fanfare. In fact, Ravi Shankar Prasad also made a reference to that in his press conference a short while back.
Yes, that's right. And let me go straight to Enforcement Directorate office where Ashish Maharishi is joining me live. Ashish, a lot of questions being raised, particularly by the BJP. If Sonia Gandhi has nothing to hide, then why this entire fanfare and tamasha around her questioning? Why is the Congress party holding these protests? The larger question is about the nature of investigation. Rahul Gandhi appeared 5 times, he was questioned and then let go. What will be the nature of questions of Sonia Gandhi? Will it be similar because the allegations and the charges against the mother and the son are same?
Obviously, that is what it's going to be, it's going to be as Maria, we move forward through the day. The questioning of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi looks to be absolutely similar because both are alleged beneficiaries of a sham transaction. That is what the allegation of the Enforcement Directorate is. Now, if you remember, the complaint was filed by Dr. Subramanian Swamy in a court, and the court, through that court, the court accepted to cognizance of the matter, and finally both mother and son, that is Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, had to come out on bail. So they are still on bail. The document is in our possession that they are currently out on bail. Now, interestingly, they approached many many courts, but they were not able to find any relief from any of the court. In fact, if you see the judgment of the High Court, it says that it looks to be on the face of it, prima facie, that the entire transaction was done with criminal intent. If you remember, when Rahul Gandhi was questioned, we discussed about this judgment of the High Court as well. So both mother and son have not been able to get any relief from the courts. The questioning in all likelihood is going to be almost similar. You remember that Rahul Gandhi told that entire transaction was handled by Motilal Vora. He was the treasurer at that point in time, and Motilal Vora as of now is no longer alive. So these are tough times for the Congress. There is no doubt about it. But as of now, remember, Rahul Gandhi was able to answer questions for a very long time. He used to start his day in the morning at around 10:30, 11, and it continued till around 11:30, 12 in the evening, in the night as well. But in Sonia Gandhi, it seems to be difficult because she has not been keeping well. On health grounds, it seems to be that the questioning is not going to be for long hours, and in 4 to 5 hours, I believe she should be relieved.
Okay. Let's see what really happens in terms of the number of hours, although the Delhi Police advisory clearly says that everything will be clear by 2 p.m. Let's get that piece of breaking news. Delhi Police has now issued a traffic advisory for routes to be avoided in view of Congress protests. Police has asked people to avoid several areas till 2 p.m. So the entire central Delhi will be witnessing those protests by Congress workers. Siddhant is joining me. Siddhant, what are you picking up? So will it be affecting the Delhi metro route as well?
Well, look, Maria, the challenge before Delhi police is to make sure that the traffic movement in the Latian zone remains smooth, and this is perhaps the reason that all routes coming to central Delhi, the barricades have been placed, and in fact the Congress workers are also being stopped. They are not being allowed to barge into the central Delhi side, otherwise that could result in major protests and major traffic disruptions. So this is perhaps the reason that in fact the advisory has also come from Delhi police that till 2 in the afternoon there would be minor traffic diversions in central Delhi area. And also, Maria, last time around when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, there were tires which were burned by Congress karyakartas various Congress karyakartas were detained. They tried to protest near the Enforcement Directorate's building. That's a high security area, Abdul Kalam Azad Road. So all those precautions are being taken. Right now, Maria, I'm at Congress Party Daftar, Congress Party Karyalaya, and there you see the Congress workers are protesting. They have started their protest, and we have been told that Sonia Gandhi is likely not to come to Congress Karyalaya, Congress office. She will be accompanied directly. She will be accompanied by Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi directly to the Enforcement Directorate's office. Also, Maria, what I'm witnessing here on ground is that the intensity of protest, the intensity of making this entire summons as a movement is not that high this time around, the way it was when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. Obviously, Rahul Gandhi is leading party from the front. So that time Congress Party did turn the entire summons into a high voltage drama. And in fact, the media covered that very event. But this time around, I could see less karyakartas at the Congress office, and in fact, as Sonia Gandhi is also not coming to the Congress office, so karyakartas are also not in a large number. And today it's going to be peaceful if you compare it to the summons when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. So this is the plan of the Congress Party, not to give it a much hype. But as Ravi Shankar Prasad has also drawn parallel and referred to the same in his press conference when Prime Minister was summoned, when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he was summoned by SIT. There were no protests, there were no drama which was done by BJP karyakartas then. Then why now?
And
so
he was the
this
Chief
is also
Minister,
this is a very valid question.
That's
which
what
goes out to
the BJP says. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he was questioned by SIT not once, but on multiple occasions on all these questions going on for hours. Not once did we see any protest by BJP karyakartas or workers outside the SIT office. Then why this protest if Mrs. Gandhi and the Gandhis have nothing to hide in a case in which they have got little relief from any of the courts? Before I bring in Anshul, another piece of breaking news coming in. Congress MP K.C. Venugopal has given suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha on the issue of misuse of central agencies in the country, that is of ED, CBI and income tax being misused is what Mr. K.C. Venugopal is saying, and he says that it is being used to target and harass prominent leaders of opposition parties. Let me go straight to Pallavi Ghosh on this. Pallavi, as you said, that no matter what the Congress party may say, that they are looking at issues that impact the Aam Aadmi, be it the inflation or GST, rate hike, it looks like certainly that as far as today is concerned, their primary focus is why is Sonia Gandhi being questioned by the ED?
Yes, absolutely right, Maria. 3 notices since morning, and all 3 notices are on the issue of Sonia Gandhi. They talk about misuse of ED and central investigative agencies by the government, and they want a full-fledged discussion on that. Of course, the Congress party insists that they're also going to raise the GST issue, but clearly that's going to be overshadowed by it's all about Sonia Gandhi. And in fact, we were talking about this earlier also. If you remember those protests which took place in and around Rahul Gandhi when he went to ED, at that point of time, there were also protests taking place on the Agnipath issue. But the Congress party focus was clearly on Rahul Gandhi, thereby inviting this criticism that you hit the streets, you go out only when it involves the Gandhis. This has been one big criticism which you remember in that letter also which was circulated by, say, Prashant Kishore and other top-notch leaders of the Congress party internally, that the problem with the Congress party is that it's too much of an armchair party. The party doesn't hit the streets on people's issue. At least that's not the message which goes across. So therefore, when we are going to see those protests by the Congress leaders, the Mahila Congress, so on and so forth, and not just in Delhi, mind you, it's going to be all the state units outside the ED offices. I think it's going to be just used very effectively and to a very great extent by the BJP to make the point that the Congress party is all about the Gandhis, begins and ends with them.
Yes, is that the most important issue before the opposition? If these protests continue, and they will be held not only in Delhi, as Pallavi pointed out, but by Congress workers across the country, they will be holding similar protests in front of the ED offices. Let me go to Anshul, who is joining us as well. So, Anshul, at what time is Mrs. Gandhi likely to leave for the ED office?
So yes, what we are being told is that around 10:30, between 10:30 to 11 a.m. is the time expected that Sonia Gandhi will leave from her residence. I'm currently standing at Akbar Road, and I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here the kind of police barricading that has been made over here. Several lanes of barricades have been put all across Akbar Road, almost in this 1 kilometer stretch. There are at least 5 to 6 layers of barricading that has been put in place. But however, Maria, if you remember the time we covered the protest that happened around Rahul Gandhi, many senior leaders of the Congress party, including MPs, had come down here at the Congress office, and from this very road they were detained by the Delhi police, and they were kept into detention for the entire day. But this time around, since the parliament is in position, we are being told that not many senior MPs are going to come here at the Congress office. However, the Rajasthan CM is going to come at the Congress office and is going to address the media on the whole issue that Sonia Gandhi is being harassed by the central agencies. So yes, so the intensity of protest this time around is expected to be less, since not many senior leaders are going to come here. Also, what I'm being told that a list has been given to the Delhi police officials over here from the Congress, and the people whose names are on the list, they are only being allowed to come inside Akbar Road as of now, because remember, this is a very high security area in the national capital, right in the heart of Lieutenant Delhi. Just across the road is the house of the Vice President of India. So yes, the police cannot allow any massive protest or any big protest to happen over here because of the kind of security arrangements that are required to be here. But yes, what we are being told that the MPs are going to protest inside the parliament. Also outside the parliament is what we are being told, that at around 10:30 a.m. there is going to be a protest at near Rakabganj Gurudwara as well. So yes, the MPs, the senior leaders of the Congress, are not going to come here at the office, is what we are being told. But yes, at 10 a.m. there is a press conference by Ashok Gehlot where he is going to take pot shots at the government for harassing Sonia Gandhi, is what they say, through central agencies, Maria.
All right, Pallavi, Anshul, Siddhant and Ashish, thank you so much. We'll continue to keep coming back to you through the day, because this will be our top focus, and also the big story of India getting its 15th tribal president. In fact, 15th president and the first tribal president.
Cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කළේ.
He was always a front-runner, since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil hacha nahi hai.
So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In Western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heat wave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Patna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cash.
Welcome back. Trinamool Congress will be holding its Martyrs Day rally on July 21st, that is today, in the Esplanade area in Kolkata. Thousands of Trinamool supporters have come in the city, and security in the city has been beefed up. The movement of goods vehicles in Kolkata has been restricted. Schools and colleges have been closed for the day. As many as 15 screens have been set up across the city. The event will take place this is an important day as far as the TMC is concerned. Bengal marks the Martyrs Day to pay tribute to the 13 people who lost their lives in 1993 when the Kolkata police fired at a rally by the Kolkata Youth Congress that was led by Mamata Banerjee.
We are observing and commemorating the Martyrs Day, not after 2 years, to be more specific, after 3 years. So the entire nation, not only people across West Bengal, everyone, from every walk of life, from every part of the country, is waiting keenly to listen to our leader, our chairperson, Mamata Banerjee, and what she is going to say. So we as workers and soldiers of the party, as foot soldiers of Trinamool Congress and our chairperson, are also looking forward to what she says, and will make sure we are able to implement, remaining within the ambit of party discipline and guidance of our honorable chairperson.
Shaugato Mukhopadhyay is joining me live now. Shaugato, after 2 years of virtual celebrations due to COVID pandemic, again an event which is happening in person, there is a lot of anticipation certainly, but the big question is what will be the big message that will be coming from Mamata Banerjee, the TMC Supremo?
That's absolutely true, Maria. All eyes and ears are now focused on that speech that will be delivered by Mamata Banerjee from this 21st July Martyrs Day podium. But before I go into that, I would ask my camera person to show you the ambience right now. I'll first ask my camera person to focus on the stage that has been set up. That's a 80 feet long stage that you see right on your screens. You can see the podium from where Mamata Banerjee will deliver her speech. You can see those chairs that have been set up. You can see those chairs. There are 500 people who would be sitting on that podium today. Besides Mamata Banerjee, of course, those would be the Trinamool Congress leaders who would be accompanying Mamata Banerjee when she would be delivering that speech later in the day today. On the right-hand side, there is another small stage which is essentially meant for the families of the martyrs, not just from 93, where 13 people gave their lives on account of that youth Congress movement that was happening at that point in time, which Mamata Banerjee was leading on the streets of Kolkata. The left front government opened fire on that gathering, leading to loss of lives of 13 people. And not just that, the families of those martyrs, but martyrs of Trinamool Congress ever since in the last 30-40 years. Families would all be coming over here. I would now ask my camera person to focus on the gathering that has already started taking place in front of that dais. You can see people have flocked in, not just by the thousands, but I presume by lakhs. And it's only 9:45 at this point in time, Maria. The program is scheduled to start at 12 o'clock. Okay. Mamata Banerjee is scheduled to speak sometime at around 1:30. And you can already see the kind of people who have already arrived at the rally venue. And you can see huge numbers. Obviously, you are right in pointing out that Kolkata would be thrown completely out of gear. Some institutions, some schools, especially those around central Kolkata, have remained shut today. Most of them operating on online modes just to avoid the commotion that people would face today on the streets of Kolkata, completely chock-a-block. But like you rightly pointed out, all eyes and ears would be on that political message that Mamata Banerjee would be giving out shortly from that stage, Maria.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Shaugat Mukhopadhyay, live with us from Kolkata. That is where the big rally is being held after 2 years because of coronavirus pandemic. It was being held virtually. We are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In Western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Droupadi and Murmu, a massive police force was rushed into village Patna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the two gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered one pistol and one AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat.
News just coming in that there have been 2 more arrests in the NEET row. In total, 7 arrests have been made in this case after girls at a college in Kerala were asked to remove their bras for NEET exam. The National Women's Commission has taken note of the issue that triggered outrage. A NEET observer, Dr. Shamnath and Professor Priji Kurian have been arrested.
As the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil अच्छा नहीं है.
So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi.
In fact, the Enforcement Directorate will be questioning Congress President Sonia Gandhi today over the National Herald case. Meanwhile, Congress workers are planning a nationwide protest against the ED summons to Mrs. Gandhi. Suspension notices have been given in both the Houses of Parliament to discuss what the Congress says misuse of agencies. News that is coming in now is that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has arrived at her mother's residence at 10 Janpath. Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi are likely to accompany Sonia Gandhi to the ED office. Let me go straight to our reporters who are tracking this story. Siddhant is joining me live. So Priyanka Gandhi has arrived at 10 Janpath. She will be accompanying Sonia Gandhi. So will Rahul Gandhi be coming along. But the larger question is that if it is about law taking its course, the investigating agency is questioning an accused, then why these protests? Why this show of strength? The Congress party certainly will face this charge as well, that yesterday they were talking about GST rate hike, and if they indeed stand with the people, then why these protests across the country? In fact, protests will be held by Congress workers across the country in front of various ED offices. Ashish Merishi is joining me live from outside the ED office. Siddhant Mishra is live with us from Sonia Gandhi's residence. Pallavi Ghosh tracks Congress party for us, and she is live as well. Siddhant, we are seeing Priyanka Gandhi reach Sonia Gandhi's residence at 10 Janpath. At what time is Mrs. Gandhi likely to leave for the ED office?
Well, the standard time for summons is to reach ED office by 11 a.m. But so far we don't have a confirmation of the exact time the Gandhi family will leave for the Enforcement Directorate's office. But you see, Maria, each time around anyone from Gandhi family is summoned, the entire family comes together. And in fact, Priyanka Gandhi, when in fact Rahul Gandhi was summoned, she was there with him. When Robert Vadra was summoned by Jaipur Enforcement Directorate, she went to drop off Robert Vadra to Enforcement Directorate office. And this time around also, as Sonia Gandhi has been summoned, it is expected that both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are going to accompany her to Enforcement Directorate's office. So we can expect Gandhis to leave the 10 Janpad at around 10:30, 11 to go to Enforcement Directorate's office. But Maria, as I have been mentioning since morning, that this time around there is a less possibility of high voltage drama by Congress Karyakartas on road, because as we saw when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, because the cadre has come, the cadre is less on the roads. This is what I am seeing, and in fact the plans are also not to make it a grand event the way they made Rahul Gandhi's summon. At that point in time, if you remember, there were complaints also which were given to Lok Sabha Secretariat and Vice President regarding the misbehavior of Delhi police with the Congress Karyakartas. In fact, the tires were also burned, and you know, Congress Karyakartas were on street. This time around, and nothing of this sort is expected to happen. It is going to be a low-key affair. Yes, the cadre has been asked to reach to the State Enforcement Directorate's office and have also been asked to do protest in the National Capital area. But going by the presence of the cadre on ground and going by the arrangement by the Congress party, I can sense this, that this time around it's not going to be a high voltage event like the way it was when Rahul Gandhi was summoned.
And this is the first time that any central agency is questioning the Congress president. Earlier, the ED, remember, had questioned Rahul Gandhi for over 50 hours in 5 days at ED's headquarters in Delhi. The ED had earlier accepted Sonia Gandhi's written request seeking deferring of these summons after she had tested positive for COVID-19. Pallavi Ghosh continues to be with us as well. Pallavi, protests will be held inside Parliament, but as Siddhant was pointing out, in comparison to what we saw in case of Rahul Gandhi, this time it seems to be a low-key affair.
Well, all I can say is that arrangements are pretty much similar, because here also all the wings of the Congress party, whether it's the Seva Dal, Mahila Congress, Youth Congress, all of them have been activated. Also, unlike in the case of Rahul Gandhi, let's not forget the Parliament session is very much on. So most of the MPs are actually going to go inside Parliament, and in fact they're going to use this opportunity to carry the protest from the streets to inside Parliament, where the calculation is it's likely to grab even more eyeballs, because, you know, obviously it's the Parliament and the session will begin. So I'm sure when Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha reconvenes at 11 a.m., which is also the same time when the counting for the presidential polls will begin, you will have people from the Congress party will be full on actually making this a point, and that's the reason multiple notices have been given. So that's one main reason why we are not going to be seeing those many Congress MPs on the streets as we saw them last time round. But the Congress certainly is going to make this a high point of drama, and those notices actually tell the story itself, really, Maria, that how the ED has been used selectively by the government to target the political opponents. But another important and interesting thing also is in a short while from now, the opposition parties are meeting. In fact, even as we speak, the meeting has begun, and essentially on flow management, nothing new. But what the Congress is also trying to do is also trying to ensure that opposition parties come together on this one issue of misuse of central investigative agencies. Today, the Trinamool Congress, of course, will not be there in Parliament because it's Shaheed Divas and the big function happens in Kolkata. But they say that they've also been as much affected because of the questioning of, say, Abhishek Banerjee and a large number of Trinamool Congress leaders. But they also want to reach out to other political parties who usually have not been on the side of the opposition, say Jagan Mohan Reddy for that matter. So the opposition strategy meeting is also going to try and be an attempt being made by the Congress to get that opposition support. Will that really happen on the floor of the House? That's also, I think, another significant thing to watch out for.
And Pallavi, the Congress party did not really stand with the Aam Aadmi party when Satyendra Jain was questioned. In fact, like the BJP, they had taken potshots also about whether Aam Aadmi party really stands for anti-corruption. Is it really far-fetched for them to really expect support from the Aam Aadmi party?
Well, I mean, in fact, you're right, Maria, because I remember when the Aam Aadmi Party was also facing the heat from ED, and when Rahul Gandhi started facing that heat from ED, the AAP had reacted promptly by saying it only hurts you when it hurts you. And why was there no semblance of opposition unity when other political parties' leaders are also being questioned? Isn't this a time where you forget your personal differences or even your political differences? Which is why I'm saying it could be challenging if the Congress party tries to get that kind of a support from the opposition parties on the floor of the House. Not many may want to join in. The TMC, of course, is going to be absent because, as we said, they're going to be busy in Kolkata. But for the other opposition political parties to be on the side of the Congress party because the Gandhis are being questioned, it may be a huge challenge for the Congress.
Yes, the big challenge for the Congress is, can they really say that they stand for the people issues if today they are focusing solely on the questioning of Sonia Gandhi? So what really is the nature of allegation against Sonia Gandhi? Remember, it is the big case of National Herald case is that is the Associated Journal took 90.25 crore loan from shell companies. Although Rahul Gandhi in his questioning, when he was questioned for over 50 hours, has said that there are no shell companies per se. So if you look at it, Associated Journal gave money to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. They own 38% of shares each in Young India company, and hence the question is that because they own 38% shares, they have much to explain about this entire the scam that is being said, because it all began when Subramaniam Swamy had what was seen as uncovering this entire web of companies involving the Gandhis. The Congress party, in fact, assigned AJL debt to Young India. Then it goes to Young India, which took over AJL for 50 lakhs. So how is this circle actually working? Has Rahul Gandhi really managed to explain that, his side of the story, or when he brought Motilal Vora, who has passed away, but he was then the Congress treasurer, he solely put blame on him. Did it really absolve the Gandhis? Does it really absolve Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, because they own 38% of shares each in Young India? Let me bring in the reporters who are tracking the story. Ashish Mehrishi joining us live from the ED office. Pallavi Ghosh continues to be with us. Siddhant is live with us, and also Anshul. I'm going to begin with you, Ashish. When you look at this entire web or the matrix, which the Congress says it is pretty clear, there are no shell companies that are involved because there is no transaction of money. But the ED has much to ask as far as Rahul Gandhi was concerned. For 50 hours they did, and now Mrs. Gandhi. The nature of questioning of both Rahul and Sonia Gandhi are likely to be similar, and it pertains particularly to that 38% share that they own. Ashish.
Understand that whenever there is a PMLA investigation, so whoever has been named as an accused in the matter, their statement needs to be recorded. So here, Sonia Gandhi is basically following the process, and the Enforcement Directorate is also following the process, because they need to, before they file a charge sheet, they need to record a statement of that accused. So here, as we all know, that Dr. Subramanian Swamy had filed a complaint before the court, and the court had made them as an accused, and they are out on bail. The court took cognizance of the matter, and based on that, the Enforcement Directorate decided to register a case. An ECIR was registered. Now, what the allegation is, the seriousness of the allegation is that the money that came into the bank account, I will have to cut down because I'm receiving a call from my source and I need to just talk.
There tracking the Enforcement Directorate for us. A lot of questions that remain unanswered. Remember, the Congress party's defense so far has been that Young Indian is a not-for-profit company and that it cannot really accumulate profits. Young Indian paid 50 lakh to Congress for transferring 90 crore debt to it. Sonia, Rahul Gandhi own 38% each in Young Indian. Anshul is continuing to be with us. In another perhaps 45 minutes, we'll be seeing Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi leave for ED office, but it will be the questioning of Mrs. Gandhi, similar set of questions that will be asked. But because she had earlier petitioned the ED, the Enforcement Directorate, that she would want it to be deferred because of her health conditions. Will we be seeing limited number of hours, or will there be a a long day for Mrs. Gandhi as well, Anshul?
That's right. So what we are being told is that around 10:30, between 10:30 to 11 a.m. is the time when Sonia Gandhi will leave from her residence. But currently I'm standing at the Congress office, and I'll ask my camera person to show you the visuals over here. The dharna has started over here inside the premises of the Congress office. And as you can see, this is the group of people who have been sitting on a dharna, and slogans are being raised over here that we stand with Sonia Gandhi, and Sonia Gandhi is not afraid of anything. And the second group of protesters have also come here. These are the protesters from Delhi Mahila Congress as well who have come here. They have stuck posters on the chest. Satya Ajay hai, Satya Adig hai, with Sonia Gandhi's poster. And yes, sloganeering has been going on, if you could see in the visuals over here, that yes, protesters have managed to reach over here at the Congress office. So what we are being told is that a list was given to the Delhi police, and according to the list, people have been allowed to come in here as of now. So and also the senior Congress MPs, the Congress has told us that the senior Congress MPs who will be in the parliament will initially protest in the parliament, and after their protest, they will take a bus from the parliament's library gate, that is near the Rakabganj Gurudwara, and will try to reach over here. However, they are also not very sure that if the MPs will be allowed to come in here till the Congress office. So yes, that remains to be seen. So yes, we are going to see some tussle happening today between the Delhi police and the senior Congress MPs as well. But yes, the situation inside the Congress office is that the protest has started, and in the very next few minutes, we are going to hear a press conference from Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot, where he's going to take pot shots at the government for harassing Sonia Gandhi at a situation when she is not keeping well. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how long will that investigation be, because remember, during the investigation of Rahul Gandhi, the investigation went on for more than 12 hours, but that is very unlikely that is going to happen. If that happens, then the Congress is ready to come out all guns blazing and start their protest with more intensity, Maria.
Okay, and let's listen in to what the BJP had to say early morning before the questioning of Mrs. Gandhi is to begin.
तो देश को हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी बेल पर हैं इस मामले में, और उनके एफआईआर को क्वाश करने की सारी प्रार्थना सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक रिजेक्ट हो गई है। अब ये मामला है क्या? मामला बहुत सरल भाषा में ये है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी तो परिवार की जेबी संस्था हो चुकी है। जो सत्याग्रह नहीं दुराग्रह है कांग्रेस पार्टी का, परिवार जब पार्टी की संपत्ति को अपनी जेब में कर रही है, उसको बचाने का दुराग्रह है।
Ranil Wickremesinghe is taking oath as the president of Sri Lanka this a day after Ranil Wickremesinghe won 134 votes in the parliament to become the president. Remember, he was the acting president. Now he's become a full-term president. Mr. Wickremesinghe, a 6-time prime minister, was being considered a front runner as he is backed by the Rajapaksas, who hold the largest bloc in parliament of 225. So amidst turmoil, Ranil Wickremesinghe takes charge. He's 73-year-old, largely despised by the protesters because he's seen as an ally of the Rajapaksas, and they have demanded that he must resign as well. What does it mean for Sri Lanka? Purnima is joining me on the phone line. Does this mean that protesters would be fine with the new government taking charge, or are you of the opinion that because they do not have faith in Ranil Wickremesinghe, they aren't going back?
Well, at the moment, they aren't going back. They say that Ranil should step down. Initially, it was called the Gota Go Home village, and now they've changed it to Go Home Ranil. So that's the hashtag and the phrase that they are using ever since he was appointed by parliamentarians yesterday, winning 134 votes of the total 219 votes. At the moment, protesters say that they will continue to protest, and that eventually, like how the other Rajapaksha members resigned after protests intensified, they are of the opinion that Ranil too will eventually step down. But at the moment, the priority for Sri Lanka is to ensure political stability. So the talks with IMF ends on a positive note. But protesters say that till Ranil is in charge, it will be run by the Rajapaksa family. Therefore, protests will only continue till Ranil also resigns. That's a word that's coming in from protesters who are protesting for more than 100 days at the Gulf base.
And as acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe in fact had extended a state of emergency in Sri Lanka that gives police security forces sweeping powers. So the protesters aren't going back. But what does it really mean for Sri Lanka? Is it temporary arrangement till the time the new Prime Minister takes charge? Abhishek Jha continues to be with us as well on the phone line. Abhishek, the larger question is, who will be the Prime Minister now?
Maria, it looked like, as the earlier settlement was, that probably if the will have been elected, and probably the chances were that Sajid Premdasa would be becoming the Prime Minister. But now, since all political equations have not come as speculated, so we'll have to see who Ranil Wickremesinghe chooses to be his Prime Minister. Also, most likely the person should be coming from SLPP, the party who has supported Ranil Wickremesinghe in his.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much. So Ranil Wickremesinghe, 73-year-old, has taken charge as the president. Remember, he was the acting president and he has been a 6-time Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. We're slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief minister will face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කළේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore. Our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil अच्छा नहीं है.
So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen.
And ED sources are telling CNN News18 that special request has been made by Sonia Gandhi to the ED that Priyanka Gandhi, her daughter, will stay in the building as she keeps medicines of Sonia Gandhi. Request was also made for spacious and ventilated room. Staffs that interact with Sonia should get COVID tests done. ED has accepted all these requests. So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who will be accompanying Sonia Gandhi to the ED office, will be present at that office when the questioning will happen. She will not be in the same room but will be present in the building when the question happens. Ashish Maharishi is getting us those details. So Ashish, ED certainly understanding the health condition of Mrs. Gandhi and allowing all the requests that have been made by the Congress party. Ashish, if you can hear me. So special request that was made by Sonia Gandhi to ED. Yes, now I can. So Ashish, a number of requests that have been made by Sonia Gandhi to ED, all of them have been accepted, including that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will be present at the ED headquarters when the questioning happens of Mrs. Gandhi in another room.
Yes, she will not be allowed inside the room where the questioning is going to happen. 1, 2, there will be a ventilated room, and the staff that they are being.
We'll try and fix that audio with Ashish Maharishi in just a bit. He's joining us live from outside the Enforcement Directorate office, where Sonia Gandhi is expected around 11 a.m. for her first round of questioning. This is for the first time a central agency is questioning a Congress president. A special request, remember, was made by Sonia Gandhi to Enforcement Directorate, is what sources in the Enforcement Directorate are telling us, that her daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will stay in the building as she keeps medicines of Mrs. Gandhi. Remember, earlier summons that were issued by ED, Mrs. Gandhi had requested the agency that she should be given more time because she was recuperating from COVID-19. Pallavi Ghosh continues to be with us as well. So Pallavi, the requests that have been made by Sonia Gandhi accepted by the ED. So Priyanka Gandhi will continue to be at the ED headquarters when the questioning of Mrs. Gandhi will happen in another room.
That's right. Mara, there are serious concerns which have been raised by the family about the health of Sonia Gandhi, and that's the reason why they've always been asking for a different date. She's just recovered from COVID. She also had COVID complications. She's been ill for a very long time. Also, she has respiratory issues. So these are the concerns on the basis of which the family actually, on behalf of the Congress party, also made a special appeal to Enforcement Directorate. And as Ashish Maharishi is also confirming for us, ED has agreed to those special permissions. Obviously, the room inside which the investigation or interrogation is going to take place is going to be out of bounds for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, but there is a space just outside where, as a family member and because of the special request granted by ED, she will be allowed to sit there. Medicines, medical help is something where required. Also, in case of any emergency, she does have breathing issues, especially in enclosures. That's also one concern which has been raised by the family. So this is a special exemption which has been made by Enforcement Directorate as far as the questioning of Sonia Gandhi is concerned.
Ashish is also with us. So Ashish, as far as the number of hours of Mrs. Gandhi, the questioning likely, what are you picking up from your sources? Will it be as long as Rahul Gandhi was questioned for almost 10 to 12 hours?
So Rahul Gandhi questioning also, it was never that the ED wanted to question him for that length or, for so many hours. It was basically Rahul Gandhi was absolutely cautious on what he was writing. He used to amend his statement many a time. And that is why it was taking so long, because whenever he used to go out for lunch, he used to, maybe he used to take some information or some guidance from his lawyers, and then statement that was given before lunch used to be amended. So that is the reason why it used to take lots and lots of time. And there is no harm, because any statement under Prevention of Money Laundering Act is admissible in the court of law as evidence. So Rahul Gandhi was very cautious on what he was writing. He was changing paragraphs, he was changing words. So, these things were happening. But in the case of Sonia Gandhi, it seems to be that the hours are not going to be that long. Reason being one, health reason is one. And two, maybe, because though Rahul Gandhi was cautious, but Sonia Gandhi, maybe, she knows the subject well and she's not going to take too long for questioning.
All right, Ashish and Pallavi, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus to another story. Trinamool Congress will be holding its Martyrs Day rally today in the Esplanade area in Kolkata. Thousands of Trinamool supporters have come to Kolkata and they are in the city. The security in the city has been beefed up. The movement of good vehicles in Kolkata has been restricted. Schools and colleges have been closed for today. As many as 15 youth screens have been set up across the city. The event will take place shortly. Bengal marks the Martyrs' Day to pay tribute to the 13 people who lost their lives in 1993 when the Kolkata police fired at a rally by the Kolkata Youth Congress that was being led by Mamata Banerjee.
We are observing and commemorating the Martyrs' Day not after 2 years, to be more specific, after 3 years. So the entire nation, not only people across West Bengal, everyone, from every walk of life, from every part of the country, is waiting keenly to listen to our leader, our chairperson Mamata Banerjee, and what she is going to say. So we as workers and soldiers of the party, as foot soldiers of Trinamool Congress and our chairperson, are also looking forward to what she says, and will make sure we are able to implement, remaining within the ambit of party discipline and guidance of our honorable chairperson.
And Shaukato Mukhopadhyay is joining us live from Dharmatala in Kolkata. Shaukato, so what time is Mamata Banerjee expected there, and when is her political address?
Well, the scheduled time for the commencement of this rally is 12 noon. That's about 1.5 hours time from now. And Mamata Banerjee is expected to reach the rally site at around 1 o'clock or so. We are expecting her to start speaking at around
Hold on to your thoughts. In fact, there is a Congress press conference that's happening. We are going straight to it.
में गठबंधन होना तो एक स्वाभाविक बात है, गठबंधन होते हैं, दिखते हैं। लेकिन जो अमित शाह और नरेंद्र मोदी की राजनीति का गठबंधन है वो एजेंसीज के साथ है, वो बड़ा स्पष्ट दिखता है। जब भी इनकी घेराबंदी हो जाती है, whenever they feel cornered, they misuse agencies. एजेंसियों को सामने कर देते हैं। वो राज्यों के चुनाव हो, वो बंगाल हो, उत्तर प्रदेश हो, आसाम हो, कश्मीर हो, महाराष्ट्र हो, या फिर गहलोत साहब का राजस्थान हो, सब जगह आपको एजेंसीज की भूमिका और उस भूमिका की टाइमिंग बड़ी स्पष्ट तौर पे दिखती है। साजिश क्या है? साजिश है हमें चुप करवाने की, षड्यंत्र है हमें रोकने का, और नियत है विपक्ष मुक्त भारत। यह हम सबको स्पष्ट तौर पे समझ लेना चाहिए। देश का यह अधिकार है जानने कि हमें चुप क्यों कराना चाहते हैं। आखिर वो कौन से मुद्दे हैं जो हम जब उठाते हैं तो एक साहब हैं जिनको 18-18, 19-19 घंटे नींद ही नहीं आती, फिर उन मुद्दों की वजह से नींद नहीं आती। और वो मुद्दे उठाने वाले कौन हैं? वो मुद्दे उठाने वाली कांग्रेस पार्टी है, वो मुद्दे उठाने वाले राहुल गांधी हैं, वो मुद्दे उठाने वाली हमारी अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी हैं, और उन्हीं मुद्दों से इनकी नींद हराम है। इसी वजह से एजेंसीज को सुबह से शाम तक व्यस्त रखा जाता है। ये वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन मालूम है क्यों चाहते हैं? ताकि एक ही बार एहसान ले लें सारी एजेंसीज का, नहीं तो बार में सबको रिटायरमेंट के बाद एडजस्ट कराना पड़ता है। बड़े परेशान हो जाते हैं, नींद नहीं आती 18-18 घंटे। ये स्थिति है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की। हम कर क्या रहे हैं? हम तो सिर्फ प्रधानमंत्री को उनके अपने पुराने भाषण सुना देते हैं। डॉलर पे, पेट्रोल पे, बेरोजगारी पे, चीन पे, पाकिस्तान पे, तमाम भाषण जो ये 2014 से पहले देते थे, अब हम उन्हें सुना देते हैं। सर इनका शर्म से झुक जाता है, और झुकना भी चाहिए। हम सिर्फ आपको आपका राजधर्म याद दिलाते हैं, उसमें भी ये परेशान हो जाते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी भूल जाते हैं कि कांग्रेस के बारे में जो इन्होंने धारणा बनाई, या कांग्रेसियों के बारे में जो इन्होंने धारणा बनाई, ये उन कांग्रेसियों को देखकर बनाई जिनको ये हमारे यहां से ले गए हैं। वो धारणा गलत है। गांधी परिवार और कांग्रेस पार्टी की तासीर समझने में नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह को कई जन्म लेने पड़ जाएंगे। They'll have to be reborn several times to understand what the Congress party is and what the Gandhi family is. इस तासीर में संकल्प है, इस तासीर में संघर्ष है, इस तासीर में जुनून है देश को बचाने का, इस तासीर में एक दृढ़ निश्चय है देश को बचाने का। इस तासीर को अगर आप समझ भी लेंगे मोदी जी, तो आपका यह जन्म सफल हो जाएगा। नहीं समझ पाएंगे तो आप जितनी एजेंसीज चाहिए छोड़ दीजिए हमारे पीछे। हम चुप नहीं होंगे, हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, हम डर के घर बैठने वालों में से नहीं हैं। अगर आपको कोई शक है तो जाइए अंग्रेजों से पूछ लीजिए। मैं मेरे वरिष्ठ नेता और राजनीति में मेरे गुरु श्री अशोक गहलोत जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि अपने विचार आपके सामने रखें।
कौन गहरा जी और तमाम मेरे मित्रों, जैसा आप सबको मालूम है कि आज ईडी ने पिछली बार राहुल गांधी जी को बुलाया था और 5 दिन तक 50 घंटे से अधिक समय तक उनको पूछताछ करी। पूरा देश देख रहा था। और आज सोनिया गांधी जी को बुलाया है, जिसके बारे में पूरा मुल्क जानता है कि वो एक ऐसी नेता है जिसने पूरे देश का दिल जीता है। जिस रूप में उन्होंने यूपीए का गठन किया, फील गुड और इंडिया साइनिंग के नारों को हराया जो कि आर्टिफिशियल थे, जिसने डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। प्रधानमंत्री पद कोई छोड़ सकता है क्या? और जिनके ज़िंदगी में एक तरफ तो भारतीय संस्कार संस्कृति उन्होंने आत्मसात की, क्या क्या बातें उनके बारे में नहीं कही जा रही थी जब राजीव जी की शहादत हो गई थी। और जिस महिला नेता के रूप में उन्होंने देखा है, एक पारिवारिक महिला के रूप में भी, कि उनके हाथों में इंदिरा गांधी जी की शहादत हुई, जो एक महान नेता थी देश की। बांग्लादेश जिस रूप में बना उस जमाने के अंदर, पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े हो। दुनिया के इतिहास में ऐसा कहीं नहीं सुना होगा कि 90,000 सैनिकों को, अधिकारियों को सरेंडर करवा दिया हो एक मुल्क के, जो हमारा दुश्मन मुल्क है, जिसने इंदिरा गांधी ने हरित क्रांति करी, गरीबी हटाओ की बात करी, सब कुछ किया देश के लिए। वो शहादत हो गई, पर देश को एक अखंड रखा। राजीव गांधी शहीद हो गए, उनके पति थे, उनकी सास शहीद हो गई देश के लिए, उनके पति शहीद हो गए देश के लिए। इस सरकार को इतनी भी शर्म नहीं आती है कि आप किस महिला को किस रूप में आप व्यवहार कर रहे हैं। ईडी वाले उनके घर जाके बयान ले सकते थे, कई बार लेते हैं, ईडी वाले घर जाते हैं बयान देते हैं, कोई नई बात नहीं है। मोतीलाल बोरा जी के बयान लिए थे घर जा करके। पर जिस रूप में उनका रवैया जो है वो बहुत निम्न स्तर का है, कहना चाहिए कि निम्न स्तर का है। उनको चिंता नहीं देश क्या सोच रहा होगा। कांग्रेस शासन में हमेशा हर फैसला ऐसा होता था कि मीडिया में कोई इश्यू बन गया तो दुनिया देश क्या सोचेगा, और मुख्यमंत्री को इस्तीफे, रेल मंत्री का इस्तीफा, लॉ मिनिस्टर इस्तीफे हो जाते थे। इनके डिक्शनरी में बातें तो है ही नहीं। इसलिए आज सोनिया गांधी जी को जिस रूप में बुलाया गया वो बेहतर तरीके से हो सकता है। हम जानते हैं, मानते हैं कानून सबके लिए समान होता है, पर इनके शासन में कानून सबके लिए समान नहीं है। इनके लिए जो एनडीए में आता है, घुस जाता है, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लेता है, उसके लिए कानून बदल भी जाता है। जैसे शिवसेना के कई लोगों के बुला के बयान लिए गए, और जब वो इनको ज्वाइन कर गए पार्लियामेंट के मेंबर, तो वो तमाम बातें समाप्त हो गई उनके लिए। इनका जो दो कानून बना रखे हैं देश के लिए, विपक्ष के लिए अलग है और इनके खुद के लिए अलग है। इस प्रकार आज ये मुल्क चल रहा है, और ऐसा केस हाथ में लिया गया है जो जिसका हक है ही नहीं। ईडी को मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग कहाँ हुई है? ईडी को चाहिए एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करे, देश को बताए हम राहुल गांधी को, सोनिया गांधी जी को क्यों बुला रहे हैं, इनके ऊपर अमुक आरोप इस प्रकार के जो कि ईडी में आते हैं। आज ईडी को जिस रूप में मिसयूज कर रहे हैं सरकारों बदलने के लिए, ये खतरनाक ट्रेंड है। ये लोकतंत्र की भावनाओं के भी आप समझ सकते हो कि कुचला जा रहा है उसको भी। मैंने बार बार कहता हूँ कि देश में संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही है, देश में लोकतंत्र खतरे में है, ये उसके उदाहरण हैं। इस रूप में आज ये मुल्क चल रहा है। लोग, पूरे देश के लोग डरे हुए हैं, सहमे हुए हैं और घुटन महसूस कर रहे हैं। देश के अंदर घुटन महसूस कर रहे हैं। ये समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं, इनको नहीं एहसास है कि कभी जनता का मूड बदल भी सकता है। अभी आपने हिंदुत्व के नाम पे जो हर व्यक्ति के धर्म की बात आती है तो व्यक्ति साथ खड़ा हो जाता है। हमारी लड़ाई विचारधारा की है, देश को बचाने की है। उसीलिए आज पूरे देश के कांग्रेस जन प्रदेशों के अंदर, जिलों के अंदर धरने कर रहे हैं, प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मैसेज देने के लिए। अब भी आप, ये तो लोकतंत्र के गहने हैं, धरने हो, प्रदर्शन हो, विरोध प्रकट हो, इसको तो टॉलरेंस पावर हो, ये तो लोकतंत्र में आवश्यक है। आज अगर ये होते हमारी जगह तो आज आग लगा देते, तोड़फोड़ करते। इनकी फितरत ये है। हमारे यहाँ तो बाहर आप देख रहे हो, रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम के भजन हो रहे हैं। इस एक भजन से समझ लीजिए ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम, कि कांग्रेस की सोच क्या है, इनकी सोच क्या है। ये भजन बोलने वाले कभी भी ना हिंसा कर सकते हैं, ना तोड़फोड़ कर सकते हैं। और पुलिस बाहर छावनी बना रखा है एआईसीसी दफ्तर के चारों ओर। क्या जरूरत है? ये हमारा खुद का हेडक्वार्टर है, उसके अंदर आप आने की परमिशन नहीं दे रहे हो। ऐसा तो पहली बार इतिहास में हुआ है। कल सरकार राज्य की है, दूसरी पार्टियों की, वो इनके ऑफिसर के अंदर जाने की परमिशन देगी नहीं। अच्छी बात है क्या? ये परंपराएं ठीक नहीं हो रही है। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूँगा जो बेरोजगारी है, महंगाई है, आर्थिक स्थिति डावाडोल है, 80 रुपये क्रॉस कर गया है डॉलर, ये चिंता का विषय होना चाहिए। जो चुनौतियाँ देश के सामने हैं, डोकलाम की है या और कोई है, पूरे विपक्ष को बुला के बातचीत करनी चाहिए। कोई दुश्मन तो होते नहीं राजनीति के अंदर, ना होना चाहिए, पर ये दुश्मन मानते हैं हम लोगों को, विपक्ष को दुश्मन मानते हैं। अभी भी आप हैदराबाद में भी मोदी जी ने कहा रीजनल पार्टियों के बारे में भी और सबको, ये जो है वंशवाद चल रहा है। तो ये जो इनका टारगेट है विपक्ष, पहले कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की बात करते थे, अब इनकी मंत्रा है विपक्ष मुक्त भारत बने, डिक्टेटरशिप हो देश के अंदर। उस दिशा में देश जा रहा है। हर देशवासी को चिंता होनी चाहिए। और मैं समझता हूँ कि इनके रवैये जब से आए हैं तब से देख रहे, गोवा, मणिपुर, कर्नाटका, मध्य प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र, ईडी इनका बहुत बड़ा डेमोक्रेसी में हथियार हो गया सरकारों को गिराने का। इससे घटिया बात कोई हो नहीं सकती कि आप एक एजेंसी के माध्यम से मेंबर पार्लियामेंट को डरा करके, धमका करके और आप सरकार बदलते हो और गर्व महसूस करते हो। इनकी अंतरात्मा पता नहीं गर्व महसूस करती होगी, शर्म महसूस करती होगी, वो तो मैं उनको पूछ नहीं सकता। पर हालात देश में यही है जिसमें सब लोगों को लगता है ये हो क्या रहा देश के अंदर। इन स्थितियों में हम लोग चल रहे हैं और सीआरपीसी से जो प्रोसीजर है देश का, कोई गलती हुई है तो एक प्रोसेस होता है, उसके अंतर्गत ही आप 15 साल के कम उम्र के लोगों को या महिलाओं को नहीं बुला सकते इस प्रकार से। सच सम्मान उनसे बात करो। वैसे भी किसी भी अपराधी जब आरोपित होता है तो कम से कम जब तक वो सिद्ध नहीं हो कि ये इससे जुल्म किया है, तब तक आप कैसे उसको अपराधी मान सकते हो। ये तो और मामला अलग तरह का है, पर इनके लिए तो वही है कि जो इन्होंने ठान ली है वो हमें पूरा करना है। इसलिए मैंने कहा देश में भय का माहौल है, देश में माहौल घुटन का है, इसको समझने के प्रयास नहीं कर रहे हैं। गांधी परिवार को ही क्यों कर रही है, जिसने इतने सेक्रीफाइस किया है, त्याग किया, बलिदान किया। मोतीलाल नेहरू के वक्त से ही पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू की कोई उपलब्धि थी नहीं इनकी दृष्टि के अंदर। आज 75 वर्ष मना रहे हैं अमृत महोत्सव। नाम तो एक से एक बढ़ करके देने के लिए इनकी जो फितरत है आरएसएस बीजेपी, उसका तो कोई मुकाबला नहीं है। पर जिस प्रकार से ये अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, मैं कहना चाहूँगा इनसे कि आप हर घर तिरंगा लगाने की बात करते हो, उसके पहले कम से कम आप देश की जो उपलब्धि है 75 वर्ष की है कि देश छोटी सी होने क्या था आज क्या है, वो तो बताओ देशवासियों को, वो गर्व महसूस करे। और 13, 14, 15 को जो प्रोग्राम दिया गया है इनका हर घर तिरंगा, उस पर वो आगे आ सके, ये तो करो कम से कम। पर आपको तो खाली परसेप्शन पैदा करके राजनीतिक लाभ उठाना है, उसके अलावा आपका कोई। तो ये तमाम बातें जितनी करें उतनी कम आप लोगों से। आप तो खुद एक्सपर्ट हो क्या हो रहा देश के अंदर। हमें चिंता है कि जो प्रीमियर एजेंसीज है, ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स, उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी ये कम कर रहे हैं दबाव दे करके। और इतना दबाव उनके ऊपर है, तो आप देख रहे हो दबाव में काम कर रहे हैं। प्राइवेटली वो खुद ही करें कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ऊपर से आदेश आता है। एक दिन पहले कल छापा डलाओ, जबकि पहले रेखी होती है, असेसमेंट होता है, उसके बाद में छापे पड़ते हैं। पर यहाँ तो और ही चल रहा है। तो ये मामले बड़े गंभीर हैं, इसलिए मैंने आपसे सोचा कि आपसे मैं भी रूबरू हूँ, इसी बहाने आपसे कुछ बातचीत भी होगी। और जो हालात सबके सामने मैंने बता दिया आपको। तो सोनिया गांधी जी को आज बुलाना, मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूँ। इनको चाहिए था कि उनके घर जा कर के वो बयान लेते हैं उनके, लेना ही था। तो पहले तो कोई दम है नहीं इस केस के अंदर। नेशनल हेराल्ड जब से मैं राजनीति में आया हूँ तब से देख रहा हूँ ऊपर जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम लिखा होता है नेशनल हेराल्ड के अंदर संस्थापक के रूप में। कांग्रेस का वो अखबार है एक प्रकार से। कांग्रेस को लोन दे रही है और जो कंपनियों के सिस्टम होते हैं उसके अंतर्गत वो उसको मजबूत करने के लिए एक नेशनल हेराल्ड भी हम हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स की तरह, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया की तरह क्यों नहीं आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास करें। हालांकि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के अखबार उस लिमिट तक जाते नहीं हैं, हम जानते हैं। जैसे 5-6 दिन नहीं उनका है, ऑब्जर्वर है। कभी कांग्रेस ने कोशिश की क्या उसको नेस्तनाबूद करने का, उसको बंद करने का, पर ये चाहते हैं कि ये अखबार नया खड़ा क्यों हो। तो दो बातें हैं, एक तो ये अखबार क्यों ये मजबूत बने, शुरुआत में इसको क्रश कर दो, इसे तमाम इस केस को बना करके उलझाया जा रहा है। नंबर 2, उदयपुर डिक्लेरेशन जो हुआ है, उदयपुर डिक्लेरेशन जिसमें पदयात्रा के प्रोग्राम भी थे, 2 अक्टूबर से भारत जोड़ो अभियान था। डिक्लेरेशन के अंदर जो भावना प्रकट हुई है देशवासियों के सामने कांग्रेस की, उससे मोदी जी अमित शाह जी चिंतित हो गए। उसी दिन से तय कर लिया और इमीडिएटली नोटिस दिए गए सोनिया जी को, राहुल जी को। और उसी ढंग से आप देख रहे हो कि जो तमाशा हो रहा देश के अंदर, जिस रूप में बुलाया जा रहा है, जिसमें 5 दिन तक, मेरे ख्याल से तो मेरी दृष्टि में कभी देखा नहीं 5 दिन तक किसी को बुला के ईडी वाले बयान ले रहे हो लगातार और घंटों। ऐसा एक भी केस ऐसा देश में नहीं होगा, जबकि बड़े बड़े केस देश के अंदर क्रिमिनल के होते हैं, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के होते हैं, पर उनके लिए कोई हाथ नहीं डालेंगे। और इनकी ईडी की हालत देखिए आप, करीब 1700 छापे डाले इन्होंने, 1700 छापे डाले और 1569 स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन इन्होंने किए हैं। 0.5% इनकी कन्विक्शन रेट है इनकी, ये इनकी स्थिति है। तंग करो, घंटों दिनों तक पूछताछ करते रहो, कई दिन तक डिमोलिश कर दो उस परिवार को भी, उसके मिलने वालों को भी, उस पार्टी को भी जिससे वो संबंधित रखता है या सिंपैथी रखता है उसको, बाद में भूल जाओ उसको। ये भी देखने में आ रहा है, जहाँ जहाँ छापे डालते हैं, जहाँ जहाँ कार्रवाई करते हैं, चुनाव खत्म हुआ नहीं, इनका मकसद पूरा होना चाहिए। अभी घबराए हुए उदयपुर डिक्लेरेशन लेकर के, मकसद पूरा होगा तो वो भूल जाएंगे कि कोई केस भी हमारे पास में है क्या। ये है इनकी स्थिति, बड़ी चिंताजनक स्थिति है। उसका हम कोई घबराने वाले नहीं है। सोनिया गांधी जब से देश में आई है इटली से, खूब चलाया लोगों ने कि बाहर की इंदिरा गांधी, सोनिया गांधी इटली की है कि आपको एक व्यक्ति नहीं मिलता।
Some breaking news coming in now. This is through ED sources who will be questioning Sonia Gandhi shortly. They are saying that only 7 shareholders took decision on behalf of almost 1,500 shareholders for takeover of Associated Journal by Young Indian. 7 people who took the decision of the handover included Motilal Vora and others. The AGM meeting that took place on 29 September 2010. 1,500 shareholders were given information about the AGM through under postal certificate, and interestingly, no proxies were received. ED sources telling all this to Ashish Maharishi, who continues to be with us. So, a lot of questions the ED has in its list to ask Sonia Gandhi.
So, Maria, this is something really an eye-opener, reason being that Associated Journal is a legacy of the Congress. There is no doubt about it. An organization that started even around 1938, which is pre-independence time. And since then, this paper, Associated Journal, or you say the National Herald and various other newspapers were being printed. But interestingly, when it came to the time of takeover of by Young Indian of the Associated Journal, this decision was taken on 29th of September 2010 in Lucknow. There was an AGM called. Now, interestingly, out of that, only 7 people took the decision. Now, these 7 people include Motilal Vora, Oscar Fernandez, Vishwandu Gupta, Ishrat Ali Siddiqui, Bholanath Kapoor, Syed Ali Ashrafi and R.K. Mohla. Now, these 7 individuals in Lucknow decides on behalf of 1,500 shareholders who were supposed to get information about the AGM through under postal certificate. God knows if they even got this information that the AGM is being conducted or not. And interestingly, no proxies were received. So it is doubtful if the people, who were given information about the AGM, they ever received that information. So this is something, an eye-opener, that only seven people whom I have the names with me, they decided on behalf of 1,500 people to hand over Associated Journal to a company which is owned by Gandhi. 76% is with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So this is an eye-opener. This is something really, and this is going to be a part of the questionnaire as well for Sonia Gandhi on why only 7 people decided on behalf of 1,500 people.
But who exactly are these 1,500 shareholders then?
So, there are a number of people, we still don't know who. The number is huge, so who all that include, that we don't know. But obviously, there are certain trust through that. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, they also hold equity into this company. There are various other, individuals who are basically shareholders. But 1,500 shareholders and only 7 people take a decision on their behalf. That is something amazing. That is something that's going to be difficult for even Sonia Gandhi to answer on why such a thing happened.
Right, Ashish, thank you so much for joining us. We are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here in CNN News 18. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
Hello and welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth, Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? I mean, every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the other...
Ghazal test applies for shampoo,
everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
For this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing two of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the two killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the two gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered one pistol and one AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size.
India is set to get its 15th president today. Over 31 ballot boxes from states, union territories and the parliament will be counted. NDA presidential candidate Droupadi Murmu is likely to sweep the polls with over 60% votes, perhaps even bettering the vote polled by her predecessor and current President Ram Nath Kovind. Droupadi Murmu, the potential president, will have many firsts to her name. The first tribal president, the first to be born after independence and the first president from the state of Orissa. Competing with her is opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha, an old BJP hand for over 2.5 decades. All eyes will now be on room number 63 of the Parliament House, where the counting will begin at 11 a.m. Our reporters are tracking the story very, very closely. It is a historic day, certainly, today. Let's listen in first from her family.
सिंपल बैकग्राउंड से बहुत ऊपर उठ सके, महिला है, ट्राइबल है, बहुत पर्सनल ट्रेजेडीज भी हैं. आप कैसे देखते हैं उससे?
नहीं, वो तो पहले से ही बहुत सिंपल है और सिंपल का चलते और उसका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बहुत ये ज़्यादा भी है. उसी चलते वो अभी इतना दूर तो जा रहा, मतलब अभी तो राष्ट्रपति बनने वाला है. और जो पहले भी था उसी टाइम कोई भी आए तो यहाँ मिलते जुलते था आदमी का साथ, सब आदमी का मतलब दुख सुख सब कुछ समझते थे. कोई भी आए, कहीं से भी आए, उसका बात को समझते थे. लेकिन सब आदमी द्रौपदी करके ही बुलाते हैं.
And in 3 minutes from now, the counting will begin. Let me go straight to Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, so by what time we will get the clear picture, particularly about the percentage of votes that has been polled by Droupadi Murmu?
So as far as MPs are concerned inside Parliament, what we were told by the Election Commission is that 99% of the votes have been polled. There are 5 vacancies, but 6 MPs did not turn up to vote. But as far as the state legislatures are concerned, 100% voting has been reported from most of the legislatures. So the process is very simple. The counting would have just begun, it's just about to begin. Roughly by 4 or 5 o'clock, they are going to make an official announcement as to what exactly has been the what has been the number of votes polled by Droupadi Murmu. The issue is not whether she's going to win, and the issue is also actually more about with what margin is she going to be winning. And you know whether there really has been a cross voting, because there has been speculation that there are many parties which have actually cross voted despite the fact that they were supposed to be backing Yashwant Sinha. So that's going to be a very telltale sign coming out once the election results are officially announced.
Yes, and let me bring in other reporters. Rupashri Nanda is joining me from Mayurbhanj district, which is the home district of Droupadi Murmu. Rupashri, the mood certainly is festive, and rightly so. She has had several firsts and also was the first girl from the Santhal community who left her district, left her village to study, and now she is all set to be the first tribal president.
Absolutely, Maria. Many milestones have marked her journey, both professional and personal. First, a Santhal girl to have left her village and gone to Bhubaneswar, which is nearly 250 kilometers away. Remember, now roads are very good, but back then roads were not at all that great. Imagine the culture shock of a tribal girl staying in a hostel in Bhubaneswar and completing her class 10th over there. From there, she went on to study in the Ramadevi Women's College. Again, one of those very important colleges in Bhubaneswar, one of those iconic colleges in Bhubaneswar. Many people actually have gone, many women actually have gone and studied over there.
Just hold on to your thoughts, because the counting for votes for the President of India has begun. It is 11 a.m. So 30 plus ballot boxes from states, union territories and the Parliament will be counted. It will begin with the MPs who have cast their vote. That box will be opened first. An NDA pick, Droupadi Murmu, is all set to win with over 60% votes. So it is about the percentage of votes that will be polled by the first tribal president of India, that is Droupadi Murmu. And will she be bettering the tally of what was polled by her predecessor and the current president, Ram Nath Kovind? That is only we'll have to wait and see. But the counting of 30 plus ballot boxes have begun in the Parliament House. We are looking at room number 63 on the first floor of the Parliament House, where the counting has just begun. So perhaps the first set of numbers will start coming in the next 45 minutes. And around 2:33 p.m. the clarity would emerge of the overall percentage of votes that has been polled by Droupadi Murmu. It is going to be a straight win for her, perhaps winning with over 60%, could go up to 65 to 70 as well. Pallavi Ghosh continues to be with us, so the counting has begun, Pallavi.
Yes. So what has been happening over the last few days, I would say, is that all the boxes from all the state legislatures, they have been flown in with special security. They've been kept in that the room, and the strong room as they call it, and of course in tight security, and now they're all being opened one by one. So they're all through ballot papers. That's the kind of voting which has taken place. It's going to be a lengthy process, because we know the number of MLAs or the state legislatures, the strength of the assemblies, so on and so forth. So what we are being told by Election Commission is that you can expect an official announcement only by late evening, which would be around 4 o'clock or little after that. We've been discussing this, Maria. The issue I don't think is, and safely we can say so, is about whether Droupadi Murmu is going to win. Really, hands down, is likely to be a victory, because it's not just the entire strength of the NDA, but it's also many of the other political parties, and some of them are surprising entrants, like the Shiv Sena for that matter, JMM of course, because each one of them has their own political compulsions. So the numbers are stacked heavily in her favor, which is why also, as you've been reporting, the BJP plans a kind of a victory march later this evening once the results are out officially. But having said that, cross-voting is something which we really need to keep an eye out for. Has there been a substantial amount of cross-voting by other political parties? See, in private, many of the Congress leaders were worried about the fact that when they go back to face the electorate, say in Jharkhand, say in Chhattisgarh, which has a substantial tribal population, how will they explain the fact that they did not vote for Droupadi Murmu, a tribal leader? So there could be a little bit of a cross-voting, which would be, I think, a very, very interesting takeaway.
So, Pallavi, state-wise, we'll know as to what is the percentage that has been polled by Droupadi Murmu. So, perhaps when we get to the state of Jharkhand, we'll know what is the percentage. We'll know about the JMM, which has voted in her favor because they came out openly. As far as the Congress MLA numbers are concerned, that will show in the overall percentage.
That's right. And, you know, when you start looking at the state percentage of votes polled in favor of Droupadi Murmu, it's going to be a giveaway. And I would also keep an eye on other states. Gujarat, for example, substantial tribal population. Remember, the last time round, the Congress party did very well in the tribal areas. And that's the reason why the BJP, ahead of the Gujarat elections, is actually focusing on the tribal areas. Will there be a break as far as the Congress party is concerned? Now, another important thing also, Maria, is that in many states you find dissidents within the Congress ranks. Whether you say it in Karnataka, whether you say in Gujarat. Over here, there's no such question of following a kind of a whip. So, will that dissidence or division within the Congress party, and anger or bitterness of some of the Congress leaders against the central leadership, will that get reflected in the final results and a vote percentage? That would also be a side story and an important one of that.
Yes, and it's 11:05 and the counting for the next president has begun. In fact, it's happening in Parliament of India. It's a historic day for the country. India is set to get its first tribal president, the first president to be born after independence, and the first president from the state of Orissa. Droupadi Murmu's life, as we have been discussing, has been a life of multiple firsts, multiple milestones, multiple struggles. She was also the first girl from the Santhal community to leave her village, leave her district, and travel a long distance for her studies. So it's been a life which is a fairy tale, a story which must be told repeatedly, a life of inspiration, and India is set to get the first tribal president and also the second woman president in some time from now. The question is, what is the percentage of votes that will be polled by Droupadi Murmu? 60% plus is what the average estimate suggests, because it's also a vote of conscience, as there has been appeal from multiple sides, because can you really afford to be on the wrong side of history? We'll know about all that because the ballot boxes have started being opened because it's being counted in the Parliament of India. Let me go straight to Rupashri Nanda, who's joining me from Rairangpur in Orissa. That is the hometown of Droupadi Murmu. Rupashri, the celebrations have begun already. The laddus being made. The question is, who all are there from her family right now in her home? And the humble beginning is something that we'll have to state again and again. It comes from a life full of struggle, a life which is an inspiration truly.
Well, Maria, her beginnings were humble, and even now, after decades of spending life in politics, even now she maintains a very humble lifestyle, and that is something that has endeared her to people over here. Now, I am in Rairangpur, and I've just noticed that members of her family, like her brother over here, he does not have any airs about him. In fact, he just walked across the road to get something from a grocery shop, and on a day when counting has just begun, and his sister is about to become the president of the country. If my camera person Gunit can show you, BJP is making the most of it. You can see posters being put up of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Droupadi Murmu over here on the road, essentially, thanking essentially welcoming Murmu's emergence as the next president of the country and a tribal president of the country. You can see another Droupadi Murmu and Narendra Modi picture over there, and they've already declared Vijay Divas, Vijay Utsav. It is a festival of victory. The posters over here in Rairangpur have already declared that Droupadi Murmu is the winner. And yesterday, for instance, throughout the night, we heard loudspeakers blaring out this message to the people of Rangpur that it is just a matter of formality. Before Droupadi Murmu is declared as the president, she is becoming the president of the country. She is a daughter of your soil, so please come out and celebrate her victory in large numbers. And today, essentially, not just in Rangpur, which is a town, here we are expecting numbers to come post 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, but in in villages across this area, 30 kilometers from here, in her own native villages, both the village where she was born and the village that she was married into, massive celebrations have been planned. Imagine a Santhal girl crossing milestone after milestone, breaking barriers, surmounting hurdles, and then going on to become the president. One more thing I wanted to underline, Maria, is that if you look at her life, the one thread that runs throughout her life is this desire to give to society, to give to people. And it has started even before she joined politics, because she said that she, once her children were grown up, she had time on her hands and she wanted to do something for the people. And she started teaching at the local Oppn school over here, and she did not take any money for that. And even in terms of giving away, she has given away land, she has given away house, she has built a school for the education of tribal people. When she was in the governor of Jharkhand, she made it a point to go visit each and every school that was there, especially the schools that are meant for girls, and ensure that the schools run properly. So at each and every household in Bhubaneswar.
And Droupadi, what is this music that is running behind you?
Well, there is a song that the local singer has prepared in the tribute of Droupadi Murmu, basically singing the song of how she has gone from Rangpur to Raisina Hills, and how she has been an MLA before, how she has been a school teacher before, and how inspirational her journey is. It is a celebration of Droupadi Murmu. And
Milestone.
Today, each and every
a life full of milestone. Rupashi, I'm going to come back to you because protests are happening by the Congress MPs inside Lok Sabha. Earlier today, the Congress MPs had given notices in both the houses of parliament that they would want the house to discuss misuse of central agencies, and now we are being told that protests are happening inside Lok Sabha with the Congress MPs carrying placards saying that the agencies are being misused, even as the Congress president heads to the ED office for her first day of questioning. Pallavi Ghosh is back with us. Pallavi, we are looking at those placards, but the larger question is that the Congress will face this charge that all that they do is not raise concerns related to Aam Aadmi, but the one that is related to the Gandhis.
Yes, and the Congress's rebuttal to that already has come, and that is, Maria, that they have been raising issues of GST, price rise, they have been given multiple notices, and the government has not responded. But today they are also making the point that, every time, and because they raise issues of national security, they raise issues of price rise, the government unleashes these investigative agencies on their leaders. I would also say it's significant that in first time ever in recent times, and we were discussing this earlier today, the opposition parties actually have come out with a joint statement. So Congress has got support from the opposition parties, and that joint statement does talk about the fact that how the ED investigative agencies are always misused by the government to target the political opponents because they try to reflect the voice of the people. That is because they ask questions of the government and of the Prime Minister. But having said that, in Lok Sabha, pretty much a similar picture in Rajya Sabha, posters, banners being put up by the Congress leaders with pictures of Sonia Gandhi, and of course Lok Sabha has now been adjourned.
And Pallavi, which are these opposition parties which are standing with the Congress party on this issue?
Well, there's a long list which has been given out. So there's a NCP which was present there. There's a DMK which was present there. Very quickly, if I can just read out the names which are put out. The DMK was there, the left parties, the National Conference, the NCP, the Shiv Sena, the RJD, the RSP. So all these political parties were a part of that morning meeting with the Congress party. And in that statement which was issued, it spoke about the fact that how the government needs to be condemned and how there needs to be an explanation and a discussion on the misuse. Also remember very quickly, Maria, many of the parties who attended these meetings are themselves facing heat from ED, CBI, Shiv Shiv Sena being one of them, RJD also being another one of them. So they all have a common thread. That's the reason why I think this display of unity can be seen today.
So when we talk about the display of unity, Pallavi, what about the Trinamool Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party? Both these parties are at loggerheads with the Congress Party as far as, you know, any issue is concerned. They have not stood with the opposition on most of the issues.
Well, what we are picking up is that Trinamool Congress completely supports this thing, but they couldn't be there today because, you know, 21st July is a big day for the Trinamool Congress. It's the Shaheed Divas, as they call it, the Martyrdom Day. I'm sure, and it's quite possible rather, that when Mamata Banerjee stands up to speak at that rally, she may make a reference to the fact that how political opponents are being targeted by this government. Those who raise questions of the government are all being targeted. So that explicit support may come in from the Trinamool Congress. The absence at the meeting today is explained by the fact that the MPs have been missing from the Parliament over the last few days, precisely because they all have been preparing for their big day today in Kolkata.
Okay, Siddhant Mishra is live with us from outside All India Congress Committee headquarters. That is the Congress Party's headquarters in Delhi. And next to that is 10 Janpath, which is Sonia Gandhi's residence. So, Siddhant, first question to you is, has Mrs. Gandhi left for the ED headquarters?
Well, Maria, am I audible?
Yes, please. You're loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, fine. So, Maria, right now I'm at AICC. This is Congress Party headquarters, and I would ask my video journalist Rama Shankar to do a bit of a leg work and show and give visuals for our viewers. You can see here, Maria, women Congress workers are sitting here protesting inside the AICC headquarters, and on my left is the Save the Kartas, of protest. So these are some plans that are currently underway at Congress. Seva Dal is protesting. Women's Congress workers are protesting. And Maria, what is interesting this time around is that some of the prominent faces of the Congress Party, some of the old guards of the Congress Party, like Manish Tiwari, Ghulam Nabi Azad, these faces were missing when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. But this time around, as Sonia Gandhi has been summoned, we saw Ghulam Nabi Azad walking inside the AICC headquarters. Manish Tiwari there. Right behind me, you can see Salman Khushi also speaking to media. Last time around, he was also missing from the AICC headquarters. So all these faces, Sonia Gandhi loyalists, have arrived. They have appeared in support of Sonia Gandhi. So this is a major difference this time around. That and a strong message is being given by them that Sonia Gandhi is their leader, and when their leader has been summoned, they are here to support her. They are here to in solidarity with her. So the leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad, Salman Khushi, all are here, and in fact, we have been told that in next 15 to 20 minutes, there's a possibility of Sonia Gandhi leaving 10 Janpath and going for Enforcement Directorate's office. Back to you.
Yes, so Sonia Gandhi likely to leave her home. She will be accompanied by her daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The Enforcement Directorate, remember, received a request from Mrs. Gandhi that her daughter should be there in the ED office because she needs medicines and because of her ailing health conditions, she needs that support. Although Priyanka Gandhi will be present at the ED office, she will not be in the same room. A list of questions have been prepared already by the Enforcement Directorate officials who will be questioning Mrs. Gandhi. I'll try and connect with Ashish Maharishi in just a bit because several questions, particularly to do with AGM of 2010, is something that the ED sources want an answer from Sonia Gandhi. Let me go back to Pallavi Ghosh. So, Pallavi, Lok Sabha adjourned for the next few hours. What about the Rajya Sabha? Is it still functioning? Okay, we'll try and connect with Pallavi Ghosh in just a bit. So, Siddhant, we are seeing similar protests across the country. As far as the AICC is concerned, are all the netas there, and will they be also marching to ED office as we saw in case of Rahul Gandhi?
Well, that's correct, Maria, and you can see Anand Sharma just walking inside the AICC headquarters. He too has refused to speak to media. Anand Sharma, Ghulam Nabi Azad, Manish Tiwari, Salman Khushi, these were some prominent faces, Maria. They were missing when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. But this time around, they are here in support of Sonia Gandhi, and also they want to send out this message that their leader is Sonia Gandhi. Because the time and again, G23 and especially the old guards in the Congress party have been questioning the leadership of Rahul Gandhi and especially the coterie of Rahul Gandhi, which is running the Congress party right now. Now today, as Sonia Gandhi has been summoned, all these people have appeared. All these people are expected to protest inside the ICC headquarters. If you have time, Maria, I can speak to some of the Congress party workers and we'll try to understand, we'll try to get a sense. What do they have to say on this entire, summons that enforcement? Madam, क्या कहना है आपको जिस तरह सरकार बुला रही है?
सत्ता में बैठा हुआ सरकार, ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई, ये सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस का गलत इस्तेमाल कर रहा है ऑपोजिशन के आवाज को दबाने के लिए और ये लोकतंत्र के लिए।
तो अंदर ही प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे या बाहर भी देंगे आप लोग?
ये तो किसी को ना अंदर आने दे रहे, ना अंदर से बाहर जाने दे रहे। वो 144 वहाँ लगाते हैं जब उनको पता है कि उनके खिलाफ जनता आवाज उठाने वाली है, तब 144 लगा देते हैं।
अच्छा, ओके, तो बाहर प्रोटेस्ट का अभी कोई प्लान नहीं है?
सोनिया गांधी जी हर एक के दिल में है और हम सभी के दिलों में वो प्लान चल रही है।
So there you see, Maria, in next 15-20 minutes, this is what Yash is reporting outside Sonia Gandhi's residence. By 11:30, we can expect Sonia Gandhi to leave 10 Janpath and go to Enforcement Directorate's office. And here also I'm seeing the energy in Congress Karyakarta, and especially the old guards, Maria. The old guards have been complaining.
स्टैंड कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी, कह रही है कि सोनिया गांधी को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, विपक्ष को टारगेट किया जा रहा है ईडी और बाकी एजेंसीज के द्वारा।
अगर गांधी परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों? आखिरकार भारत के नागरिकों से अगर किसी ने भ्रष्टाचार किया हो उससे पूछताछ करना जांच एजेंसियों का काम है। तो क्या गांधी परिवार के लिए कानून अलग से बने? ये हंगामा किस बात का?
वो टाइमिंग क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं अनुराग जी। एक तरफ संजय राउत को क्वेश्चन किया जा रहा है, दूसरी तरफ सोनिया गांधी को क्वेश्चन किया जा रहा है। टाइमिंग का
आखिरकार अगर गांधी परिवार के पास और कांग्रेस पार्टी के पास छिपाने के लिए कुछ ना हो तो हंगामा करने की जरूरत नहीं। तिलमिलाहट क्यों है? घबराहट क्यों है? छटपटाहट क्यों है? ये कहीं ना कहीं दिखाता है कि दाल में कुछ ना कुछ काला है या पूरी दाल ही काली है।
जस्ट इन टाइम।
INB minister there questioning these protests that are being held by the Congress party. Earlier today, we heard from BJP MP and former Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad, who said that if Prime Minister Modi, who was questioned by the SIT in Gujarat during his chief ministerial days, if he went without any support of the BJP workers, he did not ask for any mobilization of the BJP workers, then why is the Congress party trying to set this narrative that they are being targeted by the centre? Similarly, we saw several questions being raised by the Congress party, and they got support from some parties in opposition as well when they raised this issue in Parliament, demanding that the centre must explain and hold a discussion on why central agencies are being misused against the political opponents of the BJP. Mihir is joining us live from these protests that are being held by the Congress workers, and he is live with us from Mumbai. Mihir, where exactly are these protests happening in Mumbai?
Yes, Maria, I am at the CST. It's just outside CST where several Congress workers have gathered. They are sloganeering against the BJP government. And of course, ED that has summoned Sonia Gandhi today. They are here in support of Sonia Gandhi. A while back, I did speak to some of the leaders of the Congress who are also present here. They are saying it is only an attempt to character assassinate Sonia Gandhi, that is the interim president of Congress, and they are trying to malign her because this is a very old case, and they continue to protest like this because they believe it is unfair and unjust to Sonia Gandhi. And let me just quickly ask them, some of them, what do they have to say? आप बताइए, आप आज क्या प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? इतने तादाद में आए हैं, क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं आप?
देखिए, देश की जनता की आवाज उठाने के लिए राहुल जी और सोनिया जी लगातार संघर्षरत रहे हैं। मोदी सरकार कहर ढाया है महंगाई के रूप में, और जो उन्होंने देश में एकता और अखंडता को भंग करने के लिए जो भी उन साजिश रच रहे हैं, उसमें एक ही आवाज गूंज रही है, राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी की।
बट ईडी का कहना है
उस आवाज को दबाने के लिए ये लगातार ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ईडी के माध्यम से देश में जो भी विपक्ष है उसकी आवाज को दबा दिया जाए।
पर ईडी का कहना है कि उनको कुछ क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए, इसीलिए उन्होंने सोनिया जी को भी बुलाया है पूछताछ के लिए।
सोनिया जी, सच कभी किसी से छुपता नहीं, डरता नहीं, और सच की हमेशा विजय होती है। हमें पूरा विश्वास है सोनिया जी इस संघर्ष में हम उनके साथ हैं, और कांग्रेस पार्टी का हर कार्यकर्ता देश में हर गांव हर शहर का एक एक व्यक्ति सोनिया जी के साथ आज खड़ा है, क्योंकि सोनिया जी इस देश की वो नेता है जिन्होंने इसकी एकता और अखंडता को कायम रखने के लिए संघर्ष किया है। उन्होंने देश की जनता के लिए हर दो संघर्ष किया है। आज उनको ईडी में बुलाकर जो उनके साथ वो भी डरी नहीं है और जाके ईडी के नोटिस का जवाब देने के लिए आज जा रही है। कांग्रेस का हर कार्यकर्ता देश की जनता की आवाज को बुलंद करेगा।
तो आप ये मोर्चा लेके ईडी ऑफिस तक जाने वाले हैं आज, क्योंकि पुलिस की बहुत अच्छी डिप्लॉयमेंट है।
बिल्कुल, हम किसी भी तरह से रुकेंगे नहीं। हमारी एक ही वो है कि जिस तरह से विपक्ष की आवाज इस देश की जनता की आवाज होती है। आपने देखा है देश भर में ईडी का किस तरह से प्रयोग हो रहा है। जितनी बार आज तक हमने ईडी का नाम सुना है, उतनी बार ईडी का नाम देश में कभी भी नहीं सुना गया है। विपक्ष की आवाज को दबाने के लिए जो ईडी का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसके विरोध में ये मोर्चा है।
So clearly their protest is against the action taken by ED, the manner in which ED is being used according to them to really silence the opposition. In this case it is Sonia Gandhi, and they will not relent. In fact, they will go all the way to ED office from here, which is almost half a kilometer, and there is tremendous police deployment, Maria, if I have to tell you. But there are several Congress workers, party workers, as well as leaders who've gathered here to show their solidarity towards Sonia Gandhi and protest against this sort of action against the Gandhis at this point. Over to you.
Protests happening in Mumbai, Delhi, Patna, several other parts of India, where Congress workers have taken to the streets. They are demanding that the centre must explain as to why Sonia Gandhi is being questioned. The ED says that there are certain explanations or clarifications which must be sought from the Gandhis, because Sonia and Rahul Gandhi own 38% shares each in the company, and if they have nothing to hide, then they must answer the questions. Remember, Rahul Gandhi was questioned for over 50 hours in a span of 5 days. Today it is Sonia Gandhi who will be heading to the ED office in Delhi any moment now. Ashish Merishi is joining us live from the ED office. What is the list of questions that the ED has for Sonia Gandhi, Ashish?
So basically the Enforcement Directorate is going to look at the money trail and how the Young Indian, which is the company which is owned majorly by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, how did they benefit of assets of more than 2,000 crore rupees. Now if you remember, the court had very clearly said that it looks to be a sham transaction and done with criminal intent. That was the High Court order. Obviously, the Congress would protest because Sonia Gandhi, being the head of or the chief of Congress, has been summoned, and she's going to appear today. But then this is the process of law. So if you remember, Dr. Subramanian Swamy had filed a complaint before the court. The court took the cognizance of the application or the complaint of Subramanian Swamy, and ultimately it was decided that yes, the Enforcement Directorate should investigate. It is based on the cognizance of that lower court only that the Enforcement Directorate decided to register an ECIR. And interestingly, Maria, after the court took cognizance, the Congress went to higher courts, including High Court and Supreme Court, and they were not able to find relief from on this matter. So here, the money trail basically starts from Kolkata. It's a company named Dotex Merchandise. If you go through the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, it's more than a 400-page order. It very clearly says that this looks to be a shell company, a company which was basically controlled or owned by certain people who were basically into data entry, which means you give certain amount of cash and against that you can get money. So they were basically Hawala operators who were running this company, and from that around 1 crore rupees came into the hands of a company named Young Indian. With that, with 50 lakh rupees of that money, they took over equity, or you can say equity and debt together, of Associated Journal, which had a debt of around 92 crore rupees, and with just 50 lakh rupees they took over the debt, and with that came in assets of more than 2,000 crore rupees. So certainly this is going to be a difficult time for Sonia Gandhi, because if you remember, Rahul Gandhi was questioned for 5 days, but citing health reasons, we can expect that the questioning is not going to be that long as we have seen in the case of Rahul Gandhi, but certainly it's going to be a tough time. If you remember, in the previous bulletin we had told that Sonia Gandhi along with Priyanka Gandhi had requested for Priyanka Gandhi to be inside the building of Enforcement Directorate because she takes care of her medicine. Apart from that, she had said that she requires a ventilated.
We have Abhishek Murmu with us. Where exactly are you going to work? ED office on the
Congress leaders there. You can see Manish Tiwari, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, all of them present outside, all India AICC, that is the Congress headquarters. Let's listen in to what Mallikarjun Kharge has to say.
And they want to suppress the voice of the opponents.
Today, Congress have decided
that's why we all are protesting.
What is the plan? Like, it's a pan-India protest. Where all will the protest be doing? And what do you think? Rahul Gandhi has been called 5 days now, and Sonia Gandhi.
Now let us see how many days they are going to call. Our leader she is strong enough to face such things. She will not afraid of all these things.
Kharge there saying that Sonia Gandhi is not afraid of questioning. Let's listen in now from Salman Khurshid, another senior Congress leader. All of them are now present at the Congress office in.
You are here at AICC, and this morning the former Law Minister of country, Ravi Shankar Prasad, made this allegation that when Prime Minister Modi was summoned by SIT, he was the Chief Minister then there was no protest by BJP Karyakartas, everything went peacefully and Prime Minister cooperated in a legal procedure. Then why hue cry when Gandhis are being summoned?
Why do they think that Mrs. Gandhi is not cooperating? She's gone to the ED. She'll answer their questions. If she fails to answer, then they should say she's not cooperating. But how can he decide that we should behave like BJP Karyakartas? We don't behave like BJP Karyakartas. We have affection, we have passion, we have commitment, we have attachment. We want to express that. Who's he to tell us what to do?
Okay, sir, one more question, sir. Sir, the old guards have come today in support of Madam Gandhi. Ghulam Nabi ji is here, Manish Tiwari ji is here. So how would you like to react? These faces were missing when Rahul Gandhi ji was...
No. That's only that's a matter of coincidence. Who was where and who was not where. I think everybody came, and we are there constantly in every manner. We are supportive of our entire leadership, and there is no division as to more for one and less for the other. Okay. But obviously, Mrs. Gandhi is the top of the pinnacle, and therefore it matters.
Okay.
सर आप लोग आज प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं सोनिया गांधी
All the Congress leaders, Congress MPs have gathered at the Congress headquarters on 24 Akbar Road, and all of them will be marching with Sonia Gandhi as she leaves her residence to go to ED office for a first round of questioning today. Ashish Maharishi continues to be with us. Ashish, here is the Congress party saying Who is BJP to tell us how we are supposed to behave when our top leader is being questioned?
Well, you know, I have a feeling that the Congress should understand this is only a part of the process. The Congress has to realize the fact that the court has accepted a complaint made by Dr. Subramanian Swamy, and both leaders, the Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi, are on bail as of now. I have a copy of the bail order in my hand, which very clearly speaks that they both are on bail. So the court has found in the complaint that there is a malafide in the transaction. Obviously, they can protest, you know, since their leader is being questioned. There is no doubt about
Ashish,
it. But
just hold on to your thoughts, because Anshul is where the action is happening. That's AICC, that is the Congress headquarters. Go ahead, Anshul. What exactly are you seeing?
Oh, so yes, Maria. Siddhant showed you the visuals from inside, where hundreds of protesters have gathered inside the Congress office. I'll show you the preparations that have been made outside the Congress office. This is the gate of the Congress office, and as soon as the protesters will move out of the office, you can see this massive police barricading that has been done over here. The roads are already barricaded by almost 6 layers of police barricades. But over here, you can see in the visuals, there is a special rope barricade that has been made, making sure that none of the Congress workers are being allowed to move out from here. Maria, Sachin Pilot is on the location. I'll just try and get in a word from Sachin Pilot as he reaches the Congress office. Just a second. Sachin sir, आपको लगता है कि केंद्र की सरकार जब बेरोजगार
Speaking to the media outside the Congress office, a number of Congress leaders have gathered. That's ground zero. That's where Sonia Gandhi.
टारगेट किया सुनने.
तो आप लोगों की क्या रणनीति है आज, क्या रहेगा सड़क?
हम के सामने सच्चाई बोलना चाहते हैं. इस देश के लोगों को अधिकार है जानने का कि इस लोकतंत्र में संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का, इंस्टीट्यूशंस का जो दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है, उसके खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी है. और इस प्रकार सत्ता का, पावर का, मैंडेट का जो मिसयूज वो लोग कर रहे हैं. आज महंगाई कहां पहुंच गई, बेरोजगारी कहां पहुंच गई, उसका जवाब नहीं है. इसलिए संसद के अंदर और संसद के बाहर कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप को टारगेट कर आवाज दबाने का काम किया जा रहा है. इसके खिलाफ हम लोग हैं और पूरा देश.
पुलिस ने पूरी बैरिकेडिंग की है, लोगों को निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है.
तो ये इन्होंने ऐसा बल प्रयोग कर रखा है, ऐसा तामझाम लगा रखा है जो पहले कभी देखा ही नहीं. इस देश में विपक्ष पहले भी था, लेकिन विपक्ष को दबाने का, कुचलने का, आवाज को खत्म करने का काम पहली बार भाजपा सरकार कर रही है. इसको कोई एक्सेप्ट नहीं करना.
भाजपा का कहना है
पूरा छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया इलाके को.
देख लीजिए ना, ये हमारा कांग्रेस ऑफिस है, यहाँ हम ही को नहीं आने दिया जा रहा है कई जगहों पे. तो इस प्रकार उपयोग हो रहा है. हम लोग संघर्ष करेंगे. देश के लोग सब देख रहे हैं, एक एक कदम को देख रहे हैं, एक एक वक्तव्य को देख रहे हैं. और केंद्र की सरकार के लोग बैठे बैठे सभी को आरोपी घोषित कर रहे हैं. इनको किसने ताकत दी बोलने की, किसने अधिकार दिया बोलने का कि कौन भ्रष्ट है कौन नहीं है? अपने गिरबान में झांके पहले.
भाजपा का कहना है कि कहीं ना कहीं अगर महंगाई और भ्रष्टाचार की बातचीत है, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये प्रदर्शन जो है वो सड़क पे होना चाहिए था. केवल एक परिवार विशेष के लिए प्रदर्शन क्यों हो रहा है?
ये संघर्ष और समर्थन है देश में लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को बचाए रखने के लिए. अगर विपक्ष को आप लोग खत्म करेंगे तो लोकतंत्र जिंदा कैसे रहेगा? चुनाव में हर चीज होती रहती है, लेकिन आप आवाज को खत्म कर दें, कुचलने का काम करें और कैरेक्टर असैसिनेशन लोगों का करना शुरू कर देंगे, और तमाम विपक्ष के लोगों को, लेकिन खासकर कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप पर टारगेट किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि वो मालूम जानते हैं कि उनको चुनौती देने वाले हम ही लोग.
इस मामले में अभी तक सभी से पूछताछ हो चुकी है, केवल सोनिया गांधी बाकी है जिनसे पूछताछ होनी है. सोनिया गांधी केवल पूछताछ कर सकती थी. पूरे कांग्रेस को, पूरे देश भर के मुख्यालयों को जाम करने का क्या एक रणनीति थी?
इस लोकतंत्र में धरना देना, हड़ताल करना, पदयात्रा निकालना, घेराव करना, अहिंसात्मक प्रदर्शन करना हमारा अधिकार है. हम क्यों नहीं करेंगे? सच्चाई बोलने का अधिकार हम लोगों को है. आप कब तक आवाज को दबाएंगे? ये बिल्कुल न्यायोचित नहीं है. और इस पूरे संघर्ष में तमाम कांग्रेसजन पूरे देश के और पूरे देश के लोग भी जान रहे हैं, देख रहे, समझ रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार सत्ता का दुरुपयोग केंद्र सरकार कर रही
है. सचिन जी, आप लोग समर्थन करने की बात करें, लेकिन पूरे इलाके को छावनी में तब्दील किया गया है.
So we have Sachin Pilot right now.
Congress leader Sachin Pilot, they are saying that the central agencies are being misused against the political opponents of the BJP, and hence Sonia Gandhi, who is expected to leave her residence, that is 10 Janpath, for the ED headquarters for a first day of questioning. She is being targeted only because the Congress party has been raising questions which unnerves the government, which relates to questions on rising prices, inflation. Protests happening inside Parliament, protests on the streets across the country, from Mumbai to Patna to Delhi, what is the larger message being sent by the Congress party. They did get some support from other parties in opposition as well. In fact, joint opposition meeting was held over Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling. DMK, CPM, CPI were the parties that were present in that joint opposition meet, and a statement has been issued also supporting the Congress over ED grilling. First, let's listen in also to what the INB minister had to say with regards to these protests that are happening.
अगर गांधी परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों? आखिरकार भारत के नागरिकों से अगर किसी ने भ्रष्टाचार किया हो उससे पूछताछ करना जांच एजेंसियों का काम है। तो क्या गांधी परिवार के लिए कानून अलग से बने? छिपाने के लिए कुछ ना हो तो हंगामा करने की जरूरत नहीं। तिलमिलाहट क्यों है? घबराहट क्यों है? छटपटाहट क्यों है? ये कहीं ना कहीं दिखाता है कि दाल में कुछ ना कुछ काला है या पूरी दाल ही काली है।
So the BJP there saying that what is it that the Congress has to hide? What is it that the Congress, particularly the Gandhis, have to hide? That they are protesting, holding this kind of satyagraha across this country, and which is in complete contrast to how Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, when he went to questioning by the SIT, there was no protest by the BJP workers then. We'll be trying to connect to other reporters as well. I can see Neetu Regukumar, who's joining me from Thiruvananthapuram. Neetu, who are these protesters behind you?
These are Congress workers here in Thiruvananthapuram, led by UDF convener and former KPCC President M.M. Hassan. Hundreds of these workers are taking out this protest march from Museum Junction towards the Raj Bhavan against the slogan that they have written here is that Srimati Sonia Gandhi and Congress leaders have been witch-hunted by this BJP government using agencies like the Enforcement Directorate. Thousands of workers have come here this morning. They will be taking out this protest march towards Raj Bhavan. Sir, you are taking out this protest march. What are the main issues that are
Today, you know, the ED is questioning Sonia Gandhi, Congress President. We all the parallel Congress people are protesting against their questioning. We are protesting in front of the Raj Bhavan. This is our protest and we are against fascist government activity.
But what the BJP is saying is that Enforcement Directorate is just doing their job. Why are you all making such
After Rahul Gandhi, they are Sonia, Congress President is also they are summoning and questioning. This is undemocratic. This is the fascist attitude of the BJP government. We are protesting against that.
You heard M.M. Hassan, the UDF convener as well as former KPCC President, who's leading this protest march here in Thiruvananthapuram, saying that they are protesting against this undemocratic move, which they call it, and the fascist forces. They say that BJP is using agencies like the ED for political witch-hunt and targeting Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhi family.
So protests happening in several parts of India. Those are visuals coming in from Thiruvananthapuram. I'm going to go back to Siddhant, who is outside Congress headquarters, that is 24 Akbar Road in the national capital. Siddhant, it's already 11:40. Has Sonia Gandhi left for the ED office?
No, Maria, she has not left, but we are expecting her to leave in a short while from now. going by the security deployment that has been intensified in last few minutes. You can see, Maria, I would like to give our viewers a sense. The buses have been brought in. The police buses are right here. And the plan is if protesters, Congress protesters will walk out of AICC, the protesters are going to get detained and police will put them inside the bus and will take them to the nearby police station. Section 144 has been imposed. The entire Akbar Road, this entire lane has been sealed. No vehicular movement at this point in time. We've been told vehicular movement will only start once Sonia Gandhi will reach Enforcement Directorate's office. So this is AICC office, and behind this very gate, the protest is going on. Sevadal is doing protest inside the Congress Party office. Then women Congress protesters are also, and the old guards are very much visible this time, Maria. Trust me, last time around when I was covering Rahul Gandhi's first day of questioning, that time Bhupesh Baghel and Ashok Gehlot were the two senior leaders from the Congress Party at AICC. This time I can see Ghulam Nabi Azad, Salman Khurshid, Anand Sharma, Sachin Pilot. They all have come to support Sonia Gandhi, and they all have come. And there you see the entire delegation, Maria, is walking out of the offices. I can see Sachin Pilot. I can see the other senior leaders, those who are walking out of their offices after meeting. PL Punia is also here. Ragini Nayak is there, and they all are going out. We'll speak to her. Sachinji, what do you have to say as Madam is going to be questioned today by Enforcement Directorate?
This blatant misuse has to stop. Government's job is not to muzzle the voice of the opposition, and we're here to show solidarity. Not just us, the entire country is understanding how the Government of India is actually making sure it muzzles the voice of everybody, including the Congress leadership. It's unacceptable to us.
Okay, so there you see Sachin Pilot calling it a political witch hunt. I can see Pawan Khera. I can see other senior leaders from the Congress Party right at the gate of AICC. Maria, they are expected to walk out. We'll try to get to them. Pawanji, what do you have to say on today's summons that have been issued to Madam? How do you like to
Let them try their best.
Okay.
They will not be able to silence us. That's their objective, to try and silence us. They'll fail miserably like they have in the past.
Okay. So, आप लोग क्या बाहर प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, कांग्रेस ऑफिस के अंदर करेंगे?
अब तो अब पुलिस के हाथ में, जो वो चाहें, हम तो तैयार हैं।
धारा 144 फिर लगा दी।
जो चाहिए, कर्फ्यू लगाना लगा दें।
अच्छा।
हम तो सत्याग्रह के पुराने खिलाड़ी हैं। हम करेंगे सत्याग्रह।
मतलब बाहर निकलेंगे गेट से।
जहाँ तक
बसें तैनात है, फोर्स तैनात है, कहने कोई भी कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता बाहर आएगा।
सेना को तैनात कर दीजिए। हम अपना अहिंसक आंदोलन करेंगे, वो तो हमारा हक है।
So there you see all senior Congress party leaders are lined up at the AICC gate, Maria, and they are expected to walk out. The time they will walk out, the time, they will try to cross the barricades. The police will stop them at section 144 is in place. So there is a possibility of detention, and I can see senior leaders like Sachin Pilot. I can also see Pawan Khera. I can see the other faces, and in fact Salman Khurshid is also right there. We'd ask my video journalist Rama Shankar to pan and give shots of Salman Khurshid. So all have come here.
Okay.
Maria, this is unprecedented, and and it shows that Congress Party has given all the weight.
This is for the first time, Siddhant, that Sonia Gandhi is being questioned by a central agency. Remember, Rahul Gandhi was questioned for over 50 hours in a span of 5 days by the Enforcement Directorate. He had put the blame solely on Motilal Vora, who has passed away, and he was the Congress treasurer. Now, similar set of questions will be asked to Sonia Gandhi as well. I'm going to get a quick word also from Swastika, who's joining me from the site of protests in Hyderabad. Who's protesting there from the Congress Party? Who's leading the protest? Swastika.
Well, the protest call was given by TPCC Chief Revant Reddy, but he's in Delhi right now attending the parliament session. But here, his call to protest has been responded by hundreds of Congress cadres who have come in from different parts of the state. In fact, you can see here, we are at Tank Bund. This is right in front of the statue of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, and here you can see lots of Congress workers, in fact, carrying the banners of the party, carrying flags. You can also see a banner of black balloons which will also be flown. Now from here the protest will go to the ED office, which is about a few kilometers away, about 3 to 4 kilometers away is where the protests will culminate, and there is going to be a dharna there, again held by the Congress workers. We are also having local leaders here. Former MP Uttam Kumar Reddy is also here, along with other senior Congress leaders who are going to take part in this protest. But this time around, remember last time when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned for 5 straight days, Hyderabad witnessed a series of violence which escalated. So this time around the police deployment is also pretty high to ensure there are no untoward incidents. Back to you.
Yes, and DK Shivkumar and Mr. Siddaramaiah are leading the protests in Karnataka. Let's listen in from DK Shivkumar.
It's a third protest against ED this time. So third protest against ED this time. So what's the plan for today, sir?
Pardon?
It is the third protest that our Congress party is doing.
Yes, there was no need of Srimati Sonia coming, summoning on this parliament session. She is ready to face any type of questions or any type of this one. She has not done anything wrong. Summoning itself is an harassment to the Congress party president.
So, but BJP is saying that this is whatever the ED is doing is all lawful.
There is no lawful. Taking up a case is illegal.
Thank you, sir.
They are saying that the case against Sonia Gandhi is illegal, that if anything this is targeting of Sonia Gandhi. Let me bring in Yash as well. He is outside Sonia Gandhi's residence. In fact, that is the cavalcade of Mrs. Gandhi that is leaving 10 Janpad. Yes, Yash, what can you see?
Maria, Sonia Gandhi is leaving from her residence right now from 10 Janpat, and what we can also understand is that Priyanka Gandhi is with Sonia Gandhi, and they're also being accompanied by Rahul Gandhi. You can see in these visuals, Sonia Gandhi is just leaving for the ED office from her residence right now. And what we are understanding is that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are also with Sonia Gandhi. There's something going on right here, and
yes,
you can see
that is 10 Janpat. Those
you can
are the
see
visuals.
Sonia Gandhi is about to leave.
Yes, those are the visuals that are coming in from 10 Janpat. That is the barricade. Sonia Gandhi, accompanied by her daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and son Rahul Gandhi, are leaving now for the ED office. Sonia Gandhi had petitioned the ED to allow Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to be present in the premises when the questioning happens because of her health condition. So let's listen into the visuals and the sound that is coming in now as Sonia Gandhi leaves for the ED headquarters for the first day of questioning. We can see Sonia Gandhi, and sitting next to her is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and on the front seat next to the driver is Rahul Gandhi. So this is clearly show of strength and also solidarity, of course, as you expect, that the children are extending to their mother. The two leaders, I would say, extending to their mother.
Yes, Mara, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi both are with Sonia Gandhi, and from any moment the vehicle will leave for the ED office, and this is a message that as you can see, I'm trying.
Yes, Sonia Gandhi there wearing a maroon color sari, Priyanka Gandhi sitting next to her in a white shalwar kameez, and Rahul Gandhi in a white shirt next to the driver. The Gandhi family leaving now for the ED office, where Sonia Gandhi will be questioned by the investigating agency. That questioning is going to begin any moment now. Next to 10 Janpat is 24 Akbar Road, which is the Congress party headquarters, where the Congress leaders have gathered there. The entire top leadership of the Congress, several leaders who have come from other states are present there when the questioning of Sonia Gandhi will happen. Sonia Gandhi's cavalcade now leading for the ED office, which is roughly 2 kilometers from 10 Janpat, her official residence. So what exactly is the movement like, Yash, in terms of barricading? The entire entry to the Akbar Road has been barricaded by the police.
Yes, Maria, there's a heavy police deployment over here, and you can see right adjacent to Sonia Gandhi's residence is Congress headquarters, where there are protesters, Congress workers, workers who are present in large numbers. There's heavy police deployment over here. There are many buses by the Delhi police who are trying to control the situation. I can also tell you that 144 has been imposed in this area, and no protests have been allowed by the Delhi police to happen over here at the Congress head office and at the nearby areas. What we're also given to understand earlier, we also tried and speak to DCP of this area, and she said that no permission has been sought by the Congress workers to protest in this area. As you can see that now Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi accompanied with their mother Sonia Gandhi are leaving for the ED office, and from 10 Janpat Road the route has been set and they'll take around 5 to 7 minutes. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is also here with the cavalcade. I can see Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and other senior MPs of the Congress party are here with the cavalcade of Sonia Gandhi.
Yes.
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is here.
So Yash, they're reporting from outside 10
There's a
Janpat.
heavy police deployment.
As Sonia Gandhi leaves for the first day of questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case, the question then is, how long will be the questioning of Mrs. Gandhi? Remember, she has cited ill health. Earlier when the ED had asked her to appear for questioning, she had sought more time because she was recovering from COVID-19. Now Sonia Gandhi going to the ED office for her first day of questioning. The ED questionnaire includes the shell companies, it includes the shareholders. Several questions are being asked. Remember, the BJP is saying that both Mrs. Gandhi and Rahul have much to explain because they are out on bail, and that they got no relief from any of the courts of the country. So let's listen in to what Siddhant is picking up in terms of audio outside Sonia Gandhi's home. Siddhant.
Well, that's correct, Maria, and you can see police have started the detention, Maria. You can see the Seva Dal workers are being detained by Delhi police. Detentions have started taking place. Some of the leaders were allowed to go to Sonia Gandhi's residence. Dipendra Hooda is here. Will the Dipendra Hooda ne Seva Dal worker ke samne khado ke Dipendra Hooda ji. Police the detention start. There you see the detentions have started. Dipendra Hooda is here, asking Delhi police not to detain the Seva Dal workers. There you see the women workers are also being detained. The time Sonia Gandhi left the residence, the detentions have started, and I'm sure that Congress party is going to make allegations on Delhi police for being barbaric, for doing it intentionally, and for manhandling the Congress party karyakarta. So the drama outside the Congress party has just begun. The senior leaders are here protecting the Seva Dal workers, and in fact I can also see the senior Congress party leaders here will try to speak to them, Maria, and will try to get a sense that what do they have to say on this entire situation. So there you see all the Congress party senior workers are here. PL Punia ji, sir, दिल्ली पुलिस ने डिटेंशन शुरू कर दिए हैं. क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि आप लोग इसके आगे भी प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे भी?
देखिए, चाहे दिल्ली पुलिस हो, चाहे ईडी हो, इनकम टैक्स हो, वो सरकार के नरेंद्र मोदी के इशारे पर से पूरा काम करें. इस तरह से बहुत गलत है. Okay. So there you see कन्हैया जी, पुलिस ने डिटेंशन शुरू कर दिए हैं. आप लोग जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे यहाँ पे, तो क्या यहीं तक सीमित रहेंगे, आगे भी जाएंगे?
देखिए, हम लोग कानून को मानने वाले लोग हैं. हमारे नेता कानून को मानते हैं. हम कानून नहीं तोड़ेंगे, लेकिन हम आपके माध्यम से देश के लोगों को ये कहना चाहते हैं, देश में महंगाई ज्यादा है, बेकारी ज्यादा है, इसलिए जो है ये इशू
Delhi police is asking people to vacate, and I can see the cavalcade moving. I hope the networks are not freezing in a very short space.
Right, that's Siddhant getting us visuals from outside the Congress office. Sonia Gandhi's cavalcade, accompanied by Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi, both trying to move towards the Enforcement Directorate office. I'm Arunima to take you through those visuals from here at the top of 12. What is happening on your screen? Visuals of Congress workers protesting while the Gandhi family moves towards the Enforcement Directorate. All my colleagues are spread out there on ground zero. Siddhant is getting us these visuals. Yash is there outside 10 Janpat, just the neighbouring building from 24 Akbar Road, the Congress headquarters. And Anshul is also keeping an eye on the protest that's happening there. Siddhant, if you can hear me, we can see the pictures still of media personnel surrounding those vehicles. The Gandhis are in that vehicle that I can see on my screen?
Well, that's correct. The vehicle is passing from AICC, and there was already Congress workers present here. In a very small space, the police is making this convoy to pass, and this is perhaps the reason that I can see confrontation happening here, and in fact complete chaos here outside AICC. The senior leaders and the Karyakartas were pushed by police to create this way for the convoy to pass. They could have taken the other route also, but this route was preferred. Why? That is something which Congress party has to answer and Delhi police has to answer, because this route was already sealed by police. But this route was taken, because of which you see that the senior leaders were pushed behind, the Karyakartas were pushed behind, and police is making way for the convoy to pass. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, all three are inside the vehicle. The vehicle is completely surrounded by the Congress party Karyakarta.
Is it towards the Janpat roundabout side? Is it that side that this convoy is taking?
Ramaji. Well, that's correct. So this route is the Akbar Road route, Maria. So the 10 Janpat is at the end of the Akbar Road. They could have taken that route, but the convoy was made to pass from AICC headquarters. So the opposite route has been taken. And Maria, this route was completely sealed for the vehicular movement, and this is perhaps the reason that in fact, the route was sealed and there was no vehicular movement. Suddenly, the vehicles came in and the convoy was made to pass. So it was difficult for Delhi police to create the passage.
Right.
The passage has been created. The passage has been done successfully. Now the vehicles are moving. So many of the Karyakartas, media personnel and the senior leaders of the Congress party were pushed, Maria, to make sure that that the space is created for the convoy to pass. Now the senior leaders of the Congress party are just walking behind. I can see P. Chidambaram, I can see Shakti Singh Goyal, Sachin Pilot. They all are here, and in fact we'll try to take some words from, we'll try to speak to Mr. P. Chidambaram. He's speaking to the other channel right now. We'll try to speak
while you
to
wait, Siddhant, just help us understand. These leaders plan to walk all the way up to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters through Akbar Road behind the convoy. Is that the plan?
Sir. Enough. Okay, he doesn't. Okay, so we'll speak to some other Congress party leader, Mr. Chidambaram is saying enough. I've spoken to one channel, so this is what he doesn't want to speak right now. We'll speak to some other Congress party. And there you see the convoy. Ramaji.
Right, Siddhant there getting us those pictures from the Akbar Road, what he was clarifying for us, and you can see the convoy.
Maria, you see the convoy is blocked. The convoy is not moving again. I can see right outside the Garvi, Gujarat, the convoy is here. Dipendra Hooda is on the top of this vehicle. I don't know what's happening here. Dipendra Hooda, I can see him and his Karyakartas. Okay, so the rest of the Congress party Karyakartas have been stopped here. Sonia Gandhi's convoy has left. Dipendra Hooda, Imran Pratap Gadi, KC Venugopal, they all are standing on the top of this vehicle. And police is not letting them go ahead. I hope we are cutting these visuals live, dramatic visuals outside Garvi, Gujarat. You know, this convoy was passing by, and Congress party Karyakartas were stopped. The Sonia Gandhi's convoy left. Immediately barricades were placed, and the other leaders were stopped. Dipendra Hooda, KC Venugopal in a heated argument with Delhi police here. Paramilitary forces are trying to explain them. Don't move ahead. Dipendra Hooda is asking them to allow them to move, to go along with police. They are not being allowed. Fresh visuals that we are giving for our Imran Pratap. Imran bhai, Imran bhai, Imran bhai, क्या है, क्या रोक रहा है आपको?
पूरी तरह से विपक्ष को कुचलना चाहती है मोदी सरकार, रोका जा रहा है हमें, लेकिन हम आगे बढ़ेंगे.
Today you see Dipendra Hooda, KC Venugopal and Imran Pratapgadi. These three senior leaders are here, and they wanted to go with the Gandhis, but they couldn't because police placed the barricades, and now they are having this heated argument with the Delhi police, and in fact the supporters are on the top of this wicket. Pawan Kheda, you see there, Pawan Kheda, sloganeering against Delhi police. Delhi police high slogans I can hear. Dramatic shots here outside. This is Garvi Gujarat building. Maria, if our viewers are familiar with the Akbar Road, and right opposite this Garvi Gujarat building is Narayan Rane's residence. So this drama is currently happening outside Narayan Rane's residence, where police has stopped the Congress party workers, and then
जो लोग समझना चाहते हैं, हम पहले इस हफ्ते क्या किए, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर हम देश के सारे मुद्दे उठाने की कोशिश किए, सारे समस्या जो आम आदमी सह रहे हैं, जैसे कि महंगाई के बारे में, सरकार चर्चा करने के लिए नहीं तैयार है, और उसके अलावा वो हमारे नेताओं के खिलाफ इस किस्म के राजनीतिक इंक्वायरी चल रहे हैं. तो नेचुरली हम प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, किया हुआ है और करेंगे, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं कि देश के मुद्दों के बारे में, देश की प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में, देश की समस्या के बारे में आप बैठ के राजनीति ठीक तरह की, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. इस किस्म को हमारे नेताओं को ऐसे पकड़ के ले जाना बार बार हमें तो नेचुरली
क्या महंगाई के मामले पे पूरे देश भर में कांग्रेस इस तरीके से सड़कों पे उतरेगी जिस तरीके से अभी आज ईडी की मांग को लेकर उतरेगी?
देखिए, कांग्रेस, मैं तो केरल के बारे में जानता हूं, मैं बता सकता हूं कि वहां हम किए हैं और करने वाले भी हैं, क्योंकि इस विषय तो हर जगह को नेचुरली हर व्यक्ति के, हर आम आदमी का ये समस्या है. हम नेचुरली इस विषय को करते रहेंगे. आज क्योंकि आज ये हो रहा है, आज के ये एक्शन है, आज के ये प्रोटेस्ट, मान लीजिए कि दूसरे विषय तो कल परसों जाने वाला नहीं है, वो भी करते रहेंगे.
कांग्रेस ने कहा ईडी को घर पे भी आके पूछताछ कर सकती थी सोनिया गांधी से, ऐसा पीछे भी उदाहरण रहा है.
बिल्कुल, ये बड़ा नाटक करने की कोई खास जरूरत नहीं.
Okay. There you see high voltage drama unfolding on Akbar Road. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary right on the top of the wicket. Adhir ji, क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
This is a sinister design. Heinous acts being perpetrated by the ruling dispensation in order to demolish any ideological opponent of the ruling dispensation.
You people were stopped.
Certainly, this kind of heinous acts being played by the BJP party should be protested. Now the entire ED has been translated by the BJP party into a group of idiots. They only know when and how to dance to the tune of the ruling dispensation. This is the crux of this problem. Not only Congress party, all the opposition parties who do not like by them will be targeted and demolished.
Am I on air? Arunima, am I on air?
Yes, you are, Siddhant. We just heard your conversation with Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary there.
Yes,
thank you for getting us those pictures.
KC sir. KC sir. Sir, what's the plan? Mr. Venugopal, what's the plan? Mr. Venugopal, so there you see Dipendra Hooda, KC Venugopal, all are leaving now.
Right. Siddhant, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Sonia Gandhi has reached the ED headquarters. That's the update I have from the other colleagues who are there at the Enforcement Directorate office. Ashish Mehrishi and Anvit are both keeping an eye on what's happening at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. As we show you these pictures from outside AICC, Sonia Gandhi has reached the ED headquarters. Only her vehicle was allowed to pass through that barricade that has been put up at Akbar Road. All the other Congress leaders who were in their respective vehicles wanting to follow her, be it Dipender Hooda, KC Venugopal, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, they have all been stopped. So these pictures on your screen are from the ED headquarters, I think, coming in because Sonia Gandhi's convoy has just reached and she will be taken in to the office of Enforcement Directorate, where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has gotten permission to be with Sonia Gandhi. May not be in the questioning room, but will be in the immediate vicinity since she carries Sonia Gandhi's medicine. Sonia Gandhi has just recovered from COVID, and therefore these precautions are being requested by the Gandhi family.
That I'm not aware of. I'm not part of the organization of all of this, but I understand that permission would have been sought in the normal course. That's my understanding, but perhaps I'm wrong. I don't know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So that was Congress leader Shashi Tharoor. Now we're heading towards this pandemonium going on.
Getting us pictures from outside AICC headquarters. Once again, he was in conversation with Shashi Tharoor. So leader after leader from Congress party, they're calling this, unfair. The police action unfair. Meanwhile, you can see how Delhi police and paramilitary personnel have created a corridor to allow Sonia Gandhi's vehicle to pass through, even as media's presence there and also the presence of protesters, senior Congress leaders are making this area chock-a-block. There is a traffic advisory, in fact, for the India Gate area, for the central Delhi area, because of this planned protest. But like we said, Sonia Gandhi has reached the ED headquarters. These pictures live from Akbar Road. Anvit is with me. Anvit, you're keeping an eye on the ED headquarters. Can you just take us through the pictures that you have seen in the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, see, we have reached the ED office and Sonia Gandhi just arrived here in the car. Rahul Gandhi was sitting in the front, Sonia Gandhi was on the rear seat. The car just went inside the headquarters, and you can see the entire road has been barricaded. We are at the Abdul Kalam Marg where the ED office is, ED headquarters is, and you can see the elaborate security arrangement because pan-India protests that have been planned by the Congress that has been calling this a political vendetta. Earlier today morning we also spoke to senior leaders like Manu Singhvi and Mallikarjun Kharge, and they also said that it is sheer political vendetta, that their top leader has been called for questioning. In fact, Mallikarjun also said that Sonia Gandhi is the top leader and she's not afraid of any such questioning and that she'll be facing ED today. But see, if you're talking about the security arrangement, you can see how Delhi police is there, apart from which the paramilitary personnel have also been called in because Congress office is not far from here, and they are expecting that even though Delhi police has said that Section 144 has been imposed in New Delhi district where the gathering of more than 4 persons is not allowed.
Give me a moment, I'll come back to you. But Siddhant, I think, has some news update from AICC headquarters. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right, Arunima. So, police have detained many Congress karyakartas, especially women Congress workers. They all have been detained. I can see 3 buses fully loaded with women karyakartas, Congress party karyakartas, and they are protesting. Haji, आप लोगों को डिटेन कर लिया और सीनियर लीडर्स को डिटेन नहीं किया। नहीं चलेगी। आप लोगों को डिटेन कर लिया जो सीनियर लीडर उनको नहीं डिटेन। सब बराबर है। सब बराबर है। लेकिन पुलिस भेदभाव कर रही है। जूनियर लोगों को डिटेन कर रही है, सीनियर को नहीं कर रही। पिछली बार हमारा सब बराबर है। हाँ, हमारा था याद है। आज हम चाहते हैं कि उनको डिटेन ना करें, हम बहुत हैं। There you see, Arunima, the junior leaders have been detained. The senior leaders are sitting right here, and no action is being taken by Delhi police on them. I can see Pawan Bansal. I can see.
Siddhant, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Anshul, in fact, is getting us the information that senior leaders are sitting on a dharna outside AICC. Anshul, just show us what you see.
That's it, Arunima. I'll ask my camera person Naren to show you the visuals I am bringing to you from right outside the Congress office, AICC headquarters here in the national capital. I'll just try and show you in the visuals all the senior leaders, including Randeep Surjewala, Gaurav Gogoi, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, KC Venugopal. All of these leaders are sitting on a dharna outside, and now these leaders are being detained by the police. I'll show you the visuals of protesters who are sitting outside the Congress office are now being detained by the RPF, who have been deployed over here, and central agencies. So yes, you can see in the visuals over here.
Okay, there is complete pandemonium there. I think paramilitary personnel are pushing the protesters away. Many of them have been detained. There are buses waiting. Anshul, I'm losing your voice there. I'll try and reconnect. But just to recap, on the left side of your screen, you see the pictures of Sonia Gandhi's vehicle moving. Police created a passage, so to say, and took her to the ED headquarters. On the right, you can see how Congress leaders are sitting on a dharna. This is the picture that Anshul was talking about. Anshul, if you can hear me, I can see Jairam Ramesh there in the frame that you're giving. I can also see Dipender Hooda. Those are pictures that Anshul is getting. I'll give him time to speak to Jairam Ramesh. But meanwhile, let me cross live to Siddhant. Siddhant, buses taking the protesters away?
Yes, Arunima. Yes, Arunima, I cannot hear your question properly, but what I can tell our viewers is that I can see Pawan Bansal, I can see Jairam Ramesh, I can see the Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, P. Chidambaram, Dipendra Hooda, Imran Pratapgadi, or Randeep Singh Surjewala right there. You know, he is not looking physically well, but he has come here to participate in the protest. Harish Rawat is right there. The protest is happening right outside AICC, and in fact, the junior leaders, the Seva Dal members, the female Mahila Congress Karyakartas have been detained, but the senior leaders are still protesting. I can see Pawan Khera, all are present here, and in fact, they did try to go with Gandhis to Enforcement Directorate's office, but they couldn't go because police stopped them. Now they are protesting outside AICC, and what I can see here is the police is detaining them, and the detentions will start again. More buses have been asked by Delhi police. The more buses are being arranged so that more people can be detained. So this is a situation. It's getting difficult for me also to get into the crowd of the protesters. Otherwise, I would have got some reactions, some bites of the Congress workers. What do they have to say on them being stopped to go to the Enforcement Directorate? Okay, fine. Ramashankar, let's go to that side. I can see the Congress party leaders there. Will speak to them. Ramashankar is a video journalist with us. Ashok Gehlot is speaking to media here. We'll speak to some other people. Right, excuse me. Excuse me, I can see the security details on Pramodji. Pramodji. They both are here. And a lot of Congress party. Excuse me.
Right. Siddhant is trying to speak to the Congress leaders there. He has got Pramod Tiwari in his frame. Ashok Gehlot there is addressing the media as well. Siddhant is right there trying to get a word while these leaders sit on the road outside AICC headquarters on their dharna. Siddhant, managed to get a word from anyone there? Right, I think we will try and connect with Siddhant. Meanwhile, my colleague Amit Pandey is getting us this ground report about the situation as it is unfolding in the Parliament. There is an attempt to make this point by United Opposition in Parliament as well about how allegedly central agencies are being misused. Amit Pandey tells us more.
विपक्ष का ये मार्च है संसद भवन में। आप देख सकते हैं कि विपक्ष कहाँ तक आप लोग जा रहे हैं? प्रमोद तिवारी जी हैं सर, कहाँ तक आप लोग जा रहे हैं? तो इस तरीके से आप विपक्ष के नेताओं को आप देख सकते हैं कि ये बड़े अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी हमारे साथ, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। सर ये बताइए अभी कहाँ क्या प्लान ऑफ एक्शन क्या है?
हम शांतिपूर्वक विरोध कर रहे हैं। यहाँ से हम AICC जाएंगे और वहाँ से हम ईडी की तरफ अग्रसर होंगे, एक सिंबॉलिक शांतिपूर्वक समाप्त करने के लिए।
अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी हैं ये, और इनका ये कहना है कि शांतिपूर्ण जो इनका प्रोटेस्ट है वो है। अन्य आप जो सांसद हैं आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर और इनसे यहाँ पर बात करते हैं। सर ये बताइए अभी क्या प्लान है, कहाँ जाएंगे?
अभी हम लोग अपने हेडक्वार्टर जाएंगे,
और अगर रोकेंगी पुलिस तो
फिर देखा जाएगा। हम लोग रुकने वालों में से तो नहीं है।
तो ये नेता हैं हमारे साथ, शशि थरूर जी हैं। सर ये आगे कहाँ तक आप जाएंगे?
देखिए, हम तो AICC वो 24 अक्टूबर रोड तक चलेंगे। सुना है कि वहाँ सारे हमारे कॉलीग्स पड़े हैं, हमारे सारे सांसद, वर्किंग कमेटी आम दूसरे लोग हैं, तो उनके साथ हम भी ये प्रोटेस्ट करते रहेंगे। इसी के लिए जा रहे हैं 24 अकबर रोड जाएंगे।
24 अकबर रोड कांग्रेस के नेता जा रहे हैं। इनका ये कहना है, रणदीप सुरजेवाला है और तमाम ने। रणदीप जी आप इस हालत में हैं, तबीयत अपना ख्याल रखिए। ये बताइए कहाँ तक आप जाएंगे?
हम ईडी के कार्यालय तक जाएंगे। ये कांग्रेस के सिपाही हैं। मोदी सरकार
पिट्ठू ईडी के पीछे छुपकर वार करने में लगी है, लेकिन डरपोक सीबीआई और इनकम टैक्स उनका हथियार बन गए हैं। ये सच की लड़ाई है। क्या कोई सच को हरा पाया है? क्या कोई सच को किसी प्रकार से पराजित कर पाया है? श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी के नेतृत्व में ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगी। नेशनल हेरल्ड अखबार देश के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम का चिन्ह है और इस स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के चिन्ह को कोई नहीं हरा पाएगा। लेकिन सर ये बताइए कि अभी संसद में सरकार, एक तो आपका ये मार्च है, दूसरा सरकार ने कहा है कि संसद में वो महंगाई के लिए चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। 3 दिन से सरकार को हम कह रहे हैं कि महंगाई पर चर्चा करिए। ये
That was Amit Pandey sending us that ground report from Parliament. All my colleagues have spread out. There is Yash, Anshul and Siddhant getting us these pictures from the AICC headquarters. Anvit and Ashish Mehrishi are there at the Enforcement Directorate telling us about what's happening there. Sonia Gandhi has arrived at Enforcement Directorate. How soon will the questioning begin? I'm hoping they will join me in just a bit. Pallavi Ghosh tracks the Congress party and Mara Shakil keeps an eye on all the political development. They're all getting us minute-to-minute update about this big story. Meanwhile, traffic advisory has been issued, and the reason traffic advisory has been issued for Delhi is the picture that you're seeing on the right side of your screen. Complete mayhem, complete chaos. The Akbar Road and okay, the protesters are creating a traffic nightmare in other parts of the country as well. On the right side of your screen, the pictures that you see are from Jammu. In fact, Congress is protesting countrywide. There is a Congress leader speaking. Let's see if we can get an audio there. Okay, we'll try and get you Congress leaders' voices from across the country.
कांग्रेस पार्टी को नहीं डरा सकते। हमारा नेतृत्व साफ सुथरा है, कोई स्कैंडल नहीं, कोई स्कैम नहीं। कांग्रेस पार्टी का वो अखबार है। 1937 में पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने देश की आजादी की जंग लड़ी, इसलिए आज ये संघर्ष है, सत्याग्रह है। मोदी सरकार का जो अत्याचार है विरोधियों के खिलाफ और कांग्रेस नेतृत्व और गांधी परिवार के खिलाफ सारी कांग्रेस एकजुट।
So those are voices of Congress protesters that we are getting from Jammu. Tejinder Singh Sodhi is the one who's getting us those pictures. Tejinder, so how much is the spread of this protest? Are they located in only around the local Congress office in Jammu, or are they obstructing throughout the city?
Yes, you see the protest right now is going on outside the Congress office, and you can see that there are 2 vehicles of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and they are now being detained. We are right now joined by the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir and senior Congress leader Mr. Tarachand. Sir, आप बताएंगे प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, लेकिन यहीं पर लोग अपनी पार्टी ऑफिस के बाहर ही प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। से बातचीत करना चाहेंगे।
देखिए, ये प्रोटेस्ट जो आज चल रहा है और एक सरकार की नीतियों के खिलाफ, जोर जबरदस्ती के खिलाफ कांग्रेस के पूरे देश में कोशिश कर रही है। और हमारा मकसद तो शायद मुख्तलिफ ग्रुपों में छोड़ा था, लेकिन यहाँ की पुलिस ने कांग्रेस ऑफिस के गेट के बाहर सारी बसें लगा के, बैरियर लगा के हमारे लोगों को रोक दिया। इसलिए हमें घर से ही अपनी गिरफ्तारी देनी पड़ी।
आपको क्या लगता है कि इस तरह के प्रोटेस्ट करके कांग्रेस जो इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी है उन पे दबाव बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है?
हम किसी पे दबाव नहीं बना रहे हैं। हम ये कहते हैं कि जो जोर जबरदस्ती की जो सरकार की नीतियां हैं, हम उसके खिलाफ आवाज उठा रहे हैं कि जोर जबरदस्ती से दबा के दूसरे दलों को कमजोर नहीं।
You can see that 2 buses of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Right now we are also joined by Mr. Manoj Lal, who is the former minister and a senior Congress leader. Sir, आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या रीजन है कि ईडी पे दबाव बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है कांग्रेस, उनकी जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है?
Right, Tejinder, thank you for getting us those voices from Jammu, but I have to cut live back to AICC headquarters here in Delhi. Siddhant, Anshul, Yash are sending us these pictures. Siddhant, can you hear me? You were earlier telling us that senior leaders like Jairam Ramesh and others have been detained. What is the situation around you?
Well, right now, the bus you see right behind me, the Congress workers are being detained, and Kanhaiya Kumar and Pawan Khera is with CNN News 18 to speak at this situation. Sir, क्या हो रहा है? Senior leadership सब detain हो रहे हैं आप लोगों के?
देखिए, ब्रिटिशर्स जो है ना, वो डिवाइड एंड रूल करते थे। ये ब्रिटिशर्स के चापलूस हैं। ये डाइवर्ट एंड रूल करते हैं। देश के अंदर क्या मुद्दा चल रहा है? क्या आप महंगाई पे पार्लियामेंट में बहस कीजिए, आप जीएसटी पे बहस कीजिए, चीन जो है हमारी सीमा के भीतर घुस करके कॉलोनी बना लिया, आप उसकी बात कीजिए। 8 लाख लोग पासपोर्ट छोड़ लिए, उसकी बात कीजिए। देश में सबसे ज्यादा बेरोजगारी है, उसकी बात कीजिए। आप इस पे बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। आप विपक्ष के मुख्य नेता से अपने जो है एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग करके उनको तंग करना चाहते हैं ताकि देश का ध्यान भटकाया जा सके। आप कुछ भी कर लीजिए, सच को आंच नहीं होता है। हम नहीं झुकेंगे। हम जानते हैं कि हमारे नेता सच्चे हैं, हमको अपने नेता की चिंता नहीं है। इस देश का जो मुद्दा है, इस मौके पे भी हम वो मुद्दा उठाते हैं।
पवन जी, आपसे सवाल लेना चाहता हूँ। कांग्रेस पार्टी पे हमेशा आरोप लगता है कि जब लोगों के मुद्दे होते तब वो सड़क पे नहीं आते, जब अपने नेता के मुद्दे
हर हफ्ते हर मुद्दे पर हमारी पार्टी सड़क पर दिखती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आतंकवादियों से रिश्ता जब आया, हम सड़क पर आए। राफेल पे सड़क पर आए, किसानों पर सड़क में आए, बेरोजगारी पर सड़क पर आए, कोविड के कुप्रबंधन पर सड़क पर आए। हर मुद्दे पर हम सड़क पर दिखते हैं और दिखते रहेंगे।
तो अभी तो आपके पूरी सीनियर लीडरशिप बस में बैठ के चली गई।
हम भी जाएंगे, सब जाएंगे। हम तो तैयार हैं।
तो तैयार थे गिरफ्तारी के लिए?
बिल्कुल तैयार हैं।
अच्छा,
जहाँ ये लोग ले जाना चाहें हम जाने को तैयार हैं।
Siddhant, can you put a question to Pawan Khera from our side? BJP is calling it Duragrah instead of Satyagrah. What is Pawan Khera's response?
नहीं किया जा सकता।
बीजेपी कह रही है दुराग्रह है, सत्याग्रह नहीं है।
उन्हें क्या सत्याग्रह का मालूम?
अच्छा।
इतिहास में कहीं इनका कोई योगदान रहा नहीं। जाकर सब छुट्टी ले लें, ये जितने मंत्री हैं और मोदी जी भी, और जाकर सत्याग्रह के बारे में कुछ पढ़ लें। गुजरात में उसका योगदान रहा है सत्याग्रह।
तो वही गुजरात की वो बात करते हैं कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी मुख्यमंत्री थे, उनको बुलाया गया तो कोई ह्यू क्राई नहीं हुआ, कोई प्रोटेस्ट नहीं हुआ। तो अगर सोनिया जी या राहुल जी को बुलाया,
उनके साथ जाने से अडवाणी जी ने उस वक्त भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं को रोका था।
अच्छा,
हमें सबको मालूम है इतिहास, ये हमें भुलवा नहीं सकते। हमारे यहाँ हम सब हमारे नेता के साथ हैं और जनता के मुद्दों के साथ हैं।
Okay, so there you see Pawan Khera, Kanhaiya Kumar speaking to CNN News 18, making it very clear that if tomorrow also ED calls Sonia Gandhi or day after, they are going to be on the streets, and they also made it very clear that it's not just about Gandhis. Whenever people will need Congress party to be on the streets, they are going to be on the streets. Now,
right, Siddhant, give me a moment. Siddhant, give me a moment. Let me cross live to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters as well. Anvit is the one who's joining me on the broadcast from the ED headquarters. Before I go to them, I think these are pictures of the bus in which all the Congress leaders have been detained. Some of them are speaking to the press. So we'll see if we can get you an audio of that. But Anvit, if you can hear me, as we see these pictures, talk to us about the information you have from inside ED headquarters. Has the questioning begun?
Yeah, see, it's just approximately 10 to 12 minutes before that Sonia Gandhi's vehicle drove inside this lane where the ED headquarters is. The questioning is expected to begin soon. In the car, there was Sonia Gandhi was accompanied by Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, who was sitting in the front, while Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were sitting on the rear seat. It was the Toyota Innova Krista, in which they were brought here from their residence under heavy cordon, and we are right outside the ED headquarters. As far as security is concerned, paramilitary along with Delhi police is here. They have been taking all the necessary precautions, because earlier in the morning we saw outside the parliament 20 to 30 Congress leaders were detained from the gate number 10, where the senior leaders involved, P. Chidambaram, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Shashi Tharoor and Jairam Ramesh and Mallikarjun Kharge. These were the senior leaders present outside the parliament gate number 10. They were all detained, and when we spoke to them, they said that they called it a sheer political vendetta, saying that their senior leadership is not afraid, be it Rahul Gandhi, who has been questioned more than 50 hours over the 5 days previously, and now that Sonia Gandhi, who has been called for questioning for the first time. So they have said that the senior leadership is not afraid of facing ED, but they have termed it as a political vendetta that they have been doing. They have also called for massive protests. And preparing for that, you can see Delhi police has arranged for a bus here if the Congress workers arrive here. There's also a water cannon that is stationed here. So all the necessary precautions have been taken, but police are prepared, senior officials are here. But as far as the questioning is concerned, we are getting to know that shortly the questioning will begin of Sonia Gandhi, and ED will start questioning her over the entire issue.
Right. Anvit, I saw Ashish Maharishi also standing behind you. Just get him along. Maybe we'll discuss the case that ED has against Sonia Gandhi. But while you do that, I want to cut live to Guwahati, where Preeti is getting us visuals. These visuals on our screen are from Guwahati. Preeti, how many people there? How strong is this protest that Congress is putting up in Assam? really get your audio line clearly. I'll try and get the technical team here to restore your audio. And while we do that, let me bring our viewers back to Delhi. Siddhant, Anshul, Yash, they're all deployed outside the AICC headquarters. You can see how Pawan Khera, who was speaking to Siddhant just a short while back, has now boarded that bus and is speaking to the media. So Siddhant, it is courting arrest for all the senior leaders of the Congress party. I can see Shashi Tharoor also in that bus.
Well, that's correct, Arunima. They all have been detained and will be taken to a nearby police station. And in fact, last time around also the senior leaders were detained. But last time the allegations came from the Congress party that they were manhandled. And in fact, Congress party in fact, Delhi police went inside the Congress party to Congress party office to detain these workers. But this time around, there was less confrontation between the Delhi police and the Congress party Karyakartas. And in fact, Arunima, I did speak to Mr. Pawan Khera and Kanhaiya Kumar a short while back, and now they have boarded that bus. I can also see Harish Rawat standing right at the gate of the bus, and now this bus is also leaving. So almost the entire Congress party senior leadership has been taken to the police station, and you know they were protesting outside the AICC office since Section 144 is in place, so they have been detained, and you know and they're making this allegation that they wanted to protest in a peaceful manner. They wanted to go to ED office along with Gandhis in solidarity with Gandhis, but they were not allowed by Delhi police. In fact, we were present very much at the spot outside the Garvi Gujarat Bhavan, where this heated argument between Deependra Hooda, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Imran Pratap Gadi took place with Delhi police, and they were asking Delhi police to open the barricades. But Delhi police did not open the barricade. They returned back to AICC and started protesting. Now there you see the bus is leaving. The bus is leaving for the police station. So first the junior level Karyakartas were detained. Now the senior leadership has been detained, and almost the entire cadre has gone to the police station. The entire area Akbar Road. I can see more policemen than the Congress Karyakarta now. The RAF teams are here. Delhi police is here. The other paramilitary forces are also on the Akbar Road. So now the police has outnumbered the Congress Karyakartas, because more than 4 buses filled with Congress Karyakartas have left AICT and have gone to the police station. So all of them have been detained. They were given enough warnings not to protest, not to take law in their hands. But this action was taken only when they were not ready to free the road outside the AICC headquarters. There also you see some of the protesters have stopped the bus. We are giving those visuals for our viewers. Police was taking these protesters, and some of the protesters stopped the bus, and the drama is continuing on the Akbar Road. So
right.
So we are
Siddhant,
giving you these
catch your breath. I'll come back to you,
Akbar
but let me
Road
cross live to the Enforcement Directorate as well. Ashish Mehrishi and Anvit are keeping an eye on ED. Ashish, talk to us about what is it that Enforcement Directorate wants Sonia Gandhi to answer. Is it a follow-up to what Rahul Gandhi has told them?
Well, in fact, Arunima, the Enforcement Directorate is going to ask questions which have already been asked from Rahul Gandhi. Majorly, Enforcement Directorate looks at the money trail. And if you remember, even in the case of Rahul Gandhi, same questions were asked about the money trail, especially about the money that came in from a Kolkata-based shell company named Dotex Merchandise. And we all know that Dotex Merchandise was controlled by a person called Sunil Bhandari, who was known in the circles of Kolkata as a Hawala operator, somebody who basically takes cash and gives entry. But here the money was returned. But again, if you remember, with that 50 lakh rupees that came, in fact around 1 crore rupees came in, and with 50 lakh rupees they bought the debt of around 92 crore rupees, and with that came in the equity of Associated Journal into the hands of Young Indian, where majority equity is with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So they're looking at the money trail. But if you see, what is going to be very important here is that 7 people took decision, Arunima, of 1,500 shareholders. Now, you know that Associated Journal is a very old company. It started pre-independence, around 1938 it started. And, it has been there for a very, very long time. But in 2010, in Lucknow, in the month of September 2010, a decision was taken where we have the names of the individuals as well. 7 people decides takes a decision that the company associated journal should go into the hands of Young Indian. And interestingly, those 1500 when there was an AGM, none of them came. There were no proxies, nothing. So who are these 7 people who actually got entitled to take such a big decision? That is where Sonia Gandhi is going to be asked. Then there are certain purchase of shares by Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi just at the time of takeover. That is also going to be looked at by Sonia Gandhi. But yes, it's going to be tough for her. She's not keeping well because of certain COVID-19 related symptoms, and we all know that she has come out of hospital only a month and a half back. So obviously she's facing health problems, and my sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me that yes, they are not going to take too long for questioning. I hope she answers all the questions or the Enforcement Directorate is looking at, but it's not going to be as long as we saw in Rahul Gandhi's questioning. You remember it was like 10-12 hours of questioning in the case of Rahul Gandhi. It started at around 11 and it continued till around 11-12 late in the evening. So in all likelihood, Sonia Gandhi's questioning should get over in another 4-5 hours.
Right. So Ashish, keep an eye. I'll come back to you. Rahul Gandhi meanwhile has left the Enforcement Directorate headquarters there after dropping Mother Sonia Gandhi and Sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Bharatiya Janata Party though is not impressed with this hangama that is going on. Shehzad Poonawala spoke to ANI. Let's listen in.
सवाल संसद पर सवाल। अब क्योंकि प्रथम परिवार जो भ्रष्टाचार का है उससे उसके भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं और वो भी एक ट्रायल कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद, इनकम टैक्स रीअसेसमेंट ऑर्डर के बाद, दोनों ही ये ऑर्डर खारिज नहीं किए गए हाई कोर्ट के द्वारा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के द्वारा। उल्टा हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से जब रिलीफ नहीं मिला और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है, तो ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी अब किस प्रकार से ऑल इंडिया करप्ट कमेटी भी बन गई है और ऑल इंडिया कॉन्फ्रंटेशन कमेटी बन चुकी है कि कभी वो ईडी के सामने राहुल गांधी साइलेंट रहते हैं और सड़कों पे उनके कार्यकर्ता पिछली बार वायलेंट हो गए थे। अब किस प्रकार से कांग्रेस के नेता ईडी जैसी संस्था को, जो कोर्ट के आदेश पर एक केस पर काम कर रही है, जो कोर्ट के आदेश अनुसार ही है, उस ईडी को किस प्रकार से अपमानित करने का, उसकी विश्वसनीयता को खत्म करने का और किस प्रकार से उन एजेंसीज को इंटिमिडेट करने का, अब्यूज करने का, इंसल्ट करने का एक पूरा कार्यक्रम चल रहा है। आज वो दिखाई दे रहा है। क्या सोनिया गांधी क्वीन है किसी जगह की कि उनसे सवाल जवाब नहीं किए जा सकते? क्या कुछ महत्वपूर्ण सवाल नेशनल हेराल्ड केस को लेकर उत्पन्न नहीं होते? सवाल ये उत्पन्न होते हैं कि क्या कोर्ट भी, जिसने ट्रायल कोर्ट ने मामले को देखने के बाद यह आदेश दिया कि प्राइमा फेसाई यंग इंडियंस एक स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल की तरह इस्तेमाल की गई ताकि एजेएल की संपत्ति को यूसर्प कर लिया जाए, हड़प लिया जाए, क्या वो कोर्ट भी वेंडेटा और प्रतिशोध की भावना में धड़क रहा था जैसा कि कांग्रेस का आरोप है? क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि इनकम टैक्स का ऑर्डर आया इस विषय पर और उसको हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चैलेंज किया गया, कोई राहत नहीं मिली? क्या हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी प्रतिशोध की भावना पर काम कर रहे थे?
So that was Bharatiya Janata Party's Shehzad Poonawala slamming the Congress party. In fact, one of the lines that he said is that is Sonia Gandhi queen of some country, that she can't be asked questions by investigating agency. Shehzad Poonawala there on behalf of the Bharatiya Janata Party also pointing out that this questioning by the Enforcement Directorate is happening after a court order. But the Congress party workers are not impressed. They've protested throughout the country, even as they court arrest here in Delhi. Outside the AICC headquarters, my colleagues Siddhant, Yash, Anshul have been getting us ground reports. Siddhant, if you can show us around, you showed us a while back how buses took away senior leadership of the Congress party as well as the Karyakartas. So is it now all peaceful there? Can you only see uniformed men and women?
Well, yes, absolutely, Ornima. Situation is peaceful, but the area has been completely cordoned off. Only media personnel and some of the Congress Karyakartas are allowed. Now you see some of the remaining protesters are also being taken. क्यों प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
ये ईडी अनावश्यक रूप से आदरणीय श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी को हम परेशान कर रहे हैं। इस वजह से
ये संविधान के विरुद्ध है। हम
लेकिन ये अभी जांच में सहयोग कर रही हैं तो क्या
सहयोग कैसे होगी जब तक आपके पास एफआईआर की आपने? जब आपने एफआईआर की नहीं, एलिगेट किया नहीं उनको, तो वैसे ही
कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है ना, उस पे ईडी ने
कौन सा, पहले वो चीजें सब 2014 में समाप्त हो चुकी हैं। ये तो अननेसेसरी परेशान करने वाली साजिश है।
परेशान करने वाली साजिश। एंड आई कैन सी अजय कुमार जी कमिंग, विल स्पीक टू अजय जी, वी आर कटिंग इट लाइव. I would like to speak to you on today's situation. All the senior leadership have been detained, they have been taken to the police station. Now, where do you see, because BJP has been alleging कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी सीएम थे तब SIT के सामने वो गए, कोई हंगामा नहीं हुआ, कोई ड्रामा नहीं हुआ, अकेले गए, जांच में सहयोग किया, आ गए। भाई जब गांधी को बुलाया जाता है तो क्यों सड़कों पे कांग्रेस?
क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी जब गए तो उस वक्त FIR थी।
अच्छा,
एक FIR हुआ,
ये भी तो इसमें भी तो कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है।
कोई FIR नहीं है भाई साहब। एक चीज देश को बता दीजिए, इस देश में नया CRPC मोदी जी का नया CRPC है, अमित शाह की जो है नया CRPC, उन्होंने न्यू इंडिया का CRPC। आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन करोगे जब FIR होगा। कंप्लेनेंट कौन, FIR का आपने FIR की कॉपी देखी है क्या? मोदी जी का FIR तो कॉपी तो मैं दिखा दूंगा आपको, वो तो कॉपी है, इसलिए पूछा गया था।
नहीं तो ये मैं आपको उसका काउंटर दे रहा हूँ कि इस पे कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है, इनकम टैक्स का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है।
बहुत आप कुछ नहीं समझ रहे। वन सेकंड, FIR होनी चाहिए ना, FIR चाहिए। FIR कहाँ है? जब FIR नहीं है तो आप कार्रवाई कैसे करोगे?
ओके, आज इनका ये भी कहने का मतलब है कि कुछ कांग्रेस पार्टी छुपा रही है, इसलिए इतना ज्यादा एक्टिविज्म चल रहा है।
क्या छुपा रहा है? मैं ही तो बोल रहा हूँ ना, 100 करोड़ जो विधायक दे रहा बीजेपी का महाराष्ट्र में, कोई FIR नहीं है, उसके बारे में पूछो। मोदी जी का कि उनके विधायक 100 करोड़ दे रहा है मंत्री बनने के लिए। देश के क्या स्थिति कर दिया है?
So there you see Ajay Kumar getting inside the bus, boarding that bus, not being detained, but boarding the bus comfortably. You know, I was speaking to him, and he took this route to the bus now.
Right. So they're all quoting arrest, Siddhant. Thank you for that. A lot of senior leaders of Congress have been detained. Many others have quoted arrest. They want to make this point that this is vendetta against Sonia Gandhi, and this protest is not limited to Delhi alone. My colleague Ritu has sent us this ground report. Protests are going on in all parts of the country, including Bengaluru.
As ED summons the Congress President Sonia Gandhi, Karnataka Congress unit is protesting here at the Freedom Park, and you can see the senior Congress leaders are all at the site at Freedom Park. And on the stage there are slogans that are being raised, as well as the senior leaders are giving out the speeches, as they say that they are not scared of the central agencies investigating and questioning Sonia Gandhi. They also say that a BJP government, in fact the Modi-led government, is trying to misuse the central agencies, but they say they are at any cost not scared of the leaders who are trying to misuse these central agencies. Not just that, but you see the KPCC President DK Shivkumar as well saying that this is an harassment against the Congress President Sonia Gandhi, and they say no matter how much of questioning the agency will do, we are at any cost not scaring, and we are not scared of it, and as well as we will in fact take this protest out in a
you can also see this visual coming in from Delhi, water cannon being used against protesters who are refusing to move outside the AICC headquarters. We had seen visuals of detention, and that area was cleared off. But this is from a different location in Delhi where Congress Karyakartas were not moving out, and this is the DPCC office, the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office, the Delhi unit of Congress, where the protesters are being tear gassed. This scene is from Bengaluru, but right now what we are focusing on are protest shots coming from outside the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office, where police has resorted to using water cannon as Congress Karyakartas try to break the barricade. They are pushing the barricade, trying to get over it, and policemen on duty are trying very hard to restrain, but looks like they're going to get a tough time, and that's why Vajra, the anti-riot vehicle, has been brought in. Water cannon has been brought in. One round of spraying of water through the cannon has already happened, but that it looks like water cannon is still being used. I think the photographer, the videographer is trying to save himself as well, and that's why there you see the water cannon is still being used. The protesters are ducking, trying to save themselves from the water cannon, but they're not leaving an inch of their position, continuing to clash with the Delhi police there. These are visuals from the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee headquarters, DPCC, that's the state wing, the Delhi wing of Congress, and the All India headquarters at the AICC. Things are in control now. Detentions have happened, people have been taken away, but outside DPCC things look really intense. There is a clash going on between the police, the Delhi police and the Congress workers. One of them has managed to get onto the barricade, brought down now. So police is not allowing them to cross the barricade. This is the visual outside the DPCC. Police refusing to let the protesters cross over. The plan for the Congress workers was to go all the way to the Enforcement Directorate office where Sonia Gandhi's questioning is happening, and that plan has been stopped by the Delhi police, and that's why this clash that you're happening. These visuals are from the AICC headquarters at 24 Akbar Road, where protesters gathered a short while back. Once again, we have shifted our focus to the DPCC headquarters there. This is the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee. That protesters are, the road outside that Delhi state unit of Congress, the road outside is now become the latest battleground. They continue to protest and seek answers as to why they are not being allowed to go up to the Enforcement Directorate office. What we saw at AICC was that a small group of vehicles which had Sonia Gandhi and perhaps one more vehicle. Right, Anvit is with me sending us this ground report. Let's cut live to that, then I'll come back and talk to you about these pictures.
We are outside the AICC headquarters where senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained. As you can see in the visuals, all the senior leaders, including Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, Jairam Ramesh, Adhiranjan Chaudhary, all of them have been detained by the Delhi police and they are being taken away. I'll just try and show you in the visuals. Sachin Pilot is over here.
हम विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, पुलिस हमको उठा के ले जा रही है। लोकतंत्र में अपनी आवाज हम रख नहीं सकते, गांधीयन तरीके से अपने ऑफिस के सामने बैठे हैं और ये लोकतंत्र में इस प्रकार का व्यवहार कोई बर्दाश्त करने वाला नहीं।
सर, आप लोगों को कहाँ ले जाया जा रहा है? कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन दी गई आपको? अशोक गहलोत आ गया।
कौन है इस बस में?
Dipendra Hooda is sitting right next to him. So yes, all the senior leaders are being detained by the Delhi police right now. These are the visuals we are bringing to you exclusively on CNN News 18. All the senior leaders of the Congress party. Ashok Gehlot is speaking to the media. We'll just try and get in a word. Sir, कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं आपको? Sir, कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं आपको?
अशोक गहलोत जिंदाबाद। क्या का तरीका ये?
सर, मुख्यमंत्री का नहीं चलना होता है।
कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं? प्रोटोकॉल निभाना इसलिए आई हूँ। पार्टी ने हम लोगों को, पार्टी के नाम से सरकार में है, हमारा फर्ज बनता है कि पार्टी नेता को ही, हमारी कौमी अध्यक्ष को ही अगर इस प्रकार से व्यवहार करेंगे तो कैसे बर्दाश्त करेंगे हम लोग?
So yes, in these visuals we are bringing to you all the senior leaders of the Congress party have now been detained by the Delhi police. They were sitting on a dharna right outside the AICC headquarters. Now, since this morning, a curfew was imposed in this area. Even after that, the Congress leaders managed to protest over here, and these are the visuals that we are bringing to you. The police is taking all the senior leaders of the Congress party along with the security personals right now. In the visuals, if you could see the bus, this is a bus that is taking all the senior Congress leaders of the party, including Sachin Pilot, including the Rajasthan CM as well. Ashok Gehlot has been detained. We are bringing you these visuals from AICC headquarters in the national capital, where they are being taken. The leaders have not been told where they will be taken. Now it remains to be seen as to when these leaders will be allowed to leave from the detention of the police. Till then, all these leaders who are protesting outside the AICC office have now been taken by the Delhi police.
Right. So while outside AICC headquarters, police has managed to bring things under control at Rouse Avenue. These are pictures outside the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office from Rouse Avenue. Rouse Avenue is the area, is the road which will take you from ITO towards the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. That's where most of the political party offices are, the Bharatiya Janata Party office, the Aam Aadmi Party office. On that road, and ITO, why that's important is because that's like the nerve center as far as Delhi traffic is concerned. These are the scenes that you're seeing at Rouse Avenue outside the DPCC office, where Varuna, the water cannon of Delhi police, has been pressed into action, repeatedly targeting protesters, trying to push them back. But the protesters are also not giving in, and some of them in fact are dancing and challenging the policemen there. As you see these pictures, Siddhant, can you just fill us in? I mean, at AICC you saw the confrontation. At Rouse Avenue, at DPCC, it looks worse than what you saw.
Well, that's correct. In fact, the report that we are getting is that the water cannons have been used outside DPCC headquarters in the national capital. And as Arunima, these are some sensitive places in the Latian zone. And this is perhaps the reason that, the police also make sure that the proper arrangements are being made if there is a possibility of protest. So the similar arrangements were made outside DPCC also. And in fact, the visuals that we are getting suggest that there was a massive protest by the Congress Party, Pradesh Congress Committee outside DPCC. And right next to DPCC is BJP Karyalay. And that is the main junction that road comes towards the ITO. And this is perhaps the reason that the barricades were put right there, and water cannons were used on the Congress Party protesters to stop them to reach to ITO or take the other route towards any key installation in the national capital. So the water cannons have been used to stop the Congress Party protesters. So at AICC, situation is peaceful. Police has outnumbered the Congress Party Karyakarta, the senior leadership, Seva Dal members, Mahila Congress committee members, all have been beaten, have been taken to various police stations in Delhi. And now the situation is peaceful here, but outside DPCC, situation, the protest is still going on. Police is trying to control the protesters, trying to detain them. And in fact, for the same reason, the water cannons have been opened by police to stop the protesters to march towards the main ITO junction. So this is the situation of national capital. In fact, Arunima, the advisory is till 2 p.m. As far as the route diversions in the central Delhi is concerned, and several routes have been diverted. Even the traffic has also been disrupted. Police has tried best to make sure the traffic moves smoothly in the national capital area, but because of the diversions, because of the protests, and the barricades that police have placed, which is resulting in a traffic disruption and delay. This is what commuters are complaining. But we have been told that in next half an hour, the situation will be peaceful. And the barricades, police will open the barricades in the central Delhi.
Well, the police definitely will hope so, because from the India Gate circle to the Khan Market area to ITO, really the heart of central Delhi, at a time when Parliament is in session, when Section 144 has been put in place to ensure that that session is not disrupted. This is how you see the situation unfold here in the national capital. It's a complete siege, so to say, as far as central Delhi is concerned. But like Siddhant was pointing out, police assuring and trying very hard to get things under control to ensure that this protest doesn't really hamper the lives of Delhiites. Rain also a factor there. But coming back to what the Enforcement Directorate wants to answer, wants Sonia Gandhi to answer, Anvit Srivastav joining me live on the broadcast. Anvit, any confirmation, has the questioning begun? Is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in the same room or around the same room where the questioning is going on? Anvit? Okay, I'll try and go back to Anvit. He's getting us details from the Enforcement Directorate. Ashish Mehrishi is also keeping an eye on the questioning there. Let me just recap what has happened over the last 1 hour. Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Rahul Gandhi, they got into one vehicle and left 10 Janpath about 20 minutes to 30 minutes ago. Accompanying them were all senior Congress leaders in their respective vehicles. But as they tried to cross the barricade, initial plan was to take them from the Janpath side. If you see the location of 10 Janpath, it is on the cross section of Janpath and Akbar Road. So initial plan was to take Sonia Gandhi's vehicle through that roundabout on the Janpat side, but suddenly the plan changed. She turned towards Akbar Road. She moved towards the new Gujarat, Bhavan, so to say, Garvi Gujarat, and then she moved on that route. The other Congress leaders were stopped. They were not allowed to cross the barricade. There was a huge face-off between leaders led by Dipinder Hooda with the Delhi police. Finally, Sonia Gandhi reached the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Priyanka Gandhi is still there. Rahul Gandhi has, however, left. And while that questioning is going on, this is the scene unfolding at Rouse Avenue. That's the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee headquarters near ITO, where we are reporting that the situation is still far from under control. Siddhant, in fact, is getting us information about the situation there outside DPCC. Any updates, Siddhant?
Well, these Congress party workers are posting, are tweeting videos of them being detained by Delhi police, and they are being taken to various police stations. Now, you remember, or remember last time around, there, in fact, Congress party made these allegations on Delhi police for manhandling the Congress party workers. Senior leaders like P. Chidambaram and many others were detained. This time around, police did take extra precaution while detaining the Congress party leaders. And in fact, Arunima, we were only speaking when many of the leaders were requested to board the bus. So they were not manhandled, they were not pushed inside the bus. So this time around, extra precautions were taken by Delhi police at the time of handling protests outside the Congress office. Also, I remember, Arunima, last time, the workers were not allowed to come on the road outside the AICC. This time around, this entire area was cordoned off, and Congress party workers, the leaders, were allowed to protest for a short while outside the office. So this time around, there was a change in this strategy, because last time Congress party did went to Lok Sabha Secretariat to meet Venkaiah Naidu, Vice President of India, complaining about the manhandling by the Delhi police. And in fact, last time, the summons thing was kept aside. The main issue is, I remember, became the manhandling of the Congress workers. So this time, Delhi police took extra care. And very in a very subtle way, the detentions happened. Mild force was used to handle the junior Karyakartas.
Siddhant, thank you so much. I'll come back to you. Just try and get us an update on the situation there at Rouse Avenue. Meanwhile, let me cross live to Preeti. Preeti, you got into some kind of a situation there. A scuffle broke out at Guwahati, at the place that you are. What really happened, and what's the situation like right now?
Yes, I have to tell you that this is the traffic point that you can see on the camera screen on that side of the road, through which the lady protester was actually dragged on the road as she was trying to break the barricade that was made by the police securities in front of Rajiv Bhavan, and they were asked to protest inside the Rajiv Bhavan itself. But actually, as the protesters started breaking the barricades and coming out, so the security personnel, the police here, had to take actually extreme steps in order to stop the protesters. I'm trying to show you the visuals of the protesters. They are still standing on the barricades, and the police here has been trying to take them into their buses. And already a lot of Congress leaders have been detained. If you count on Apurva Bhattacharjee, if you count on Meera Thakur, all of them have been detained by Assam police. And I'm trying to show you the visuals in front of Rajiv Bhavan. How the protesters are actually being detained. And you see, because a while ago we could see a lady who was being dragged in front of Rajiv Bhavan, and she was Ankita Datta, who is actually a very, we can say, a very prime opposition leader when you talk about the opposition leaders in the Congress. So I'm trying to show you the visuals in front of Assam Pradesh Congress Committee, Rajiv Bhavan, and you can see how this is the fourth bus. I have to tell you, this is the fourth bus in which the protesters are being taken, and they are being detained. They have tried to break the barricades and protest in front of Rajiv Bhavan, and they have also said that as the Gandhi family, especially the Indian Congress, have been an integral part of Indian independence. So detaining them by ED is actually not acceptable. I'm trying to show you the live visuals from Rajiv Bhavan. protest in front of Rajiv Bhavan by Assam Pradesh Congress Committee, and a lot of them. We saw one of the lady protesters falling down from this barricade, and another one was dragged on the road because she tried to break the barricade and protest outside Rajiv Bhavan.
Well, Preeti, will request you to stay on with us. Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. The top story that we continue to track even this hour, the massive protests that have broken out pan-India, all of this in the backdrop of the summons which were given to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And Sonia Gandhi, in fact, will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate in relation to the National Herald case. There was a special request by her to have Priyanka Gandhi accompany her as well on medical grounds, which was also accepted as far as the ED is concerned. But just look at the visuals that we're bringing to you, not just from the national capital, but other parts of the country as well. Congress protests continue, all of this because the Congress today feels that this is just a witch hunt against the Gandhis. This is vendetta politics and there's no real case. They're calling this harassment and also a threat to democracy. My colleagues Siddhant continues to report for us. Preeti also continues to be with us. Siddhant, let me come to you first. This is literally a repetition of what we had seen when Rahul Gandhi had been called for summons and for questioning as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. Let's talk to you first about the situation as far as the national capital is concerned. Where are all we seeing the protest today? Siddhant, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and reestablish that connection with my colleague Siddhant. But as I said, these protests are not coming just from the national capital, but from other parts as well. My colleague Preeti is also getting us some visuals and reports of what's taking place in Guwahati, I believe. Preeti, could you talk to us about what's happening around you? Preeti, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and actually I am trying to show you the visuals on the screen how the protest here has turned violent today as the APCC Assam Pradesh Congress Committee actually tried to protest in front of Rajiv Bhavan, and they were given a lot of barricades. They were asked to protest inside the Rajiv Bhavan, but we could see that the protest broke the barricade and came out of Rajiv Bhavan, for which a lot of clash happened between the security personnel and the protesters. We could see we can say a lot of women were actually participating in this protest, and a lot of women were seen breaking the barricade and coming out as well, for which one lady who is recognized as Ankita Datta, who is one of the very prime leaders of opposition in Congress, she was being dragged to a traffic point in between the roads, and after that also we could see a lot of protesters where they had come into clashes with the security personnel deployed outside the Congress committee. So you see, primarily what they have been focusing is Sonia Gandhi, their leader, being summoned by ED. They stated that as the Indian Congress, and basically particularly the Gandhi family has so much an integral part of the Indian independence, so they regard this as disrespectful for their party that the ED is summoning their leader.
What is the kind of deployment that you're seeing on the ground, Preeti?
Yes, the deployment of security personnel, I have to tell you, it was site security was maintained outside Rajiv Bhavan, so that the protesters cannot come out and they cannot protest outside. But we could see that they tried to break the barricade and come out from the Rajiv Bhavan. And while before the protest, actually, they had a meeting with the party officials, with the party members. Even when they stated that this time they will definitely do a very democratic protest, and if stopped by the security personnel, they will break all kinds of properties. Over to you.
Okay. So Preeti continues to report for us from Guwahati, where again massive protests continue to break out on the ground. The visuals that we're putting on the left side of the screens, I believe, are coming in now from Patna, where I believe certain government offices now, where the boards are also now being blackened. We'll just try and understand what is happening. My colleague Anshul is also now joining us. Anshul, do we have any more details of what's taking place in Patna? I believe it's a government office where certain boards are now being blackened.
So yes, these visuals are not coming from Patna, Ridhima. These visuals are coming from the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee
office in the national capital, where water cannons are now being used against these protesters. These are the protesters of Youth Congress who had collected over there to protest against the summoning of Sonia Gandhi to the Enforcement Directorate. Now, as soon as they assembled, since 144 has been imposed in the entire Lieutenant Delhi, as soon as they started protesting, we are getting these visuals. The police initially tried to stop them from moving any forward, because they had planned to go to the Enforcement Directorate office to register their protest against the harassment of Sonia Gandhi by the Enforcement Director, as the Congress party has been putting it. But as soon as they tried to move out from the DPCC office, the police and the security forces tried to stop them. And when the situation started getting out of control, now water cannons have been used on them. These protesters are also now being detained by the Rapid Action Force and the police forces who are present outside the Congress office. So yes, in the next few minutes we can expect the conditions to get back to normal. But as of now, there is huge chaos that has been created over here by the workers of the Youth Congress. Also, the senior leaders, all the senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained from the national capital and are now being taken to various parts of the various other police stations of the national capital. For example, P. Chidambaram is being taken towards North Delhi, whereas Jairam Ramesh is being taken towards Old Delhi. So yes, all the workers and the party leaders who have been detained are being taken to different parts of the national capital and would be kept in detention in various police stations in and around the national capital, as well as what we have been told. Also, Sonia Gandhi is still inside the ED office. Now it remains to be seen when will this detention end, because not only the senior leaders but also CM Ashok Gehlot has been detained. Last time around we saw that these leaders were kept in detention for more than 12 to 13 hours. So yes, till the time Sonia Gandhi is inside the ED office, it is very, very unlikely that leaders will be let go of as of now.
Okay, so as Anshul is pointing out, most of the leaders have been taken into detention. Sonia Gandhi is currently at the ED office. My colleague Ashish Merishi tracks developments from the Enforcement Directorate is also now joining us on the broadcast. Ashish, first, for the benefit of our viewers, just talk to us about what time did Sonia Gandhi reach the ED office and what was that special request that was sent to ED as far as Priyanka Gandhi is concerned. But I believe, Ashish, I'll just come back to you in just a bit. I apologize there. I believe we're cutting across to a press conference now coming by Arvind Kejriwal.
दिल्ली में सुना है बिजली फ्री कर दी और अब 1 जुलाई से पंजाब में भी बिजली फ्री हो गई है। अभी तो हमारी 10 मार्च को नतीजे आए थे पंजाब के, 16 मार्च को सरकार बनी थी पंजाब के अंदर। मार्च, अप्रैल, मई, जून, जुलाई 3 महीने हो गए। 3 महीने के अंदर पंजाब में भी बिजली फ्री हो गई है। लोग चाहते हैं कि गुजरात में भी होनी चाहिए। तो आज की पहली गारंटी हम बिजली के मुद्दे पे लेके आए हैं। ये गारंटी क्यों? क्योंकि कई पार्टियां ऐसी हैं जो कि चुनाव के पहले आके कहती हैं हमारा मैनिफेस्टो है, कुछ लोग कहते हैं हमारा संकल्प पत्र है, लेकिन चुनाव के बाद कुछ करते वर्ते नहीं है। वो उसको उठा के कूड़े में फेंक देते हैं। फिर उनसे पूछो कि भाई आपने तो कहा था 15-15 लाख रुपए देंगे, बोले नहीं वो तो चुनावी जुमला था। हम चुनावी जुमला नहीं करते, हमें राजनीति करनी नहीं आती, हमें पॉलिटिक्स करनी नहीं आती। हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, हमारे जो अंदर है वही बाहर है। हम सच्चे लोग हैं, शरीफ लोग हैं, हम लोग शरीफों की पार्टी है, ईमानदार लोगों की पार्टी है आम आदमी पार्टी। तो इसलिए गारंटी दे रहे हैं। गारंटी मतलब अगर जैसे माल की गारंटी मिलती है बाजार जब जाते हो, अगर माल की गारंटी माल ठीक ना निकले तो पैसा वापस, अगर एक काम ना करें तो अगली बार वोट मत देना। तो गारंटी है इस बात की, अगली बार वोट मांगने नहीं आएंगे। जो गारंटी दे रहे हैं वो गारंटी पूरी करेंगे। अगर गारंटी पूरी ना हो तो अगली बार वोट मत देना। तो पहली बिजली की गारंटी आज। बिजली की गारंटी में 3 चीजें हैं और ये वो 3 चीजें हम हवा में बात नहीं कर रहे, जो दिल्ली और पंजाब में करके आए हैं वही गुजरात के अंदर करेंगे। करके दिखाया है, करना।
Well, that was Arvind Kejriwal in Gujarat ahead of the polls, but we're shifting our focus back to the big story that we continue to track, which is the protests that have broken out because Sonia Gandhi is now appearing before the Enforcement Directorate today in connection to the National Herald case. My colleague Ashish Mehrishi continues to be with us. Ashish, I apologize for interrupting earlier. Essentially, two things that I wanted to understand. One, what time did Sonia Gandhi reach the ED office, and what was its special request that was sent to ED as far as Priyanka Gandhi wanting to accompany her?
So it was around 12:10 when Sonia Gandhi along with Priyanka and Rahul arrived at the ED office. My sources in the Enforcement Directorate revealed that it was around 10-15 minutes after she arrived that the questioning began, because there is a procedure that needs to be followed. There is a form that needs to be filled under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and then which basically you have to reveal all your identities and other things, and then the questioning started. Now, the special request that we're talking about is basically Sonia Gandhi has not been keeping well. If you remember a month and a half back, when Enforcement Directorate had summoned Sonia Gandhi, she had made a request for adjournment of the summons. Reason being that she had suffered from COVID-19 symptoms, and even before that, she had been keeping unwell for various other reasons. And in fact, she was also admitted in Gangaram Hospital. So there was special request that was made. One was that Priyanka Gandhi should be inside the premises of the Enforcement Directorate, obviously not in the room where she will be questioned or interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate officials, because she keeps medicines of Sonia Gandhi with her. So Priyanka Gandhi will be inside the premises. As we speak, she's inside this premises. Rahul Gandhi has already left from Enforcement Directorate office. The other request was a ventilated room, and the officers who are going to question Sonia Gandhi, they should have a negative RT-PCR test. So these formalities have been completed. In fact, all her requests were accepted, and the questioning as we speak has already started. The officers who are questioning Sonia Gandhi are wearing a proper mask, and Sonia Gandhi too is wearing a mask because she's just recovered from COVID. So, neither the officers, neither Sonia Gandhi would like to take any risk. But as far as the case goes, case is basically about how the money started from Kolkata-based shell company. And from there, if you remember, the money came into Young Indian, and Young Indian basically bought the debt of Associated Journal, which was given by Congress party. And you remember that the company, Dotex Merchandise, from which the money came in, is supposed to be a shell company, which basically was controlled or owned by a person called Sunil Bhandari, who was basically known in the circles of Kolkata as a person who was basically a Hawala operator or an entry provider. So that money has been questioned. So Sonia Gandhi obviously is going to face tough time on the transaction, because the allegations are very serious in nature. The court has said that the entire transaction was done with malified in mind or with criminal intent. You remember that in 2012-13, when Subramanian Swamy had filed a complaint before the court took the cognizance, and as we speak, both mother and son, including others who were basically a part of this company, Young Indian, are on bail as of now. We have the bail order in our possession. It was in 2013, and based on that complaint itself, when the court took cognizance, the Enforcement Directorate filed a ECIR. Now, interestingly, the Gandhis and others went to higher courts, including High Court and Supreme Court, and they were not able to find any relief in the matter. And that is why the process of law is being followed. Any PMLA case where an accused has been named, their statement has to be taken before a charge sheet has to be filed. So here the statements are being taken. You remember a few days back, Mallikarjuna Kharge, Pawan Bansal, all the officials who occupy position as of now, they were also questioned. So this is the process of law that Enforcement Directorate needs to follow, and nothing more than that. But then yes, we know that there's a political twist to the entire story, and we are seeing the entire Lutein zone facing lots of traffic snarls because of protests, and protests are happening all over India as well. But we can expect the questioning to get over early, because Sonia Gandhi has not been keeping well. So we expect the questioning should get over in another 4 to 5 hours.
Okay, Ashish Mehrishi, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's listen into some political reactions and we'll continue this conversation.
Everybody is equal in the law or not? ये कानून के समान कानून के सामने सब समान है या नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष है तो सुपर ह्यूमन बीइंग है क्या? कानून हमको संबंध नहीं है, ऐसा सोचते ये तक।
परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों? आखिरकार भारत के नागरिकों से अगर किसी ने भ्रष्टाचार किया हो उससे पूछताछ करना जांच एजेंसियों का काम है। तो क्या गांधी परिवार के लिए कानून अलग से बने? छिपाने के लिए कुछ ना हो तो हंगामा करने की जरूरत नहीं। तिलमिलाहट क्यों है? घबराहट क्यों है? छटपटाहट क्यों है? ये कहीं ना कहीं दिखाता है कि दाल में कुछ ना कुछ काला है या पूरी दाल ही काली है।
How would you like to react to today's calling of Sonia Gandhi into ED?
This is a harassment and they want to suppress the voice of the opponents. That's why we all are protesting. Let us see how many days they are going to call. Our leader she is strong enough to face such things. She will not afraid of all these things.
अधीर रंजन चौधरी कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता ईडी को इडियट कहते हैं। लाइव टेलीविजन पर मीडिया के सामने ईडी को इडियट कहते हैं। इसका मतलब यह है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की एक ही पहचान सभी कानूनी संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का जी भर के करो अपमान। इसका प्रमाण हमने पहले भी देखा है। कभी लोकतंत्र पर सवाल, सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर सवाल, भारत की सेना पर सवाल, संसद पर सवाल। अब क्योंकि प्रथम परिवार जो भ्रष्टाचार का है उससे उसके भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं।
My colleagues continue to be with us. Anshul is tracking all the developments for us here in the national capital, and Ashish Merishi tracking all the developments as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. Anshul, let me come to you first. Dramatic scenes continue to play out. As I said, a repetition of what we had seen when even Rahul Gandhi was summoned. But all of this is resulting into a lot of difficulty for the common man. There are traffic snarls, roads have been closed. Could you just talk to us about what is the current situation as far as this entire area in central Delhi is concerned?
That's right, Ridhima. I'm standing outside the Congress office right now. Just a few minutes ago, we saw the kind of commotion that was happening over here, where the senior leaders of the Congress party were detained by the Delhi police, and now they have been taken to various police stations in and around the national capital. Talking about the traffic, I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. Although the traffic is moving pretty little smoothly as of now, but just a few minutes ago, there was a massive traffic snarl that was happening over here. The police is trying to control the flow of vehicles, and the barricades that you are seeing over here, these barricades have stopped this almost 1.5 kilometer stretch over here at Akbar Road, which means that none of the vehicles are being allowed to pass through this road, and this is causing a lot of trouble for the people in the national capital, because remember, this is one of the main roads that connect especially South Delhi to the Connaught Place Circle, or should I say the India Gate Circle. So yes, this is a very important road when it comes to the Delhi commuters who travel from South Delhi to central Delhi, and they were facing many issues, and especially during the time of peak hours, that is during 10 and 11 a.m. between 9 to 11 a.m. we saw a huge traffic jam that erupted over here. This was the same time when these leaders were being detained from the Congress office. So as of now, the update from the center is that the traffic is moving, although moving pretty slowly, but yes, the traffic is pretty smooth as of now, because the 1 p.m. So yes, the peak hours are over in the national capital, and that is why the traffic can be seen moving pretty smoothly as of now. But yes, the barricades are still in place outside the Congress office. This entire stretch of almost 1 kilometer is full of barricades, and the police is still not moving away, even though the protest has ended over here outside the AICC Akbar Road, where all the senior leaders and all the party workers who were protesting over here, they have been detained by the police, but still the barricades are in place. Vehicles are not being allowed to move through this road. So yes, what the police is telling us that the barricades will move only after Sonia Gandhi's questioning ends, so that no one can actually come over here and start a protest again. We saw some more visuals coming in from the Delhi Pradesh Congress committee office in the national capital as well. The news that I'm getting from there is that protest is also over. The police has detained almost all the workers, all the youth Congress workers who are protesting there have fled from the spot. So the situation over there is also under control. But yes, barricades are still in place in various nooks and corners of Lutyens Delhi. Now it remains to be seen when will these barricades be removed.
Okay, so as Anshul is pointing out that entire road still has barricades on it, and what he's picking up is that those barricades actually will only be removed once the questioning is over of Sonia Gandhi. And as Ashish was pointing out, it could be over in the next 4 to 5 hours. Let me quickly go back to Ashish Merishi. Ashish, let's break down the details of the outfits that are currently under the scanner, which is AJL as well as Young India. What are your ED sources telling you first as far as the shareholders of Young India are concerned?
Well, there's some interesting facts that we came to know today, is that about 1,500 shareholders were there in Associated Journal. Now, interestingly, in 2010, in the month of September, when Associated Journal was being taken over by Young Indian, it was only 7 people in Lucknow who decided that yes, this company should be handed over to Young Indian. Now, 1,500 shareholders were given information through basically a post where a postal department issues a notice to the shareholders. But interestingly, none of them came forward. Not even proxies came forward. So only 7 people decided that yes, in the AGM, that the company should be handed over to Young Indian, where the major equity is with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Now, as far as the transaction goes and why the complaint was filed and what is the argument given by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, especially Rahul Gandhi, when I spoke to sources in the Enforcement Directorate, tell me that he says, one, that it is not a commercial company. It's a Section 25 company under the Companies Act, which is basically an NGO, where you don't have a profit and loss account, but a income and expenditure account, 1. 2, he says that the decisions that were taken at that point in time were taken by Motilal Vora, and interestingly, if you remember, Motilal Vora is no longer alive. But here, the transaction is in question. Reason being that Subramanian Swamy came out with certain facts, and he filed a complaint before a court. The court accepted and took cognizance of that matter, and based on that cognizance, that the Enforcement Directorate registered an ECIR. And now, as we speak, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are basically, including others who occupied senior position in Young Indian, are on bail. But what was the transaction? The transaction was basically that on how, by paying just 50 lakh rupees, the Young Indian took over the debt of more than 90 crore rupees of Associated Journal. They took over the equity, but at the same time, assets worth more than 2,000 crore came into the kitty of Young Indian. So that is where the court says it is done with criminal intent or with malafide. So that is why Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are being questioned.
Okay, Ashish Merishi and Anshul, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll keep tracking all these developments right through the day. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. Trinamool Congress is holding its Martyrs Day rally today in Kolkata. Starting her address, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and TMC Supremo said, "We have the ability to fight and the spine to take on the BJP." Scores of Trinamool supporters have thronged Kolkata, and security in the city also has been beefed up. The movement of goods and vehicles in Kolkata also has been restricted. Schools and colleges have been closed. As many as 15 huge screens have been set up across the city. Bengal marks the Martyrs' Day to pay tribute to 13 people who lost their lives in 1993 when the Kolkata police fired at a rally by the Kolkata Youth Congress that was led by Mamata Banerjee. So that's the big story that we're tracking as far as Kolkata is concerned. Schools and colleges, as I pointed out, will remain shut as part of this mega rally in Kolkata. 100 plus CCTV cameras, 40 police pickets have also been put in place. Huge stage that has been set up in areas in Kolkata is what we're understanding. 15 giant screens have been installed all across the city as well. Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague and a senior editor, is now joining us with more details. What is the significance of this TMC's Shahid Divas that we're seeing today, Pallavi?
That's actually in a sense Foundation Day.
সরকার ভাঙছে, ব্যাংক বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছে, প্রভিডেন্ট ফান্ডের টাকা কোথায় যাচ্ছে জানি না, এমন অবস্থা হয়েছে যে কলকাতা থেকে সবচেয়ে বেশি ট্যাক্স তুলে নিয়ে যায় বাংলা থেকে। চায়ের ট্যাক্স, চায়ের হেডকোয়ার্টার বাংলা। কোল ইন্ডিয়া ট্যাক্স, কোল ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে বাংলা। সেল ট্যাক্স যদিও স্টেটের কিছুই নেই, জিএসটি হয়ে গেছে। শেষের ওপর ট্যাক্স।
So there's a series of tax which has been imposed by the central government. The GST tax, the sales tax.
রেল সেক্টর বন্ধ, এয়ার ইন্ডিয়া বন্ধ।
And they've also shut down many of the public units. Coal India has been shut down. Air India has been shut down.
লক্ষ লক্ষ চাকরি ছাঁটাই হয়ে গেছে।
Lots of people, lakhs and lakhs of people have lost their jobs.
না তো অগ্নিপথ।
So now the new alternative which has been offered as a stop by the government is Agnipath. Agnipath cannot be an alternative. It's just going to fire up and spread the fire of the people. They've shut down the army and they started the Agnipath scheme.
সশস্ত্র কিছু তৈরি করা, পরে যারা আপনাদের ক্যাডার হয়ে কাজ করবে।
The whole purpose behind this is that you want a cadre which will be built in the armed forces who will work for you.
দেব চলে এসো। আর আমি তো ডেকে গেলাম। দেব এটা ধরে দাঁড়াও তো।
Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague and senior editor, continues to be with us. So, Pallavi, essentially I was trying to understand what is the significance of this Shahid Divas or this rally that we're seeing in Kolkata today.
So it's considered to be the martyrdom day. It's actually also considered to be the foundation day. Ridhima, if you remember, the genesis of the Trinamool Congress was actually what happened in Nandigram and also to a certain extent in Shinpur. And when that firing broke out between the security officials and the farmers, many farmers actually were died, and this is in memory of them. But of course, the Trinamool Congress also uses this as a stage or a platform to remind that, you know, the birth of the Trinamool Congress is actually in sync with what happened in Nandigram many years back, and therefore they call it a Shahid Divas or the Martyrdom Day. And for the Trinamool Congress is actually a very big ticket event, so much so that the preparations goes on for days. They have skipped Parliament. None of the MPs we've seen in Parliament the whole of this week because all of them have been parked in Kolkata. And specifically ahead of the 2024 elections, Mamata Banerjee is clearly going to use her speech today as a stepping stone to positioning her party as a pan-national alternative, and also, you know, being the one who is going to be the fulcrum in the formation of an opposition unity. And thereby lies the importance of Shahid Divas for the Trinamool Congress.
Pallavi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. The day is here. India is all set to get its 15th president today. Over 31 ballot boxes from states, union territories and the parliament will be counted. NDA presidential candidate Droupadi Murmu is likely to sweep the polls with over 60% of the votes, perhaps bettering the vote polled by her predecessor and current President Ramnath Kovind. Now, Droupadi Murmu, the potential president, will have many firsts to her name. The first tribal president that the country will see, the first to be born after independence, and the first president from the state of Odisha. Competing with her is opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha, an old BJP hand for over 2.5 decades. All eyes now on room 63 of the Parliamentary House, where the counting will began earlier in the day at about 11 a.m.
सिंपल बैकग्राउंड से बहुत ऊपर उठ सके, महिला है, ट्राइबल हैं, बहुत पर्सनल ट्रेजेडीज भी हैं, आप कैसे देखते हैं उससे?
नहीं, वो तो पहले से ही बहुत सिंपल है और सिंपल का चलते और उसका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बहुत ये ज़्यादा भी है, उसी चलते वो अभी इतना दूर तो जा रहा, मतलब अभी तो राष्ट्रपति बनने वाला है। और जब वो पहले भी था उसी टाइम कोई भी आए तो यहाँ मिलते जुलते था आदमी का साथ, सब आदमी का मतलब दुख सुख सब कुछ समझते थे, कोई भी आए कहीं से भी आए उसका बात को समझते थे, लेकिन सब आदमी द्रौपदी करके ही बुलाते हैं।
We are in Rairangpur in the Mayurbhanj district of Odisha, and this is the place from where Droupadi Murmu actually started her political career as a councillor. If my camera person Guneet Singh can show you, the town is actually full of anticipation of a victory on the 21st. Laddus have been prepared, and numberless of them actually have already been prepared, and people are ready to dish them out the moment the results come in. Not just that, mobile loudspeakers have been on the roads through the evening, essentially asking people to come and join in the victory procession once Murmu's results actually come in, or once the presidential polls results actually come in. द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के बारे में थोड़ा सा बता दीजिए।
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी मैडम, रायरंगपुर के लोग जिन्हें दीदी के नाम से पुकारते हैं, ये जीत सिर्फ दीदी की नहीं, ये पूरे रायरंगपुर की जीत, हमें ऐसा फील हो रहा है। और जैसे दिवाली के समय मिठाइयाँ बनती हैं उस तरीके से मिठाई बन रही है, हमें इतनी खुशी महसूस हो रही है कि मतलब ये शब्द में मैं आपको बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
द्रौपदी दीदी बहुत डाउन टू अर्थ है, जो भी उन प्रॉब्लम लेकर उनके पास जाने से वो हर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करती हैं, और आप कितने सालों पहले भी अगर उनसे मिले हैं और बहुत दिन बाद वापस जाके मिलेंगे तो आपको रिकॉग्नाइज जरूर करेंगे।
Let me also now bring in my colleagues. Akash Sharma is joining us from Droupadi Murmu's residence here in the national capital. My colleague and senior editor Pallavi Ghosh also joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, let me come to you first. As we said, India is all set to get its first tribal president, many first as far as Droupadi Murmu is concerned. But first, if you could just break down this entire ballot process of how it actually takes place.
So as we all know, the state legislatures also vote, and of course the MPs vote, and the state legislatures have the right to, also allow their respective MPs to come and vote, and that's exactly what the Trinamool Congress did. And then the day the voting was over, after that on flights we had huge security arrangements, and all those ballot boxes were brought here. And inside Parliament, that's in room number 63, which is on the first floor of the Parliament. In the strong room, all the ballot boxes have been kept. They were opened at around 11 a.m. this morning, and then it is actually those ballot papers, so it's counting by hand, and that began around 11:15 is what we have been told. So even as we speak, that counting is going on. They arrange it alphabetically, state-wise, and that's how the counting takes place. By around 4 to 5 is what we are told that we can expect some kind of official announcement of the figures. Look, in terms of numbers, if you're going to ask me, Ridhima, there's no doubt about the fact that they are stacked heavily in favor of Droupadi Murmu. Not just the entire NDA, but some surprises there in parties which supported her, like the Shiv Sena. Then, of course, there's the JMM. But I think what is going to be more important, when we are going to get a breakdown of the percentage of states, whether they actually has been split in votes of even those parties which supported Yashwant Sinha. So the margin of victory of Droupadi Murmu, cross-voting, I think that's where the story lies.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Pallavi, and I'll come back to you on that in just a bit. But let's take in a word from Akash also. Akash, considering the fact you're joining us from outside Droupadi Murmu's residence in the national capital, any sort of activity that you're seeing?
So, Ridhima, this is an important day, a day when we are going to get our 15th president, and at this point in time, I'm standing outside the Droupadi Murmu's residence, and let me show you the preparations first. If I can ask my camera person to show you the canopies and all the stage-like structures inside. you can see that preparations are underway, and we are learning that some senior leaders would be coming here after 2:30 at this point in time. Also, let me tell you that while it is about BJP Karyakartas, so they are excited because they are somewhere very much sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to win. And in some time from now, we'll get some sort of clarity. But at this point in time, if I can show you the visuals, just a few minutes back, NDMC workers were here and they started the beautification work and all the patch filling works. And that's the reason why, we are showing you the visuals of this beautification work that is being done by NDMC at this point in time. And also, we are learning that by 2:30, Prime Minister Modi will be visiting this particular place. So at this point in time, officers are working for the security, and on the other hand, Karyakartas are working for the celebrations, and everyone is excited because they are somewhere sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to win and she'll be the 15th President of India.
Right. Akash, just stay on with us. Let me quickly go back to Pallavi also. Pallavi, I agree with the fact that numbers were already in favor of the NDA's candidate. So what will be interesting to see, one will be whether Droupadi Murmu actually betters the percentage from what Ramnath Kovind had. But even as far as the opposition is concerned, and you were rightly pointing out that you had a lot of surprise voters because, you wanted to be on the right side of history when India gets its first tribal president. But as far as the opposition is concerned, considering the fact that we saw one party after another supporting Droupadi Murmu, the larger question is, was this also a missed opportunity for the opposition? Should they have put a better candidate?
I'm just going to go by Mamata Banerjee's statement when the government announced the name, or the BJP announced the name of Droupadi Murmu, and she said, if they had discussed this earlier,
Correct,
maybe something could have been done. I think that best captures the dilemma of the opposition space. Not just a woman factor, and women voters do matter. I mean, if you look at state election results of late, whether it's been Bihar, whether it's been Uttar Pradesh recently, the woman factor does matter. The number of voters of women are increasing, and they often make or break governments. And Mamata Banerjee, for example, does know that. After all, her USP is the fact that she's the lone woman chief minister in her country, and also in Bengal election she used that card effectively. But so that's, I think, captures a dilemma within the opposition parties, and also the fact that Droupadi Murmu not just a woman, she's also a tribal. State after state, you look at Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, parts of Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, all of them have a substantial tribal population, and of course Northeast. Now that is where the problem, for example, is, I'm going to talk about TMC repeatedly, because if they want to move towards Northeast, the tribal vote bank matters, and therefore this is going to come back to haunt them. But if you have decided on Yashwant Sinha, and the Congress plus AAP plus the TMC decide to back him till the end, there's not much that they could have done. And I think you're right, Ridhima, when you move towards 2024, this is certainly going to be a narrative which the BJP is going to hit out at them, which is why I explained like a Shiv Sena or even a JMM decide to break ranks and support the BJP at least on this name.
Pallavi, I'll just request you stay on with us. We're also now getting some very colorful visuals. They are coming in from Rairangpur, Odisha, which, remember, is the native or the hometown of Droupadi Murmu. My colleague Rupashri actually has been tracking all these developments for us from that native town. Rupashri, we're already staying with those very colorful visuals, some dance performances that we're seeing. You've been there speaking to people. What is the mood on the ground? Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with my colleague Rupashri. But as I said, some visuals now coming in from Droupadi Murmu's hometown. And this is Rairangpur, which is Odisha. As we said, India is all set to get its 15th president today. And there will be a lot of firsts as far as Droupadi Murmu, the NDA's candidate. One, this will be India's first tribal president. And then, of course, the first from Odisha as well. So as I said, many firsts as far as Droupadi Murmu, who's all set to become the first tribal president of India, the first Odia president for India. She's been a former Jharkhand governor from 2015 to 2021, former national executive member of the BJP scheduled tribe Morcha in 2013 as well. I believe my colleague Rupashri is now joining us. Rupashri, we're seeing those colourful visuals coming in from the hometown of Droupadi Murmu. You've been speaking to a lot of people. Okay, we'll just come back to Rupashri in just a bit. We have to quickly shift our focus to some breaking developments also coming in. Now, this is as far as the Congress protests that have broken out pan-India. We're now understanding Congress protests in Bangalore, in fact, have turned violent. One car has been set on fire. All of this in the backdrop of Sonia Gandhi being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection of the National Herald case. A repetition of what we had seen when Rahul Gandhi had also appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. And we actually saw the protest continued for all the days that he came to the ED office to answer their questions. And now we are seeing the same when Sonia Gandhi is also appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress has been saying that this is just vendetta politics, this is just sheer harassment. There is no real proof as far as what the ED is working with. But the BJP is questioning the fact that if the Gandhis have nothing to hide, then why are they just not appearing for routine questioning, and why are we seeing these kind of protests break across India? Because it's not just political anymore, it's also resulting in a lot of inconvenience to common people on the ground. And as we were getting the visuals earlier from the national capital to Guwahati, and now protesters setting a car on fire in Bengaluru, and I believe this is in front of the ED office in Bengaluru. My colleague Harish Upadhyay now joining us with more details. Harish, this is unacceptable. There is no other way of putting it. This is routine questioning. Rather than just appearing for that questioning calmly, we're seeing protests break out. Can you talk to us about what's happened in Bangalore?
Well, the initial reports now coming in suggest that the Karnataka Youth Congress workers have set a car ablaze right in front of the Enforcement Directorate office in Bengaluru. And this is a busy junction. This also is a transit hub. This has the Shantinagar transit center, the BMTC bus shelter over there. And it caused a lot of inconvenience over there. Remember, the Congress has been given permission to protest at Freedom Park. They want to take out a march towards the Raj Bhavan. Even as that is on, another set of protesters have landed up outside the ED office, and they carried out this particular act. And we understand that 6 people have been detained immediately by the police for this. Has to be seen if this was a car that was brought by the Congress to stage this protest, or if it belongs to someone else that was set ablaze. That is yet to come out. That information perhaps in the next couple of hours that will be out. But definitely, as you rightly mentioned, when they've been given permission, when there is an investigation happening, and we've seen protests happening in a very peaceful manner at multiple places in the city, in the country, was this required is the question.
So Harish, as you're pointing out, what we're seeing on our screens where that car has been set on fire, that has taken place in front of the ED office. Is that the only area in Bengaluru which is currently seeing protests?
Well, there is a protest that's on at Freedom Park that's being attended by DK Shivkumar Siddaramaiah and various other Congress leaders. And that is where maximum deployment of security had happened. Not much in front of the Enforcement Directorate office, because the plan that the Congress had submitted to the Bangalore police was to march from Freedom Park to the Raj Bhavan. They would have been stalled somewhere in between, not allowed anywhere close to the Raj Bhavan. But even as the Bengaluru police's focus was on that, you had a bunch of Youth Congress workers landing up at the Enforcement Directorate office and burning a car in front of the Enforcement Directorate office. This is being seen as unacceptable behavior. There was protest, permission was given for that, but to go elsewhere and carry out this act and inconvenience public who are there, it's a busy stretch of the road and it sees a lot of traffic. And as you can see in the visual, that entire lane has now been blocked.
Harish, I apologize for interrupting. We also have BJP's S. Prakash now joining us on the broadcast. Sir, how do you react to what we are seeing on our screens, a car that has been set on fire as mark of protest by Congress workers?
See, this is vandalism. It is not protest. The president of the Youth Congress himself is a Gunda. He is facing several cases
of assault case. And this is very unfortunate. Some private vehicle is burnt just to prove their point of view. A peaceful protest is welcome in democracy, but this kind of Gundaism is not acceptable. The police should use heavy hand and book all these people in a stringent possible law.
So the Congress has been saying that this is a witch hunt as far as the central government is concerned, where today agencies are being misused. This is just political vendetta. There is no real case here.
No, if it is political vendetta, the courts are there to decide whether it is right or wrong. Who are these people to decide which is witch hunting or political vendetta and indulge in violence? Is that the Congress culture? Is it they claim to be the Mahatma Gandhi, party of Mahatma Gandhi? Is that the ideology of Mahatma Gandhi? Burning cars and protesting in a violent manner. It is very, very unfortunate. These lumpen elements must be taken into custody and punished severely.
I also want to understand, how do you respond to this now becoming a pattern? First, we saw this when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. For days together, we saw protests. Now we're seeing a similar picture when Sonia Gandhi has been summoned as well. Why do you think the Congress is making this as a pattern which was essentially just routine questioning?
They are celebrating the corruption and they believe by hitting the street.
Sir, I just apologize for interrupting. Just stay on with us. We are getting some other updates also now coming in. Rahul Gandhi has now attacked the government. I believe he's put out a tweet which has gone on to say, if you discuss GST, the House is adjourned. If you discuss inflation, the House is adjourned. If you discuss the Agnipath scheme, the House is adjourned. Discuss misuse of agencies, the House is adjourned. Today, publicly, the voice of the people of the country is being suppressed, but truth will prevail over this arrogance and dictatorship. Pallavi Ghosh is now back with us. Pallavi, this is something that we've heard from various Congress leaders in the past as well, that all dissenting voices are being curbed today and no real issues are being discussed by the central government. Is that, again, the similar narrative that we're seeing this time around?
Yes, absolutely. And it's also interesting that, he's touching upon the fact that there are those GST taxes which are being imposed, price rise, people's concerns are not being addressed. I think at one level, Ridhima is also trying to blunt that criticism which is being made of the Congress party, that is only concerned and hits the streets when the Gandhis are attacked. If the Gandhis have to go to an ED or being investigated, they're the only time they're going to the streets, and they don't talk about people's issues. So I think Rahul Gandhi, through his tweet, is trying to do that kind of a course correction, and also a reminder to the government that core issues which actually should be discussed inside the parliament, and what should be the priority of the government is just not being kept in mind.
But Pallavi, here I also want to understand from you, considering the fact you've been tracking the party for a very long time, for the rest of the year we hear the Congress saying that there is no platform given as far as the discussion is concerned. When the monsoon session of parliament or any other session takes place, we actually don't see the opposition making use of that platform.
Yes, this is a double-edged sword. I mean, damn if you do, damn if you don't is what the Congress party tells us. But, I think they have decided that a short duration discussion doesn't really work. It doesn't grab the eyeballs, and also whether the government is going to agree to it or not. And whether in terms of, presentation of facts, will that edge really go to the government? And, this is something which Rahul Gandhi and many opposition leaders have been making the point that even if we stand up to speak when there's calm all around, either the mics are switched off or, you don't allow the television cameras to focus on us. So they feel that this kind of a hangama, disruption of parliament, is something which makes their messaging very strong to the government, but more importantly to their core constituency.
And Pallavi, just taking on from what you're saying, especially as far as the issues that have been raised by Rahul Gandhi in this tweet, there has also been fair share criticism against the opposition, that look at what the opposition is focusing on. They're focusing on a list of unparliamentary words, then a dharna circular, all of this which has already been a part. They should be focusing on the real issues.
But, Ridhima, we've been watching Parliament in the last 4 days. Today happens to be the 4th day. And yes, the opposition has been protesting on GST. That's been inside Parliament. But did you see the same Congress party out on the streets on the GST issue the day that notification came? Well, no. when it came about price rise, did they go out to the streets ever since the day one of Parliament? No. So therefore, they invite this criticism that you mobilize your entire party cadre,
Correct.
your chief ministers come down here, your top leaders come down here, but only on a day when Sonia Gandhi is going to eat it.
Now let's talk about the protests that we're seeing, Pallavi, and I know this is something that we've discussed time and again. I just want to understand what is the thinking within the Congress party to make this a pattern for essentially what is routine questioning?
Well, first of all, it adds on to the importance and the power of the Gandhis within the Congress party. The fact that they've been able to mobilize the cadre gives them the strength, because the point also is that you are losing election after election, and every time they start losing key elections, the worrying signs becomes even more deeper, because it just starts raising a question on whether the Gandhis have the capability and how long can they keep the flock together. I think this is their day, where they managed to show that, we call the shots. We are able to get the entire cadre on the streets. That's one. Second, the fact that she is the president of the party, even though she's the interim president, the fact that Rahul Gandhi is the one who raises voice. Look at the kind of posters and tweets that they're coming out with. I mean, if you notice the social media timeline, an earlier soundbite of Sonia Gandhi, which I remember she gave to us in a different context, where she said, I'm the daughter-in-law of Indira Gandhi and I'm not scared. That is now being made viral on the social media to put forward the point that, we dare the government, we question the Prime Minister, and therefore we are being targeted.
Pallavi, last, quickly, I also want to understand before I go back to Harish, but the opposition also opens itself to a fair share of criticism when you have public property being vandalized.
We are seeing those pictures which are coming out from Bengaluru. Remember when there were protests on Rahul Gandhi too, there were shots of tires being deflated. And at the end of the day, it's the common man who gets affected.
Absolutely.
Today, I mean, we were working in central Delhi. It was very difficult for movement, even for us, even though we were in the media, Ridhima. So imagine office hours, people want to go out in the streets, they're not able to do so. It just adds on to this narrative which is going to be built up by the BJP, that how inconveniencing of the common man, because you want to project that one particular leader.
Pallavi, I'll request you to stay on with us. I quickly now want to go back to Harish, where this car has been set ablaze in front of the ED office in Bengaluru. So I want to understand what is the kind of deployment that you're seeing on the ground now to ensure that no such incident can be repeated, Harish.
Well, they have stepped up security outside the Enforcement Directorate office. They've also rounded up people, a handful of Youth Congress workers who were at the spot, and they've ensured that no more crowd gathers over there. They've also ensured that this whole side of the road is cordoned off so that this doesn't lead to any untoward incident. And remember, as I mentioned, it's a busy road. It has a bus station, a major one in central Bengaluru. This is also a crucial area, crucial road that connects South Bengaluru to central Bengaluru. You will have a lot of schools now also getting over, so which sees heavy traffic over there. And this particular act of the Youth Congress definitely will tarnish the Congress's image. This is being done. Remember, this is not being done for price rise. This is not being done for increase in GST that hurts the common man. This is being done because the Congress wants to show that their leaders are being targeted. And this perhaps will go against the Congress, especially the public sentiment that hundreds and thousands of people are being pushed into inconvenience because the Congress wants to protect two of their leaders. That's the message that is going across to the public.
And Harish, last time around, we in fact had seen common people bear the brunt. There was an ambulance that was stuck because of these protests that had broken out pan-India, specifically as far as Bengaluru is concerned. No lessons seem to have learned that at least don't inconvenience the common people. You can have a peaceful protest.
Absolutely, yeah. Today as well, there is a protest. The protest has been allowed at Freedom Park, but the Congress wants to take out a rally towards the Raj Bhavan. That will lead to some traffic pile-up in central Bengaluru. And another road now seeing heavy traffic and a pile-up because the Congress workers burnt a car on a crucial road linking South Bangalore to central Bangalore. This definitely will raise questions on what is the priority of the Congress. The Congress here is already a divided house, and it is sending a wrong message to the people. On the other hand, now we are pushing the general public into inconvenience for the sake of two individuals. You are not responding with such protests on GST or price hike or any of these issues that affect the common man. But instead, this has been your major grouse or major concern that has happened twice now for the last month or so. And the question that people want to know is, Is this what you are promising the people, especially in Karnataka, which is going into election in the next 1 year? People's issue is not something that is on your mind. It's either a leader's birthday bash or your leaders being interrogated, staging a protest because your leaders are being interrogated by the youth.
And Harish, a larger issue also is, which is giving a lot of ammunition to the BJP, is that today the narrative that the Congress is putting out is that the Gandhis are above the party. So anything that happens to the Gandhis, slightly connected to the Gandhis also, and you see these kind of scenes on the ground. The larger question is, if there is nothing to hide, then why not just appear before the ED and get it done with?
That's something that the Congress has consistently now failed to answer on why it needs to have such a huge protest in the first place for two individuals. Don't they believe the Constitution, the court of law? Second, there have been instances where individuals have felt that institutions have targeted them. Where was the Congress then? Why didn't the Congress hit the streets to protect their interests if now the Congress says that the institutions, central government agencies and institutions are being misused? Only when it comes to Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi, the top leadership of the Congress, that's when you see all these leaders hitting the streets. And the Congress consistently over the last month or so has failed to answer on why it is not standing up for other people or protesting equal strength on various other aspects, whether it's issues that hurt the common man or when it believes that other individuals have been unfairly targeted by agencies. The Congress clearly out of answers, but this will only make it much more difficult for the Congress to justify this protest.
Absolutely. Harish and Pallavi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to Maharashtra, where we're understanding amid protest, the Maharashtra government to start work on the metro car shed in RA. The government had issued orders for restarting of work. That's the big update that's coming in. The Maha government has issued an order for work to start on the metro car shed in RA. Remember, this had become a big political flashpoint, and we'd seen the Thackeray's also hit out at Eknath Shinde, saying don't let political differences impact the lives of common people. Vinaya Deshpande now joining us with more details. Vinaya, when are we expecting the work on the metro shed to restart?
Well, now that an official order has been passed by the government, we expect that the work will start within the next few days. Now, remember that this was an issue that was pending in the court of law as well. The first decision that the Maharashtra government had taken, this new government after coming to power, was to instruct the lawyers to change the government's stand in court. And today, an official order, as we've been flashing on the screens, has finally been passed by the Maharashtra government. Now, as per this order, it clearly states that there is, we are vacating the stay that was issued for construction of car shed depot at Metro. There is no way in which environment will get affected. The ecosystem will get affected due to the work that is going to start in RA. Also, the letter directs the machineries to take care that the ecosystem does not get affected due to the work that is going to continue there. This is the Mumbai Metro Line 3, which is Kulaba Bandra Seeps line. The government says that this will fast-pace the work of Metro Car Shed, and this will in return give better infrastructure for Mumbai, which at present is dependent mainly on the local trains. So while the government says that this is a decision that was necessary, it has now issued a formal order stating that work should begin there as soon as possible. While on the other hand, now we've seen that the protests by the Greens have also been continuing at RA, asking the government to not go ahead with the metro car shed there.
Vinaya, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. The protests still continue, and this has also become a flashpoint between the Thackeray's and the new government of Eknath Shinde, where the Thackeray's felt that there was a political point that was being made at the cost of the concerns of the common people.
Well, we've seen that, Aditya Thackeray as well as Uddhav Thackeray have been vociferous about this since the time the new government came into being. Uddhav Thackeray had said that in case there's this anger against the Thackeray's, that should not be vented out against Mumbaikars, and the green lung should not be affected because of this personal anger. Now we have seen, though protests have continued, Aditya Thackeray himself had visited the protest sites. We've also seen that there's a complaint which has been filed against him by certain organizations saying that children were also involved in these protests. So the political slugfest over RA Metro car shed will continue in Maharashtra. But meanwhile, the government making it amply clear that it plans to go ahead with the Metro car shed construction at RA.
Minya, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. But for now, it's a wrap from my side. I'm tossing it over to my colleague Akanksha, who's also now joining us in the studios. Hi, Akanksha.
Hi, Ridhima. Many thanks. And with that, it's the beginning of the newscast at 2 p.m. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress President Sonia Gandhi is currently being quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have accompanied Sonia Gandhi to the ED office. While Rahul Gandhi left after dropping them, Priyanka Gandhi stayed back with Sonia Gandhi. Meanwhile, the Congress has created a ruckus inside both houses of the parliament to protest against the summons. Various senior Congress leaders have also been detained by the police. And so what we are bringing to you are these latest visuals of the nationwide protests that are taking place. As you can see on the first window to your left are those nationwide protests which have been a show of strength by the Congress party. And of course, in the middle of your screen, you can see the Congress stir taking place inside the parliament, and to your right are visuals of Sonia Gandhi reaching the ED office, which happened a couple of hours ago. For now, let's also listen into some political reactions that have poured in.
Everybody is equal in the law or not? कानून के समान, कानून के सामने सब समान है या नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष है तो सुपर ह्यूमन बीइंग है क्या? कानून हमको संबंध नहीं है, ऐसा सोचते हैं ये तक।
अधीर रंजन चौधरी, right on the top of the wicket. अधीर जी क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
This is a sinister design. Heinous acts being perpetrated by the ruling dispensation in order to demolish any ideological opponent of the ruling dispensation.
You people were stopped.
Certainly, this kind of heinous acts being played by the BJP party should be protested. Now, the entire ED has been translated by the BJP party into a group of idiots. They only know when and how to dance to the tune of the ruling dispensation. This is the crux of this problem. Not only Congress party, all the opposition parties who do not like by them will be targeted and demolished.
All right, for more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondents. I'm joined in by Ashish Mehrishi, who's live from the ED office. Also joined in by Anshul Singh, who's currently stationed outside the Congress headquarters. First, let me go across to Ashish. Ashish, as far as the ED office is concerned, I believe Sonia Gandhi reached there a couple of hours ago. What is the status of the interrogation? How far has it reached? What are you learning from your sources? And what will be the Enforcement Directorate's focus today? Will Sonia Gandhi be facing the same questions that were posed to Rahul Gandhi?
So the questioning is obviously on the line of the money trail, basically, and especially, you know, her control, or you can say her interference in the takeover of Associated Journal by Young Indian. But she is answerable for the reason because she holds 38% equity. She is a majority equity holder, like Rahul Gandhi, and that is why she has been summoned for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. She came in at around 12:10. And after that, there is a form, a normal procedure that needs to be followed, which includes giving certain identification documents and filling in a form before the questioning starts. The questioning started at around 12:30, and since then she is inside. We can expect the questioning to get over by 5:36 in the evening today, because she has not been keeping well. Let's see if she goes out for lunch or not. That again, that needs to be seen, because she came in late. Whether she takes her lunch inside the ED office or not, that is again a big question. Priyanka Gandhi is inside as of now. As we speak, Priyanka Gandhi is inside the Enforcement Directorate office. She took special permission after a request was sent to the ED officials saying that the mother needs support of medicines and other things, and she keeps all her medicines and other things in her possession. So Priyanka Gandhi is inside the ED office. Rahul Gandhi left after dropping Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. So the questioning is obviously on the line of on the money trail. Let's see how things move forward during the day.
Right. We'll come back to you, Ashish, as far as that line of questioning is concerned. For now, let me also quickly go across to Anshul Singh, who's stationed outside the Congress headquarters. Anshul, if you could give me a sense of what's happening at the Congress headquarters, because we've seen some very angry protests happening all across the country, but we're also learning at the same time several leaders have been detained. If you could give us a sense of how many leaders are we talking about who've been detained, and could you name some if they have been detained at all?
That's it, Akansha. So outside the Congress office currently, the situation is very peaceful since all the leaders and the protesters who were protesting here have been detained. I'll just try and show you in the visuals. If you could see this entire road, the entire stretch of Akbar Road, just a few minutes ago, approximately an hour ago, there was a huge chaos that was created over here by the Congress party workers who had stepped out of the, tried to step out of their office and sit on a dharna. But as soon as they sat on a dharna over there, the police and the RAF who was present on the spot started detaining them, and all the senior leaders of the Congress party who were at that point in time present have all been detained. These leaders include the likes of P. Chidambaram, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. In fact, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot, he has also been detained along with leaders like Sachin Pilot, Dipendra Hooda, and they have now been taken to different parts of the national capital. They are all being kept in the different police stations as of now. What we are being told from the police is that they wouldn't be let go, they wouldn't let them go free until and unless the questioning of Sonia Gandhi is over for the day. So most likely we are going to see all these leaders being detained throughout the day, all these protesters being detained throughout the day. But as you can see, even as the protesters have been detained and Sonia Gandhi is still, the questioning of Sonia Gandhi is still on inside the Enforcement Directorate, the barricades and the arrangements that were made by the police, these arrangements are the same. The police has not removed, has not let down on any sort of his arrangements, because they are making sure that no other Congress workers should be allowed to enter or go any way nearby the AICC office where they can again sit on protest. Because remember, since this morning, Section 144 has strictly been imposed in this area, and also what the Delhi police has been telling us that no permission
stay with
was
us. We are also getting some live visuals from
there.
Shivaji Bridge. A train has been stopped by youth workers of the Youth Congress. As we can see, hectic sloganeering taking place on the railway tracks. We can see a train has been stopped at the Shivaji Bridge in the national capital. People, of course, looking very angry. I am also joined in by our correspondent Nikhil on the phone line. Nikhil, if you could take us through the security situation as far as action against these protesters is concerned. Why hasn't any action been taken so far? We can clearly see that a train has been stopped at the station.
So as per the details, Arunima, these are the visuals which are being played out from the Shivaji Bridge area. This falls near the Connaught Place, and these are the visuals. In the visuals, we can see that these are the workers of the Congress party. They are clearly protesting against the questioning which is taking place for their interim president Sonia Gandhi. Today, she's being questioned by the ED officials, and this is in response of that now they have gathered not just on the roadside, because in the Latian Delhi, if we talk about the Latian Delhi side near and about the AICC office, Section 144 has already been imposed in so long. Many of the leaders have already been detained, but now these are the fresh visuals we are seeing from the Shivaji Bridge area, where the trains have been stopped by the Congress workers. This is in response of the questioning which is taking place. We can see that some of the police officials have also reached out there. Soon we can expect that some of the detention will also take place, because the police is very much strict on the action. The DCP of New Delhi, Amrita, she already announced that no permission has been sought for any of the demonstration by the workers of the Congress party. We already know that many of the MPs of Congress party, they have been detained, but now on the other side, the trains have also been stopped. These are the local trains which runs in the NCR area. So these are the visuals we are, playing.
I mean, even even if they are local trains running in the NCR region, what does it mean? I mean, what is the show of strength that we are looking at? I mean, how is this even being called a show of strength when it's causing so much inconvenience to the common man? Having said that, let me take my next question from Pallavi Ghosh, who's also stationed in the national capital currently. Pallavi, we just saw some very shocking visuals of the Youth Congress workers stopping a train at the Shivaji Bridge. We've seen that arson taking place in Bengaluru. A clash also took place between the Congress workers and the police in Guwahati. How are these angry protests even being called a show of strength by the Congress party when we know that this is just going to backfire for the Congress, especially when it comes to the inconvenience it's causing to the common man?
Well, I don't think the Congress party is calculating even that. They don't see it as something which is going to backfire. As long as they keep on getting that attention, grabbing eyeballs, they're going to use it as a justification for these street protests. But, you know, it's a catch-22 situation. They need to go out and protest as a political party. At least that's what they think, especially when their leader is being investigated, even as we speak, by the ED. But on the other hand, they also run the risk of losing the support of the people. See, if the whole calculation and the strategy was to get sympathy from the people and support for the Gandhis, that may not completely happen, because one, does it make the party look entitled? Why are you not hitting the streets when it comes up people's issues if you claim to be a people's party? That's one. Second, you know, at the end of the day, who are the people? You and me, the common man, the ones who are going to office, who are traveling by public transport, they are getting affected. So when cars are being burned, tires are being deflated, trains are being stopped, I don't think the Congress party is going to end up having the support of the people.
Right, Pallavi, stay with us, because I'll also quickly go back to Ashish, who's been tracking the interrogation at the moment. Ashish, if you could take me through the line of questioning as we were discussing earlier. We know that the transactions are now back in focus after Rahul Gandhi was questioned earlier at the ED office. Having said that, you have some crucial information regarding the shareholding of the companies that are in question. If you could take us through that very crucial information.
So the big question as of now is that there are around 1,500 shareholders who actually had shares of Associated Journal. You remember that, you know, Associated Journal has been in existence since 1938, pre-independence time. Now, interestingly, if you see the decision that was taken to hand over Associated Journal into the hands of Young Indian, it was taken by only 7 people. We have the list of those 7 people in our hand who just took the decision in the month of September 2010 that Associated Journal should be handed over to a company named Young Indian, where the majority equity is with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Now, the defense of the Gandhis is basically that no assets have basically come into their hand. Reason being that it's a Section 25 company. Now, what's a Section 25 company? Section 25 company, according to the Companies Act, is basically a form of an NGO. So you don't get, the directors or the shareholders do not get any benefit out of it. The preparation of the accounts is in the form of an income and expenditure account, not a profit and loss account. So here, that is what the defense of the Gandhis have been, that, you know, this company is basically a non-profit company. But the court, if you see the company, the complaint that has been filed by Subramanian Swamy, it very clearly says that, you know, there is malified. In fact, the court has also taken cognizance, and they say that, you know, if you see the High Court judgment, it very clearly says that, you know, the entire transaction was done with criminal intent. That is what the words of the High Court is. The Gandhis approached various courts after the lower court took cognizance, and they were left on bail. They approached higher courts and they could not find relief. And based on the cognizance of that complaint, the ED filed an ECIR. Now the process, it's the process of law. One has to understand, obviously there is a political twist because Sonia Gandhi, being chief of the Congress party, she has been summoned for questioning. But the process of law is that whenever there is an accused in the case, that person has to appear before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning before a charge sheet is filed. So the Enforcement Directorate, you know, it was basically on their part, that since they have to ultimately complete the investigation and file a charge sheet before the court, because court has taken cognizance.
Right.
They have to take statement of each and every accused. In this case, if you remember, after Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez expired, Pawan Bansal and various other senior Congress functionaries were basically called for questioning. And here again, Rahul Gandhi has been questioned, and then Sonia Gandhi has been summoned today. So they have to file a charge sheet before the court, given in a given period of time, and that is why they have been summoned for questioning. So let's see how things move forward. But citing ill health and citing that she has just recovered from COVID,
right,
in all likelihood we can expect the questioning to get early today.
All right, let's see if the questioning gets over earlier today, as Ashish was just pointing out that due to ill health concerns, it might just get over. But this is the question we are posing to our viewers. Why should Aam Aadmi suffer for politics? Cars have been burned, trains halted, traffic has been blocked. And this is the question we are posing to you. Why should Aam Aadmi suffer for political drama? Call us on the number shared on your screen, 01204341895. In the meantime, let me go back to our correspondents who've been tracking all those developments, rather angry protests all across the country. Let me go across to Siddhant, who's been stationed at the Congress headquarters as well. Siddhant, if you could get me a sense of ground zero, because we know that there's been heavy police deployment as far as Delhi is concerned. There was slow vehicular movement en route to Lutyens, Delhi especially. Para forces were also joining hands with the Delhi police. What is the security situation at the moment?
Well, that's right. So basically last time around, Delhi police, these allegations came from Congress party workers that they were manhandled. The senior workers, a member of parliament, were ill-treated by Delhi police. And this is perhaps the reason that this time around, Delhi police took extra care at the time of detentions. And in fact, many of the Congress party leaders were requested to board the bus. They were not pulled inside. They were not forced to enter the bus. So Delhi police, whenever there is something of this sort happens in the city, that some high-profile person has been summoned and cadre is expected to be on the roads, then the challenge for Delhi police is to make sure that there is less traffic disruption in the Lutyens zone, and also the key buildings in the Lutyens zone. The protesters should not reach near to those key buildings like Rashtrapati Bhavan, like the other key important buildings. And this is perhaps the reason that today this entire Akbar Road patch was completely sealed till since morning. Right now also vehicular movement has been completely stopped. You can see the identity cards are being checked before allowing anyone to enter the Akbar Road. Media personnel and Congress party karyakartas are allowed. Other than this, there are in other places also, at other junctions also, there is traffic diversions. And in fact, Delhi police did issue advisory today, informing people that till 2 p.m. there could be a possibility of diversion on Khan Market Lane near ITO. And despite all these arrangements, there was a traffic diversion. So the responsibility in these times is on Delhi police, because if anything goes wrong, then they have to take the blame for that. And this is the reason that proper planning is required, and this is what they do. In fact, since morning, there were barricades placed en route Delhi from Noida, right, from Ghaziabad, from Gurgaon, because Congress party cadre was expected to come to the national capital area. And in fact, today also many Congress karyakartas.
All right, Siddhant, stay with us, because we've also opened our phone lines to callers, and I have my first caller joining in. I am joined in by Sunil from Mumbai. Sunil, you heard what the question was. Why is the common man having to pay the price of these angry protests? What are your views?
Totally, I disagree with what is happening. See, actually, if somebody is taken for questioning by ED, that doesn't mean that they can make people go on striking like this. If the government is allowing this, tomorrow anyone can do the same thing. Any leader, if he is caught by the ED, is the people supposed to suffer just because if somebody is asked for questioning? Just totally we disagree about whatever is happening now. Means this should be strictly banned actually. Why they are allowing this? I don't understand actually why government is allowing such protests. This has to be very strictly taken. All right. It is not an ordinary thing. Yeah.
All right, Sunil, thank you for speaking to us. I'm also joined in by another caller from Mumbai, and that is Deepa. Deepa, sure, go ahead and share your views.
Hi, my name is Deepa. This is so saddening. It's more like a tamasha. There's no seriousness about anything at all. I have absolute disrespect for Congress, from what I'm seeing. Do they even realize that there could be common families, who may have special children at home? Someone may want to reach home. There could be someone who's sick. Someone could get stuck because of them. Disgusting. It's a shame what is happening, and strict action should be taken against, these people. Honestly, it's a shame. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for speaking to us, Deepa. So we heard what the callers have to say. Shame on the Congress party is actually what they are saying. Let me go across to Pallavi on that note. Pallavi, we heard what the callers have to say. Much anger as far as public sentiment is concerned. Clearly, this entire move as far as protests by the Congress party are concerned go on to actually highlight how the priorities are not in place as far as the Congress party is concerned. This is a move which clearly seems to have backfired. All right, we have some breaking news coming in. We are going to go back to that story, but for now we are learning that there are more woes for the Aam Aadmi Party. Delhi Traffic Police has issued an updated advisory. Restrictions in parts of central Delhi have now been increased till 8 p.m. I beg your pardon, this is more to do with the traffic in the national capital. Delhi Traffic Police has now issued an updated advisory saying that there are restrictions in parts of central Delhi which have now been increased till 8 p.m., which means that the entire day will now witness slow vehicular movement in the national capital. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul on the phone line. Anshul, take us through the advisory issued by the Delhi police. What does it actually state? I believe till 8 p.m. we cannot expect cars moving freely.
That's right, Akansha. So initially the traffic advisory that the Delhi police had put out was for till 2 p.m. Now, since the situation is still not under control, Sonia Gandhi is still being questioned, and hence the Delhi Traffic Police has now put out this new advisory where it has said that the extension will now be increased to 8 p.m. And the area in which these restrictions will be are absolutely in the heart of Lutyens Delhi, which includes the Tughlaq Road Junction, the Carriages Junction, as well as Ashoka Road, Patel Chowk, Sansad Marg, Rafi Marg, Motilal Nehru Marg, Akbar Road, Janpat, Mansingh Road. All these areas will not allow vehicular movement to happen. So yes, the traffic advisory has been issued for people who will be using these routes or who generally use these routes day in and day out. This traffic advisory has been put out for them. So yes, during the peak hours in the national capital, that is probably after 6 p.m. to at least till 9 p.m. when the peak hours of Delhi traffic is there. At that point in time, all these routes will be blocked. Hence, today, much like yesterday, today also people are going to see a massive traffic snarl in the national capital all around the central Delhi area.
Right, Anshul, thank you for bringing in all those details. Pallavi, if I may come to you, we heard what information. All right, we'll go across to our correspondents as well. But before that, let's quickly have a look at the ground reports.
ईडी कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी से आज पूछताछ करेगी नेशनल हेराल्ड मामले में, और इस बाबत कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता जो है ईडी दफ्तर के बाहर यहाँ तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे हैं कि वो प्रदर्शन करने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंच गए हैं। और देखिए किस तादाद में यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवानों को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। यहाँ पर तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवान यहाँ पर तैनात है। सभी जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो ईडी दफ्तर के सामने इस वक्त लखनऊ में वो बैठ चुके हैं।
सोनिया जी को जिस तरह ईडी ने बुला रखा है और वो निरंतर कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं को परेशान करने का प्रयास कर रही पुलिस, हम उसके खिलाफ, ईडी के खिलाफ इस तरह का प्रदर्शन कांग्रेस का पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में हो रहा है।
The protest
call was given by TPCC Chief Revant Reddy, but he's in Delhi right now attending the Parliament session. But here, his call to protest has been responded by hundreds of Congress cadres who have come in from different parts of the state. This is right in front of the statue of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, and here you can see lots of Congress workers, in fact, carrying the banners of the party, carrying flags. From here, the protest will go to the ED office, which is about a few kilometers away. There is going to be a dharna there, again held by the Congress workers. We are also having local leaders here. Former MP Uttam Kumar Reddy is also here, along with other senior Congress leaders who are going to take part in this protest.
There has been a demonstration by the Congress workers, and the gate leading to the ED office that has been closed and is being presently guarded by a strong contingent of policemen. And in fact, hundreds of Congress workers on the day when Sonia Gandhi, the Congress's topmost leader, has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress party trying to show its strength across the country, and in fact at all, at the state capital and in Lucknow here. Even now, when a few hundred congressmen have already been taken in custody and have been frisked away to the police lines, we still see a lot of congressmen standing here and watching the entire proceeding. So clearly, there is still the protest that is going on.
We'll keep bringing you all those updates minute by minute as far as those protests are concerned. For now, it's time to slip into a short break. News and updates continue on CNN News 18.
Both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a front-runner, since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Manu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them. All right, we dive into the newscast with some breaking inputs coming in. We are bringing to you the last rites that are now being performed of the DSP, Surendra Singh, the late Surendra Singh Bishnoi, who was mowed down by a truck a couple of days ago. Remember, this was a case where the sand mining mafia was brought back into the spotlight, and today DSP Surendra Singh is now being cremated. We are bringing to you the last rites. He's being given state rights. India is paying tribute to the slain Haryana cop. Now, all right, and we have some more breaking news coming in, this time from the national capital. We are learning that Sonia Gandhi has left the ED office. Remember, earlier we were speculating that she might just be let off early due to her health concerns, which were quoted earlier as well, due to which she was summoned this month and not last month. But the latest we are now bringing to you is that Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the ED is now over for the day. Perhaps she's left the ED office, whether or not she's done for the day as far as the questioning with ED is concerned. We'll just bring you all those details from our correspondents. But the latest we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi has left the ED office. Is this just a break for the lunch, or if whether or not the questioning is over, that is something we'll just bring to you from our correspondents. The latest we are bringing to you is that Sonia Gandhi has been let off by the ED as for now. She's left the ED office. Remember, it was around 11:30 a.m. in the morning today that Sonia Gandhi was accompanied by her daughter Priyanka Gandhi along with her son Rahul Gandhi, and Priyanka Gandhi still accompanying her to the ED office while Rahul Gandhi had dropped her off and left. Those are the visuals we are bringing to you of Sonia Gandhi. All right, those were the visuals of Sonia Gandhi arriving at the ED office in the morning. But the latest information we are bringing to you is that she has left the ED office after 3 hours. For more details, I am joined in by Ashish Mehrishi on the phone line. Ashish, should we now assume that Sonia Gandhi is done for the day as far as the questioning with ED is concerned?
I think it must be a half an hour, 45 minutes break for lunch, because she came in at around 12:10, and it's around if you see the time, it's around what is the time like? It is around 2:30. So my understanding is that she's gone for half an hour, 45-minute break for lunch, and she should return back by 3:30. That is my understanding, but I have to find it from my sources whether she's gone for lunch or if the questioning is over for the day. That needs to be checked with the sources in the Enforcement Directorate. So let's see how things move forward. But as of now, she's left the ED office.
Right. All right. We are also bringing in the latest visuals of Sonia Gandhi exiting the ED office, as Ashish Mehrishi was just pointing out, whether or not this exit is for a lunch break, or if Sonia Gandhi might just return post a 45-minute or a 1-hour break is yet to be seen. That is something that Ashish will just be checking with his sources with the Enforcement Directorate. Having said that, Ashish, what are you learning in terms of the questioning that was taking place? What is the kind of team that we are looking at who's interrogating Sonia Gandhi?
My understanding, at least 3 officers were involved. This is what my sources have confirmed: a deputy director level officer, assistant director level officer, and then there is a typist who basically types the statement. So in the PMLA statement needs to be signed by each and every individual who gives the statement. Here, Sonia Gandhi was not the statement was not handwritten. It was being typed by a typist of Enforcement Directorate. Questions were put by the deputy director and the assistant director. Assistant director in this case is basically an IO who looks into the case. Both were questioning Sonia Gandhi. Till now, how many questions have been posed? How many papers have been typed? All that needs to be found out once we speak to our sources. But as of now, it's almost 2.5 hours of questioning that happened before Enforcement Directorate of Sonia Gandhi.
Right.
And to my understanding, she's gone for a lunch break and she should return back in an hour's time. But we need to confirm from our sources whether she's gone for lunch or it is end for the day.
It's over 2.5 hours, rather it's nearly 3 hours that she's been questioned. Whether or not she's been done for the day is something that I'm sure you will be looking into. Having said that, Ashish, I'd also like you to focus on how there's been, all right, I'm also joined in by Anvit, who's stationed outside the ED office for now. Anvit, if you could take us through how Sonia Gandhi also has garnered a lot of sympathy because of her health concerns, and that is why the previous ED summons were ignored, but now she's actually turned up for that ED questioning, which was much awaited, but her health concerns continue to linger on. Now, will that also have an impact on the questioning is something that remains to be seen.
Yeah, see, as far as the health concerns are concerned, when Sonia Gandhi was here, we are being told that at least two, women doctors were also in standby in the ED office. Along with that, Priyanka Gandhi was allowed to stay there with her, accompanying her in case she requires any medication. Because, like you mentioned, that earlier also summons were deferred to today's date, as Sonia Gandhi had said that she had was tested positive for COVID. Then she was admitted to a hospital, and after her release, then today's date was given. So, keeping that in mind, definitely we are also hearing that the questioning might not last as long as it used to last for Rahul Gandhi. He has earlier been questioned for more than 50 hours in 5 different days. So that leniency also, ED might show some leniency towards Sonia Gandhi because considering her health conditions, and that is why some doctors were kept on standby. Priyanka Gandhi was also allowed to stay with her. She has just left ED headquarters just a short while ago, and we are learning that she might return. It might be that she has been allowed to go home for lunch, and she might return, and probably there's a possibility she's ED is yet not done questioning her for the day. We are right now outside the ED office. You can see the elaborate security arrangement since morning, because as we know, Congress has also declared pan-India protest, and even in Delhi, at multiple locations, Congress leaders have been detained. Earlier today, outside morning, senior leaders like Manu Singhvi, Chidambaram, Shashi Tharoor and Jairam Ramesh, they were also there, and in fact, they were, while speaking to CNN, they had also again reiterated that it's a political vendetta that the BJP is playing out, and that their senior leadership is not afraid of facing ED, and that they have not done anything wrong that they should be afraid. So Sonia Gandhi has just left ED office, and we are expecting that she'll return after probably an hour or and a half.
Right, she might just return after an hour and a half. But having said that, Anvit, I'm also learning of those special requests that were perhaps made by the Gandhi family to ensure that Sonia Gandhi's health remains intact, that the officials who are questioning Sonia Gandhi were also asked to take COVID tests, and that she was requested to be placed in a ventilated room, and that her medicines should be allowed to be placed with her. If you could take us through all those special requests that were made for Sonia Gandhi as far as today's questioning is concerned.
See, keeping her health, these requests were made. We are yet to have an official word what all of these requests were kept by the ED. But if we talk about the procedure when Sonia Gandhi arrived here, like any person who arrives at the ED office for questioning, she had to show her ID card, and then she was given an entrance. And after that, videography was also done of the person who arrives there for questioning. So all these procedures were done. Then she was taken to the room where she had to be questioned. An ED level officer is what we are learning is supervising the entire questioning, and she, as per the procedure, will be given a questionnaire, and of which she will be writing the answers. If a person is not, doesn't want to or is not eligible in some way or the other to write, then an officer from the ED would write the answers, and then the person is asked to sign it, confirming that yes, these are the answers that they have been willingly given to ED. So all these procedures will take place. Some special requests were also made. We are yet to get an official word on what requests had been kept, because no one from the ED or Congress have directly spoken about that. But definitely, because certain measures have been put in place keeping her health in mind, there would be certain requests that were also approved by ED. We'll get more on that, but for now she has been questioned for over 2 hours, and after that she has been allowed to go home for a short break, which we are considering is a lunch break, and that the ED is yet not done questioning her for the day.
Stay with us, Anvit, because I'm also joined in by Ashish Mehrishi right now. Ashish, if I could come to you, we heard all those requests that have been made and how health remains a concern for the Gandhis, and that is a request that's also been put forward to the ED. Let me come to the line of questioning. I assume that this line of questioning with Sonia Gandhi is going to be very similar to Rahul Gandhi's as well. Could you take us through those questions that Rahul Gandhi had to answer, just so we can get a sense of what questioning is going to be like for Sonia Gandhi?
So one thing that I can confirm is that around 20 questions have been asked by Enforcement Directorate sleuths to Sonia Gandhi. That is what one confirmation that I've got from her sources in the Enforcement Directorate. 2, she's gone for lunch, and she'll be back by 3:30. That is another information that we can share with our viewers. 3rd, the line of questioning remains the same as of that of Rahul Gandhi, reason being that they both hold similar equity, that is around 38% in Young Indian, and the line of questioning is basically on how they were controlling Young Indian, how they were controlling Associated Journal, who gave them the idea to take over Associated Journal through Young Indian, who gave them the idea to borrow money from a shell company based out of Kolkata.
Right.
How that money came into Young Indian. You remember there was a company called Dotex Merchandise, which is under investigation. And majorly the big line of questioning is on how colorful transactions were created in a manner that it looks absolutely okay. But then with just 50 lakh rupees, they took over debt of more than 90 crore rupees, and then with that
All right,
came in
Ashish,
assets of more than 2,000
I'm running
crore
short
rupees.
of time, so I'm
this-
sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there and leave the conversation over there. And with that, let's quickly slip into a short break as we'll be back for more news and updates.
To Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
ये टीम हैगी है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads.
Let's dive into the newscast with some breaking inputs coming in on the presidential counting that was taking place. As far as the votes were concerned, Droupadi Murmu has taken a huge lead in the first round of the counting. 3.75 lakh votes are for Droupadi Murmu, whereas for Yashwant Sinha, the number is 1.45 lakh. As far as those votes are concerned, clearly Droupadi Murmu taking a lead just by the double in the first round. Let's not forget that this is the kind of edge that Droupadi Murmu was rather expected to have over Yashwant Sinha. For more details, let's quickly go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining us live. Pallavi, this is something that was on expected lines, but as one of the BJP politicians was saying that the victory is not going to be about just the victory, it is going to be about rather the margin in terms of those number of votes.
Absolutely. It's not about whether she's going to win, because that seems to be absolutely a given. It's actually going to be about the number of with which she wins with, and also how much of a cross-voting that takes place. So the first round of counting is over, and the figures which we are just getting by way of the Rajya Sabha Secretariat is that 540 MPs have voted for Droupadi Murmu, 208 MPs have voted for Yashwant Sinha, 15 are invalid Member of Parliament votes, and this is around 748 total votes, and here I'm talking about the MP votes only. the MP votes counting has been just over. So now we move on to the next round of the state legislatures. But it's very clear that she's had a huge lead ahead of Yashwant Sinha. I think if you talk about the internal calculations on who the poll managers of Yashwant Sinha are, they themselves concede that maximum number of votes are likely to come in from, say, West Bengal. But they also concede the fact that perhaps the victory margin of Droupadi Murmu is going to be substantially high.
Right, Pallavi, thank you for breaking down those numbers for us. As Pallavi was pointing out that right now what those votes are as far as those numbers are concerned, they are those MP votes that have the counting is now finished in terms of those MP votes. And with that, let's now also shift our attention over to who Droupadi Murmu is, NDA's crucial presidential candidate. Let's have a look.
From the day the NDA picked her as the presidential nominee, Droupadi Murmu was the president in waiting.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू इनको राष्ट्रपति का प्रत्याशी घोषित किया गया है एनडीए की तरफ से.
An announcement that did not come as much of a surprise, as in 2017 too, her name had figured in the NDA's shortlist for India's top constitutional office. Ramnath Kovind had then emerged as the dark horse. With the numbers stacked overwhelmingly in the favor of the NDA, her election is high on symbolism and less about the numbers game. An election which is witnessing the changing political axis. A selection that has placed the opposition camp in a quandary. Uddhav Thackeray, forced by the Shiv Sena MPs, broke ranks from allies in Mahavikas Aghadi to back her. TDP's Chandrababu Naidu came out to even campaign for her in Andhra Pradesh. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, India's only tribal party, had to support as well. After all, she had served as the governor of Jharkhand.
मेरे जो फैमिली बहुत गरीबी है, गरीबी थोड़ा मैं फाइनेंस सियाली उनको सपोर्ट करूं, इसीलिए थोड़ा पढ़ लिख के ऐसा बन जाऊं कि मुझे थोड़ा नौकरी मिल जाए. लेकिन मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में जाना, ये गवर्नर बनना, ये मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी.
64-year-old Droupadi Murmu, low profile and soft-spoken, has generally steered clear of controversy. She was also the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence.
जो सेंट्रल ने मेरा बहन का नाम लिया ना, हम लोग बहुत खुश में, रायरंगपुर के बासिंदा सब खुश में है. आदिवासी महिला की पहले जो चुना गया ना, वही सबसे खुशी बात है.
पूरा रायरंगपुर के साथ ही उनका बहुत अच्छा संपर्क रहा है. सबका उन्होंने हमेशा साथ और सहयोग दिया और बहुत ही प्यार भरा संपर्क रहा है उनका सबों के साथ में. हमारे किसी भी प्रोग्राम में वो हमेशा आगे रहते थे और सबकी बातें सुनते थे.
तो काउंसिलर से होके विधायक भी बन गए. विधायक बन के वो बेस्ट अवार्ड भी उनको मिला है, नीलकंठ पुरस्कार मिला है उनको. उसके बाद वो मंत्री भी बने. सबका साथ मिल के काम करते हैं.
Born into a Santhali farmer's home in Uperbeda village of Mayurbhanj district, Murmu persisted with her studies even though she had to leave her village after class 7 in order to do so. With the help of relatives, she completed her schooling in Bhubaneswar and then joined Ramadevi Women's College. After her studies, Murmu got a job with the Odisha's Irrigation and Power Department. She, however, quit the job after she got married to Shyam Charan Murmu, a bank employee, and moved to Rairangpur, a town about 20 kilometers from her native village. She started teaching at the Sri Aurobindo Integral Education and Research Center in Rairangpur. It was here that her work with a Santhal organization, where she had enrolled in the 1990s, caught the attention of the BJP's Raj Kishore Das. Back then, it was a party that did not have much political influence in the state. Seeing potential in Murmu, he asked her to contest for councillor in the Rairangpur Notified Area Council. In 1997, she became councillor and later vice chairperson of the Rairangpur Corporation.
2000 में 90 से 5 साल का ये तो आप जानते हैं टर्म होता है, लेकिन बीच में मुझे जब जनरल इलेक्शन आ गया मुझे 2000 में टिकट दिया गया। उन्होंने कहा आपको तो लड़ना है, मैंने बोला मेरे बच्चे छोटे छोटे हैं, मुझे ये तो काउंसिलर में थी, वाइस चेयरमैन थी, तो टाउन के अंदर मुझे घूमना पड़ता था, फिर अभी तो मुझे पूरा क्षेत्र में घूमना पड़ेगा, तो टाइम नहीं दे पाऊँगी। फिर मुझे थोड़ा मैंने बोला ठीक है चलिए, बच्चे भी बोले ठीक है माँ तुम लड़ना चाहती हो तो लड़ो।
She served twice as a BJP MLA in Odisha and also worked as a minister in the Naveen Patnaik government from the 2002 to 2004, when the BJP and Biju Janata Dal ran a coalition government. She was awarded the Neelkant Award for the Best Legislator by the Odisha Legislative Assembly. Droupadi Murmu's candidature signifies the BJP's efforts to bring the tribal and other marginalized communities to the mainstream. A convincing example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It's an outreach to the strong 10.42 crore scheduled tribes population of India, who are largely in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Jharkhand and Maharashtra and other states in Northeast. The BJP hopes the message of the first tribal woman president of India will help them expand their footprints in tribal belts across the country and earn immediate electoral dividend in the upcoming polls. The move comes ahead of assembly elections in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The four states have 128 seats reserved for scheduled tribes, of which the BJP had won just 35 in the last assembly elections. The BJP is also hoping that her candidature will strengthen its political hold in Odisha and get a foothold in Jharkhand, where it lost the elections in 2019.
आज भी हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासियों में ओडिशा में संथाल प्रोग्रेसिव है, लेकिन इतना भी प्रोग्रेसिव नहीं है कि वो दूसरों के साथ कॉम्पीट कर पाए। इसीलिए और भी थोड़ा अभी भी फाउंडेशन स्टेज में है। आगे जाने के लिए महिला को और पुरुष को दोनों को आगे आना होगा, जैसे परिवार चलाने के लिए दोनों की आवश्यकता है।
If 2017 was about a Dalit president, 2022 is about the first tribal president and a second woman president of India. The choice of a woman is again a message by the Modi government that women remain the centerpiece of its policy. 21st July will see history unfold, and most politicians won't want to be on the wrong side of it. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil.
Good afternoon, you're with CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. You're watching News Blitz 50. Let's get your wrap of all the other stories that we're tracking. Congress Chief Sonia Gandhi is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the National Herald case. Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi accompanied their mother to the Enforcement Directorate's office. She was quizzed for 3 hours in the first half of the day before breaking for lunch. She is expected back at the ED office at about 3:30 this afternoon. The Congress party protested in different parts of the country over ED summons to Sonia Gandhi. Several Congress leaders, including Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, were detained. The party also alleged that the government wants to silence the opposition in the country.
Here outside the AICC headquarters, where senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained. As you can see in the visuals, all the senior leaders, including Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, Jairam Ramesh, Adhiranjan Chaudhary, All of them have been detained by the Delhi police and they are being taken away. I'll just try and show you the visuals.
इस तादाद में यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवानों को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। यहाँ पर तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवान यहाँ पर तैनात है। सभी जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो ईडी दफ्तर के सामने इस वक्त लखनऊ में वो बैठ चुके हैं और निरंतर कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं को परेशान करने का प्रयास कर रही पुलिस। हम उसके खिलाफ, ईडी के खिलाफ इस तरह का प्रदर्शन कांग्रेस का पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में हो रहा है।
Leader of Congress in Lok Sabha, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, created controversy by saying that the Modi government has made the Enforcement Directorate as an idiot. His remarks came against the probe agency's questioning of Congress President Sonia Gandhi in a money laundering probe linked to the National Herald.
The entire ED has been translated by the BJP party into a group of idiots. They only know when and how to dance to the tune of the ruling dispensation. This is the crux of this problem. Not only Congress party, all the opposition parties who do not like by them will be targeted and demolished.
Meanwhile, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has slammed the Delhi police and Home Ministry. He tweeted and alleged that the media is being prevented from entering the Congress party headquarters. He said, and I'd like to quote, "This high-handedness was only to be expected and reflects the mindset of the Modi Sarkar," end quote. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad slammed Congress's Satyagrah and said, and I'd like to quote again, "This is not Satyagrah, this is Gunagrah." Congress President Sonia Gandhi appeared before the Enforcement Directorate where she was questioned for 3 hours in connection with the National Herald case.
देश को हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी बेल पर हैं इस मामले में और उनके एफआईआर को क्वाश करने की सारी प्रार्थना सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक रिजेक्ट हो गई है। जो सत्याग्रह नहीं दुराग्रह है कांग्रेस पार्टी का, परिवार जब पार्टी की संपत्ति को अपनी जेब में कर रही है उसको बचाने का दुराग्रह है।
Day 4 of the monsoon session was also marred by disruptions and sloganeering by opposition MPs over issues like GST. Later, both the houses were adjourned for the day. NDA's presidential candidate Droupadi Murmu has taken a huge lead in the first round of voting. 3.78 lakh votes for Droupadi Murmu and 1.45 for Yashwant Sinha, who is the opposition's candidate in the first round of counting. The final result is to be out shortly, the state said, for India's 15th president. NDA presidential candidate Droupadi Murmu's house in Odisha is decked with lights and sweets which are prepared, which will be distributed once the results are announced. Droupadi Murmu will be the first tribal woman president of the country if she wins the polls against Yashwant Sinha. After a 2-year break due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Mamata Banerjee-led Trinamool Congress addressed her party's mega Martyrs Day rally in Kolkata today. A day before the rally, the Chief Minister said that Martyrs Day rally will be against the centre's authoritarian rule.
আমাদের লড়বার ক্ষমতা আছে, ওদের লড়বার ক্ষমতা নেই। বিজেপি সব জায়গায় সরকার ভাঙছে। বাংলায় আমাদের অনেকভাবে হারানোর চেষ্টা করেছিল, কিন্তু পারেনি।
A 60-year-old seer has allegedly set himself on fire over an illegal mining case in the Deeg town of Rajasthan's Bharatpur. The district administration has suspended internet services in Deeg following this incident. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot chaired a meeting over illegal mining last night as well, and the government has decided to declare the land as forest land.
बड़ा फैसला किया है, वो चाहते थे फॉरेस्ट में लैंड जाए और एक व्यक्ति ऊपर चढ़े हुए थे, एक साधु ऊपर चढ़ गए थे, समझाइश हो रही थी भाई आप नीचे उतर जाओ, सरकार फैसला कर ली। प्रोसेस फॉरेस्ट लैंड डिक्लेयर करने में टाइम लगता है, प्रोसेस करना पड़ता है। उसकी बजाय एक नए साधु ने वो आत्महत्या करने की कोशिश कर ली, तो उसका हम लोग ध्यान रखें, इलाज करवा रहे हैं।
ये माइंस 2000 से 2018 के बीच में यानी पुरानी माइंस हैं और ये वैध माइंस हैं, जिनमें 11 माइंस कंकाचल में और 34 माइंस आदि बद्री में हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त इन माइंस को शिफ्ट करके जो लोग बेरोजगार होंगे, जैसे 2500 लोग अभी इस पर एम्प्लॉय हैं, उनको रोजगार दूसरी जगह मिलेगा। और साथ में सरकार ये मंशा रखती है कि इन जगहों को जो यहाँ के साधु सन्यासी हैं, जो धार्मिक पर्यटन का एक स्थल है, उसके रूप में इसको विकसित किया जाए। इसके लिए एक विस्तृत कार्य योजना भी राज्य सरकार बनाएगी।
2 more now have been arrested in the NEET row. Total 7 arrests in the NEET row now after girls at a college in Kerala were asked to remove their innerwear for appearing for the NEET examination. The National Women's Commission has taken note of the issue that triggered outrage. NEET observer Dr. Shamnath and Professor Kurlin have also now been arrested. India has reported over 21,000 fresh COVID cases in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate now stands at 4.25%, while weekly positivity rate stands at 4.51%. Global outbreak of monkeypox has grown to nearly 14,000 cases, including 5 deaths. Though the outbreak is heavily concentrated in Europe as of now, 5 deaths have been reported in African nations. Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been closed due to landslides at several places, which was triggered by heavy downpour. Restoration work is being hampered due to continuous rainfall. Heavy rain triggered flash floods at Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Several houses and schools have been damaged. No loss of life has been reported so far. As incessant rains continue across different parts of the country, around 1,90,000 Sussex water was discharged from the Ukai Dam on Tapi River in Gujarat. Remember, Gujarat is one of the states which have been affected by the floods the most. 3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. Shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer is also seriously injured. In a major setback to the BJP, Congress has won 5 mayor seats in Madhya Pradesh municipal elections. The BJP had retained 9 out of the 16 seats. Aam Aadmi Party has managed to grab 1. Meanwhile, 7 corporators from the MIM have won the municipal elections for the first time in the state. The Indian rupee plunged to another record low today. It has hit a lifetime low of 80.6 against the dollar. Strengthening dollar, rising crude oil prices and risk aversion in the global market have pulled the currency down. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the new president of Sri Lanka today, even as anti-government protesters continue to rally against the Rajapakshas and even Wickremesinghe. Now remember, he is deeply unpopular with the masses who've been gripped by severe shortages of fuel, food and other essentials after its foreign reserves dried up. Rishi Sunak is one step closer to becoming the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. In the 5th and the final round of voting among Tory MPs, Sunak and Liz Truss are the final 2 candidates in the race to replace Boris Johnson.
We need to restore trust, rebuild the economy and reunite our country. I'm confident that we can do that, and we've got a really positive message to take out to all our members now. Crucially, who is the best person to beat Keir Starmer and the Labour Party at the next election? I believe I'm the only candidate who can do that, and that's what we're going to talk to all our members about now.
They colonized us for so long. I think it's fantastic that we're now here, possibly taking power in Britain.
Yeah, it's a very proud moment for all of us, since it's a non-white member of parliament.
He did a very big job during the pandemic time, so he held the economy up.
Especially when it has to come when the COVID was taking place, he introduced the furlough scheme, and which actually helped all of us.
Train services faced major disruption across Britain as wildfire triggered by extreme temperature melted signalling equipment and damaged the tracks. Videos from across the country surfaced all over social media showing what damage has been caused due to this record temperature that we continue to see in Europe. US President Joe Biden plans to speak with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping by the end of the month at a moment of simmering tensions between the countries over Taiwan and trade. The long-discussed call between the 2 leaders would come at a crucial moment as the Biden administration weighs cutting import duties on goods from China. A video of an Indo-Tibetan border police officer practicing Surya Namaskar shirtless at 18,000 feet in Ladakh is now going viral on social media. In the video, the officer posted at the high altitude can be seen practicing different positions of Surya Namaskar in heavy snow conditions in sub-zero temperatures. Former Indian captain Virat Kohli is making the best use of his break after reaching Paris. The cricketer has floored one and all with a trending dance video featuring Bollywood actor Tiger Shroff. Kohli's dancing video is going viral on social media. Well, now we're shifting our focus to the other big story that we are tracking. Congress President Sonia Gandhi was questioned for nearly 3 hours today by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Now, according to sources, Sonia Gandhi answered about 20 questions, and Sonia Gandhi is likely to be summoned on Monday again. Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi accompanied Sonia Gandhi to the ED office in the morning. While Rahul Gandhi left after dropping them, Priyanka Gandhi stayed back with Sonia Gandhi. Meanwhile, the Congress staged massive nationwide protests across the country against these summons. Congress workers stopped trains in the national capital. They burnt cars in Bengaluru. Several senior Congress leaders have also been detained by the police. The big update that we're now getting is the questioning of Sonia Gandhi is over for the day, and next summons could possibly be for Monday. That's the big update that's coming in. Remember, Sonia Gandhi was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in backdrop of the National Herald case. She had reached the ED office. Rahul Gandhi had dropped her. Priyanka Gandhi was with her because of her ailing health. But now we're understanding that questioning by the ED for today is over, and we're also now picking up that possibly she could be now summoned once again for Monday. As we were bringing you some details, this is what sources are telling CNN News 18, that Sonia Gandhi answered about 20 questions which had been posed by the Enforcement Directorate, and for today it looks like that questioning is over and she could be possibly summoned once again for Monday. But in the backdrop of all of these summons, what we've seen are nationwide protests once again. My colleague Ashish Mehrishi now joining us on the broadcast. So Ashish, initially it looked like they'd broken for lunch. So is the questioning now over for the day?
So, immediately after she left, I spoke to a source in Enforcement Directorate, and it was confirmed that she's gone for lunch. But then I believe because of her health reasons, because she had requested for exemption, she said that she can't continue for a very long time. So she was questioned for around 2 hours. Questioning started at around 2:30 and it got over by 2:15 or 2:20 or so. So, she was questioned for almost 2 hours. My sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me around 20 questions were posed before Sonia Gandhi, to which she has answered. There were around 3 people inside the cabin, a deputy director level officer, an assistant director level officer who is supposed to be the IO in this case, and a typist who was typing the answers of whatever Sonia Gandhi said. So obviously the questioning is not complete as of now. The questioning could continue. My sources tell me that there is a chance tentatively which she can be summoned again for Monday. So let's see if the summons are issued today or tomorrow. But in all likelihood, the questioning will continue, and this could happen. This could extend until Monday.
Okay, so you're saying what you're picking up by your sources is that there could be another round of questioning tentatively for Monday. But let's break down the details of what really is this case about, Ashish. You're picking up some interesting details as far as various shareholders for both AGL as well as Young India. What are these details that you're picking up?
So the shareholders, this organization, Associated Journal, this has been this company was registered in 1938, in fact pre-independence time. Since then, there were around 1,500 shareholders of this company. But interestingly, if you see, in the year 2010, in the month of September, a decision was taken by 7 people. An AGM was called, and 7 people just decide that yes, we are going to hand over this company, a huge company which has got assets worth thousands of crores rupees, that has been handed over to a company which is absolutely new, but it is being controlled by none other than the Gandhis. So 7 people decide that yes, this company will be taken over. This company will be taken over by Young Indian. Now, if you see the names, we have 7 names in our possession. These include Motilal Vora, Oscar Fernandez, Vishwabandhu Gupta, Ishrat Ali Siddiqui, Bholanath Kapoor, Syed Ali Ashrafi, R.K. Mohala. Now, these are people who have they just decided on one day in the month of September 2010. In fact, to be precise, it is 29th September, and a notice is sent to all the shareholders through under postal certificate. So how many people got it, how many people did not get it, nobody knows. But interestingly, there were no proxies as well. So these are basically details which are coming out from our sources in the Enforcement Directorate, which reveal that 7 people took a decision on behalf of 1,500 shareholders, and the company went into the hands of certain people, where Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are the majority shareholders. But let's see how things move forward. It will be interesting to see. We need to check from our sources in Enforcement Directorate what were these 20 questions which were posed before Sonia Gandhi. What did she answer? And when it continues, how many more days Sonia Gandhi would be questioned on this matter.
True. Ashish, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleague and senior editor Pallavi Ghosh also now joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, we're seeing a repeat of what we had seen when Rahul Gandhi was summoned as well. Pan-India protest. But the larger question is, this is just routine questioning. Why is the Congress wanting to give more ammunition to the BJP at this point rather than just going for the questioning and not making this an issue?
Well, when I did ask this question of the Congress party, they said, damn if you do and damn if you don't. Look, it's a party which has often been criticized for not hitting the streets. And they use this opportunity certainly to hit the streets to show that they can muster all kind of support of the party cadre, top leaders, chief ministers and so on and so forth. But, at the same time, since yesterday, they've been telling us we are going to raise both the issues, the GST issue as well as the issue of ED summoning of Sonia Gandhi. But unfortunately, of all the 3 notices which have been given by the Congress leaders in Parliament today, all the 3 notices are got only to do with Sonia Gandhi being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, which means it just strengthens the BJP's argument that, one, you want to make a huge issue or spectacle of the fact that she has gone to Enforcement Directorate. She should be the one who should be on a back foot and not the other way around. And second, the only reason the party hits the streets is when it comes to the Gandhis. So yes, you're right, this is something which is always going to come back to be countered on them. Why is it that the Congress hasn't hit the streets in the last 3 days? I mean, today is the 4th day of Parliament. They have been raising the issue of GST inside Parliament, but none of them have bothered to hit the streets at the level which we saw today for Sonia Gandhi or earlier for Rahul Gandhi.
And Pallavi, look at the visuals that we're just putting out on our screens. Protests have broken out in Chandigarh as well. There is public property that is being vandalized once again. A car has been set on fire in Bengaluru. Trains have been stopped here in the national capital. When Rahul Gandhi was summoned, the Congress had said, we're on a path of satyagrah, but we are seeing the opposite play out on the streets.
And that's where the problem begins. I mean, no one denies the right of any political party, frankly speaking, to protest, and especially if they want to protest for their leaders. Almost every political party has done that, whether it's the Trinamool, whether it's the DMK, and so on and so forth. But certainly when it starts hitting the common man is when you get discredited. Look, I mean, we staying in the national capital, for all of those who wanted to come back to central Delhi to go to work, it was absolutely chaotic. Roads are shut off, barricading there. So it was a huge problem for people to travel, even by using the public transport. When you deflate tires, you burn buses, hurt and damage public transport, then a little sympathy and support you expect from the people, somehow that sympathy gets lost. Even the point that you're trying to make, that it's a political witch hunt and it's an old case, there's no FIR, that also point gets lost.
Absolutely, and it's exactly the point that even the citizens today are raising, that why should we bear the brunt of regular questioning as far as the Gandhis are concerned, because today what the optics look like, that Gandhis are above the party. How is the Congress defending that?
Which are already doing the rounds, asking, like when Chidambaram, for example, was questioned and then later on arrested by the ED, why didn't you see a similar kind of a spectacle on the road? After all, he's your former finance and home minister,
Absolutely.
one of the senior most leaders, and so on and so forth. Why is it that only in the case of the Gandhis, the entire party is, kind of brought on the streets? Well, I mean, the counter defense comes is, of course, they're the leader. They're the ones who are leading the party. Sonia Gandhi is the interim president of the party. Rahul Gandhi has been the president of the party, and he has been being the voice of the Congress. But that's as far as the arguments go. Remember, when you take a back seat and you watch the entire scenario, that the BJP gets emboldened when they say that look at the stark contrast. When he was a chief minister, he went to SIT, he went alone, he was inside for more than 6 hours. You never found the party cadre over there. And even in this case, that's exactly what the Congress perhaps should have done. You don't bring these people out to a national capital. The entire area has to be cordoned off. So isn't it a party which believes in the entitlement of the Gandhis is the counter argument by the BJP and the critics?
Pallavi, I'll request you to stay on with us. Let me quickly go back to Ashish also. Ashish, because this case has been going on for such a long time, the biggest point that has been made by the Congress is that there is no scheduled offence, there is no FIR, and thus making this a bogus case.
No, actually speaking, they are correct partially, that there is no FIR, there is no doubt about it, that there is no FIR. But then the court took cognizance of the matter. And once the court takes cognizance of the matter and they are on bail, they have accepted, the court has accepted that there is malified and there looks to be...
Ashish, I apologize for interrupting. Just give me 30 seconds. We're getting some breaking developments also now coming in. A shocking comment now coming in from Karnataka Congress MLA Ramesh Kumar. He's gone on to say we've made enough to last 3 to 5 generations in the name of Nehru, Indira and Sonia Gandhi, and we have to sacrifice now.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆಯ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನೆಹರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಣ ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2 ಹೊತ್ತಿನ ಊಟ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
My colleague Harish Upadhyay is now joining us on the broadcast. Harish, could you give us a better context of where these comments were made first?
Sparked the protest against the alleged harassment of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi by the Enforcement Directorate. And the man who's speaking over there is Ramesh Kumar, the former speaker, former minister and a senior Congress leader. But what catches attention is the fact that he says that it's time for us to sacrifice, it's almost time for payback, that many of us have made wealth lasting 3-4 generations, and this is in the name of Nehru, Indira Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and now we should be ready for this very little, very small sacrifice. The BJP already pouncing on it, saying that it's now becoming clear that this whole protest has been called for 2 individuals, and it's also very clear that the Congress indulged in corruption, and it's one of their own who's now making it clear that they've made enough wealth lasting 3-4 generations. So the Congress in a fix now because of the statement by Ramesh Kumar.
Has anybody else from the Congress reacted or either distanced themselves from these comments that have been made?
None of the Congress leaders have reacted so far, but this coming on the stage, this was supposed to be a protest against the Enforcement Directorate because they're questioning Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, but somewhere almost an admission of sorts, saying that many had in fact made fortune taking names of Nehru, Sonia and Indira Gandhi, and we should pay back now. It definitely has embarrassed the party, and nobody has spoken so far. And also this happened, this remark came almost in passing, and not many on the stage who were there also noticed it, but Ramesh Kumar will have a lot of explaining to do now.
Harish, quickly, you said the BJP is already pouncing as far as these remarks are concerned. What is the BJP saying at this point?
Well, the BJP is saying that 2 things become very clear. That in fact it's an agency that's doing its job going by the law, and the Congress is trying to stall it. If they do believe in the constitution, in the court of law, why are they taking out protests? It's just a mere probe that's on. Second, they're saying it's becoming clear that this whole protest that has been called is because these two individuals have been called and nothing to do with the institution or the constitution or the democracy that the Congress claims is one of the reasons for this protest. It's because two of the leaders are being called. It's because leaders from the Sonia Gandhi, the Gandhi family are being called that this protest is being held. The third aspect, which also puts the Congress in spot, is that the BJP says now that you have a leader on camera, on stage, confessing that many of their leaders have made enough wealth that could last 3-4 generations, taking the name of Indira, Sonia and Nehru, makes it very clear that Congress all along over the last few decades has indulged in corruption, and it's not just one or two, many of them, as pointed out by Ramesh Kumar.
You know, Harish, the Congress will have a lot of answering to do today. One, of course, we continue to put out the visuals on our screens. Pan-India protest, which essentially is giving enough ammunition to the BJP to say that the Gandhis are above the party. This was routine questioning. Why are we seeing vandalism? We haven't seen a clear answer to that. And on top of that, you have a comment like that, which is a confession of sorts to say that many have indulged in corruption over the last decades. But I'll request you to stay on with us. Let's take a reaction from the BJP. Shehzad Poonawala now joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, your first reaction to the comments that we've just heard.
You know, that's why I say AICC is not All India Congress Committee. It is All India Corrupt Committee and All India Corrupt Ko Bachao Committee. And therefore, this is not an exercise of Satyagraha ka Shakti Pradarshan. It is Bhashtacharyon ka Bhakti Pradarshan. And today this MLA has testified and confessed that yes, this is a common solidarity between all the corrupt. Therefore, all the corrupt are coming on the streets to save the first family of corruption that has looted money and land worth 2,000 crores belonging to the people of India. This is a confession, candid confession of corruption by the Congress party itself. And I was telling you from starting itself that this is not Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha. This is Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi's Bhrashtachar ka Duragraha, and this is the proof. Now, this person has acknowledged that yes, we are the ones who are doing corruption, we are earning, and we have earned a lot, and now we have to spend some of this money and do hinsa, do violence, and save Sonia Gandhi. And therefore, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is calling somebody, calling the ED idiot. You are seeing the kind of violence that is taking place in Bengaluru also. You are seeing the kind of violent activities Congress party is indulging in. They are trying to intimidate, interfere, and intervene so that the law agencies can't take action against the corrupt. This is an exercise for the corrupt, by the corrupt, of the corrupt.
Shehzad, I'll just request you to stay on with us. We also have Sanket Yanagi, spokesperson of the KPCC. I want to understand what is the reference that is being made by one of your own party members when he says that we've all made enough in the past decades and it's now time to sacrifice.
Just now we have heard about this statement made by Mr. Ramesh Kumar. So in our opinion, it could be his personal opinion, not the opinion of a party or the party leaders at large. And if it is his grievance, then we will issue a show cause notice to the concerned person. The High Command is there to issue a show cause notice seeking for an explanation as to what was the compelling reason for him to say so, or what is the reason why he has expressed it so, or what was his intention behind his statement. So we still have to evaluate, understand and evaluate as to what is running in his mind.
So you're saying the Congress is distancing themselves as of now as these comments are made, but the larger issue still remains. The protest that you're seeing on the streets today is a repetition of what we've seen even when Rahul Gandhi was summoned. Are the Gandhis above the party?
No, nobody is above the party. Ours is a party of discipline. Ours is a party where the democracy is completely followed. It is unlike other party wherein only two are the leaders and rest all are the they are just subordinates just to follow the rules and regulations made independently. It is not so. So we have a high-powered committee like a Congress Working Committee, which is supreme in our party and as per the constitution of the party. And it is not one man who is superior here.
You know, I understand the criticism as far as the merits of the case are concerned, but what justifies the kind of vandalism that we continue to see across the country? There's a car being set on fire in Bengaluru, trains are stopped in the national capital. Look at the kind of pictures that we're putting out from Chandigarh. Last time around when Rahul Gandhi was questioned, an ambulance was stuck because of that. What justifies the vandalism on the streets?
You see, it is not at the instruction of a party. Let us be very clear. If the people are saying that the party or the party leaders are being targeted by the opposition, that is ruling government, and they have every right to oppose, every right to protest. And in protest of the same, if they take sometimes the law into their own hands, it cannot be said that it is at the instance of a party or the party leader.
No, so why is the party not coming out and reprimanding these workers? We're not seeing any action either. We're only seeing comments like, this is vendetta politics. Even if it is vendetta politics, what justifies the vandalism and what justifies the inconvenience for the common people today?
It is vendetta politics by the ruling government. And because it is playing that vendetta politics or the dirty politics in other way, we could say, the people are getting angry and responding to that in a way which is, which they are expressing their anger against the government. And instead of ruling the government, taking the welfare measures to a new height, when there is a price rise and so many other issues which have to be addressed by the ruling government.
So why
ruling government is stooping to the
level.
level.
I have a clear question.
One minute.
One sec. Hear me out. You're the only person on the show. You'll have fair amount of time to answer. Tell me something, why aren't we seeing the opposition out on the streets protesting on those real issues like GST? I haven't seen a single protest in the last couple of days. Also, secondly, I'm trying to understand this questioning or summons by the ED was routine questioning. Why are we seeing protesters on the ground? Where is this instruction coming from?
Nobody is instructing here. See, we have been seeing how the media is also working in some of the cases. Sometimes responsibly, sometimes not. Similarly, the ruling government is trying to suppress the individual rights of the citizens. Sometimes the people think of responding, sometimes the people do not think of responding because of the fear. And now it is an undeclared emergency in the state, in the entire country. And the people sometimes do feel that this is the right time to respond, and those people are agitating.
No, who are these people? You keep referring to them as people. These are Congress workers, right? So if your party is not responsible,
they are not just the Congress workers. Let us be very clear. They are not just the Congress workers. They are the people who have been the witness to all the grievances which the common man is having. Some people are the part of the price rise, who have been affected because of the price rise. Some people are affected in many other ways due to the loss of employment. So it is not just against the government for one reason. The people are coming out in public and showing their solidarity because they have been affected by the ruling of the government and because of the policies of the government which are anti-people. Let us be very clear on few facts.
So
the ruling of the government.
What are the protests about? You're all saying this is vendetta politics. So that means the protests are only because the Gandhis have been called for questioning. So anytime the Gandhis are called in or Gandhis are touched, we'll see this sort of vandalism on the ground. Is that the message that is being sent out? Because I don't see anybody from the top leadership coming out and either condemning what is happening on the ground either.
Insofar as the case of Mr. P. Chidambaram, the party protested it and the party workers protested it and the common man also from his constituency protested it. And they took it to the High Court and also to the Supreme Court. There are several instances of it, but the media has not highlighted it. There are several other incidents wherein the Congress leaders have been targeted by the ED and the IT through the government. And now, the government having played the dirty politics in another way, we could say, the people have suffered and they are uniting themselves and they are showing that solidarity with one of the victims.
Sir, I'm going to ask you a pointed question. Don't you think it becomes counterproductive when you say this was essentially a satyagrah and the pictures that we see are only a vandalism?
So, right to protest is a fundamental right. If the police is not allowing the right to protest, the protesters will go violent. It is everywhere, not just in India, not just in one part of the country we are talking about. So,
I just request you to stay on with us. Let me take in a reaction from the JDS also. T.R. Prasad Gowda also now joining us. So good to have you on the broadcast with us. First, let me take your response to what Congress MLA Ramesh Kumar has said. He's essentially gone on to say, we as in the Congress has made enough to last 3 to 4 generations in the name of Nehru, Indira and Sonia Gandhi. We must sacrifice now.
Hello.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I just wanted your first reaction on what we've heard as far as Congress MLA Ramesh Kumar is concerned, where he speaks about how Congress workers have made enough in the name of Nehru and Gandhi's in the last 3 to 4 decades, and now it's time for sacrifice.
Yeah, Ramesh Kumar is a person who can make some direct statements and he will not spare anybody. Okay. And now he is telling, you mean to say Nehru family has sacrificed their life for the Congress party? That's what is meant?
No, he's saying Congress workers and the people within the Congress have made enough in the last decades to last for 3 to 4 generations, and all of this has been made in a way confessing as far as corruption is concerned within the Congress, and now it's time for a payback.
Okay, yeah. Now, see, as far as Ramesh Kumar is concerned, we have respect for Ramesh Kumar. He is the Speaker of the House. He was Speaker of the House, and sometimes he makes legitimate statements. Sometimes he makes illegitimate statements also. Now, on what grounds he is pretending that it's time for for the sacrifice and all, that we need to understand more from him only, and from his leaders of the Congress party. Now, at this point of juncture, this kind of statement putting us in confusion. In what context he is making that statement?
I also quickly want your reaction on the kind of protest that we're seeing pan-India today because Sonia Gandhi was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. While the right to protest is the right of the Congress party in a democracy, but at what cost?
See, under the Constitution of India, nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the law. Now, if now Congress is telling Sonia Gandhi ji has called for ED inquiry. That is it is a political gimmick from the BJP. But if they are correct, if the party is correct, party supremo is correct, no wonder if she is right on her part. Let her undergo whatever it is.
Okay, unfortunately, I will have to leave the conversation there. I'd like to thank the spokespersons. My colleague Siddhant Mishra, I believe, has spoken to Robert Vadra. Let's listen in.
Joining me now is Mr. Robert Vadra. So thank you so much for giving time to CNN News 18. Today is perhaps for the first time that Mrs. Sonia Gandhi has been questioned by Enforcement Directorate. And a short while back, we have been told that her questioning has got over. And she was accompanied by Rahul and Priyanka, both to Enforcement Directorate's office. Mr. Vadra, we are talking at a time when last month she was not keeping well. She was in hospital because of COVID symptoms and a lot of other follow-up medical issues. And today she has been summoned in the same National Herald case. Obviously, I know your opinion on this entire episode, but I would like to understand from you, and this is what BJP is saying, that when Prime Minister Modi was summoned by SIT, then there was no pomp and show, there was no Karyakartas of BJP on the street. But when Gandhis are being summoned, why Karyakartas are on street? Why these protests and dharnas happening?
Firstly, I'd like to thank your channel for respecting my mother-in-law, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, about her health. I think very clearly the people of this country understand that the Gandhi family is the only political family who's raised the voices for the people. They do not play politics of religion, and they will fight for all the people for the right causes. And that is why everybody from all over the country, they get united and they stand and they protest that the misuse of the Enforcement Directorate is incorrect. It's not the right method to go about, using, there are methods like as in Supreme Court, this matters in Supreme Court. In a correct way, legal way, these matters could have been sorted out. And, you do not, every time there is some issue with the BJP, they have this tool of using the agencies to harass not only my family, every opposition leader. I would say which of the BJP minister or worker has been summoned or interrogated by the any.
And Robert Vadra, there has been a
The
Priyanka
answer-
Gandhi there reacting on the summons that were given to Sonia Gandhi. We'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. For now, slipping into a very short break.
ਇਹ ਟੀਮ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the two gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered one pistol and one AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore. Our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some other updates now coming in as far as the pan-India protest that we've seen by the Congress today. 11 people have been arrested in connection with the burning of a vehicle in Bengaluru during Congress protests. Harish Upadhyay joining us with more details. Harish, what do we know so far about the identity of the 11 people who've been arrested?
Well, many of them were at the spot where this happened. You could see a bunch of them actually staging a protest in front of the burning car. All of them have been detained. 11 people, we understand, have been arrested. The police saying that they would take a little more time to establish if these are Youth Congress protesters. That's happening right now. The car has been moved away from the road. In the meanwhile, there was another incident of a car seat being set on fire. That is yet to be probed by the police on whether this was just two miscreants who've done it or it is linked to this current protest that's on by the Congress. But in the case of a car being burnt outside the Enforcement Directorate, in total 11 people have been arrested. More importantly, we still haven't seen any Congress leader coming out and condemning this act. Because remember, many of them are saying that it's almost vandalism that's happening. It could not be a car belonging to a public. The Congress might have actually, Congress leaders or Youth Congress members might have actually placed a car and set it on fire, but still it caused a lot of inconvenience for the people, especially the road users over there. It's a busy stretch of road, but still we haven't seen any Congress leaders here in Karnataka coming out and saying that what happened outside the Enforcement Directorate office shouldn't have happened.
Harish, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. For now, slipping into a very short break.
For Uddhav Thackeray, it's now purely about existence. सरकार गई, अभी party and symbol भी चला जाएगा.
Question the fact that recruitment is happening based on caste and religion, that is actually completely deviating from what the point is, and you could actually be misleading the youth.
So is there acknowledgement from the court that some of the comments that they made on the 1st of July may have had a role in the subsequent events where the death and rape threats to Nupur Sharma increased manifold?
Governments of the day in Haryana have failed to really control this menace. A criminal can kill in a broad daylight with nothing happening against him, and even if there is an action, the cop's life won't be back.
Interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore. Our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil अच्छा नहीं है. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Manu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
ਇਹ ਟੀਮ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Now, demanding a ban on illegal mining in the hills situated in Rajasthan's Bharatpur, a 60-year-old seer Vijay Das tried to immolate himself by putting inflammable material on his body on Wednesday. Now, Vijay Das is said to be in a critical condition as of now. Sant has been airlifted to Safdarjung Hospital from the SMS Hospital in Jaipur. BJP has slammed the Gehlot government over the incident. While holding a review meeting on illegal mining on Wednesday, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot directed the police to take strict action against the illegal miners. Meanwhile, the government has also decided to shift the mining area and will issue a notification to declare it as a forest area.
देखिए, उसके लिए हम लोगों ने पहले ही फैसला कर लिया था, बड़ा फैसला किया है. वो चाहते थे फॉरेस्ट में लैंड जाए और एक व्यक्ति ऊपर चढ़े हुए थे, एक साधु ऊपर चढ़ गए थे, समझाइश हो रही थी भाई नीचे उतर जाओ. सरकार फैसला कर ली. प्रोसेस फॉरेस्ट लैंड डिक्लेयर करने में टाइम लगता है, प्रोसेस करना पड़ता है. उसकी बजाय एक नए साधु ने वो आत्महत्या करने की कोशिश कर ली, तो उसका हम लोग ध्यान रखें, इलाज करवा रहे हैं.
A very warm welcome. You're watching the 4 p.m. newscast with me, Akanksha Swaroop, on CNN News 18. Let's begin with the latest coming in on the presidential poll. India is all set to get its 15th president today. As per reports, NDA's presidential candidate Droupadi Murmu has taken a huge lead in the first round of counting and has got 3.78 lakh votes, whereas opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha has got 1.45 lakh votes. Over 31 ballot boxes from states, union territories and the parliament are currently being counted. Remember, just some time ago, the counting of the MP votes was over, and that's where we got you those figures. Remember, Droupadi Murmu, the potential president, will have many firsts to her name. The first tribal president, the first to be born after independence, and the first president from the state of Odisha. And competing with her is Yashwant Sinha, an old BJP hand for over 2.5 decades. Here's more.
सिंपल बैकग्राउंड से बहुत ऊपर उठ सके, महिला है, ट्राइबल है, बहुत पर्सनल ट्रेजेडीज भी हैं. आप कैसे देखते हैं उससे?
नहीं, वो तो पहले से ही बहुत सिंपल है और सिंपल का चलते और उसका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बहुत ये ज़्यादा भी है. उसी चलते वो अभी इतना दूर तो जा रहा, मतलब अभी तो राष्ट्रपति बनने वाला है. और जब पहले भी था उसी टाइम कोई भी आए तो यहाँ मिलते जुलते था आदमी का साथ, सब आदमी का मतलब दुख सुख सब कुछ समझते थे. कोई भी आए, कहीं से भी आए, उसका बात को समझते थे. लेकिन सब आदमी द्रौपदी करके ही बुलाते हैं.
Security personnel have been deployed, and in fact this security is being enhanced at this point in time further. If I can show you the canopy kind of structures inside this particular house, where you can see that stages are being prepared, and also we are learning that several BJP leaders will be visiting this house after the result. And also we are told that in fact Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit this particular place. But on the other hand, if I can show you the visuals of the different agencies who are working at this point in time on this particular road, where you can see NDMC workers are currently working on this particular road. They are taking care of the particular patches in the road and also for the beautification of this particular road. Also they are taking care of the hanging wires at this point in time. People are enthusiastic about this particular day.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के बारे में थोड़ा सा बता दीजिए.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी मैडम, रायरंगपुर के लोग जिन्हें दीदी के नाम से पुकारते हैं. ये जीत सिर्फ दीदी की नहीं, ये पूरे रायरंगपुर की जीत. हमें ऐसा फील हो रहा है, और जैसे दिवाली के समय मिठाइयाँ बनती हैं उस तरीके से मिठाई बन रही है. हमें इतनी खुशी महसूस हो रही है कि मतलब ये शब्द में मैं आपको बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ.
द्रौपदी दीदी बहुत डाउन टू अर्थ है. जो भी उन प्रॉब्लम लेकर उनके पास जाने से वो हर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करती हैं. और आप कितने सालों पहले भी अगर उनसे मिलें और बहुत दिन बाद वापस जाके मिलेंगे तो आपको रिकॉग्नाइज ज़रूर करेंगे.
Some breaking news on Sidhu Moosewala. We are learning that Sidhu Moosewala's father is receiving threat calls from numbers that come from Pakistan. He is also receiving threats on social media. This is the latest that we are bringing to you. Remember, 2 accused were killed during an encounter yesterday. And for more details now, let's also go across to our reporter Baldev Sharma from News 18. Baldev जी, हमें बता सकते हैं कि अब इसमें पाकिस्तान का क्या लिंक इमर्ज होके आ रहा है? कल तो हमने देखा ही था कि जो 2 अक्यूज मरे हैं एनकाउंटर में वो अटारी में थे, जो कि इंडिया पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर है. आज हमें ये सुनने को मिल रहा है कि जो थ्रेट कॉल्स आ रही हैं मूसेवाला के फादर को, वो नंबर्स पाकिस्तान के हैं. तो इससे कैसे इस्टेब्लिश हो रहा है अब कि इसमें पाकिस्तान आईएसआई का भी लिंक हो सकता है?
जी, उनका बताना चाहूंगा कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला के पिता को पाकिस्तान के फोन कॉल से और इंस्टा पर लगातार धमकी आ रही है कि वो इस केस से पीछे हट जाएं, और ये भी धमकाया जा रहा है कि अगला नंबर आपका होगा. इसलिए परिवार से बात हुई थी, लेकिन उनके पिता का कहना है कि मैं अपने पुत्र के कातलों को अंजाम तक लेकर जाऊंगा, चाहे कातिल मेरी जान क्यों ना ले लें, मैं पीछे हटने वाला नहीं हूं. पाकिस्तान नंबरों से कॉल आ रही है. ये जांच का विषय है कि पाकिस्तान कनेक्शन क्या हो सकता है. गैंगस्टर जो कल 2 गैंगस्टरों का पुलिस एनकाउंटर हुआ है वो भी पाकिस्तान की तरफ ही थे, सरहद से कुछ किलोमीटर की दूरी पर थे। इसलिए कोई ना कोई कनेक्शन जांच में निकलकर सामने आ सकता है। अंकाश
जी, कल जो एनकाउंटर हुआ था उसमें ये भी बताया गया था, जो रूपा है और मन्नू दोनों जिनका एनकाउंटर किया गया था, इस बात पे अभी बहुत क्रूशियल है आपके लिए ये लाइट थ्रो करना कि जो है कैसे रूपा और मन्नू दोनों शरण लेके बैठे हुए थे उस खाली बिल्डिंग में, या जो फार्म हाउस था उस होशियारपुर की विलेज में जो कि अटारी पे है, जो कि इंडिया पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर है, और कैसे अब ये इसमें इंटरनेशनल लिंक्स भी आ रहे हैं जिसमें खालिस्तान और पाकिस्तान का भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट फोकस में आ रहा है। इस बारे में भी हमें कुछ थोड़ी जानकारी दीजिए।
बिल्कुल, इसमें इसका जो पाकिस्तान में हथियारों की सप्लाई का काम करता है उससे कनेक्शन हो सकता है, ऐसा पुलिस अधिकारियों ने संकेत दिया था कि ये जांच का विषय है। हो सकता है कि गैंगस्टर हैं जो पाकिस्तान की तरफ भागने की तैयारी में, तो इससे पहले ही पुलिस ने तो वोच लिया है। पाकिस्तान का कुछ ना कुछ कनेक्शन जरूर हो सकता है, ऐसा अधिकारियों ने कहा है कि वो इस विषय में गहराई से जांच कर रहे हैं।
जी बलदेव जी, सिक्योरिटी सिचुएशन पे भी काफी सारे सवाल उठाए गए थे कि अगर ये एक एस्केप रूट, कल के दो अक्यूज जो है एस्केप रूट अगर प्लान कर रहे थे तो क्या बाहर आउटर और इनर कॉर्डन जिसे कहा जाता है पुलिस का, इसे बढ़ा देना चाहिए कि नहीं? और अब क्योंकि ये थ्रेट कॉल्स सिद्धू मूसेवाला के फादर को मिल रही हैं, आप हमें बता सकते हैं कि पंजाब पुलिस उन्हें सिक्योरिटी कवर प्रोवाइड करेगी कि नहीं?
बिल्कुल, ऐसे में जब उसके पिता ने डीजीपी से बात जरूर की होगी इस मामले में, तो अभी अधिकारियों ने अपनी कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दी। इससे पता चलेगा कि सिक्योरिटी कितनी बढ़ा रही है। फिलहाल उनके पास सिक्योरिटी पंजाब पुलिस ने ऑलरेडी दी हुई है, अब कितना उसको बढ़ाएंगे ये अधिकारियों पर निर्भर रहेगा।
जी, कल हमने बलदेव जी पंजाब पुलिस की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी सुनी थी, बहुत ही गार्डेड थी पंजाब पुलिस वहाँ पे। हमने एडीजीपी को भी सुना था प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस पे, बहुत संभल के बोल रहे थे। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि बहुत कुछ अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के अंडर होगा। ये उन्होंने बताने से मना कर दिया कि इस घर में शरण किसने दी, ये घर किसका था, या जो फार्म हाउस था जिसमें इन्होंने शरण ले रखी थी। इस बारे में कुछ इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में आपको कुछ अपने सोर्सेज से कुछ मालूम हुआ है?
बिल्कुल, उस मामले को लेकर भी पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है कि आखिर उस जगह पर इन गैंगस्टरों को किसने पनाह दी, या पहले से रह रहे हैं, या उससे पहले इनकी जान पहचान थी। हालांकि वो जो मकान मालिक है वो उसको घर में नहीं रहता, वो खेतों में मकान है, इसलिए पुलिस फूक कर कदम रख रही है। और इस मामले को लेकर के उस घर से उनका क्या कनेक्शन है, पुलिस जल्दी खुलासा करने वाली है।
जी बलदेव जी, हमारे साथ बने रहिए क्योंकि हमारे साथ former Punjab DGP Mr. Shashikant is also joining us right now on the phone line. Mr. Shashikant, now that we've broken the news that Sidhu Moosewala's father is receiving threat calls from numbers that hail from Pakistan, do you not think that the links with Pakistan and ISI are now only getting clearer with each passing day as far as the killing of Sidhu Moosewala is concerned?
It was always obvious that these gangsters have links with Pakistan. Otherwise, number one, they couldn't have got these absolutely modern weapons, including the rocket launcher which they used in Mohali. And all these guys, as you know, reports have been coming in from various important and reliable sources that they are in touch with Rinda, who tried to mastermind several nefarious activities in India, particularly in Punjab. Because remember why I said in India, because the guys who were arrested in Karnal, as per the post, they were carrying these explosives either to Nadeed Sahab or to Telangana. So it's more than obvious that these persons were there, and this really clinches the issue. Yes, it is about time to India to take some action against these terrorists, maybe through Interpol or something, whatever channel they think, because diplomatic channels have failed miserably over the time. So probably this is the time to take recourse to other channels also now.
Right. Since you clearly mentioned that diplomatic channels have failed, as far as security in Punjab is concerned, you know, we are looking at a border state. Yesterday, those two accused were also shot down at
All right, I'm sorry to actually leave this conversation right here because we have some breaking inputs coming in. The Prime Minister is now all headed to meet Droupadi Murmu around 4:30 p.m. This is the latest that we are learning, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to meet Droupadi Murmu at 4:30 p.m., which should be roughly in 25 minutes from now. Remember, we declared the number of votes that Droupadi Murmu has just received from the MPs. The counting is still underway, but she's clearly got a massive edge over the opposition candidate, that is Yashwant Sinha. It seems like a clear-cut victory, but let's also get in a sense of perspective, and for that I'm joined in by Maria Shakil. Maria, if you could take us through what we can expect from this meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Droupadi Murmu now.
Yes, so the big celebrations will begin shortly. In another 15 to 20 minutes, we can expect a formal announcement to come in from the returning officer, declaring Droupadi Murmu as the next president. He'll be president in waiting, the first tribal president and also the 15th president of India. After that, the Prime Minister is expected to visit Droupadi Murmu at her temporary residence in Delhi, which will be followed by visits and congratulatory messages that will be coming in from all the chief ministers who are already there, of BJP ruled states who have already arrived in Delhi. The ministers will be visiting Droupadi Murmu. There will be a victory march that has been planned by the Delhi BJP, which will be in which BJP President JP Nadda is expected to participate. So grand events that has been planned by the BJP, which will be enforced in the next few hours across the country. It's a historic moment, and the Prime Minister will be present when that announcement happens, and he will be the first to congratulate the next President of India.
Right. Maria, stay with us because I'm also joined in by Akash, who's currently stationed outside the Delhi residence of Droupadi Murmu. Akash, if I could come to you, would you take us through what is the sentiment over there on ground level? What are the kind of preparations? I'm being told that Droupadi Murmu's residence is decked up in lights. If you could take us through what are the preparations like?
Well, right, Akanksha, let me tell you that it's a matter of time only now, because we are also learning that Prime Minister Modi would be visiting this particular place. But talking about the preparations, if I can show you the particular stage, only one chair is there, and we are expecting that this chair is for the next president. And as far as the other chairs are concerned, so we are learning that all the senior BJP leaders would be sitting on these chairs. Just a few minutes back, we saw how, mithai boxes were taken inside this particular residence. Also, starting from the security arrangements to the beautification of this particular house. So all of these preparations are underway, because at this point in time, not only the Prime Minister, but all the CMs and all the senior leaders of BJP are expected at this particular place. Also, talking about the particular development, it was very much expected, and it is very much expected that Droupadi Murmu will be the next president. But at this point in time, election commission would be announcing it, and we are also expecting a press conference, an official press conference by the election commission, where it would be announced that who is going to be the 15th president of India. But in some time from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit this particular place, and everyone is waiting for that particular visit, because Prime Minister will be the first person who is going to meet the next president of India.
Right. If I may also go across, go back to Maria on the phone line. Maria, if you could take us through how significant is Droupadi Murmu as far as her candidature is concerned, how significant it is, because it's also going to mark many firsts for our country as well. Take us through all those many firsts. All right, let's also actually in the meantime go across to Rupashri, who's reporting from Odisha, from Rairangpur, which happens to be Droupadi Murmu's hometown. Rupashri, if you could take us through what are the preparations like in Droupadi Murmu's hometown. I'm sure there's much excitement. We've been seeing all those visuals of laddus being prepared in the hometown of the next president, who's shortly going to be announced by the election commission. We all know that that is but an expected victory. Still, I'd like you to take us through what are the preparations like.
actually have been done, one in Rairanpur and the other two preparations are being done in Pahadpur village, which is a village which she was married into, and the other one is Ubarpada, the place where I'm standing right now. And actually there is a procession which is going on in the village right now. A short while ago people had gathered extremely proud that a girl from this village is actually made it to being the president of the country, and essentially saying that there is something in the soil of this village, and that Droupadi Murmu has made the village proud. There are a lot of expectations also from the people of this village. Many of them actually tell us that they have high hopes from Droupadi Murmu. Once, because she has now become the president, then she must also do something for this particular village in terms of road, in terms of water and other things also. But definitely celebrations have just begun, and they're not likely to continue for some time now. Not really going to end anytime soon. Apart from that, in Pahadpur village also we saw actually a very huge feast being prepared for the villagers from one panchayat, and that is going to likely to continue through the night. So there was rice, there was chicken, there was paneer, and there was dalma, typical Odia dish of dalma being prepared. And people like men and women trickling in from all the 10 villages surrounding that particular panchayat, and they were also participating in the traditional dance and song. Over here also you can see that these processions have also been continued. Every villager essentially celebrating in his or her way. So Droupadi Murmu's candidature or being the president has actually inspired also a lot of hope amongst women over here. Many of them who we spoke to, especially those who are young, actually had high hopes for themselves in their lives. So yes, a very proud moment for people of this particular village, for people of Odisha, for women, and also remember Naveen Patnaik himself has said that Droupadi Murmu is the daughter of Odisha. He has lent his support to not only his support to Droupadi Murmu but also canvassed for her being successful in this particular election. So definitely a moment of pride for this village, for Upparpada and for Odisha as well.
Right, Rupashri, you just mentioned that the CM of Orissa declared her as the daughter of Orissa, and that in itself is very symbolic as far as Droupadi Murmu is concerned. Having said that, you're standing with the women there. Have you spoken to these women? What is the sentiment like on ground zero? I'm sure it's a proud moment for them, since the lady now hailing from their village is going to become the next president of the country. We all know that Droupadi Murmu belongs to the Santhal tribe. What is the sentiment like within the tribe itself? What are these women telling you about their feelings towards this development today?
Well, there are layers upon layers of feelings that people are expressing, whether it is men or women. Like one particular person actually told me that it is a matter of great pride that somebody from the tribal community, which is so backward, has actually made it to the topmost position in this country. And he actually also said that this means that people from the backward communities can also now move forward. It provides them hope. And he also said that he gave his good wishes to Droupadi Murmu so that all her dreams and her hopes and aspirations may flower, and also that he hoped that she would succeed in discharging the responsibility that comes from the role of being the president of the country. So layers and upon layers of feelings. Girl children, if you speak to, whether they are in the school or whether they have come for the dance, the tribal dance in the fields, they are extremely hopeful. Each and every person I spoke to had high hopes for their own selves. One of them said that she has become a teacher. She's so hardworking. If I work hard, I can also make something out of my life. I also want to be a teacher. Another girl child said that she, like Droupadi Murmu, wanted to be the president of the country. Another one said that she wanted to be a civil servant and they would never give up studying. One point that has been noticed by these girls is that Droupadi Murmu is a self-made person. She was extremely hardworking. She never gave up on herself, and she really never really had a godfather, so to speak. So yes, a lot of aspirations amongst people, amongst the tribal people over here. But remember, these villages are still very backward. People do talk about the need for more roads, for better water supply, for rural electrification, for jobs, and for more better communication along the roadways and the railways.
In
So
fact,
those issues are
Droupadi,
there.
we are going to talk about all those tasks which are now going to be cut out for the next president of India. We are going to discuss what will be the tasks at hand for Droupadi Murmu. Stay with me as I also take my next question from Akash. Akash, you heard what Rupashri had to say. She emphasized on the fact that, you know, how this sentiment is actually reverberating in the entire village about how Droupadi Murmu is actually a self-made woman, how she has struggled, and that the fact that she's come all the way from the village of Rairangpur, now perhaps, of course, headed towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan. We are looking at a woman who's come a very, very long way in her life. Take us through those many firsts that Droupadi Murmu marks as far as her candidature for the NDA is concerned.
Well, right, Akanksha, and let me tell you that this is the only sentiment that we are picking up from here, because, you know, since morning we are seeing that people are enthusiastic about this particular candidate, and also they are quite sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to win. But on the other hand, they are also talking about her personal struggles, because as far as, you know, her personal life is concerned, from year 2009 to 2014, she lost very close members of her family, you know, including her husband, her son, and also her mother. So at this point in time, talking about her political career, you know, personal life is very much important, and we have seen that she is coming from a tribal background where, you know, she has faced a lot of adversities in life, and this is what people are talking about. At this point in time, while we had a word with people, in fact, BJP Karyakartas are saying that this was an ideal choice, and that's the reason why they are very hopeful, because, you know, in the past also we have seen that how, you know, different political parties, not only the allies of BJP, but also parties from the opposition came forward in support of Droupadi Murmu just because of the community she is coming from, and also the kind of personality she is. So at this point in time, people are hopeful, and they are talking about her struggle, her life, and also about her community. They are saying that she's a grounded personality, and that's why they are very hopeful that while she'll be the president of India, she'll be understanding all the adversities of the life that tribal people and in fact all the backward communities face, and she'll be working towards that particular direction. That is the reason why people are very hopeful about this candidature. Also, they're very sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to win this particular election. But also, on the other hand, we have a press conference scheduled by the Election Commission of India, where we'll get the sort of confirmation we are looking for. Akanksha.
Right, Akash. Stay with us. I'm going to also request Rupashri to stay with us as I slip into a short break. We'll keep tracking all those minute details of the presidential vote count, which is currently underway. We'll be back with more. Stay with CNN News 18.
Hello and welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth, Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? I mean, every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the
Ghazal
other...
test applies what? Shampoo,
everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
Signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the state secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the state secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave.
Let's dive into the newscast with some breaking news coming in from the national capitals. Delhi's Lieutenant Governor has returned the proposal regarding the foreign visit of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to Singapore to attend the 8th World City Summit and the WCS Mayors Forum, and has advised him to not attend a conference that the same was prima facie a conference of mayors and not befitting for the attendance of a chief minister. And so the tussle between the Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi CM continues. As we all know, it's not new. This is one tussle that's been taking place for long now. And in the latest, the line of fire is CM Kejriwal's visit to Singapore for the 8th World City Summit and the WCS Mayors Forum. For more details, I have with us Pallavi Ghosh on the phone line. Pallavi, if you could take us through this entire battle that's taking place between the Lieutenant Governor and CM Arvind Kejriwal.
So this is going to be yet another flashpoint between the centre as well as the Chief Minister. Remember, he's been doing multiple press conferences asking why is it that a sitting Chief Minister is being denied an opportunity to visit Singapore. But essentially what we are being told by way of sources that there are enough grounds which have been created by the LG as to why this visit should not get his approval. The most important what he says is that it is a mayor's forum. It's a conference for mayors and therefore it does not suit the stature of a Chief Minister to be taking part in this conference. Also, the LG pointed out that the conference is going to be covering different aspects of urban governance, which in any case is something which is being looked after by the NDMC, the MCD and the DDA, and therefore it is inappropriate for a Chief Minister to be attending the same. Last point is that in the context of the smart city projects in Delhi, this is being anchored by the NDMC, and a Chief Minister attending this conference in Singapore is actually going to set a bad precedent. So there are 3 points on which this permission has been denied by the Lieutenant Governor. Would be interesting to listen to what reaction really comes in from the Delhi government.
Right.
But I think this is going to be yet another flashpoint between the centre and the LG.
Right, and as you rightly said, it would be interesting to see what kind of a reaction comes in from the Delhi government. Having said that, I believe Arvind Kejriwal has already been voicing how miffed he is with this back and forth that's been taking place, because earlier also the PMO did not grant him permission for the summit as well. Having said that, if you could take us through how Arvind Kejriwal has been very vocal about how crucial this visit was for him, considering he was touting it as one visit which was meant to be for the welfare of the national capital.
Yes, that's right. So the Singapore conference essentially is also about how to have an urban development, improve the infrastructure of cities. And the argument which came in from the Delhi Chief Minister consistently was that it is important for him to attend this conference because we can pick up ideas from this conference and there can also be an exchange of ideas. Of course, that has led to a slew of criticism saying that look at the condition of Delhi. Is this a time when you leave the national capital, when you're a sitting Chief Minister, when monsoon seems to have affected every infrastructure or what you are responsible for? But however, the counter which came in from the Chief Minister was that he's a sitting Chief Minister and to deny him the opportunity to visit and attend this conference is actually a denial of his rights. It's also being petty by the central government. And now that it's become official, now that the LG has denied this opportunity, I think we can expect some more confrontationist attitude coming in from the Delhi Chief Minister, saying that the grounds on which you have rejected my attendance of this conference are completely not substantial and therefore this is just another sheer politics. In fact, as early and late as today itself, the Chief Minister was in Gujarat and we know over there he was clearly taking pot shots at the BJP. So it will be interesting to see what reaction really comes in from the Chief Minister just after this news has broken.
Right, and perhaps we can expect a reaction today itself. Having said that, thank you, Pallavi, for bringing in all those details. And with that, it's time to slip into a short break as more news and updates continue on the other side. Stay with CNN News 8.
Power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කළේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore. Our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men. Welcome welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. And with that, let's now quickly bring you the latest as far as the counting of the presidential vote is concerned. Remember, we've been bringing you all those latest details. It seems like Droupadi Murmu has an advantage as far as the current situation is concerned. We'll be bringing you all those latest developments as they take place. We are expecting an announcement to come in from the Election Commission anytime now. At the same time, we should also be expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be meeting Droupadi Murmu to officially congratulate her, as this is one victory which is on expected lines. For more details, let's also go across to our political editor Pallavi Ghosh, as she's joining us on the newscast. Pallavi, I'd like you to throw light on how this, as we earlier also spoke about the fact that this is a victory which is on expected lines, but the fact of the matter remains that it is not the victory that matters, but the margin with which Droupadi Murmu will win, which is going to be in fact symbolic for the NDA government.
Absolutely. In fact, in the first round of counting, which is over, which of course are counting of votes for the members of parliaments, she has a huge head start over Yashwant Sinha. And this goes on to show that there is no doubt about the fact that she's going to be winning elections. I think at this point of time, there are two factors which are going to be very important in the post-analysis. One is the margin of victory, of course. And second, if actually there has been a cross-voting which has taken place. You know, there are many leaders from political parties who were supporting Yashwant Sinha, like the Congress, who were actually very uncomfortable with the fact that if they belong to a tribal dominant state like Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh, how will they explain it back to their voters that they did not support a tribal leader or a woman at that? So I think it will be very interesting to see that post-analysis, that whether there has been cross-voting or whether, and how much of that cross-voting has been. Well, it's going to be obviously a huge political messaging which has been sent out by the BJP and the central government.
Right. Also, Pallavi, I'd like you to explain the possibility of cross-voting in this situation, considering we know that there is no party whip when it comes to presidential election to monitor, which MLA or MP votes for the candidate which is being supported by a certain party. So in this case, we are looking at a very, very real possibility of opposition parties having supported Droupadi Murmu, because going by the figures that are already coming in, we already know that Droupadi Murmu is one candidate who might just be garnering 2/3 of the support.
I mean, let's take an example of Jharkhand. It was easy for JMM to break ranks, even though they're in alliance with the Congress party in the state, to support Droupadi Murmu because it's a predominantly tribal state. And for Hemant Soren to go back during elections and try and justify not voting for her would have been very, very difficult. I think the same logic at least applies as far as the Congress leaders from the state are also concerned. And I'm just giving an example of one particular state. And there have been talk, and there has been one or two instances where actually the Congress leaders have gone on record to say that we did follow what a party tells us to do, but at the end of the day, we also had to listen to our inner voice. Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, parts of Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, which also has a substantial tribal population. Over there, it's going to be very, very difficult for leaders to explain why they did not vote for a tribal leader. The second quick point is that, the thing about tribal population is that they are very thick, they are very close, cohesive. So they usually vote in unison. I think that could be an important factor in case a substantial amount of cross-voting takes place.
Right, Pallavi, stay with us because I'm also joined in by Siddhant, who's currently stationed outside the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Siddhant, if I could come to you and get in a sense of what's happening on the ground level. I believe there are preparations made at the residence of Droupadi Murmu as well. I'm sure there's much excitement on the ground level. We can also expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive. And how much time, in fact, can we expect Prime Minister Modi to reach there?
Well, look, all are waiting for the official announcement. Plus, the celebrations will begin once Prime Minister will arrive at the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Now we are reporting from outside the residence. You can see that security has been beefed up. The entire area has been cordoned off, and in fact, only the vehicles of central ministers are being allowed beyond this barricade. Otherwise, the spokespersons of Bharatiya Janata Party, the leaders, MLAs and MPs from the other parties are also coming to wish Droupadi Murmu, to congratulate her, but their vehicles are not being allowed. Also, the states like Andhra Pradesh, the states like Arunachal Pradesh, all MLAs have voted for Droupadi Murmu. So it is not just going to be an ordinary victory, it is going to be a big victory. And this is perhaps the reason that Bharatiya Janata Party has in fact planned this victory in a grand scale, to celebrate it on a grand scale. And we have been told that after PM's visit, the chief ministers of states are likely to visit Droupadi Murmu today and tomorrow. And in fact, we have also been told, going by our sources in BJP, that we can expect 2-3 days celebration after
and speaking
her
of celebrations,
victory will be declared.
Siddhant, stay with us, because I'm also joined in by Akash, who's stationed inside the residence of Droupadi Murmu. If I could come across, if I could go across to Akash. Akash, could you take us through what are the preparations like? What is the sentiment on ground zero? I'm sure there must be a lot of excitement. And when can we expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive?
Since morning, we are seeing that workers are preparing for this particular occasion, and we are expecting in some time from now, Prime Minister Modi would come here. But talking about the preparation, if I can show you the visuals there, you can see the stage there. Also, seats have been put, and we are told that there on stage only one seat would be there, where the candidate as of now and the next President of India would be sitting, Droupadi Murmu, and also we are learning that all the senior leaders would be sitting on these chairs, these white chairs. But there you can see only one seat is there, that is for Droupadi Murmu as of now. Also, we are also learning that Prime Minister Modi would be coming after the result. Initially, 2:30 was the time, then 4:30 was the time, but now we are learning that around 5 or 5:30, he would be coming to this particular place. From outside the residence, Siddhant is talking about the particular preparation, but from inside, if I can, ask my camera person Ganesh to show that there you can see the adequate security arrangements and also the senior leaders, because, no one other than the senior leaders of the BJP are allowed at this point of time. No Karyakarta is allowed inside. But talking about the Karyakartas, celebration would be there, and we are also learning the celebration would be there at Delhi BJP, at National BJP, and also we are learning about one Julus that will be carried out by BJP and will be led by JP Nadda from Delhi BJP to Rajpath. So at this point in time, everyone is excited about this particular visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and talking about the Karyakartas, so they are excited about the next President of India.
Right. I'm sure there will be celebrations taking place across the country once the Election Commission announces the victory of Droupadi Murmu. On that note, let me also go across to Maria Shakil, who's joining me from the newsroom. Maria, we're looking at Droupadi Murmu as a candidate who's been the popular choice, not just of the NDA, but also of the opposition parties. I'd like you to throw light on the fact how she's managed to beat the candidature or so far as the official announcement is concerned. I know that we are yet to receive that official announcement, but many critics are talking about how Yashwant Sinha was the common candidate, not the consensus candidate as far as Yashwant Sinha is concerned, and Droupadi Murmu's in fact managed to become that consensus candidate.
I think from the word go, Mr. Sinha knew that he was fighting a losing battle, and the fact that Mamata Banerjee summed up her sentiments to say that had she known that the NDA would be fielding Droupadi Murmu, she'll be the first tribal president and the second woman president of India, she would have given it a thought. She would have perhaps thought as to perhaps even gone for breaking of the ranks. So from the word go, she was the president in waiting, because the numbers were stacked overwhelmingly in the favor of the NDA. Even without the NDA allies, the BJP could have easily managed to get Droupadi Murmu to the Raisina Hill, but it was about big messaging. This was not about the numbers game, it was about symbolism. This was about sending a message that India is getting its first tribal president in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's tenure. So when we look at the numbers, we'll be looking at which are the states from where there has been breaking of the ranks because the whip doesn't really apply in the presidential polls. It has been rather interesting that Droupadi Murmu, soon after she was announced as the nominee of the NDA, she made calls to leaders across party lines, from Sonia Gandhi to Mamata Banerjee to Sharad Pawar. She reached out to one and all to ensure that her numbers would be better than her predecessor. If Ramnath Kovind in 2017 polled around 62% votes, the BJP and the NDA certainly are hoping that this time around it will be somewhere perhaps 70% plus. We have seen rather interesting new political axis emerge. The fact that Shiv Sena MPs forced their party boss, the Uddhav Thackeray faction, to really break ranks, and for Uddhav Thackeray to stand with Droupadi Murmu was an interesting sign. Then we saw breaking of ranks again happen in Andhra Pradesh when TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu campaigned for Droupadi Murmu. So these were interesting optics as far as messaging is concerned. All these leaders understand that because they have a significant tribal population in their respective states, from Maharashtra to Madhya Pradesh, a number of these states like Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh go to polls in the next 1.5 years. Most of these leaders do not want to be on the wrong side of history. And as journalists, we are seeing history unfold today. And in another 15-20 minutes, we can expect the returning officer, who is the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, to make that formal announcement of the percentage with which Droupadi Murmu has won the presidential polls.
Absolutely. And as you rightly mentioned, Maria, that this is not going to be a victory about numbers. It's going to be about the messaging, the symbolism that accompanies the victory of Droupadi Murmu. And with that, let me thank all of you. We'll keep coming back to this story as CNN News 18 is very closely tracking that victory of Droupadi Murmu. We are waiting that crucial announcement from the Rajya Sabha. We'll keep coming back to this story. For now, it's a short break.
Always a frontrunner, since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil hacha nahi hai. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Droupadi and Murmu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
ये टीम हैगी है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18. We continue to bring you the latest as far as the results of the presidential polls are concerned. Remember, we told you that that Droupadi Murmu is all set to have a thumping victory. We are waiting for that official announcement to come from the Rajya Sabha. For now, let's also get in a sense of what's happening on ground zero. And for that, I'm joined in by our correspondents Siddhant and Akash, who are stationed at the residence of Droupadi Murmu. If I could quickly go across to Siddhant. Siddhant, you've been speaking to party cadres. What is the sentiment like? How are they all preparing? I'm sure they're expecting Droupadi Murmu to win with a thumping majority.
Well, that's correct. So this is a hall which is next to Droupadi Murmu's residence, and you can see the celebrations have already begun here. The people have come from Orissa and various other states here. They have been accommodated here. So once she will win, the victory will be declared. Then they will do swagat of Droupadi Murmu. हाँ जी, कहाँ से आए आप लोग?
हम सर राजस्थान से हैं. हमारा नागौर जिला है, कठपुतली कॉलोनी रहते हैं, जो अभी रिहेबिलिटेशन.
क्या रिलेशन है आपका द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी से? आज आप लोग यहाँ
उनके वेलकम के लिए आए हैं हम सब.
उनके वेलकम के लिए. उड़ीसा से भी मुझे बताया कि बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ.
ये सब उड़ीसा से लोग आए हैं.
तो आप लोग उड़ीसा से आए?
हाँ जी.
कहाँ से आए उड़ीसा से?
मैं अनगुल से आया हूँ.
कहाँ से?
अनगुल
से आए. तो उनके स्वागत के लिए आए
जी.
अच्छा, और आप?
जोधपुर से है, उड़ीसा
से आए हुए. कभी इससे पहले जीवन में उनसे मुलाकात हुई? उनके साथ काम किया?
हाँ, मुलाकात तो हुई. ये स्वतंत्रता का 75 साल बाद उड़ीसा का एक जनजातीय महिला को.
आप ये बजा क्या रहे हैं? आप ये क्या बजा रहे हैं?
यह मृदंग है. ये जगन्नाथ जी का सबसे प्यारा चीज है. और जगन्नाथ जी की कृपा से आज वो हमारी जो दीदी है वो महामहिम बनने जा रही है. वैसे जिस दिन कैंडिडेचर आ गया था उस दिन से तो जीती हुई है. हम उड़ीसा वासियों के तरफ से सारे
एक बार CNN के दर्शकों के लिए बजाइए. तो ये जगन्नाथपुरी का है.
यस.
आप कहाँ से आए भाई साहब?
मेरठ से आए हम. हम मेरठ से आए हैं.
मेरठ से आए हुए.
हाँ जी.
ओके. तो आप लोगों को बोला गया कि मिलेंगे राष्ट्रपति?
मिलेंगे. पहले से ही उनके ज्ञान में है. पहले से उनके साथ में रहते हैं.
has started and people are celebrating here. They have come from Orissa and various other states. They have been told that they will get a chance to meet Droupadi Murmu. So after her victory will be declared. Back to the studio.
All right, Siddhant, we can't hear you, but I can clearly sense the excitement as you were just taking us through all those visuals and all those people who are there gathered, fully thronging this venue to welcome Droupadi Murmu and to celebrate her moment of victory, which almost seems certain, as we've already been discussing that this is a moment which was rather expected, and now it is no more about numbers, but it is also about the messaging that's going across through the political circles and to the entire nation. Not just the messaging, it's also the symbolism that accompanies the victory of Droupadi Murmu. As you can see, there are artists at Droupadi Murmu's residence, not just from her home state of Odisha, but we can see all these artists who've come from various parts of the country, so much so from states like Rajasthan as well. Those are the visuals of celebrations that have kick-started at Droupadi Murmu's residence. The excitement is palpable. The stage is set for Droupadi Murmu's victory. To your right on the screens are also BJP party workers and cadres celebrating, preparing for Droupadi Murmu's victory. Having said that, okay, I can see Siddhant as well from Droupadi Murmu's residence. But let me also go across to Akash, who's also stationed at Droupadi Murmu's residence. Akash, I believe Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to arrive at Droupadi Murmu's residence. When can we expect his arrival, and when can we expect the official announcement coming from the Rajya Sabha?
So, Kangsha, in some time from now, both the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting this particular place after the result announcement. This is what we are learning. But also, talking about the particular result, everyone is, eagerly waiting for the result, because they are pretty sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to win and she'll be the 15th President of India. But talking about the preparation here, you see these seats are placed for all those senior leaders who are going to come at this particular place. At this point in time, you are seeing the police personnel and the media personnel sitting here. But also there is one seat, and we are learning that this seat is for Droupadi Murmu. She'll be coming here and she'll be sitting at that particular seat. This is the kind of arrangement that have been made by the Karyakartas at this point in time. Also heavy security deployment, because Prime Minister Modi is expected to come here, and not only Prime Minister but also CMs and all other senior leaders of the BJP would be coming here. So that's the reason why we are seeing these kind of arrangements, where you can see these 80 plus seats and also that one seat on the main stage, which is of Droupadi Murmu. At this point in time, no Karyakartas are being allowed inside the residence. But at this point in time, BJP has made it very clear that celebration would be going on for next 2 to 3 days. And also we are learning that Delhi BJP would be carrying out a Vijay Julus from Pandit Pant Marg to Rajpath. This is the kind of celebration that they are, going to participate in. And at this point in time, talking about this particular residence, since morning we are seeing the kind of preparations. We saw how mithai boxes were taken inside the residence, and also some bouquets and all other things. So at this point in time, stage is set, and also we are eagerly waiting for the results, because after the results, we are expecting that Prime Minister Modi will be coming to this particular place to congratulate the 15th President of India.
All right, Akash, stay with us, because now I'm handing over the bulletin over to my colleague Anusha Soni. Anusha, it's over to you.
Once again, good evening, hello and welcome. You're with CNN News 18. I'm Anusha Soni. Our top focus this hour, what else it could be? Droupadi Murmu is all set to be the next president, and she's on the verge of creating history as she leads the presidential race with a huge margin. NDA candidate has got over 3,70,000 votes, whereas opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha has got about 1.45 lakh votes. Murmu will have many firsts to her name. The first tribal president, the first to be born after independence, and the first president from the state of Odisha. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi will shortly meet Droupadi Murmu. Following this, other union ministers and chief ministers will also meet the lady.
सिंपल बैकग्राउंड से बहुत ऊपर उठ सके, महिला हैं, ट्राइबल हैं, बहुत पर्सनल ट्रेजेडीज भी हैं. आप कैसे देखते हैं उससे?
नहीं, वो तो पहले से ही बहुत सिंपल है. और सिंपल का चलते, और उसका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बहुत ये ज़्यादा भी है। उसी चलते वो अभी इतना दूर तो जा रहा, मतलब अभी तो राष्ट्रपति बनने वाला है। और जो वो पहले भी था उसी टाइम कोई भी आए तो यहाँ मिलते जुलते था आदमी का साथ, सब आदमी का मतलब दुख सुख सब कुछ समझते थे। कोई भी आए कहीं से भी आए उसका बात को समझते थे, लेकिन सब आदमी द्रौपदी करके ही बुलाते हैं।
Well, let's tell you more about this historic presidential election, and more importantly, how is it that the President of India is elected? Let's take you through the rules of the election once again. As per Article 54 of the Constitution, the President is elected by the members of an electoral college. Now, this electoral college comprises of important elected legislators. Electoral college consists of elected members of both the houses of parliament. It also consists of elected members of the legislative assemblies of the various states. There are nominated members. They are not eligible to be included in this electoral college. So that's the key process that is followed under Article 54 of the Indian Constitution, and of course a very important election, keeping in mind that the President holds a very important democratic and constitutional position in under India's law and order situation. Let's now cut across to my colleagues who are tracking the story from the ground. Akash is with us from Delhi. He's tracking all the happenings at the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Akash, tell us about what the atmosphere is really like. What are you picking up?
So Anusha, since morning we are seeing the preparations at this particular place, because we are also learning that as BJP and all other Karyakartas of the BJP are very sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to win. So there is a program that Prime Minister Modi will be visiting this particular place, and he would be the first person who will be congratulating the 15th President of India. And that's the reason why since morning we are seeing the kind of preparations. And also, if I can ask my VJ Ganesh to show you these chairs, you are seeing the media personals and security personals as of now, but we are learning that senior BJP leaders would be coming and sitting at these particular chairs, and also the stage. There you can see only one seat is there, and that one seat is for the next president, or we can say the expected president, 15th President of India. Let me tell you about this particular candidate. So, because, since morning we are talking about this particular election, this candidate is very much important, not just because she's coming from a tribal community, but also because she has seen a lot in her life. We were told that, from year 2019 to 2014, she lost very close members of her family, including her husband, her son, and also her mother. So, total 6 members she lost, and after that she went into some kind of sort of depression, and that's the reason why, she took the help of meditation. So she has seen a lot. Administrative-wise, she has got all the experience, and that's the reason why this candidature was very much important. We have seen in the past that how political parties, not only the allies of BJP, but also those who are the opposition parties, supported the candidature, and that's the reason why, everyone is pretty sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to make it possible. She'll be the 15th President of India. And talking about this particular condition, at this point in time, we are, waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We are learning that after the announcement of result, he'll be coming here. He would be congratulating Droupadi Murmu and all other things. All other senior BJP leaders would be coming as well. At this point in time, Election Commission is going to announce the results, and we are waiting for that as well, Anusha.
That's right, Akash. Let me also cut across to my colleague Siddhant, who will also tell us what kind of preparations are being made for the celebrations that are likely to follow. Siddhant, what are you picking up?
Well, there you see the celebrations have begun, and in fact, I'm reporting from this auditorium, which is next to Droupadi Murmu's residence, and you can see the women here have come from Orissa, and they are doing folk dance of Orissa, to celebrate the expected victory of Droupadi Murmu. So people have come from various states here at this auditorium, and they have been told that once victory will be declared, then they will get a chance to welcome Droupadi Murmu, the next president of the country. And this is perhaps the reason that it's a big day, it's a proud moment, not just for people of Orissa, but people those who come from the Adivasi community, and for that matter for entire country. And this is the reason that I can sense great energy and enthusiasm among people, those who are able to speak to some of them. Sir, कहाँ से आए?
हम लोग कठपुतली कॉलोनी दिल्ली से आए हैं।
दिल्ली से आए हैं, तो कितना उत्साह है क्योंकि द्रौपदी मुर्मू जीतने जा रही हैं, चुनाव तय है लगभग, और वो देश की अगली राष्ट्रपति बनने जा रही है। आदिवासी समाज से वो आई हैं, एक उनका जो एक सफर रहा है, एक तकलीफ भरा, उसके बाद उन्होंने मुकाम हासिल किया। कैसे देखते हैं?
आई थिंक ये हम सब लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से द्रौपदी मैम इस वर्ग से आई हैं, ये हम सब लोगों के लिए प्रेरणा है। और चूंकि वो एक महिला हैं और आदिवासी समाज और इस तरह के समाज से बहुत कम लोगों की प्रतिभागिता होती है, पर हम लोग बहुत ग्रेटफुल हैं कि उनको राष्ट्रपति के पद पे चुना गया है और काफी उम्मीदें भी हैं उनसे, जिससे महिलाएं और उन तमाम लोगों के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा प्रेरणा स्रोत है।
ये क्या है?
ये राजस्थान की डांसर हीरा गुजरी।
राजस्थान की
कठपुतली हीरा गुजरी।
अच्छा, तो इसको लेकर उनका स्वागत करेंगे?
जी हाँ, ये
तो
डांस करेगी, अपना डांस करेगी, उनको दिखाएगी, वेलकम करेगी,
उनको दिखाएंगे।
आई थिंक ये महिला सशक्तिकरण का
महिला सशक्तिकरण का प्रतीक है।
महिला सब कुछ
लेके आए।
इस देश में महिला सब कुछ कर सकती है।
देश में महिला सब कुछ। महिला मेरे साथ यहाँ पे, महिला से ही सवाल लूंगा, कैसा महसूस करती है जब एक महिला देश के सर्वोच्च पद पर बैठने जा रही हैं, बस कुछ ही क्षण में जो उनकी जीत है वो डिक्लेयर कर दी जाएगा, कैसा महसूस करती है एक महिला होने के नाते?
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत बढ़िया महसूस करते हैं कि महिला बाहर निकल के काम करे, बहुत अच्छा लगे, उनकी घर गृहस्थी संभले, बहुत बढ़िया, देश विदेश लेके सब जगह जाना अच्छा लगता है।
तो ये क्या आज आप लोग का क्या यहाँ का कार्यक्रम क्या, थोड़ा वो समझाइए CNN के दर्शकों को कि क्या कुछ नृत्य या कुछ आर्टिस्ट लोग कुछ अपना नृत्य करेंगे, उनका स्वागत करेंगे, तो कितने बजे तक मैडम यहाँ पे एक्सपेक्टेड है, क्या कुछ आपको बताएंगे?
ये बताओ।
7 से लेकर 5 बजे का टाइम था हमारा, लेकिन थोड़ा चेंज हो गया है। और जो मिनिस्टर यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं उनका हम लोग सब आर्टिस्ट लोग मिलके वेलकम के लिए।
अच्छा, तो कितने बजे तक आपको बोला गया आएंगे?
5 बजे से था, लेकिन
आपको पता है प्रधानमंत्री जी भी आने वाले हैं?
बहुत खुशी है
उन्हीं के वेलकम के लिए।
एक अलग ही एक एनर्जी है यहाँ पे इस हॉल में, जो आप लोग सब इंतजार कर रहे हैं बैठ के।
राजस्थानी हमारा ये कल्चर।
आप लोग राजस्थान से?
इस बात की बहुत खुशी है कि ये जो आदिवासी समाज से हमारी देश की राष्ट्रपति बन रही है, उस चीज को हमें मतलब अंदर से
बहुत मजबूती मिलती है, समाज को भी बहुत मजबूती मिलती है। इस ओर चलते हैं, उनको भी थोड़ा दिखा देते हैं। सो हियर women are dancing on Orissa folk music. We'll speak to some people here. We'll speak to women also. सर, क्या बताइए कितना बड़ा दिन है आप लोगों के लिए? उड़ीसा से एक महिला राष्ट्रपति बनने जा रही है देश की, कितना बड़ा दिन है आप लोगों के लिए? भावुक क्षण है।
आज के सबसे बड़ा दिन है। भारत स्वाधीन से आज 75 बाद में स्वाधीनता, आज आदिवासी का बहुत खुशी का दिन है। बहुत
समाज को मजबूती मिलती है इससे, पूरे समाज को मजबूती मिलती है जब समाज का की एक महिला उस पद पे बैठेंगी।
समाज तो पूरा मजबूत होता है। जो समाज में नीचे था है, हम कभी नहीं सोचा था नहीं है, जो आज वो दिन आएगा भारत का राष्ट्रपति होगा, इस दिन में
सोचा नहीं था,
नहीं सोचा था,
लेकिन आज वो दिन साकार हुआ।
बहुत मोदी जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी को बहुत बहुत आप दर्शकों को फटाफट ये समझा दीजिए कि ये जो डांस है इसको क्या कहते हैं और जो म्यूजिक बज रहा है।
संताल का डांस है, ये संताल का खुशी का डांस है। जो दिन संताल लोग खाना पीना जो दिन अच्छा मिलेगा, जो दिन पवन में लगा, जो दिन हमको खुश
आदिवासी समाज
का जो बहुत खुशी का दिन, समाज का एक खुशी का दिन है। और समाज सोच दिन रात में जहाँ भी जाएगा आदिवासी समाज में
ये कुछ गा रहे हैं यहाँ पे। हाँ जी,
गाना जो हमारा
गाइए ना।
तारा हारी तारा गोना ना तारना, तारा हारे तारा गोना ना तारना, तारा हारे तारा गोना ना तारना।
मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूँ कि CNN के दर्शक ये म्यूजिक सुन रहे हैं।
झुमेर है,
झुमेर है, ये
झुमेर है।
उड़ीसा का,
उड़ीसा का झुमेर है। जो झुमेर मतलब ऐसा है, उड़ीसा ऑल बेंगल बिहार उड़ीसा झारखंड दिसम सनम हरको, झारखंड दिसम कन सनम हरको।
थैंक यू।
दिल्ली दिसम रले सटरा का, दिल्ली दिसम रले सटरा का।
अब इसका मतलब समझा दिए दर्शकों ने, म्यूजिक तो सुन ले, संगीत तो सुन ले।
दिल्ली को हम आया हूँ, हमारा
CNN के दर्शकों का भी मनोरंजन। आप ही बता दीजिए इस गाने का मतलब।
इस गाना का हम लोग बंगाल, बिहार, आसाम, उड़ीसा से हम लोग आए, सारा संथाल लोग, आदिवासी संथाल लोग, और हम लोग मादल बाजना लगड़ा सब मिल
लाके आए हैं, बजा रहे हैं यहाँ।
बट बहुत खूबसूरत संगीत था, बहुत
आज खुशी मना रहे हैं। आज हमारा दीदी जो है हमारा प्रेसिडेंट राष्ट्रपति,
बहुत बड़ा दिन है,
बन रहा है, बहुत बड़ा दिन हम लोग खुशी का। इसीलिए हम लोग जहाँ यहाँ जो दिल्ली में भी जो
दीदी से मिलेंगे,
मिलने के लिए
एक बात सुनिए, हम लोग जो पहाड़ पर्वत में रहते हैं ना, जंगल झाड़ में रहते हैं, ये जंगल झाड़ में जो पशु पक्षी रहते हैं ना, उसी हिसाब से नलिया जो बहता है उसी हिसाब से, जंगल जो झरना में पवन बोलता है इसी तरह म्यूजिक, इसी तरह
से उनकी आवाज झरना की और उसका बहुत अच्छा संगीत है। मैं मुझे पूरा भरोसा कि CNN के दर्शकों ने एंजॉय किया होगा। मैं महिलाओं से कुछ सवाल लूंगा क्योंकि महिला राष्ट्रपति बन रही है। दीदी आपको कैसा महसूस हो रहा है? आप लोग उड़ीसा से आते हैं और एक महिला राष्ट्रपति बन रहे हैं।
बहुत खुश हो रहे हैं,
बहुत खुश हैं। आप बताएं, आप कैसे? और सांथल कम्युनिटी को कैसा लग रहा है? आदिवासी कम्युनिटी को कैसा? बहुत खुश है, बहुत बड़ा दिन है आप लोगों को। कभी किसी ने सोचा था कि राष्ट्रपति देश के सबसे सर्वोच्च पद पे समाज से एक महिला बैठे?
इसी के मारे ये डांस कर रहे हैं। डांस का नाम मतलब हम लोग का आराम था, तो इसीलिए
उनसे मिलने का एक्साइटमेंट है। द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी से मिलने का एक्साइटमेंट है। देख रहे हैं आप, you see the women are very excited because it's a double bonanza for them. One, she is from their community and she is a woman. So they are super excited, more than men. And in fact, men are also playing music, and they were telling me, you know, from where this music got originated, because Adivasis usually live in forest areas. So the music has been composed keeping that in mind, and it's a beautiful music. We played that for our viewers. Now again, the dance has started. This dance usually happens when there is a moment of celebration, in Orissa, especially in the Adivasi community. Beautiful day, beautiful music, and trust me, I am here, and I hope that I am able to convey that enthusiasm and energy for our darshaks.
Yes, you are, Siddhant.
Also.
You are,
really happy.
and it was lovely to see all those voices. Thank you for getting us all those voices from the ground. I also want to take our viewers through these visuals coming in from Delhi, where the celebrations are underway, from different parts of the country. In Guwahati as well, you can see women coming out and celebrating. For most women, it's a day of honor, especially Santhal tribe, which is found in most of the eastern part of the country, Odisha, West Bengal, Jharkhand. So those are the areas where you find this tribe. These tribes are indeed the repository of our thousands of years old culture and traditions. Now, going from there to the numbers, let's tell you more about the number. They are stacked in favor of Droupadi Murmu. What does this election with the Electoral College really looks like? The halfway mark is about 5,49,452. Look at the value of the Electoral College votes. Total is about 10,98,903. That's the total number of votes we're looking at. Evenly divided between the Lok Sabha and the legislative members from different states as well. 5,49,408 and 5,49,495. That's the halfway mark. That is how the numbers really stack up so far with the results that have really come to the light. It looks clearly that she is all set to make history. Droupadi Murmu is all set to be the next president of our country. Let's now cut across to our political editor, Maria Shakil, who is with us on the broadcast to give us more details on this story. Maria, your perspective, a big day for the country. The tribes find their political representation. Despite being the repository of culture and representative of our heritage, these tribes have not found the political capital or representation that they deserve in Indian politics.
Yes, certainly. This is mainstreaming, an example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas that the BJP keeps talking about. This is that on display. This is symbolism which is high. The fact that the first citizen of India will be a tribal, a member of a tribal community is something that, India is seeing in its 75th year of celebration. And what better messaging that she is also she's also a woman. So, it's very, very high on messaging, and the Modi government is saying clearly that yes, this will yield political dividends for them as well.
Yeah.
But, Anusha, the fact that she comes from a very, very humble background, that her life has been full of milestones which are very professional and personal in nature, that she was the first, she is the first girl from the Santhal community in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha to leave the district and travel to Bhubaneswar for her studies. Imagine the journey and the biases she would have faced at that young age. and she's also the first president to be born in independent India. So there are several firsts. While we are looking at the obvious firsts, perhaps in the next few days we'll know about many more of those firsts.
Yeah.
But yes, this is not about the numbers game. Let's be sure that in the next few hours, when the numbers come out, Droupadi Murmu would have been the president, winning over 70% of the votes perhaps. That's what the NDA is claiming, because there has been a lot of cross voting, because the whip doesn't apply in presidential polls. But this is about sending a message that the Raisina Hill now has a new occupant, and that new occupant is a tribal.
And as Maria rightly says, it's a story of many first and many more that we will get to know in the next few days as she takes the office, the coveted office of the President of India. Let me cut across to my colleague Anshul, who is live with us from the BJP headquarters. Even here, celebrations are underway. Anshul, what are you picking up?
So yes, even as, just like Maria pointed out, that this is going to be history in the making that is happening today. We are going to see the first tribal president of India that is going to be happening today. It is just a matter of time before Droupadi Murmu's name is being announced. But here I am outside the Delhi BJP office, and celebrations have already started over here. I'll just move out of the frame and show you in the visuals over here. Celebrations have started. The dhols, the nagaras, the bands are all of them are here. The DJs, everything is here. They are playing. They are making sure that their voices are heard. That finally, India is going to get the first tribal president of the country. And in the next few minutes, we are going to see JP Nadda, the National BJP president, also coming here at this spot. And he will be addressing the workers who are present here, just to listen to them. And from here, a march will be taken out with the Delhi BJP president Adesh Gupta. From here to the India Gate, a march will be taken out from here in the next few minutes. So yes, a very historic day when it comes to when you see at the larger scheme of things. Now it is just a matter of time before Droupadi Murmu's name is officially announced as the next president of India, Nisha.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Anshul, for getting us a sense from the ground. Maria rightly pointed out that this is not about the numbers. All the indications are that she is going to win this election with about 70% of the votes. But as of now, what the numbers are, how they are stacked up, these are some shots coming in from Odisha of the celebrations which are underway. Droupadi Murmu had about 3,78,000 votes in her favor versus Yashwant Sinha, the candidate of the opposition, with about 1,45,600 votes. Whip doesn't apply. It looks like she's going to have a very, very clean victory. The numbers are not at all a problem. It's only a matter of how much the margin really is. We're also getting a reaction coming in from Himant Biswal.
It is a tribal woman who happens to be the president of India. So what do you have to say?
This is a momentous occasion for the country. First time ever a woman, a Adivasi, is going to occupy the August office of President of India. She is not a woman only, she is not a Adivasi only. She served with lot of distinction in Orissa. She has served with lot of distinction as governor of Jharkhand. So this is a unique occasion, momentous occasion in our history. So we, on behalf of the people of Assam, we are offering our congratulations, we are offering goodwill to Droupadi Murmu. We are also thanking Prime Minister Narendra Modi for giving such a big gift to the people of India on its 75th year of independence.
So there were also a lot of oppositions were seen there. They were saying that we are focusing more on the word tribal. What would you like to say on that?
She is a tribal, that is a fact. She is a woman, that is a fact. But this is also a fact that she is one of the most successful governor of Jharkhand. She was the best parliamentarian in Orissa Assembly, and she served her past responsibility with lot of dignity, with lot of distinction. So as an individual, as a community, as a people of India, this is a big achievement.
Of course, and that was Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma. You will directly get from him on CNN News 18, where he has been saying that more than a tribal on a woman, that her efficiency in the office cannot be ignored. And this is the celebration that I'm trying to show you in Khanapara.
Well, that was Himant Biswa Sharma, the Assam Chief Minister, talking about the next president, the next to be president of India, Droupadi Murmu. That story and much more, this will remain our top focus, slipping into a very short break.
welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth, Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? I mean, every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the
Ghazal
other...
test applies what? Shampoo,
Everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Patna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
ये टीम हैगी है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy.
At 44,276. If I include the earlier results of Parliament, the grand total so far is 1886 valid votes, valued at 6,73,175, out of which Srimati Droupadi Murmu gets 1349 votes, valued at 483,299.
Can you repeat again this Murmu's value of
4,83,299.
1349?
And Shri Yashwant Sinha gets 537 votes, valued at 1,89,876 so far.
Sir, please repeat the figures from the start, sir.
For the states, the counting which has been done so far, it is total valid votes is 1138. Value of votes is 149,575. Srimati Droupadi Murmu gets 809 votes, valued at 105,299. And Shri Yashwant Sinha gets 329 votes, valued at 44,276. Grand total, the total valid votes 1886. Value of such votes 673,175. Srimati Droupadi Murmu gets 1349, valued at 483,299. 483,299. And Shri Yashwant Sinha gets 537 votes, valued at 189,876. 189,876.
First states का नाम बताइए.
The states which the counting has been done is Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Goa, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Jharkhand. That we will give you.
How many votes were invalid in these 10 states, sir? Invalid votes in this second round. We'll let you know.
We'll let you know. पहले 10 राज्यों की जिनकी अभी गणना हुई है, वो 10 राज्य हैं आंध्र प्रदेश, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, आसाम, बिहार, छत्तीसगढ़, गोवा, गुजरात, हरियाणा, हिमाचल प्रदेश और झारखंड. यहाँ पे टोटल जो वैलिड वोट्स मिले हैं वो हैं 1138. उनकी वैल्यू जो है वो है 1,49,575. इनमें से द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को 809 वोट मिले हैं, जिनकी वैल्यू है 1,05,299. और श्री यशवंत सिन्हा जी को 2029 वोट मिले हैं, जिनकी वैल्यू है 44,276. 329. और जो पहले आपको सूचना दी गई थी संसद के बारे में, उनको अगर मिला लें तो टोटल वैलिड वोट्स हैं 1,886. 1,886 और उनकी वैल्यू है 6,73,175. उसमें से श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू को मिले हैं 1,349, जिनकी वैल्यू है 4,83,299 और श्री यशवंत सिन्हा जी को मिले हैं 537 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 1,79,876। ठीक, 189।
That was the returning officer giving us the details about the number of votes that have been counted. Apart from the Member of Parliament, you have 10 states where the electoral colleges have voted and the count for which is over. 1349, that's the conversion that really translates for Droupadi Murmu. That means she has got about 4,83,299 votes. For Yashwant Sinha, that translates to roughly 537 votes, and the conversion is about 1,89,876. Some breaking news coming in. Let's go to that. And it's some update coming in from the TMC as far as the Vice President election is concerned. TMC is all set to abstain in the Vice President elections. That's the big development coming in. After the President election has been taken by the NDA candidate, Vice President election, of course, is a very crucial one, keeping in mind that Jagdeep Dhankar is the candidate from the side of the NDA. Let me cut across to my colleague Shogato, who's with us on the broadcast, getting us more details on the story. Shogato, over to you. Help us understand this decision of the TMC.
Well, you see, the meeting of the Trinamool Congress Parliamentary Party is still going on, in the middle of which Abhishek Banerjee and Shudi Bandyopadhyay had come out to brief the press, to appraise the media about the decision that has been taken about the Vice President election. And that decision, as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned, is to abstain from voting. The reason that Abhishek Banerjee has cited at this point in time, that there were some 33 MPs of the Trinamool Congress out of the total 35 who participated in today's meeting, and 85% of those MPs had opined that the party should abstain from voting, given the fact the way the opposition's candidate was chosen. Margaret Alva was chosen by the opposition camp without consulting the Trinamool Congress. Under the circumstances, the Trinamool Congress would choose to abstain from voting. The Abhishek Banerjee, of course, made it very clear that there is no question of supporting the NDA candidate, Jagdeep Dhankar, given the fact that the experience that the Trinamool Congress has had with Dhankar during his tenure as the governor of West Bengal is allegedly, according to Abhishek Banerjee, is that of a one-sided view that he had taken always in support of the BJP, is what the Trinamool Congress or Abhishek Banerjee alleged just a short while back at the press conference. Under the circumstances, since there is no question of supporting Jagdeep Dhankar as the vice president, as a vice president candidate of the NDA, the other normal choice, natural choice, was to take a decision as to whether the party would support Margaret Alva as the vice president's candidate, and the decision at this point in time that the Trinamool Congress has taken is that the party will abstain from voting during the vice presidential election process.
Let's understand the political grammar of it much more. My colleague Maria Shakil is also joining us on the broadcast. Maria, decode this for us. Mamata Banerjee and Jagdeep Dhankar, the kind of relationship they have enjoyed while both were in office when he was the governor and she is the chief minister, it is well known. But TMC says they were not consulted when the name of Margaret Alva was decided.
You know, it's interesting that Mamata Banerjee is saying so, and their entire equation was not really a relationship here, Anusha. It was bitterness and rancor that was playing out between the chief minister and the governor in full public view, and the governor was taking on the chief minister on all possible fronts, you know, from the law and order, questioning her over the law and order, be it the policy, and in every possible way. When Jagdeep Dhankar's name was announced by the NDA, it did come as a surprise on multiple fronts. Mr. Dhankar isn't really any kind of high on symbolism candidature. Yes. It's not really about first. It was more to do with sending a message to the Trinamool Congress. Can TMC really come on board? There were talks also and a huge buzz that there was a meeting that took place between Himanta Biswa Sarma, who is the Chief Minister of Assam, and Mamata Banerjee in Darjeeling. In fact, the the journalists in Bengal talk about it a lot. So there was a meeting that took place allegedly. Was there some understanding that was reached between the two sides? We really do not know. But the fact that Mamata Banerjee is not backing the opposition nominee in Margaret Alva, but choosing to abstain in itself is a huge signal of softening of stand. For her to not really come out openly in Jagdeep Dhankar was perhaps really expected, because she could not have been seen backing a man who for whom she had demanded a recall of the governor. She had written to the centre saying that this governor must be recalled because of the hard stand that he had taken against her government and against her policies. But for her to abstain in itself is a signal which is strong enough of softening of stand, and also it makes a smooth sailing for Jagdeep Dhankar in these vice presidential polls. The numbers are clearly stacked in his favour. Without the NDA partners, the BJP will ensure that Mr. Dhankar is through. But Mamata Banerjee's abstention, the messaging that the TMC, 13 TMC MPs who are in the Rajya Sabha will be abstaining, close to 18 in the, over 20 in fact in the Lok Sabha will be abstaining, in itself is a message that should worry the opposition camp. The fact that Margaret Alva, where we were guessing that because Mamata Banerjee is a woman leader, she would be backing a woman candidate for the vice president, she has chosen otherwise, in itself is a huge signal which will be read in multiple ways. Was there some kind of backroom negotiation? Yes, there was a backroom negotiation, but that understanding has resulted in Mamata Banerjee abstaining, not voting, but abstaining in itself is a huge message.
It's a huge message. Softening of stand. Is there a backdoor understanding? Perhaps there is. In days to come, we'd know what this softening of stand really means for the so-called opposition unity. Shifting our focus back to the presidential elections, the counting for which is still underway. The votes for the electoral colleges from the 10 states have been counted. The number of votes from the Member of Parliament has been counted. So far, it looks like it's going to be a smooth sail for Droupadi Murmu. About 70% of the votes are expected to be stacked in her favour. However, we await the official announcement. But celebrations are across in different parts of the country, especially in her home states of Odisha. There are tribal communities which are celebrating, especially the Santal community from where Droupadi Murmu hails. It has been a splendid journey for her. Akash Sharma, my colleague, is live with us on the broadcast from Murmu's residence. Let me cut across to him. Akash, tell us about what's happening there. What kind of celebrations are underway?
So Anusha, first of all, I'll show you the visuals of this particular stage, and these organizers are giving the final touch to this stage. There you see the poster, that banner in fact, which is saying Abhinandan Nav Nirvachit Manniya Rashtrapati Srimati Droupadi Murmu. So result is not out yet, but as I mentioned earlier, that all the Karyakartas and all the BJP leaders are quite sure that their candidate is going to win, and that's the reason why we are seeing the banner like this. Also, we are learning that in some time from now, Prime Minister Modi will be visiting this particular venue and will be congratulating Droupadi Murmu. Obviously, it will be after result. But at this point in time, talking about the preparations at this particular residence. So, if I can ask my cameraman to pan the camera, there you can see two more canopies there, and all the media personnel are deployed. We are told that, there will be several points where Droupadi Murmu would be, available for all the wishes that she'll be getting and all the people who will be coming to congratulate her. And also, this will be the main place, this will be the main venue where she'll be sitting at that particular seat, that seat on this particular stage. And also, these 80+ seats are there for all the, senior leaders who will be coming here to congratulate her. So, preparations are underway, and we are learning that several BJP leaders, other than the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, several CM and all other BJP leaders would be coming at this particular place to congratulate Droupadi Murmu. But at this point in time, everyone is waiting for the announcement by Election Commission that who is the 15th President of India, because we know this is the formality, but this is one thing that is required at this point in time, Anusha.
Well, that's the convention, that's the procedure, and we are going to respect that. But the returning officer some time ago just put out the latest numbers, and here is how the numbers are stacked up. The counting has been done for about 10 states, the electoral college coming from 10 states, plus the member of parliaments which have voted. Let's have a look at the numbers as far as the latest numbers are concerned that have just come after the crucial announcement. Droupadi Murmu about 3,78,000 votes. Yashwant Sinha, the opposition candidate, about 1,45,600 votes. 10 states, their votes have been counted. There are other states for which the vote counting is yet to happen. That is underway. And in some time from now, we'll have the official announcement really coming in. I'm cutting across back to my colleague Akash, who's with us on the broadcast. Akash, help us understand. There is a lot of celebration for the simple fact that this is a story of many firsts. This is a tribal leader. This is a woman from a tribal community. And often the tribal communities, being the heart and soul of our country, have not enjoyed the kind of representation and political capital that they deserve. A huge statement is being made by BJP here.
So let me tell you, Anusha, in fact, this is the very point, we have been reporting this, that the messaging is very much important. Since the time when this candidature was announced, everyone was saying that this is a masterstroke by the BJP because, the kind of community that she comes from, the point is very much enough for all the opposition parties who came out in support of Droupadi Murmu. In fact, given the fact that they were not actually supporting BJP or they are not actually supporting the NDA government. Other than that, the community that she belongs to, other than the fact, we also have the kind of struggles she has faced during her life. In fact, I was mentioning about the kind of struggles she has faced from year 2009 to 2014. I was mentioning how she lost very close family members. In fact, her husband, her son, and her mother as well. So the kind of struggle that she has faced, given the fact that she is coming from a really backward community, so everyone is very hopeful with this kind of candidate and, in fact, the future president. So everyone is hoping that she'll be, doing something very certain for this community, and also she'll be understanding the kind of struggle that this community face. So at this point in time, this candidature is very much important, and people are actually hopeful with the 15th President of India, which is expected that Droupadi Murmu is going to win this particular fight.
Akash, also let's talk a little bit about her political journey and how it has been. She has faced many difficulty for any woman from her community, from the tribe she comes from, to go to school, to go to college, to get an education, to have a political career is unthinkable. She has done that journey, and that journey has been finally honored. She's all set to be the 15th president, but a history of many firsts for Droupadi Murmu.
Anusha, you are not audible to me, but talking about this particular development, let me tell you that we are waiting for Prime Minister now, and in some time from now we'll get some sort of clarity as to who is going to win. But before that, let me again show you the visuals of this particular stage, where you can see the only chair, and organizers are giving the final touch to this particular stage, where Droupadi Murmu is expected to come and sit, and we are also expecting a vote of thanks kind of thing from her side. And there are the chairs. At this point in time, there are only media personnel and security personnel, but we are expecting that senior BJP leaders would be coming at this particular place and will be sitting at these chairs. So everyone is waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come to this place, Anusha.
Everybody is waiting for Prime Minister to reach there. What kind of celebrations are expected, Akash? It was expected that the final results might be announced by 5 p.m. But we expect there's some delay that has happened because the counting from some states still has to happen. As and when the Prime Minister reaches and when Droupadi Murmu arrives as the next president after the official declaration is done, what kind of celebrations are we likely to see? Am I audible to you, Akash? I think there's a problem with the connection. We'll just fix that. I'm going to just reiterate for our viewers how the numbers are really stacked up. There are 10 states for which the counting has been done. The officer concerned just held a press statement briefly and told us about the states for which the counting has been done. Those are the visuals from the national capital. Different tribes, different communities, especially the tribal community, the Santhal community, which predominantly resides in Orissa, Jharkhand, West Bengal, in different parts of eastern India, is clearly celebrating, especially the women. The tribal communities of our country, which enjoy thousands of years of tradition and culture, have not had the political representation they deserve in many ways. And this is the beginning of a different kind of inclusivity in the top office, in the top constitutional office of our country. My colleague Anshul is also joining us on the broadcast from the BJP headquarters. Anshul, tell us more about the atmosphere there. What kind of celebrations are underway?
So yes, the celebrations have started. I'll just try and show you the visuals over here. There is massive celebrations that have already started. As you can see in the visuals, are going on. there are people from all the communities, be it women, be it men, kids, Hindus, Muslims, tribals, all sort of people are present over here. All are in readiness, just waiting for the official confirmation of announcement of Droupadi Murmu as the first tribal president of the country. And just in the next few minutes, BJP President J.P. Nadda is going to come here at this place where he'll be addressing this crowd. And after addressing this crowd, there will be a march that will be taken out from here to the spot at Pandir Panchayat International Capital to India Gate, which is approximately 2 kilometers from here. So yes, the celebrations have already started over here. You can hear the slogans. I'm pretty sure you can hear the slogans over here that have been going on. People are absolutely in celebratory mode as of now. There are only 2 flags that you can see over here. The national flag of the country and the flag of the BJP. Only 2 flags. People are cheering this big victory of Droupadi Murmu. They are saying that today history is in the making. And just in the next few minutes, we are going to get the official confirmation that the next president of India has been elected with a massive vote margin. That is what is seen right now.
Well, that's the report that my colleague Anshul is getting you from the ground, clearly drowned in the political celebration and the voices that you can hear. Big celebration has been planned by BJP, and not just the BJP, even the members from the community are celebrating. I want our viewers to once again have a look at the numbers which have been put out by the officer concerned just a few minutes ago. These are the latest number. About 4,83,299, and for Yashwant Sinha, 1,89,876. These numbers are representative of the votes that have been counted so far. This includes 10 states plus the votes from the Member of Parliament. Electoral colleges from different states and union territories are still pending. That vote would be counted. Nominee members, their vote is not accounted for in the electoral college system. But it looks like a very clean sweep that Droupadi Murmu is going to have. Whip doesn't work, so there are various opposition parties as well, factions as well, that have come in favor of Droupadi Murmu. Those visuals of celebration coming in from different parts of the country as we await the official announcement of Droupadi Murmu as the 15th President of India. This will remain our top focus. We are slipping into a very short break.
Complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Rupa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Patna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Rupa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement. But they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye.
So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK.
আপনারা জানেন যে সপ্তাহখানেক আগে আমাদের দলের তরফ থেকে আপনাদের সকলকে বলা হয়েছিল যে যেহেতু আপনারা সকলে জানেন এক সপ্তাহ আগে আপনাদের সকলকে জানানো হয়েছিল যেহেতু দলের সর্বস্তরের নেতা কর্মী সৈনিক সবাই 21শে জুলাইয়ের আজকের এই সমাবেশ নিয়ে ব্যস্ত ছিল, সুতরাং 21শে জুলাইয়ের সমাবেশ শেষ হওয়ার পর অর্থাৎ 21শে জুলাই সমাবেশ শেষ হবে, তারপর সেই দিনই বিকেল 4টের সময় আমাদের সভানেত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় একটি বৈঠক ডাকেন, যেখানে রাজ্যসভা এবং লোকসভার সাংসদ সকলকে আমন্ত্রণ জানানো হয় যে উপরাষ্ট্রপতি নির্বাচন এবং সংসদে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের ভূমিকা সংসদে কী হবে এই সেশনে এই দুটি বিষয় নিয়ে মূলত আলোচনা হবে। তো আজকে 21শে জুলাইয়ের সুবিপুল সমাবেশ আপনারা দেখেছেন এবং আমি প্রথমেই বাংলার মামাটি মানুষকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই যারা দীর্ঘ 2 বছর, ঠিক না 3 বছর পরে, কারণ আমাদের শেষ 21শে জুলাইটা হয়েছিল 2019 সালে, তারপর 20তে হয়নি, 21শে হয়নি, 19 থেকে 20 1 বছর, 20 থেকে 21 1 বছর, 21 থেকে 22, প্রায় 3 বছর। 3 বছর পরে আজকে আমরা ধর্মতলার বুকে শহীদ দিবস পালন করেছি এবং যে সংখ্যায় মানুষ এসছে তার 7 গুণ 8 গুণ মানুষ রাস্তায় ছিল, তারা ঢুকতে পারেনি। আমরা সকলকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই, যাদের বিশেষ করে একটু অসুবিধা হয়েছে তাদের কাছে আমরা ক্ষমা প্রার্থী একটা দিনের জন্য, যেহেতু আমরা 3 বছর পর করছি, একটা বাড়তি উৎসাহ উদ্যম ছিল আমাদের কর্মী সমর্থকদের মধ্যে। এবং সেই সভা শেষ হওয়ার পরেই বেলা 4টে আমাদের বৈঠক ছিল, সেখানে প্রত্যেকটা লোকসভার সাংসদ এবং রাজ্যসভার সাংসদ সব মিলিয়ে ওদিকে 22 জন আর এদিকে 13 জন, 35 জন সাংসদের মধ্যে সিএম জাটুয়া তার শারীরিক অবস্থা খুব খারাপ, তিনি আসতে পারেন, এবং সুব্রত বক্সি তিনি যেহেতু
Trinamool Congress had begun its meeting at 4 o'clock this afternoon after its day-long Martyrs Day rally, and out of the 35 MPs that the party has, 33 of them attended today's meeting. And he says that the meeting is still in process, the meeting is still on, but the decision has been taken about the decision to support or not support the Vice President's nominee for the opposition. And that decision has been taken, and that is the reason why he has come out to inform the people as to what decision has been taken in that meeting, although the meeting is still on.
সুযোগ দেওয়া হয়েছে এবং সবাই বলেছে নিজেদের যে পার্সপেক্টিভ সেটা রেখেছে নেত্রীর সামনে। অনেকে বলে তৃণমূলে কোনো গণতন্ত্র নেই।
Abhishek Banerjee stating that every MP who attended today's meeting, who were present at today's meeting, put forward their opinion, their version of what should be the party's stand in this particular occasion, and everybody spoke at length, voicing their opinion.
সেখানে
and
একদিকে রয়েছে এনডিএর প্রার্থী জগদীপ ধনকর।
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. India is at the cusp of creating history. India will soon get its first ever tribal woman as president. Droupadi Murmu is well on her way to scoring a landslide victory against the opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha. Within the hour, we will also be getting shots of the Prime Minister at Droupadi Murmu's residence congratulating her. We will also see a Vijay Yatra, which the BJP will be undertaking from its headquarters here in Delhi. This, of course, to celebrate the coronation of the first ever tribal woman to be made the first citizen of this country. Beyond the symbolic, though, what does Droupadi Murmu's victory mean for India's tribals? But first, the story so far. right, where does the Electoral College count stand as of right now? Just moments ago, we had the Rajya Sabha Secretary General coming out and giving us the latest figures. As of right now, Droupadi Murmu is running away in this contest. She is currently at 4,83,299 Electoral College votes. Yashwant Sinha far, far behind at merely 1,89,876. In fact, the entire Electoral College is a little over 10 lakh voters. That, of course, means that anything above 5 lakhs would mean that Droupadi Murmu has a simple majority, has more than 50% of the votes, and therefore she will become the next president of India. Remember, all the votes of the MPs have been counted and the MLAs of 10 states have been counted. So you have another 19 states and union territories yet to be counted. That process could go on for a while. But, like I said, the moment Droupadi Murmu crosses that magic figure of 5 lakh plus, then clearly she is the next president of India. This is a big moment. This is a big moment because it's history that is in the making. For the first time, a tribal woman, an ST woman, will be occupying the highest constitutional post in the country. And this is a big deal for Droupadi Murmu's native. That is all the way in Rairangpur in Mayurbhanj district in Odisha. And from there, my colleague Rupashri Nanda is joining us live. Just get us a sense, Rupashri, of what this moment means. Beyond the symbolism, what does the coronation of the first tribal woman to be president of India, what does it mean for Rairangpur? What does it mean for Odisha? What does it mean for the tribals there?
Well, Zaka, very quickly, actually, I would say that it actually is a huge thing for the tribal community, for the Santhal community over here, even though they do not understand the full implications of what are the powers of the president. They do know that it is the highest job in the country and somebody from their community has made it over there. Before a few minutes, I was in both Paharpur and Uparbeda, the place where Droupadi Murmu actually has a home. One is the village that she was married into and the other is the village where she was born. And if you look at those villages, Zaka, you would see that they are very, very ordinary villages. There are houses which are made of mud over there, wall paintings on the houses, thatched roofs, I know everything that looks like a typical Indian village. The roads to those villages are also not very great. There are issues of water, there are issues of electricity, and even when you talk about schools, you know, in one particular village there were classes only up till class 7, and education is a struggle. So if you look at it from that point of view, it is indeed extremely remarkable, and absolutely you know, it is difficult to put it in words what it means for the people of that community. Now I spoke to many people over there, men and women and even girl children. What it has done is it has actually in a way given confidence to the people over there that if Droupadi Murmu can do it, so can we. And especially the children, girl children who were studying in schools, they repeatedly said that she has done it because of her hard work, and if we work hard then we can also make it in life. And that is a very big thing, the sense of hope that this has given to a community that is actually amongst the poorest of the poor.
All right.
Apart from that, they also have expectations that this area is going to develop further. And if I can just add one word about Droupadi Murmu, Zaka, even after she became a governor, and I'm here standing in Rairangpur, there has been little or no change in the house that she stays here in Rairangpur. It is an extremely modest place. It is completely open, and people who describe her actually say that she is very open-minded. She's open to meeting people. She's a problem solver, and she's somebody who they describe as Milansar. And it is in Rairangpur actually she started teaching in the Oppn Integral School, which is why if you talk to people over here, everybody has a Droupadi Murmu story to narrate, because they say that she's a Didi, and when she started doing that, she did it without actually without the intention of earning any money. And therefore, through all the ups and downs in her life and through the many personal tragedies, the one thing that defines her life is the sense of giving back to society and building for the people of her community and her class.
All right, we'll leave it at that, Rupashri Nanda. Many thanks for joining us live from Rairangpur. which is, of course, where Madam President Droupadi Murmu has her home. Let me go across to Anshul Singh, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters. Siddhant Mishra is joining us from Murmu's residence here in Delhi. Anshul, so the BJP, massive celebrations being organized there at the BJP headquarters. What's on the agenda?
So yes, the party has already started over here at the Delhi BJP headquarters. I'll just move out of the frame and ask my camera person Vikas Kumar to show you the visuals over here. Folk dances, everything, folk dance, the host, the bands, the nagaras, all are in position right now. Everyone is celebrating. It is just a matter of time before history is made and Droupadi Murmu is announced as the first tribal president of India. So here at the Delhi BJP headquarters in the next few minutes, BJP President JP Nadda will be arriving over here. He will be addressing the workers who have gathered over here to celebrate this historic day. He will address them, and after that a victory march will be taken out from here to India Gate, which is approximately 1.5 to 2 kilometers from here. So yes, big celebrations are lined up for today. Now it is just a matter of time before Droupadi Murmu's name is finalized, and in the next few minutes we are expecting JP Nadda to arrive over here and address the crowd and thank them for this massive and the biggest victory that we are going to see today of the BJP. It is expected, what the NDA has been saying, that more than 70% of votes are going to be in their favor. So yes, it is just a matter of time, and the only question that now remains is what is the margin of the victory of this victory is going to be. So yes, it's just a matter of minutes before JP Nadda arrives over here, addresses the crowd and takes out that massive victory march from here to India Gate, Saga.
All right, Anshul, we'll leave it at that. Let me also go across to Siddhant, who's joining us from Murmu's residence here in Delhi. There again, huge crowds, sweets being distributed. I believe musicians and dance folks from not just Odisha, but from other states have landed up there as well. What's the mahal, as they say?
That's correct. I would ask my video journalist to pan and give a sense what all is happening around me inside this auditorium. This auditorium is next to Droupadi Murmu's residence. On my left, you can see women dancing to folk music. And this is a traditional Orissa dance which is currently going on. And all these women and men come from Santhal community, the Adivasi community of Orissa, and they are thankful to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in fact, they are so proud, and it's an emotional moment for them that a woman who comes from Santhal community is going to be the next president of the country, and this is perhaps the reason. In fact, Zaka, the music that is being played there, I would ask my video journalist to give short. It's a Santhal music, folk music of Orissa, and this music is inspired from nature, Mother Nature, the forest, river. So this is what people have been telling me from last 2 hours. We'll speak to some of the people. सर ये बताइए कितना एक्साइटेड है आप लोग?
बहुत एक्साइटेड है उड़ीसा का पीपल, सारा देश सारा अभी का पूरा माहौल बन रहा है।
संथाल कम्युनिटी के लोग जो आदिवासी समाज के लोग,
हाँ उनका तो आ चुके हैं और उनका राजनपुर से अभी आके इधर तो पूरा सुबह से वो नाच रहे हैं, पूरा मस्त है, पूरा नाच गया।
बड़ा दिन है उनके लिए,
पूरा बहुत बड़ा दिन है, सारा भारतवर्ष से सब बहुत बड़ा दिन है।
And in fact, Zaka, on my right, you can see many artists have come here. They have been asked to sit here for a while. They have been told that by evening there's a possibility of Droupadi Murmu will come and meet them. So many of them have come from Orissa, many of them have come from the Adivasi belt. They are from Santhal community, and in fact they are playing the folk music, they are dancing on the folk music, and in fact they are dressed, they are traditionally dressed, because it's a big moment for them, it's a historic moment for them. And I was speaking to some of the women, Zaka, and they told me that they had never expected this to happen, that somebody from this community, a woman from their community, will become the president of India one day. So they're thanking Prime Minister Modi and Bharatiya Janata Party for this.
Okay, it is a big moment indeed, not just for the tribal community across the country, but also indeed for all Indians. For the first time, a tribal woman will occupy the highest constitutional position in this country. What may this mean beyond the symbolism What may this actually mean and translate into on the ground? Let me now go across to our guests. I'm opening this up to Syed Zafar Islam, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Dr. Anshul Avijit, Spokesperson of the Congress Party. Sumitra Goenka is a member of the Centre for Knowledge Sovereignty, and Shantanu Gupta, author and analyst, also joining us. Zafar Islam, I'll start with you first. This is the question that's being asked by the opposition. Yes, great, we have the first tribal woman president, but beyond the symbolism, what does Droupadi Murmu's election actually mean?
Why do you say that it is only a symbolism? You doubt her credentials and what she brings to the table? Was she not a very good governor of Jharkhand, state of Jharkhand? Has she not demonstrated her abilities as a governor in Jharkhand? She was a cabinet minister. She was an MLA. She was an MLA. What made you pose this question? And what made this opposition? Why opposition is posing this kind of question? She is a very competent lady, but also coming from a tribal community, which has been completely ignored by the successive government of Congress and UPA. Today, the Honorable Prime Minister has acknowledged the fact that every section of the society needs to be given representation, and that's why, to empower poor and marginalized and the community which has been ignored, the Honorable Prime Minister has given representation to Adivasi community, tribal community, and this particular decision is not only been supported by the people of this great country, but also it has been acknowledged well by the global community. See the response which is coming from different parts of the world. Everybody appreciates the decision which has been taken by the Honorable Prime Minister, that he has chosen, or India has chosen, the right candidate, a woman, a Dalit, a Adivasi, a tribal, which has been completely ignored, and yet the India government has chosen a right candidate. And that is something which has been acknowledged by the world.
Okay, let me ask Dr. Anshul
But
Avijit,
unfortunately, we have,
you are questioning. You're questioning beyond the symbolism. One second, Zafar. Anshul Avijit, by questioning the symbolism of Droupadi Murmu's anointment as president or election as president, you're also questioning her credentials. She's a very capable lady. She's been a very successful governor of Jharkhand, and this is a huge moment for people, not just in Odisha, but across the country. You heard my colleague Rupashri speak to us a moment ago. Young girls in schools are saying that if Droupadi Murmu can do it, so can we.
Absolutely, Zaka. I mean, before I say anything else, and this question about symbolism of tokenism versus real executive power, real representation is an important one and shouldn't be undermined. But first of all, I think this is an important historic moment. I think this is a fait accompli. She will be the next president. And let me, in that manner, my sincerest sort of congratulations to her. I think this is also, you're absolutely right, this is an inspiring moment for many people, for women, I think, for all Indians, as you rightly put it. But I think that central question, it's not one we have raised. It's a question that has been plaguing us since independence, because social justice is one of the fundamental objectives of many of the framers of the Constitution, and also our politicians, of civil society, of the society on the whole. So what does it mean when you just have symbolism? I think symbolism has a place. It's definitely a beginning, but unless it is followed through by real political action in which power is devolved to people who have been marginalized, who have been historically prejudiced against, then it will only remain in the realm of rhetoric. So that is what we mean. That symbolism and tokenism has a place in democracy because it is the starting blocks of doing something better. But there are privileges that have been accorded to historically to groups for centuries. and not so for other groups? When will that real power come? That is the moot question that remains with us. That is not taking anything away from Madam Murmu, who I have great respect for, who I applaud this moment as well. She's going to be the next president. I have nothing but admiration and respect for her. Other questions remain. They will be discussed. We will continue to discuss them. And I think you've raised an important point as well.
Shantanu Gupta, again, the opposition brings in the comparison of, we had a Dalit president for the last 5 years. It was, again, a very hugely important moment, no doubt about it. It was a first of its kind candidature, if you will. But how much has really changed as far as the plight of Dalits on the ground is concerned? This is the question that the opposition is raising.
I think, Zaka, first I will point out the focus of the viewers to a sharp contrast today. I see Congress and BJP, both the Karyakartas, on road today for different reasons. So Congress Karyakartas on road today that how can ED dare to question the Sonia Gandhi, right? And BJP people are on road to celebrate that in Indian democracy, a woman born in tribal family can also reach the highest position in the country. And that contrast is very interesting politically. And not only that, the previous president was from Dalit community, now the future president is from a tribal community. BJP currently has the highest number of member of parliament from the Dalit community and OBC community. BJP has the highest number of MLAs from the Dalit community and OBC community. The Prime Minister comes from the OBC community. So I think it's not only whatever is the president role is president's role. I think then maybe the whole parliament has to decide, are we going to redefine president role? But in every section, BJP is giving appropriate representation. I think that's a welcome change that everybody across the political spectrum should welcome. And that's why I think more than 100 non-NDA member of parliaments have cross-voted in favor of Madam Murmu, and that's quite encouraging.
Okay, I want to ask Dr. Sumitra Goenka, just to extend that point that Shantanu Gupta was making, that if you look at the new BJP, as it were, they have given representation, whether it's an MP count or whether it's an MLA count across various legislatures where they're in power, more representation for members of the Dalit community, members of the Adivasi community, and of course OBC community. In fact, I think there was one stat which has come out in Nalin Mehta's book, The New BJP, which says more than 50% of the BJP's MPs or MLAs are from backward classes.
Yeah, hi Zaka. I think first of all, let me say one thing, that this today is a very important day in the history of India. It is a celebration of democracy, and it took 75 years for us to nominate the first tribal woman as the president of India. So we all should celebrate. Second thing is, what hurts the most in the beginning of the debate, what I heard was, people are questioning whether, she is going to be a tokenism, a rubber stamp, or, is it a symbolism? I think these words are never used when there is a male candidate. Why are these words used when it is a female candidate? I think that is something which we need to understand, that we cannot talk in this way when it is a female candidate. While I agree with you that this government has done an excellent thing by giving a voice to the tribal community, which has always been deprived. They have very little recognition. So far, we have seen tribals facing conversions. They face issues like rapes, which are never reported. There is exploitation. So in coming from such a community, from an area which lacks basic infrastructure, a woman has risen from the rank of being a councillor. Earlier she was a government employee, from what I know about her, and from there becoming a councillor, and then gradually becoming an MLA, then becoming in Jharkhand she became the governor. First time the tribal was appointed as a governor, a woman tribal leader was appointed a governor, and after that now she has been nominated as the president. So why are questions being raised? First of all, whether she is a tokenism, symbolism. I think this is a grave insult to the entire women community, to the lady who has impeccable track record of public service. I mean, you know the tragic life history of this lady, but she has come out strong. She has set an example. So this really hurts. I think it is a great thing today to see that India has decided to choose a president who belongs to a tribal community. She is a woman, And I am proud to say that even perhaps the oldest democracy, America, which keeps on talking about democracy and women and diversity, even they don't have a woman president so far.
Correct.
So it is a very big leap for us, and we should celebrate it rather than raising questions about these things.
Okay,
And
I want to shift to another
taking
story that also broke just within the last hour, which is, I think, equally, politically speaking, at least important. And I want to ask both Zafar Islam and Anshula Vijit on this. On the vice presidential election, within the last half an hour, we've got confirmation from the Trinamool Congress, which is one of the largest opposition blocs, that they will not be backing either Jagdeep Dhankar or Margaret Alva. So the question that's being asked, Zafar Islam, is what is going on here? Why would one of the principal opposition parties neither back your candidate nor back the opposition candidate? So is there some kind of behind the scenes play going on here?
No, Zaka, see, you have to understand the dynamics. First of all, they chose the wrong candidate for presidential election. They had chosen somebody which everyone knew that they will not get support, or he will not get support from many political parties and their own members. Yet still they went ahead, even though everybody was suggesting that Yashwant should opt out of this election and withdraw his nomination. But he didn't do that, and nor that TMC or other political parties pushed him to do that. Here also, they have chosen the candidate without having any discussion, and by abstaining from the election, that only suggests that it only strengthens the hand of NDA, and eventually, in any case, he is going to win. But of course, we will win with a bigger margin than what was.
The question that's being asked, Zafar, the question that's being asked is, we now know that I think last week when Mamata Banerjee was in North Bengal, in Darjeeling specifically, there was a meeting between Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, and Mamata Banerjee. Was this decision to abstain a consequence of that meeting? Because the TMC did not attend the opposition meeting that happened on Saturday or Sunday at Mr. Sharad Pawar's residence, where Margaret Alva's name was proposed.
See, I can't speak about it, and I don't know honestly whether that meeting has anything to do with this, what the decision they have taken. But clearly it suggests that TMC and other political parties in opposition, they do not have any consensus candidate.
Okay.
Whatever announcement has been made is not being supported by other political parties in opposition bench. And it is very apparent that they are choosing candidates without consultation here, and also candidate which can get support from everyone. Here you can see the contrast. For presidential election, we have chosen a candidate which is not getting support from the opposition bench. Of course, 100% from the ruling bench and NDA, but also from the opposition bench. And same thing will happen.
Okay.
Trust me, same thing will happen even for VP election.
Okay, Anshula Vijit, you heard from Abhishek Banerjee just moments ago. He is saying that the TMC was not invited for that meeting, or there was no adequate notice given to the TMC for that meeting that happened at Sharad Pawar's residence. The TMC was not consulted on the candidate Margaret Alva, and therefore they are going to abstain.
Look, Zaka, this is an evolving story. The comment just came out a couple of moments back. I mean, I can't be expected to comment on them. I don't have full appreciation of the facts. I don't have full appreciation of the kind of background that went in these kind of deliberations. One telling comment was that this will not affect opposition unity in any particular way. There may have been particular misgivings. If there were misgivings, they can always be resolved. This is how the way the opposition works. I mean, the opposition is a complex entity. It's not a monolith, right? That you can attribute certain things to it, and that's how it's going to function. The element of predictability in an opposition.
Anshul, doesn't it worry you that one of the principal opposition players is not backing your candidate?
No, let me just become fully aware of the facts. There have been stray statements that have come out. The statement was played just before this bulletin. You know, we will be fully cognizant of what has been happening. Misgivings can always be dispelled with any kind of forum like the opposition. It's not unique. It's not that it's never happened before.
Okay.
It's not that there are pulls and pressures within an opposition. You know, it's not a monolith, right? So there are many things that happen within, but it's nothing that is beyond any discussion or debate. One other,
No, I would imagine that the clarification of misgivings or the assuaging of misgivings would happen before the number 2 in that party comes out and publicly says that we're going to abstain in that vote. But be that as it may, that is the concern of another opposition party, not yours. But Shantanu Gupta, just to take this larger point ahead, both in the presidential election and in the vice presidential election, maybe more in the presidential election, the opposition had a real chance of putting up a fight. They made multiple mistakes, whether it was not finding a consensus candidate, whether it was not finding someone who actually could cut across opposition ranks, get in parties like the BJD, the YSRCP, etc., who would back such a candidate. The opposition could have given the NDA a run for its money. It simply failed from strategy to execution.
In fact, last year we heard a lot of rumors that Prashant Kishore is making a tie-up of all the parties around Sharad Pawar's name. Then we realized Sharad Pawar refused to be the candidate. Then they tried around Farooq Abdullah. Then they tried around Gopal Gandhi, and nothing worked. So they are not even to have a consensus on a presidential candidate where the stake is lesser than a prime minister candidate. So come 2024, these parties will be again, I think, who will be the larger umbrella? I think that's the problem. A lot of people said, okay, this is my candidate or TMC's candidate. It's declared by Congress or it's declared by TMC. I think still, I think, who will be the bigger daddy? That's the question, and that will make them fall again in 2024. I think this was, as you rightly said, a golden opportunity for them in run up to 2024 to show a real unity and make BJP run for its money. But even in both the elections, and even the candidate selection was such below par that they were not able to send a message, let alone winning the election.
All right, it's interesting, isn't it? For the presidential election, it was a TMC candidate. Of course, Mr. Sinha is a TMC member. He's the vice president of that party. He is losing clearly. And for the vice presidential election, a Congress candidate, even though the Congress did not propose Margaret Alvar's name, is what we are given to understand, a Congress candidate is not being backed by the TMC. But I've got a piece of breaking news. I want to go across to that, and then I'll go across back to Sumitra Goenka. This is the BJP National President, JP Nadda. He's just tweeted moments ago that the proposal of Droupadi Murmu's name as the presidential candidate by the NDA has been met with support across party lines. I'm sure that her tenure would be very successful. And I think that is something worth pointing out, that it's not just, the NDA members of parliament who have voted for her. There has been cross-party appeal as well. So, Sumitra Goenka, maybe this is a good sign. I'll give you a final word for just 1 minute because I need to wrap up. That you have parties like BJD, YSRCP, even parties like JMM and Shiv Sena, who were supposed to be with the opposition camp, fully backing Droupadi Murmu.
Yes, Zaka, I think I have a little slightly different take on this. I think if other parties who have not supported Mrs. Murmu, if they would have also supported her, it would have shown solidarity for a tribal candidate. Even if Yashwant Sinha would have backed out, that would have given a different message that we are backing a tribal candidate, that a woman tribal candidate for the first time.
Okay.
So it's a really good thing that so many other political parties who have different ideologies have supported the candidature of Srimati Murmu. But I really would have hoped that all Indian parties would have unanimously, gone for Mrs. Murmu.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Zafar Islam, Anshul Avijit, Shantanu Gupta, and Sumitra Goenka for joining us. So in the next few minutes, in the next half hour or so, we will get that magic figure of 5 lakh. If she crosses 5 lakh, then Droupadi Murmu becomes the 15th president of India and the very first tribal woman president. In a moment, biggest exclusive tonight with Akanksha. Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
Carter himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
Very warm welcome. You're watching the biggest exclusive with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now, after 2 rounds of presidential vote counting, Droupadi Murmu is extending the lead over Yashwant Sinha, with several reports of opposition parties, including the Congress and NCP lawmakers, cross-voting in favor of Murmu, and non-NDA parties like the BJD, YSRCP and Shiv Sena supporting her. Murmu seems comfortably placed in the race to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. If elected, the 64-year-old Murmu will become the first tribal president and the second woman after Pratibha Patil to hold the office. And with that, let's also give you what the current count looks like. Remember, 2 rounds of counting have taken place, and this is where the numbers stand as of now. Droupadi Murmu has garnered over 4,83,299 votes, whereas Yashwant Sinha is left with 1,89,876 votes. Remember, it is the magic figure of over 5 lakh votes that Droupadi Murmu is targeting, and it's going to be an easy cakewalk for Droupadi Murmu. In some time from now, you can expect these numbers to be touching the magic figure of 5 lakh. And with that, let's also tell you more about this candidate that we're talking about, that is Droupadi Murmu.
India's 15th president, India's first tribal president, first president born after independence. Droupadi Murmu is a woman of many firsts.
इसी कालखंड में देश को नए राष्ट्रपति, नए उपराष्ट्रपति, उनका मार्गदर्शन प्रारंभ होगा.
Nearly 5,000 MPs and MLAs across the country voted on 18th July to elect the newest occupant of the Raisina Hill.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू, इनको राष्ट्रपति का प्रत्याशी घोषित किया गया है एनडीए की तरफ से.
With the numbers stacked overwhelmingly in the favor of the NDA, Droupadi Murmu's election was high on symbolism and less about the numbers game. An election which is witnessing the changing political axis. A selection that has placed the opposition camp in a quandary. Uddhav Thackeray, forced by the Shiv Sena MPs, broke ranks from allies in Mahavikas Aghadi to back her. TDP's Chandrababu Naidu came out to even campaign for her in Andhra Pradesh. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, India's only tribal party, had to support as well. After all, she had served as the governor of Jharkhand.
मेरे जो फैमिली बहुत गरीबी है, गरीबी थोड़ा मैं फाइनेंस सियाली उनको सपोर्ट करूं, इसीलिए थोड़ा पढ़ लिख के ऐसा बन जाऊं कि मुझे थोड़ा नौकरी मिल जाए. लेकिन मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में जाना, ये गवर्नर बनना, ये मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी.
64-year-old Droupadi Murmu, low profile and soft-spoken, has generally steered clear of controversy. She was also the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence.
जो
सेंट्रल ने हम मेरा बहन का नाम लिया ना, हम लोग बहुत खुश में, रायरंगपुर के बासिंदा सब खुश में है। आदिवासी महिला की पहले जो चुना गया ना, वही सबसे खुशी बात है।
पूरा रायरंगपुर के साथ ही उनका बहुत अच्छा संपर्क रहा है, सबका उन्होंने हमेशा साथ और सहयोग दिया और बहुत ही प्यार भरा संपर्क रहा है उनका सबों के साथ में। हमारे किसी भी प्रोग्राम में वो हमेशा आगे रहते थे और सबकी बातें सुनते थे।
तो काउंसिलर से होके विधायक भी बन गए, विधायक बन के वो बेस्ट अवार्ड भी उनको मिला है, नीलकंठ पुरस्कार मिला है उनको। उसके बाद वो मंत्री भी बने, सबका साथ मिल के काम करते हैं।
In the 1990s, her work with the Santhal organization caught the attention of the BJP's Raj Kishore Das. Back then, it was a party that did not have much political influence in the state. Seeing potential in Murmu, he asked her to contest for councillor in the Rairangpur Notified Area Council. In 1997, she became councillor and later vice chairperson of the Rairangpur Corporation.
2000 में 97 5 साल का ये तो आप जानते हैं टर्म होता है, लेकिन बीच में ही मुझे जब जनरल इलेक्शन आ गया, मुझे 2000 में टिकट दिया गया। उन्होंने कहा आपको तो लड़ना है, मैंने बोला मेरे बच्चे छोटे छोटे हैं, मुझे ये तो काउंसिलर में थी, वाइस चेयरमैन थी, तो टाउन के अंदर मुझे घूमना पड़ता था, फिर अभी तो मुझे पूरा क्षेत्र में घूमना पड़ेगा, तो टाइम नहीं दे पाऊँगी। फिर मुझे थोड़ा, मैंने बोला ठीक है चलिए, बच्चे भी बोले ठीक है माँ, तुम लड़ना चाहती हो तो लड़ो।
She served twice as a BJP MLA in Orissa and also worked as a minister in the Naveen Patnaik government from the 2002 to 2004, when the BJP and Biju Janata Dal ran a coalition government. She was awarded the Neelkant Award for the Best Legislator by the Orissa Legislative Assembly. Droupadi Murmu's candidature signifies the BJP's efforts to bring the tribal and other marginalized communities to the mainstream. A convincing example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The move comes ahead of assembly elections in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The 4 states have 128 seats reserved for scheduled tribes, of which the BJP had won just 35 in the last assembly elections. The BJP is also hoping that her candidature will strengthen its political hold in Orissa and get a foothold in Jharkhand, where it lost the elections in 2019.
आज भी हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासियों में ओडिशा में संथाल प्रोग्रेसिव है, लेकिन इतना भी प्रोग्रेसिव नहीं है कि वो दूसरों के साथ कॉम्पीट कर पाए। इसीलिए और भी थोड़ा अभी भी फाउंडेशन स्टेज में है। आगे जाने के लिए महिला को और पुरुष को दोनों को आगे आना होगा, जैसे परिवार चलाने के लिए दोनों की आवश्यकता है।
In 2017, as governor, Murmu returned 2 controversial bills, the Chotanagar Tenancy Act and Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act, in view of the widespread agitation from tribes after the state sought to dilute their rights over their land. This move against the then CM of the BJP, Raghubar Das, cemented her as the real custodian of tribal aspirations and tribal cause. Droupadi Murmu got support of MLAs across party lines, polling over 60% of votes. Her elevation as the president reflects the triumph of the spirit of new resilient India, where any citizen can rise to occupy the highest constitutional office of India. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil.
And that is the topic of discussion today. Madam President Murmu, India celebrates a historical landmark. Remember, Murmu's victory is almost finalized. Let's try and get in a sense from ground zero, and for that I'm joined in by our correspondent Akash Sharma, who's currently stationed from Droupadi Murmu's residence. Let's quickly go across to Akash and get in a sense of what's happening over there. Akash, I believe the celebrations are already in full swing, as we can see jubilant visuals coming in from Droupadi Murmu's residence. Having said that, what are the preparations like? When can we expect the final announcement, and in how much time can we expect Prime Minister Modi to arrive there?
Well, Akanksha, let me tell you that yes, people are celebrating, but outside the residence of Droupadi Murmu, and I'm inside the residence, and from here I can show you these visuals. These are the visuals of the final stage where Droupadi Murmu is expected to come after the announcement by Election Commission of India. And also, if I can show that red carpet, that is the same carpet that is being laid for the President Droupadi Murmu, who will be the president, in fact. And at this point in time, while talking about the preparations, so preparations are underway. In fact, the organizers and senior leaders are actually taking care of all the preparations at this point in time. G. Kishan Reddy is very much here, who is taking care of all the preparations here at this particular place. And also, we are learning that within 15 to 20 minutes we'll get some sort of clarification as to by what time Prime Minister Modi is arriving here at this particular place. But given the fact that result is not yet announced, so it is, in fact, people are saying that after the result announcement only we can expect that Prime Minister Modi will be coming. And also, in fact, we are learning that with Prime Minister Modi, JP Nadda is also expected to come at this particular place to congratulate Madam Murmu. And also, not only these two leaders, but also several other leaders are expected to come at this particular place. Also, if I can show you this crowd, this is so basically security personals and media personals, because no Karyakarta is allowed inside. And in fact, several other canopies are also there. You can see those camera deployments there. And we are told that not only Droupadi Murmu will be coming here for taking all those wishes, for all those good wishes, but also she'll be going to that particular place. And this is not clear as to where Prime Minister Modi would actually be meeting her, because on the stage you can see only one seat, and that this seat is for Madam Murmu. But at this point in time, everyone is eagerly waiting for the final result, and not only the final result, but also the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because it is being said that he'll be the one who will be congratulating Madam Murmu for very first. So this is the latest development, Akanksha.
Right, Akash. Thank you for bringing in all those details. On that note, let me also go across to Rupashri Nanda, who is reporting live from Rairangpur in Odisha, which happens to be the hometown of Droupadi Murmu. If I could quickly go across to Rupashri. Rupashri, what is the sentiment like within the Santhal tribe there, since we've been seeing you interact with the locals over there? What will Droupadi Murmu's prospective victory mean for the tribals of Odisha and also for the BJP?
Well, very quickly, I would like to say that there is a sense of tremendous pride and self-affirmation amongst the tribal community, the Santhal community here in Odisha, in Mayurbhanj. I have been to both the villages, Paharpur and Uparbeda, where Droupadi Murmu actually has her the village where she was born into and the village where she was married into. And many people came actually, and they would still be coming in their traditional dresses in order to dance their own traditional dance, and they would be feasting through the night, and huge amounts of food has been prepared for people to feast. And another point I would like to make is that this celebration at her villages, they are not just organized by just the BJP. Of course, Droupadi Murmu was a BJP MLA. She was the governor of Jharkhand also. But her achievement in this sense actually has brought together many communities, both the tribal community and the non-tribal community. Everybody feels that they have a stake in her victory, and that is because of her own humble backgrounds. Remember, if you are talking about the paternal side of her family, there were people who were into politics, but not when she married into the family. In that family, there was no political patronage, so to speak. So she started from a scratch, and she started actually teaching in Aurobindo school here in Rairangpur, and many of the students, in fact, the constable today who is posted outside Droupadi Murmu's residence has been taught by Droupadi Murmu herself. And he was telling me today morning that he has been taught geography and Odia by Droupadi Murmu. So similarly, many people have personal stories to say. They describe her as somebody who is people friendly and a problem solver. The next important point is that, remember the role of Naveen Patnaik, the Chief Minister of Odisha. He has described Droupadi Murmu as the daughter of Odisha. And when Droupadi Murmu had come here to Odisha, it was a formality for her to seek his support, because he had already declared his support. Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, in whose cabinet actually Droupadi Murmu was once an MLA, invited her for having lunch at his residence. Naveen Patnaik not only backed Droupadi Murmu, but he also solicited the support of other parties for Droupadi Murmu. So it is a very important day for the people of Odisha. Odisha also.
Absolutely,
And for
as
her
you
family
rightly
also,
said,
because,
as you rightly said, Rupashri, I'm sorry, I'm running short of time, but you rightly mentioned that she is the daughter of Odisha, as has been claimed by the Chief Minister of Odisha. On that note, let me also go across to Siddhant. Siddhant, if I may come across to you, what is the sentiment right now on ground zero? What are the celebrations looking like? As I can see, you are stationed inside Droupadi Murmu's residence, where many celebrations are taking place, and we've seen artists not just from Odisha but pan-India participate with full fervor. Take us through what the mood is like.
Well, that's right. Not just from Orissa, the artists from tribal community across the country have come here near Droupadi Murmu's residence. So this is not exactly Droupadi Murmu's residence, but this auditorium is right next to her residence. So these people have come here to catch a glimpse, to meet her. It's a proud moment, not just for tribals of Orissa, but for tribals across the country. These are the artists from Manipur's Lumkang tribal community. This is what I'm being told, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name rightly. We'll speak to their group leader. We'll try to understand. Sir, इधर आ जाइए थोड़ा. Sir, कहाँ से आप लोग आए हैं? आपका community का नाम Lumkang है.
We are Lumkang Naga tribe from Chanel district, Manipur.
Achha, you are from Manipur. Sir, how proud it feels when you get to know that the next president is going to be from the tribal community?
It is an honor that after a long time of India being getting an independent, and at this stage we are having a tribal women president of India. And as a tribal from India, we are very proud. Okay. We are very proud.
So what all have been promised to you? Are you people going to meet the next president of India, or is there going to be any performances that are going to take place late in the evening?
As informed, we are coming here to perform traditional dance.
Traditional dance.
Dance, yes.
Okay.
And we will be very glad if we could meet personally, talk to her, have a photograph.
Okay.
And
but these young boys and girls are looking really beautiful in the traditional attire. What do you call this attire? इसको क्या बोलते हैं? What do you call this attire?
Sorry?
Totang attires.
Oh, this is called Totang attires.
Okay.
Thanksgiving dance.
Okay, you guys are going to perform the Thanksgiving dance. Okay, so there you see, not just the tribal community, the artists from the tribal community have come from the state of Orissa, but from Manipur, Nagaland, they all have come here, and I can see, like, so this one group is sitting right here.
Right.
They also belong to one Adivasi. आप कहाँ से आए हैं? Where have you come from?
Actually, we are from Manipur.
You are also from Manipur.
Yeah, Manipur.
Okay,
And then we are representing the Kuki tribes.
What tribe?
The Kuki tribe.
Kuki tribes. So, back to the studios.
Right, Siddhant. So we can see, as you were mentioning, there are tribes not just from Orissa but across the country. We saw those tribes from Manipur as well. Clearly gives us a sense of what Droupadi Murmu's prospective victory means for the entire nation. Let's also try and translate the significance of this, how historic this moment is. And for that, I'm joined in by our panelists, Syed Zafar Islam, who's the national spokesperson for the BJP, Dr. Anshul Avijit, who's the spokesperson for the Congress party, Shantanu Gupta, who's an author, and Dr. Geeta Bhatt, who's an academician. If I could begin with Syed Zafar Islam, Zafar, the numbers clearly seem stacked in Droupadi Murmu's favor. Would you agree that the highly possible victory of Droupadi Murmu is more about symbolism for the NDA, more than just numbers, or as some may put it, tokenism?
See, all this word symbolism, tokenism, I think we should put to bed, because these kind of discussions only people who are immature can have this kind of a conversation. This decision of NDA under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister to choose the best possible candidate is someone who has been not only supported by the NDA but also across the party line. Every party has supported. That only suggests that we have chosen the right candidate. And let me tell you also, while all the parties have supported her candidature, because she is, for the first time, Adivasi is being given representation, a tribal is being given representation to the highest office of the country. More importantly, besides political parties and the people of this great country supporting her candidature, the people across the world. I have got several messages from people who are living in different parts of the world that India has made history by choosing the right candidate and giving representation to somebody who has always been seen as somebody who's marginalized, and today that section of the society is being given representation.
Right.
So it is the policy. It is the policy of the Bharatiya Janata Party under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister to give representation to every section of the society, and more importantly, the section which deserve to be given and deserve to be uplifted in the society. And that's when every decision you have to, if you just do a back testing, you will realize that those decisions have been taken only to support section of the society, and it is one of them.
I'd like to bring in Anshul on that. Anshul, there's a lot of talk about the BJP giving representation to the OBCs, to the Dalits, to the tribals now. But how crucial is this representation going to now translate as far as the reality on ground level is concerned?
No, what is about to be almost a certain victory is indeed historic, and I offer my congratulations in advance. There's no doubt about it. But you know, the question about symbolism and tokenism remains an extremely valid one, and it has been the central sort of narrative of our polity ever since the inception of sovereign India and the constitution itself. Now, what is tokenism versus real power versus real representation? The real representation will come, social justice will be realized when Dalits or a tribal become the Prime Minister of India, when they handed over real executive power. This is not to take away anything, Akanksha, from Madam Murmu and her achievements. I have the deepest admiration and respect for her. I admire her life. She's fought personal tragedy. She's achieved a lot. What I really like about her is, in fact, that she returned the two tenancy acts, the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act and the Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act, because they thought they were against the interests of the tribals. But I do want to ask one quick question to my BJP friends here. I just want to ask them, all this talk about, they're dismissing the talk about tokenism and symbolism. Let me ask them, how many Dalits are in the cabinet of the Modi government? What are their ministries? How many joint secretaries they have under them? And how much funds do they have? I'm talking about cabinet ministers, not ministers of state, which don't get any files.
I just have 7 minutes left. On that note, Zafar, would you like to take that question now? Zafar, please go ahead and answer that.
I think the Congress spokesperson should do some introspection. I think I would request him to speak to some of his senior colleagues and do some back testing if he doesn't want to discuss with his colleagues. He will understand that, and he will get to know, or the feedback he will get if he reviews the policy of all the political parties. Then he will find out that it is BJP, again I am repeating, who has given the maximum representation to Dalit and marginalized section of the society. It is BJP who has the maximum number of Dalit representation, both in terms of MLAs and MPs. Even Dalit who
talking about real power.
Ticket to fight ticket to fight election in non-Dalit reserved seats as well, because we believe in giving representation, and that's why the representation has
all right,
been given.
Gentlemen, I'm running short of time. I would like to bring in my other panelists who are patiently awaiting their turn. Shantanu Gupta, at a time when we are talking about tokenism versus symbolism, the facts are on the wall, the writings on the wall rather. There's been cross-voting from other parties as well. That includes the Congress. Considering this is one process where there is no party whip in the presidential election to ensure that MPs or MLAs vote for the candidate that is supported by the party. How do you view this cross-voting that's taken place?
I see multiple contrasts today. I think we see one side when the opposition is not able to put a candidate properly. Sharad Pawar, they tried with Sharad Pawar, he dropped. They tried with Farooq Abdullah, he dropped. They tried with Gopal Gandhi, they dropped. And then they have to put a candidate who had a huge BJP background, right? And on the other side, BJP puts such a candidate which is almost a victory of Indian democracy. When a country like United States not able to put a woman president in whatever history they have, they took ages to put a non-white president. In India, putting a tribal woman as a president, that's a victory of Indian constitution, Indian democracy. I think I see one more contrast today. Today I see a lot of Congress people on road because they're saying that how can ED dare to question the Madam Sonia Gandhi? And I also see BJP people on road. They say, okay, we are in if you come from our fold, even if you're from tribal, if you're from a Dalit, even if you're a woman, you can reach the highest office if you are capable. So I think these are the couple of contrasts that I'm easily and people of India are easily able to see today.
Right. Geeta Bhatt, if I could bring you in on this, I want you to answer how this is going to now translate for the vice presidential election, because just a while ago we've learned that the TMC is not going to back the opposition's vice presidential candidate, and that is Margaret Alva. Do you already see this now translating and spilling on to what's going to happen in the vice presidential election?
Well, Akansha, the audio is not very clear, but yes, first of all, I think it is a very momentous and memorable day in the democracy of India post-independence. And definitely all the other panelists have also said that this, across all these, politically ideological hues of India's spectrum, people from all kind of ideological backgrounds, they have come to support Madam Murmu for her presidential candidature, and that itself shows that this is something, because a country as diverse as India, so many of them coming together and standing with her, supporting her, because not only just because this is regarding social inclusion, but also about gender empowerment. Or two aspects which are very important on which the Modi government has been stressing on all its social welfare schemes, as well as in bringing women forth in most of the important positions where decisions are to be taken, whether it is in terms of giving regarding finance ministry, or in terms of any other so many other ministries. Well, we had seen Sushma Swaraj holding the position of as a external affairs minister. If you could just repeat the second part of your question, I couldn't get it.
No, I was wanting to know your reaction in terms of the fact that we've just learned about the TMC not backing the vice presidential candidate of the opposition party, and that is Margaret Alva. Do you think that now the kind of backing, or rather support, that we've seen with Droupadi Murmu today is also going to spill over for the vice presidential candidate as well?
Yes, yes, definitely, Akansha, because you see, the vice presidential candidate also is someone who comes from a farmer's background, and coming from a village background, someone who achieved such great heights.
Right.
So all these journeys, this is something to which one identifies in spite of any kind of ideological orientation. So this itself is and especially the kind of support in the presidential election which has been seen by the opposition parties, I think TMC, which thought that it had, played a very master stroke.
Geeta, I'm running short of time. I'm going to take that question from Anshul to end my discussion. Anshul, the fact that TMC is not going to be supporting Margaret Alva, is that something that the Congress had expected despite the hostile dynamics between Jagdeep Dhankar and Mamta Banerjee? Do you view this as an understanding between the TMC and BJP, or a lack of consensus from parties like the TMC, as claimed by TMC just a while ago?
I do not know what is going on between. I really can't comment
between
the TMC or the BHG.
No, the TMC has just held a press conference and where they have openly declared that their consensus was not valued.
Absolutely. The comments, Akanksha, have just come out. I do not have full appreciation of the facts at the moment. I do not know what their misgivings were, what the reasons why they held themselves back. Once they are shared, and we shall discuss them. And that's the whole point about opposition, that if there are problems, if there are misgivings, if there are concerns, they are discussed in an open forum. I think that one critical statement that came out over and above all this, Akanksha, is that opposition unity is not going to be affected by this. Because the opposition is a complex entity. Sometimes there are these pulls and pressures which do happen. But ultimately, an ultimate statement on this can only be when one has better knowledge of the facts.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Having said that, many thanks to you, Dr. Anshul, and Geeta Bhatt, also Said Zafar Islam, and Shantanu Gupta for joining us on this discussion. And with that, it's a quick wrap. Up next is Plain Speak with Ridhima Bhatnagar. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching Plain Speak. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. India is at the cusp of creating history. India is all set to get its first tribal president. Droupadi Murmu is on her way to score a victory against opposition's Yashwant Sinha. The NDA's presidential candidate has won support not only from NDA allies but surprise supporters like the Sena and the JMM as well. Droupadi Murmu has rich experience behind her, was the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence. So if in 2017 was all about a Dalit president with Ramnath Kovind, 2022 is about the first tribal president and a second woman president of India after Pratibha Patil. Let me bring in my colleagues who've been tracking all these developments for us. I believe Siddhant is joining us. Rupashri also will be joining us in just a bit. Akash also will be joining us. They're all tracking developments, not just here in the national capital, but also the native village of Droupadi Murmu. Anshul and Siddhant are joining us already. Siddhant, talk to us about what is the kind of activity that you're seeing on the ground. It's a matter of hours before we have that confirmation that Droupadi Murmu is the 15th president of India. But talk to us about some of the voices that you've been picking up.
From Orissa have come to this auditorium to catch a glimpse of Droupadi Murmu, but the tribal community across India have come here because this one movement is a proud movement for them. And I've been speaking to Lanka community in Manipur, to one other community from Nagaland. They all have come here and they all are celebrating, and I could sense the enthusiasm, the energy in people. In fact, on my right, folk dance was going on a short while back, and those people, those artists have come from Santhal community.
Siddhant, I just apologize for interrupting. Just stay on with us. I believe there is activity happening from where Anshul is now joining us. Anshul, could you talk to us about what's happening around you?
So yes, the party has begun over here. The victory march has started. Initially, there was a plan that BJP President JP Nadda will be coming over here. But what we have been told that JP Nadda is likely to go to Droupadi Murmu's residence directly. And the march has started. I'll just try and show you the visuals. You can see in the visuals behind me the amount of people who are out here celebrating this. Initially, it was planned that JP Nadda would be on that jeep celebrating the victory of Droupadi Murmu. But now this march is being led by Delhi BJP President Adesh Gupta. He is being joined by Meenakshi Lekhi as well. And the victory march has started over here. Massive celebrations, massive dancing. The drones, the DJs, all are out. The celebrations have started. In fact, Dr. Yashwant is also on that very van. They are making sure that their voices are being heard, that they are making sure that no leaf is unturned in informing the country that today is a massive historic day. And India is going to get the first women tribal president today. A very historic day for India. This is a day that will be remembered for years and years. Students are going to read about this day in the history, and that is the reason why we are seeing such massive victory protest that is being carried out by the BJP. All the Delhi BJP MPs are present over here. They are making sure that the message is propagated that this is a victory of the BJP and BJP-led NDA alliance. Yes, we are making sure that we are bringing to you exclusively from the Delhi BJP. The march has started. The victory march has started, and in the next few minutes, this march will end at India Gate, from where all these people will walk towards their home. But yes, a big victory march has started even before the official announcement has happened. This march has started over here at Delhi BJP. Approximately a 2-kilometer march is going to be taken out from here. Massive support for the BJP. Only two things can be seen over here: the dancing people, the flag of India, and the flag of the BJP. Only these things can be seen over here. People are absolutely excited, elated, as we have been reporting for past many hours now. You can see the visuals over here. Meenakshi Lekhi, Dr. Yashwant, Adesh Gupta, all are present over here, showing the victory sign to the cameras, to the media persons who are present over here. They are showing that victory sign just to propagate the message that this is a victory of the BJP-led NDA. And in the next few minutes, we are, as the protest march has already started, we are at the GPO right now, and in the next few minutes, they are going to go at India Gate, where the celebration will continue. Now remains to be seen as to how long is it going to take for the official confirmation. Droupadi Murmu being the first woman tribal president of India. That is what people are waiting for. But here, the BJP is absolutely confident. They are waiting for the results so that they could figure out as to by what margin have they won. What the NDA and the BJP has been telling us is that approximately 70% of votes are going to be voted in favor of Droupadi.
So the BJP there that has already begun the victory march here in the national capital ahead, of course, of this presidential results where history is in the making. As I said, you can see victory signs being shown, various BJP leaders there on the ground. My colleague Anshul is tracking all those developments as far as this victory march is concerned. We can already see the celebration as far as those visuals on our screens are concerned. Victory signs being shown, a lot of BJP leaders already there. How long is this victory march? Do you have any sense of from where to where is this moving, and what is the eventual plan as far as celebrations for the BJP is concerned?
So yes, this is a symbolic celebration that is being carried out over here. The march has just started from the Delhi BJP office and will be culminating at the Rajpath, which is approximately 2 kilometers away from here. So yes, for the next 2 kilometers, we are going to see massive crowds on the roads of the celebrating the big victory that is of Droupadi Murmu. However, still no announcement has been made of one of the votes that the BJP and the NDA are very confident, and that is the message they want to put out, that since day one, BJP and the NDA have been saying that Droupadi Murmu is going to win by a historic margin, and that is why we are seeing such a big victory march already started even before half of the votes have been counted in the country. So yes, the BJP message is loud and clear that the victory is there. It's just a matter of time before history is created in India. India is going to get its first president.
So my colleague Anshul, they're getting us those visuals of the BJP's victory march here in the national capital. This, as Droupadi Murmu is all set to become the 15th president of India. She will be the first tribal president of the country and only the second woman president after Pratibha Patil. The BJP in celebration mode ahead of those presidential elections. Remember, the NDA's candidate Droupadi Murmu was up against opposition's Yashwant, and as we pointed out, that she had support not just of the allies of the NDA, but surprise supporters from the likes of the Shiv Sena to JMM as well. What is going to be the task that is going to be cut out for Droupadi Murmu? More importantly, what is the math that the BJP has worked with while they announced this candidature of Droupadi Murmu? We'll continue that conversation with my colleagues. If Anshul is still with us, Anshul, of course, this is now being seen as ushering in a new chapter as far as India getting the first tribal president is concerned. Let's take our viewers a little back in time and talk to us about the rationale that the BJP has worked with while nominating Droupadi Murmu. Victory March. My colleague Akash is also joining us, and he's joining us from Droupadi Murmu's residence here in the national capital. My colleague Siddhant is also joining us from outside Droupadi Murmu's residence here in the national capital. Akash, let me come to you first. As I said, it's a matter of time before we have the official confirmation of Droupadi Murmu becoming the first tribal president of the country. What is the mood at her residence in the national capital? Akash, can you hear me? We'll try and re-establish that connection with my colleague Akash. But Siddhant, if I can take that same question to you, you are joining us from outside Droupadi Murmu's residence in the national capital. What is the mood on the ground? What is the kind of activity that you're seeing around you? And more importantly, what is the plan as far as celebrations are concerned?
Underway, and in fact, celebrations are underway, and in fact, behind me you can see all these artists belong to tribal communities and have come from various states, are going outside this auditorium, and perhaps have been told that they are going to meet Droupadi Murmu. They are going to perform at Droupadi Murmu's residence, and you can see the enthusiasm. One can see the enthusiasm. कहाँ आप लोगों को जाने को बोला गया?
No, right now I don't know exactly.
You don't know?
Yeah.
So somebody has asked you to go to Droupadi Murmu's residence?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. So are you people going to perform?
Yes.
Okay. So there you see they have been instructed to go to Droupadi Murmu's residence. This is what I can understand for now. And they all have come, and these artists belong to tribal communities. I've met these artists from Manipur. I've met artists from Nagaland, and they all are proud. And there's there's a sense of honor, and and they're thanking BJP and Prime Minister Modi for giving tribal president to the country. And this is indeed a historic moment, not just for the tribal community or for the state of Orissa, but for the entire country. Because I've spoken to women here, women artists. They were performing, and they said that we never even had imagined this, that India will ever get a tribal president, that too from our community, that is Santhal community. Now this route goes to Droupadi Murmu's residence, and on this very way, there's a possibility of some performances taking place. This is what I can understand right now. In fact, these artists, these common people, in fact, with these artists, there are many common people also. And there you see, they are being instructed. And they all have gathered here to welcome Prime Minister. Even they are going to welcome the Prime Minister also. There you see that is Droupadi Murmu's residence. Would ask my video journalist to pan and give a sense to viewers. Fine, you can see the security has been beefed up. The extra forces have been brought in right before the Prime Minister's arrival. And in fact, we have been told that the time Droupadi Murmu will be declared as a winner, then Prime Minister will come. And behind me you can see these artists marching towards Droupadi Murmu's residence. Unprecedented scenes. unprecedented scenes
unprecedented
at Droupadi Murmu's
scenes,
residence.
and it's a huge breakthrough moment as far as the tribal community is concerned. The messaging that has been sent out by the BJP is you can have humble beginnings and backgrounds, but if you work hard, then the sky is the limit. You can become the next president of the country as well. I believe my colleague Akash is now back with us, and he in fact is joining us from inside Droupadi Murmu's residence. Akash, can you just show us around what is the kind of activity on the ground? What are the kind of preparations that are taking place to welcome India's first tribal president?
Well, Ridhima, first of all, everyone is waiting for the final announcement now, but showing you the preparations, let me tell you that there you see the stage with one seat, and we're expecting this seat is of Droupadi Murmu only. I'll ask my camera person to pan the camera a bit, where you can see the red carpet. And this red carpet, we have been told that this is the same place from where Droupadi Murmu will be coming, and will be coming to this particular stage. Also, then there are seats where you can see the media personals and security personals as of now, but we are learning that senior BJP leaders or senior leaders will be coming to congratulate Droupadi Murmu, would be sitting here. Further, this is the stage for all the cultural programs. We are told that some cultural programs would be there as well. Also, if I can ask my camera person to show you the visual, there you see some senior BJP leaders have started coming in, and in some time from now, we are expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with JP Nadda and all other senior leaders, because initially there was a plan that JP Nadda would be leading the Vijay Julus that was being carried out by Delhi BJP from Pant Marg to Rajpath, but later the plan got changed, and now we are learning that JP Nadda would be reaching here at this particular place only. Further, everyone is waiting for the final announcement, because since morning we are seeing that how preparations are going, and in fact Karyakartas are very much excited because they are pretty sure that Droupadi Murmu is going to win. And in fact, we have seen in the latest rounds, be it the 10 states counting or the vote count of MPs, so we have seen that how Droupadi Murmu was leading. But now we are still waiting for the official announcement, because we have been told that only after the official announcement we can expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi here, and for that preparations are going on in fact, and there you can see some other canopies as well, some media deployment there as well. And in some time from now, Ridhima, we are expecting the formal announcement, and also after that Prime Minister Modi would be visiting this particular place.
Akash, I'll request you to stay on with us. The stage is set. We will have the formal announcement shortly, where we will witness history. You will have India's first tribal president. Let me quickly go back to my colleague Anshul, who's tracking that victory march and the celebration that the BJP has already started. Anshul, could you show us around what is happening, the excitement on the ground, and if you could get us some voices as well?
From the ground as of now, thousands of people have now flocked roads of central Delhi. They are celebrating this big historic day that is happening over here today. We saw flower petals being thrown on these marchers, and in the next few march is going to come to an end. I'll just try and get in a word from a few of the people who have come here to celebrate this historic day today. भाई साहब, आज आप आए हैं यहाँ पे, एक बहुत ऐतिहासिक दिन है, देश को पहली आदिवासी राष्ट्रपति मिल रही है। इसका कितना बड़ा निर्माण है? देखिए, आज सौभाग्य का दिन है महिला और जो गरीब से महिला ने, और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और इंडिया की सरकार और समस्त, मैं उन सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूँ जिन लोगों ने वोट दिया है, और सारे सांसद, सारे विधायकों का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि एक आदिवासी महिला को अपना वोट देकर के और शीर्ष पदों पे, राष्ट्रपति के पदों पे। कितना प्राउड फील होता है कि एक महिला आज देश की प्रधानमंत्री प्रेसिडेंट बनने वाली है? कितना प्राउड फील होता है और कितनी एक्साइटमेंट है आज के दिन? एक महिला होने से मैं अपने अंदर ही ये चीज महसूस कर रही हूँ कि हमारा जो ये देश है और जो हमारे प्रधान सेवक है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, उनकी जितनी भी योजना है और जितना भी काम है वो हर जाति के लिए, हर वर्ग के लिए, हर पुरुष के लिए, युवा के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए है। और मैं इस बात की भी गर्व महसूस करती हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पूरी जो है वो हर वर्ग के लोगों के लिए काम करती है, और मैं उसको अपना एक अंश मानती हूँ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मैं अपना एक अंश मानती हूँ। मैं उससे बहुत प्राउड। आप भी आए हैं सर, कितना गर्व महसूस होता है देश को आज पहले।
Anshul, we'll continue to come back to you and get all those voices, but we're now getting an update as far as the counting is concerned. We're now understanding third round of counting is on as far as various states are concerned. Odisha counting is ending and then Punjab will begin shortly. We're also understanding in the next 15 minutes the returning officer will brief the media, and after that votes in the last 10 states will be counted as well. Our political editor Maria Shakil now joining us with more details. So Maria, just talk to us about how many states left, and at last count, what is the updated number that we had for Droupadi Murmu?
So the first round, it was about the MPs who cast their vote in Parliament of India, the Parliament House on 18. The second round was about the states. That's the reason why these ballot boxes are being opened in alphabetical order. So Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, that was the order. Even as we speak, the voting for the state of Orissa, that is the Legislative Assembly of Orissa, is about to get over, and then Punjab will be counted. After that, 10 more states will be left. So in all, 30 states and one ballot box of the Parliament of India. That is the overall counting that is happening. The returning officer of the presidential polls is the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha. He will be addressing the media in another 10 minutes to give us the estimate after the third round, and then 10 more states will be left for counting. So when the announcement happens in another 10 minutes, Droupadi Murmu would have safely crossed 5 lakh votes and would have been declared the president in waiting.
Maria, thanks a lot for getting us those details. We'll of course continue to come back to you. So as Maria was pointing out, a matter of time before we have that official announcement of Droupadi Murmu becoming the 15th president of India and the first tribal president as well. I'll request my colleagues also to stay on with us. I want to bring in our guest joining us this evening as well. We have BJP spokesperson RP Singh, we have Sulaiman Mohammad Khan, Congress spokesperson, we have Varun Singh, political analyst, and Naveen Chomal, political analyst as well. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us. RP Singh, let me begin with you first. We're already seeing the BJP begin its victory march. Celebrations have broken out not just here in the national capital but across the country. How significant and historic is the moment that we're all about to witness in a short while from now? RP Singh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the question was to someone else. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's one of the very historic movement of the country in the democratic process when a woman from a tribal background is going to be the president of the country. Even America has not achieved something like this. They still don't have a woman as a president of the country. So, but it's a big achievement, and then it will go a long way in the Indian history and in the history of the democracy worldwide.
It will indeed be a milestone when minutes from now we will have that official announcement of the first tribal president for India, and what a journey that Droupadi Murmu really has had. But Sulaiman Mohammad, let me bring you in as well. We've said this from the start, it really was a no contest simply because the NDA's candidate had the numbers from the beginning. But it just wasn't about the numbers as far as the NDA allies were concerned. They were party after party as far as the surprise supporters as well, right? From the Shiv Sena to the likes of JMM. Today, looking back, does the opposition feel it probably was a missed opportunity?
No, not at all. Not at all. You know, election of to the position of the President of India is not generally, or any election. You know, there has to be a fight every time there is an election. For the sake of democracy, we have to put up a fight. We put a candidate as Yashwant Sinha as our candidate, opposition's candidate, and this has happened in the past as well. Different political parties who are either in NDA or UPA, this has happened. That some political party choose the other way around, although they were part of the ruling government.
That's the reason that I asked you this, Sulaiman, that, you know, was there consensus as far as the opposition was concerned? And the reason that I'm asking you this is because after you had the announcement of Droupadi Murmu, you had the TMC Supremo, Mamata Banerjee, saying that if we knew about Droupadi Murmu earlier, things would have been different. So I'm trying to understand, was the consensus as far as Yashwant Sinha's candidature was concerned?
He was a consensus candidate. Everyone consented in the opposition. Most of the opposition party consented. We had a press conference, But this has happened in the past. This is not the first time that there has always been a contest, and there has always been situations like this that parties from different blocks who form, I think, two blocks. Some parties vote for the other group, or some MLAs even vote for some other candidate which is not actually supported by the group you are right now having. Because in every election we have seen, the presidential election, there are two. One is the ruling party candidate and one is the opposition candidate. So what has happened this time has happened before as well. Like in 2007 or 2012, when Pranab Mukherjee ji contested the election for the post of president, Shiv Sena, although was with NDA, but voted for Pranab Da. So this has happened. This is not the new thing.
Okay.
And the important thing is now, because Droupadi Murmu ji is all set to become the president, as you have told us just moments ago, and we are watching on the news channel. Now she'll have, we hope, and she has a task on her hand.
Yeah,
And,
I'll talk about her task at hand,
part-
but I just want to take a moment because it is very historic on many levels. As I said, India's first tribal president. It's taken us a long time to even see a day like this. Varun saying, how important and symbolic does it then become as far as representation of the tribals are concerned? As I said when I started, if you go back to the previous president, if it was Dalit representation then, it is representation of the tribals today. And as I said, it's taken a long time for India to even see a moment like this.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't like to use the word symbolism because I think she's one of the most deserving candidates. And when we look back at her history, first woman from her community to go out, study, become a clerk, then a teacher and an MLA and a minister. Such a brilliant achievement and such a brilliant past she has. And a few moments ago on your channel itself, the best thing that the BJP could have done with this has connected all the tribal from the northeast to the eastern part of the country and even to the western. The biggest achievement that the BJP or the NDA has achieved from this is that they have managed to talk a lot about the Northeast, which was for a very long time. She might be from Orissa, but look at the people who have come to celebrate her victory. They are from Manipur, they are from Nagaland, they are from all these Northeastern states, which for a very long time has been felt ignored. But finally, these people who always were on the boundaries now are finding them in mainstream. And obviously, this is I hate to use this word again and again, but it's such a brilliant masterstroke. And talking about opposition, the opposition unity since day one has been faltering, and now with the vice president candidate also, we can clearly see that when Mamata Banerjee's TMC says that they will abstain, on your channel itself, RPG was there, and I don't know what was his stand then, but I had clearly said that directly, indirectly, Mamata Banerjee might support Jagdeep ji, who's the NDA candidate, and by abstaining, the opposition, it's a
larger message when you abstain that is now being sent out. But we'll talk about that in just a bit. I want to bring in Naveen also in the conversation. And Naveen, you're from Odisha today. As I said, it is going to be, the first Odia president that we're going to see as well. How big is it a day for people of Odisha to see somebody who's worked so hard, has had humble beginning and background, has worked tirelessly, and one common element that we've heard from, whoever you speak to from Odisha, they've said that she is the most approachable, kind-hearted person. If you meet her once, she'll never forget your name. And that's the kind of connect people have with her on the ground. How do you feel today?
Definitely, it's a matter of pride, not just for Orissa, but the entire nation. And as my other panelist was rightly saying, she's a woman who's got a caliber. And definitely she's got a grace, she's got a humbleness, and she's got a character. She has been getting involved in the people, interacting with them, and absolutely down to the earth. But give me just 30 seconds. I would like to share a very important point to you. Let us go a couple of centuries back, and from there to a few thousand years back. Bharat has been a country of diversity, but diversity had a very close sense of unity also. So while a certain section used to live in the cities with the kings and the rulers, but each village used to be a self-sufficient unit. We used to have 12 balutidar and 18 pagar jati, and from there it used to be the forest region So even the tribal people were connected with the mainstream politics, and they were playing a different role in what you say, maintaining the society.
Okay.
But unfortunately, in recent few years, or say couple of hundred of years, we could not be in touch with the tribals. But this time, the government has done a very good thing. They have given this particular honor to the lady from the tribal community, a Santal community, and she is such a, what you say, highly respectable lady.
Yeah, absolutely. It is history in making. It is a milestone that we will all witness in a short while from now. I'll just request all of our guests to stay on with us. We're getting some updates also now coming in, and this is as far as the vice president election is concerned. After the TMC decided to abstain from the VP election, Congress's Adhiranjan has now hit out at Mamata Banerjee, gone on to say Mamata Banerjee has become a dalal of BJP. By abstaining from voting, TMC is helping Dhankar as a candidate. This pact has taken place in Darjeeling, he says, where in one side Himanta Biswa Sarma was there as well. My colleague Kamalika is now joining us with more details. Kamalika, this was expected to blow up. The TMC not deciding to support Margaret Alva, but rather than abstaining, is raising a lot of questions. We'll talk about that in just a bit. But first, take us through the Congress's reaction. Kamalika, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with her. But as we said, this was on expected lines. This was expected to blow up as well. But first, let me take in a reaction from our guests who continue to be with us as well. Suleiman, let me take in a reaction from you. The Congress today feeling betrayed that Mamata Banerjee decided to abstain as far as the VP election is concerned?
It's quite surprising because we have decided to both the president and president election together, and the Congress party has contested the president election and gathered as many votes as possible from its members of the parliament and the assemblies and legislative councils for the president election. Now, as the vice president election day is approaching, Mamata Banerjee should not have done this, and I think this is quite very difficult to understand why she has done this, because at this moment the country is going through, we all need to stand guard for the safeguard of the constitution and the democracy. The new president and the vice president will have to stand guard, because right now there is a daylight murder of the democracy each passing day. We have seen in Maharashtra, we have seen how FIRs have been registered.
No, Suleiman, so you can continue raising those issues that, there is death of democracy, so on and so forth. Then that's all the more reason for the opposition actually to come together, but we're actually seeing the opposite take place here. Let me take in a quick reaction from RP Singh as well. RP Singh, the allegation coming in at this point is that there seems to be some sort of backroom deal between the TMC and the BJP, which has led to Mamata Banerjee abstaining from voting.
Well, Mamata Banerjee made her point earlier also clear during the presidential election that had she known that Droupadi Murmu will be the candidate, she would have not supported Sinha Saab. So, her line has been clear on that account, but as opposition to decide, they keep blaming on us that we are trying to bring wedge between the opposition. It's not that way. It's up to them to decide, and who is leading the opposition. That's the bigger problem. Is Mamata Banerjee leading the opposition, or Sonia Gandhi ji leading the opposition, or Sharad Pawar ji leading the opposition, or KCR leading the opposition? There are many faces today who want to lead the opposition. So obviously there is a wedge between all the leaders, and there's a race between who will lead the opposition. So let them decide. But yes, we appreciate the support extended by Mamata Banerjee, and this, I mean, you should not read much more than this, that she's supporting a good candidate.
Shouldn't read much more than that, says the BJP. Varun Singh, let me bring you back in. This again brings us to the larger question as far as a united opposition is concerned. Mamata Banerjee has been one of those who wants to lead the campaign to 2024 to get the forces against the BJP. But look what's happening both at the VP presidential election level and the presidential election level as well. That's going to raise a lot of questions as far as the work that still needs to be done within the opposition parties, because this becomes very embarrassing.
You know, let me tell you a small thing. On the day of voting, Yashwant Sinha wrote a letter to some of his ex-BJP compatriots saying that please vote from your conscience. I think Mamata Banerjee read it better. And she decided to go with her conscience and abstain. Her statement is pretty clear, TMC's statement is pretty clear, that the opposition, when they decided on Margaret Alva's candidature for vice president, they didn't consult the TMC. And it is clear from day one that opposition is a divided house. I'm telling you, it is such a big victory for the BJP right now for 2024 that when in the entire opposition, the entire left, entire center, and parties from south, north, everywhere were coming together to show the BJP that we are united. And now, just the vice president, the president elections, I don't understand Mr. Congress spokesperson, his own party MLA from Odisha came out speaking loudly that he has voted for Droupadi Murmu in the presidential election. His NCP MLA from Gujarat came out saying, boss, I have voted for NDA candidate. So the opposition has been a divided house since day one, and this just reflects that the opposition over here cannot be united. They do not have a common minimum program. And talking about Maharashtra and again and again, let me tell you, there have been many instances when the MVA was ruling and many FIRs were done. People had been in jail for 40 days without anything. So please, let's not talk about, democracy being killed. Every political party has tried to do that. But here the question is about opposition, and opposition is a divided house, and it is visible to everyone who can see and who can just understand basics of politics.
Yeah. But I want to quickly go back to the moment that we are all waiting to witness, which is going to be of Droupadi Murmu becoming, the first tribal president of India. And Suleiman Mohammad Khan, I want to bring you back in the conversation. The sense that many are getting, and this is for our viewers to see as well, two very stark pictures that are for everybody to see. One sec. Let me just complete my question. On one hand, you have the NDA's presidential candidate, a woman who had humble beginnings and a background, worked her way up, and then, one sec, let me just complete it, sir. I am giving you a fair chance, who worked her way up and is all set to become the first tribal president of the country. Compare that to the vandalism and protest that we saw all through the day by Congress workers on the ground, simply because, one second, simply because the Gandhis were summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. The question being raised, are Gandhis above the party?
Now let me reply to you. First, Mr. Varun has been saying that there have been FIRs. Even if his version is correct, he is saying that Congress has done wrong. What BJP is doing wrong, that is right. Now, such a stupid argument he has done. One. And the way these FIR sedition, which has now been stated by the Supreme Court,
said all the parties have been doing it.
No, now just complete, please.
No, you just
what
can't
you have
make
said
false
that wrong.
statements.
If you have done wrong, BJP will also do wrong.
No, I didn't say that. I said all political parties are doing wrong. What are you speaking?
No.
I said all political parties are doing wrong.
But let him speak then. I didn't speak in between. I have not spoken when he was speaking. I was just trying to say, no, the celebration of the election of Droupadi Murmu, we also celebrate. We also give congratulations to her when she'll be elected and for the impressive victory. But on the other hand, Mr. Narendra Modi is actually Adivasi Virodhi. He's against the Adivasis. Why I'm saying this? Because the Forest Right Act 2006 passed by the UPA government, a new set of rules have been set in, which will be placed in which will be passed very soon, which says that 2006 Act says...
Suleiman Mohammad, I asked you about what we saw today and the impression that is being sent out to the viewers and for everybody else to see. It is a stark picture. So I'm trying to understand, doesn't this then become counterproductive as far as the Congress party is concerned? But I'll request all our guests to stay on with us. I'll request our colleagues also to stay on with us. We will keep tracking all these developments. We're just slipping into a very short break. We're coming back and continuing this conversation.
5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
$1058 votes with a value of 261,062. इसी को हिंदी में बता दे रहा हूं मैं कि तीसरे चरण की काउंटिंग में हमने इंक्लूड किया था कर्नाटका, केरला, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, मणिपुर, मेघालय, मिजोरम, नागालैंड, उड़ीसा और पंजाब। इस चरण में जो टोटल वैलिड वोट्स हैं उनकी संख्या है 1333 और इनकी टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ वैलिड वोट्स है 1,65,664। इसमें मुर्मू जी को मिले हैं 812 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 94,478, और श्री सिन्हा को मिले हैं 521 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 71,186। इस तरह से अब तक का जो कुल टोटल बनता है 3,219 वैलिड वोट्स, जिनकी वैल्यू है 8,38,839। श्रीमती मुर्मू जी को मिले हैं इसमें 2,161 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 5,77,777, और सिन्हा जी को मिले हैं 1,058 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 2,61,062। You can calculate yourself. I'll come back to you after this.
So those were the latest numbers that were coming in, and if I understand the numbers correctly, Droupadi Murmu in fact has crossed the 5 lakh mark. So this is going to be history in the making, with India now going to see its first tribal president and the second woman president after Pratibha Patil. Our guests continue to be with us. BJP spokesperson R.P. Singh, political analyst Varun Singh and political analyst Naveen Chomal continue to be with us. So the latest numbers, R.P. Singh, they're coming in, have crossed that 5 lakh mark for Droupadi Murmu, which means you are going to, of course, have that official announcement shortly as well to see her now becoming the first tribal president of India. As I said, if with the case of Ramnath Kovind, it was about Dalits, today it's about the tribal community coming to the mainstream. How crucial do you think this day is as far as India's history that is being written?
Well, it was for the best scientist India has ever produced, and was Mr. Kalam, the best scientist we had. I mean, the BJP picked, India picked Kalam Sahab also at one given time. But that point aside, the bigger question is that almost 17 MLAs and almost more than 100 17 MPs and more than 100 MLAs have cross-voted. But one question which Congress spokesperson avoided, and that is about Sonia Gandhi and all the ruckus which was created by the congressman today when Sonia Gandhi went for the ED interrogation. She thinks she is privileged. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are privileged. Kharge Sahab, Malkarjun Kharge Sahab went few days back, I mean some year back, or Mr. Pawan Bansal also was questioned by ED in the same case. At that time, no congressman came on road. The Congress is still living in that mindset of monarchism. That's the problem with the Congress. And they are not understanding that they are losing state after state and elections after election because of that mindset of monarchism. So that's what, because he missed on that point. But coming back to today's issue of Droupadi Murmu ji, we all should rejoice this. We should all be very happy about this. The complete country is happy about this, and then is the first tribal woman president of the country. And this will send message worldwide to all democracies and all nations worldwide. Yes, India is the vibrant democracy of the world.
Varun Singh, let me bring you in as well. Before we get into the politics of how many MLAs and MPs really have cross-voted, let's just take in a moment as far as how historic this is with Droupadi Murmu becoming the first tribal president, because once that 5 lakh mark is crossed, it's official that Droupadi Murmu will take on as the president of India. How significant do you think today's day is? Because as I said, and at the cost of sounding repetitive, it has taken us a very long time. 75 years of independence is also what we are celebrating. And at this stage, we are seeing such a milestone.
You know, to be honest, it is such a milestone, and yet, yes, we have come a bit late, but there's this saying in Hindi, "Der aaye par durust aaye." So I would clearly, you know, it makes me feel so happy that a community that we all have been talking about is always on the sidelines today has come in the mainstream. And look at what stage, what level, at the topmost position in this country. What a brilliant message by the government right now, and by all those people who have voted for her. And you know, the kind of votes she has received, a journalist asked Mr. PC Modi, well, has she crossed 50% marks? It's common sense. She has. She has more than 310,000 votes compared to Yashwant Sinha, and she's right now our president-elect, and it would be announced in few moments. And on 25th, when she is sworn in as the president by the Chief Justice, it is gonna set history for not only this country, but for almost all the countries in Asia and Europe, and even if I talk about America and all this entire world, because no one of such a caliber, and especially from a community that is so marginalized, has reached this stage. And such a beautiful message to the world that in India, and especially to all those political workers who always feel neglected, when such a beautiful example that a woman who stayed loyal to a party when it didn't even have any foothold in Orissa, and she goes on to become the president. What a brilliant message for loyalty, what a brilliant message for every person in this country right now.
Varun, taking on from what you were saying, till few moments ago it was about Droupadi Murmu creating history. That is already official and done now. She has swept round 3, officially becomes President of India. Now the larger issue will be what will be the task for Madam President Droupadi Murmu once she officially takes oath as the president of the country. Yes, it is huge as far as the symbolism of a tribal becoming the first tribal president of the country. But the task will also be at hand to go beyond that symbolism and tokenism.
Absolutely, but you have to see a bit in her history. She runs schools for kids. She knows what she wants to do. She has always, in Jharkhand, when 2 bills by the government of BJP were moved, she stopped them because she didn't find them to be in favor of the farmers or in the favor of Adivasis. She stopped them. It was by the party which made her governor, but yet she stopped them. So she knows she's not going to be a rubber stamp. She's someone who knows the value of the position, the chair where she sits, and she knows that she has to work for the community from where she has come up. She's going to work for the entire nation. But let me tell you, it is such a brilliant message, and she's going to work. She has proven in the past where she stood against her own government, her own party in Jharkhand, where she stopped.
Varun, I apologize for interrupting. We're getting a big piece of update also now coming in, and these are big details that we're picking up as far as cross-voting is concerned. Now we are understanding 17 MPs cross-voted and a whopping 104 MLAs also cross-voted, which means they voted in favor of Droupadi Murmu. Where does this then leave the opposition's unity? As we've been saying, party after party supported Droupadi Murmu, and then look at the numbers of cross-voting. Maria Shakil, our political editor, is now joining us. Maria, this is exactly what you were pointing out, that the story will be in the percentage of the votes and the cross-voting details as well.
Yes, that's right. And this is the vote of conscience, as they say. This was about not being on the wrong side of history. Droupadi Murmu was all set to be the first tribal president from the word go. She was the president in waiting the moment she was announced as the NDA nominee. And hence, it's interesting to look at the pattern. A number of opposition rule states, a number of tribal states which have a significant tribal population like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. In all these states, there is a high percentage of MLAs who have cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. Just look at these numbers. 6 in Chhattisgarh, again, a state which is ruled by the Congress party. Jharkhand, where JMM backed the candidacy of Droupadi Murmu, but it looks like clearly that Congress, which is in alliance with JMM in the state of Jharkhand, 6 Congress MLAs have also cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. Let's move ahead. Look at the state of Maharashtra. Shiv Sena backed Droupadi Murmu. The Uddhav Thackeray faction also backed Droupadi Murmu. But in the state of Maharashtra, 16 MLAs, we are being told, has backed Droupadi Murmu. They have cross-voted in favor of the first tribal president. Again, a state of Maharashtra has a significant tribal population. Now shifting focus to a state which goes to polls later this year, that is the state of Gujarat. In the state of Gujarat, 10 MLAs have cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. So far, with 10 states remaining, 104 MLAs cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. So the clear and safe estimate so far is that Droupadi Murmu is set to win more than 65% votes out of the total electoral college. As we have been saying, as far as the members of parliament is concerned, 17 MPs so far. But overall, in the 20 states which have been counted, the electoral college of 20 states, when we are looking at, what we can safely say is 104 MLAs. In fact, the highest number of cross-voting which has happened in the state of Assam, where 22 MLAs have cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu.
Maria, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll, of course, continue to come back to you. RP Singh of the BJP and Varun also continues to be with us. RP Singh, let me take in a quick word from you. Look at the numbers that we're putting out as far as cross-voting is concerned. As of now, 17 MPs and 104 MLAs. Do you think this has been a vote of conscience?
Well, obviously, vote of conscience for the presidential candidate and a candidate who's like among us who represent the core of India. That's why people have cross-voted, and then people have voted as per the conscience. I mean, although Mr. Sinha appealed for the conscious vote, and then people probably took it other way around and voted for Droupadi Murmu ji. But again, I'm again repeating that is a message, big message for the democracy today, although it took almost 75 years. But yes, we have reached a place where this message has gone worldwide today, that a tribal woman can be the president of this country, can hold the highest post in this country.
Yeah.
That's the biggest,
well,
the big message.
That, of course, is a message, and nobody can take away.
Another second, and
sure.
Another second. All the credit goes to Prime Minister Modi and the team Modi who took a call on this, and the party President Nadda ji who took a call on this and presented Droupadi Murmu ji to the nation.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, no denying the fact that this is now history in the making, with Droupadi Murmu all set to become the first tribal president of India. But at the same time, we also have to talk about what this means as far as the so-called opposition unity is concerned, Varun. And this is exactly what we were saying. First, you had Mamata Banerjee saying that if we knew about Droupadi Murmu, maybe things would have been different. Then we saw what got played out as far as the VP election is concerned. And just look at the numbers, and this is not even the final tally. So far, 104 MLAs have already cross-voted. This is going to be very, very complicated for the loss of a better word as of now, as far as the opposition is concerned.
You know, opposition has been ripped apart, to be honest. When I see 16 MLAs from Maharashtra, apart from the Shiv and the smaller parties that are already supporting the NDA, have voted, I can see the faces of the MLAs who have cross-voted, and I can tell you, I don't want to get caught in this, but I can tell you that most of them are from those parties who now want to present a joint opposition and want Margaret Alva to come in. The opposition stands bare naked over here, and they have been exposed brilliantly by whatever you call it, as a master stroke or whatever stroke that it was, by the BJP and the NDA. The opposition doesn't have any chance in vice presidential elections. Mamata Banerjee knew it extremely well. The kind of support that the presidential candidate from NDA was garnering.
Varun, we've all been saying that it was a no contest because the NDA always had the numbers. And despite the fact that we continue to see party after party supporting Droupadi Murmu, then would it have been sensible, one would say, for the opposition to drop their candidate and have a popular support for Droupadi Murmu? Wouldn't that have worked better for the optics for the opposition as well?
No, that would have not worked for the opposition for a very simple reason, because, whatever said and done, an election, if they let it go as it is, it would act against them. Because a party, opposition party, especially when so many opposition parties had been beating the drum for almost a year that they are going to contest against Narendra Modi, more than, any VP or president, it was against Narendra Modi and his government that the opposition wanted to put a candidate. They have a candidate, and they cannot just run away from the elections midway, because as rightly pointed out by the Congress spokesperson earlier, every election and battle has to be fought, and it was just a battle that they had to fight. They couldn't run away. The opposition had to do it. They did it, and they failed miserably, which sends out a very positive message to the BJP that in 2024 they need to, and they would better know which are the people who might come and support them and might become NDA alliances in future. So gives a brilliant message to NDA too and Mr. Modi.
Okay, I'm going to give the final word to RP Singh. RP Singh, as we said, we've spoken about the politics as far as the candidature was concerned, but now that it's official, that Droupadi Murmu will be the next president, what is that one message that you want to leave this show with today before she officially takes over as the next president?
One very simple message is that democracy is maturing in India. Democracy under Prime Minister Modi is maturing in India. And then we have shown to the world that we are truly democratic. We take care of each and every section of society. And as far as opposition goes, I still request them that don't just do things for heck of it. Last few days have been on this pattern itself. I mean, whether it's the truth of the line or whether it is the expunged dictionary of the expunged words dictionary or the routine letter which was issued for not doing protest in the parliament. I mean, although they protested even today and yesterday also. So, I mean, don't do it for just heck of it. Come out with something more concrete and better. I mean, let's be better and vibrant opposition.
Let's celebrate what democracy essentially represents. I will unfortunately have to leave that conversation there, but as we said, this is absolutely historic. With the halfway mark already crossed, Droupadi Murmu, it's official, will become the first tribal president of India. This will be our top focus right through the evening here on CNN News 18. It's a wrap from my side. The Right Stand is up next.
Good evening, hello and welcome to The Right Stand. I'm Anusha Soni. Droupadi Murmu, having crossed 5 lakh vote value mark, now stands officially confirmed as the 15th President of India. It's a matter of only official announcement now. Now, the choice of Murmu and her backing by various opposition parties like JMM, JDU and the cross-voting that has happened, it has only exposed the ideological deficit of the opposition party. While the journey of Droupadi Murmu from a village in Orissa to India's top constitutional office deserves accolade and celebration, but the politically suave and emphatic statement by the BJP cannot be ignored. After making massive gains in the earlier elections and winning the Dalit vote bank, with this choice, the BJP makes it amply clear that the outreach to the tribals will not just be a lip service. Tonight on the broadcast, we celebrate the journey of a Santal woman to the top constitutional office of our country and discuss whether this choice is yet another reflection of BJP's sustained efforts to rewrite the political grammar in the country. First, let's tell you more about the numbers which have come out. Just a few seconds ago, we had the officer who had come out and read out the numbers. That's how this stand. Droupadi Murmu crossing the 5,70,000 mark. It's 5,70,000. 7,077. Yashwant Sinha at over 2,61,062. The lead is massive, over 65% of vote. Not to forget the cross-voting that has happened. It has happened from multiple states. You name it and it's there, whether it's Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, any state with substantial chunk of tribal population, especially Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, where in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand you do have the Congress government either in power or in alliance. The cross-voting only reflects how divided the opposition house really is right now. Well, this show today deserves to celebrate the journey of Droupadi Murmu. Let's also get you some breaking news which is coming in right now, and these are the latest numbers and the cross-voting.
Yashwant Sinha, we are hearing, has conceded defeat. That's the word really coming in. Yashwant Sinha, the opposition candidate, had officially conceded defeat. Prime Minister to reach Murmu's house very, very shortly. The last chunk of votes from the remaining states are yet to be counted, but Droupadi Murmu, having crossed that 5 lakh figure, that magic figure, it's only a matter of official announcement that's yet to happen. And that's the reason you have the veteran leader, Yashwant Sinha, who was fielded by the opposition party as the opposition candidate. He has yielded. He has conceded his defeat. That's the word coming in. Big development as we await the final numbers to come out. So far, with the announcement that has come, it is abundantly clear that Droupadi Murmu, having crossed the 5 lakh vote value mark, now stands officially confirmed as the 15th President of India. That's the tweet on your screen right now. Yashwant Sinha making that statement. Joining us on the broadcast are my colleague Pallavi and Rupashri, getting us more details on that story. Pallavi, first to you. Yashwant Sinha conceding defeat.
Yes, Yashwant Sinha conceding defeat, and look at the margin of victory for Droupadi Murmu. And more interestingly, Anusha, the fact that there seems to be a cross-voting, which means that even political parties which had made the commitment to vote for Yashwant Sinha did not end up voting en masse for him. He concedes defeat, but look at the last line of the greeting to Droupadi Murmu, saying, "I hope you do it without any pressure, and I hope you do it without any fear." This has also been a point of criticism of Yashwant Sinha during the campaign time. The kind of language he used, the kind of attacks he would make, and he had actually gone ahead and called her a rubber stamp who's going to work under pressure of the Prime Minister. One is usually very generous, one is usually very graceful. I think this comment of Yashwant Sinha could, in fact, possibly invoke a little bit of a controversy, but the fact remains that when officially he has congratulated her and concedes defeat, it's also an acknowledgement of the fact that it was not exactly an equal battle he fought against her.
Yeah, I'm also cutting across to my colleague Rupashri Nanda. Rupashri, all day across we have seen celebrations in her home state, also in Delhi, especially the people from the Santhal community and the entire tribal population of the country very keenly looks at this development. It's almost official. We're waiting for that announcement to happen.
Well, absolutely. In fact, as I have been reporting since yesterday itself, all the posters that were put out in Rangpur actually said that declaration of a victory is a mere formality, and announcement that she has already won were already, put out. However, people were cautious. Like for instance, her brother is there in the inside this residence. He's been waiting for the results, closely watching, but he's still cautious. Does not want to completely say anything without an official confirmation of those results. Now, as far as the Santhal community is concerned, let me tell you that yes, it is a moment of affirmation for the Santhal community, political affirmation for the Santhal community, a leap in self-belief, and Droupadi Murmu becoming the president has actually triggered a lot of hope in the poorest of the poor community here in Mayurbhanj. It is not a small matter at all. As I was reporting earlier, also the village that she comes from, both Upparbeda and Paharpur, those are very traditional villages. You can today, unlike in Punjab, for instance, you can see houses that still have mud walls and thatched roofs, paintings on the walls, poor roads, bad electricity, not sufficient water, irrigation, completely dependent on irrigation, that too on one crop, dependent on forests. So that is the kind of community that we are talking about, and it is not just the tribal community, it is also the non-tribal community in the same village. In these particular two villages, for instance, there had been massive celebrations organized by both the communities, non-tribal and tribal, where a tribal community came out in huge numbers to sing and dance and also to feast on food that they like, especially rice and chicken, for instance. And that sort of celebration has continued throughout the evening. However, in Rangpur, the celebrations are nearly over because, like I said, they had been anticipating this moment long ago, and after the burst of crackers, distribution of sweets and the play of colors on each other's cheeks, that moment has subsided. The buzz over here is that Droupadi Murmu is going to come to Rangpur, and the buzz is that Prime Minister Modi is also going to come over here. Last point, very, very important moment for the people of Odisha, for the state of Odisha. For the first time, a woman tribal leader, that too from a back of the beyond state like Odisha, goes on to become the president of the country. Not a small matter, which is why Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has also extended his support, not just extended his support, but also campaigned for Droupadi Murmu, invited her over for lunch when Droupadi Murmu solicited his support, even though it was already given. And Droupadi Murmu calls Navin Patnaik his Rakhi brother. So they do share a bond. So yes, a very important moment for the people of Orissa, for the Santhal community, for every child who is learning in these hinterlands and dreams of making it big. It is very important.
All right, so those are the developments coming in. Now we are only waiting for that official announcement, but Droupadi Murmu has already got more than 5 lakh votes. The latest development is, you can see on the screen, Mr. JP Nadda has reached. Prime Minister is already en route to Droupadi Murmu's residence. Madam President Murmu, that's what she is, as we celebrate her spectacular journey from a village in Orissa to India's top constitutional office. This is also an assertion by the BJP of a very smart choice and a well-deserving choice that they have made. And the expression of the choice, the celebration that should ensue, have been going on since the last few days. And today, of course, is the day when the top political leadership of the BJP has left no stone unturned to make that mark that Droupadi Murmu is going to be the next president and the choice of the BJP. The cross-voting in the opposition rank only tells us how divided the House really is. Look at the states and the MPs and the MLAs that have cross-voted. You have Jharkhand, where about 10 MLAs have cross-voted. You also have states like Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, and many others where cross-voting has taken place. Those are the live visuals on your screen right now. We continue to track these live developments coming from the ground. We are expecting the Prime Minister also to reach at the residence in just few minutes from now. But those are the live visuals. Droupadi Murmu, the last round of counting is still underway because there are some states which are still left. So we'll have to wait for that procedure to get over, and only then officially the announcement would be made. But there's a halfway mark, and that halfway mark has been breached by Droupadi Murmu, the choice of the BJP. And not to forget that the opposition candidate, Yashwant Sinha, has already conceded his defeat. My colleague Siddhant from outside the residence of Droupadi Murmu is joining us on the broadcast. Siddhant, take us through what is happening there.
Well, yes, we are outside Droupadi Murmu's residence right now, and just a short while back, BJP party president JP Nadda has gone inside the residence. In fact, since evening, the other central ministers have been camping at Droupadi Murmu's residence, taking stock of the situation, especially the preparations that are currently underway. Celebrations are also happening, and you know, from G. Krishan Reddy to CT Ravi of Bharatiya Janata Party, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat was also here late in the evening. So, you know, the central ministers have been given a charge to take stock of the stock of the celebrations, preparations that are currently underway. And in fact, we have been told now that as she has become the president-elect now, so Prime Minister is likely to reach, Prime Minister is reaching her residence shortly. And this is perhaps the reason that the security has been beefed up. The entire area has been cordoned off. And in fact, you know, nobody is allowed to go beyond that barricade, and you can see the chaos, the last minute chaos right before the arrival of the Prime Minister is quite visible here. And you know, the people are being asked to come on one side of the road. So arrangements are underway. Prime Minister coming here will send out a strong message, as it's not just a victory, it's a huge victory, going by the reports that other colleagues are filing. Now the cross voting that have taken place in Parliament and in various other states clearly establishes one thing, that the BJP's pick was the right choice, and Droupadi Murmu was the right choice, and you know, this was indeed a master stroke, and now you know, the master stroke is giving results, and this is perhaps the reason that, you know, for next 24 hours, for next in fact 48 hours, there is going to be celebration all across the country. Especially Bharatiya Janata Party is going to celebrate this day on a large scale. This is what we have been told. Back to you.
All right, my colleague Akash is also with us on the broadcast. Akash, tell us about what you see on the ground, what kind of celebrations ensue.
So Anusha, let me first of all show you the visuals. There you see the visuals, the dance and all the cultural activities that are happening here at this point in time. Initially we were not seeing these activities inside the house, but now they have come inside and they are celebrating because India is going to get its first tribal women president, and that's the reason why the people are celebrating. The people are from different states, and what we are given to understand that at this point in time, several BJP leaders are in fact reaching this particular spot. We have seen just JP Nadda has reached, and in some time from now we are also expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be here. But before that, I'm showing you the visuals directly from this particular place. You can see all the cultural activities, and this is the kind of enthusiasm that I'm showing you in people. They are celebrating, and also while talking about the political leaders, we have seen that how all of them are tweeting and somewhere congratulating Droupadi Murmu, and we are also hearing about cross voting. But at this point in time, this celebration is very much important. This is an important day. This is a crucial day for the democracy, and you are seeing the visuals of this celebration directly from the residence of Droupadi Murmu, the 15th President of India. There you see the all cultural activities. There people are from various states, from Orissa, from Rajasthan, and from other states as well, and they are somewhere celebrating. This is the kind of celebration that you are seeing. You see this kind of dance. I tried to talk to some people as well as how, what kind of feelings they have at this point in time, what are the sentiments, but before that, I'm showing you the visuals directly. You can see these visuals where people are dancing, people are celebrating, and somewhere are very happy with this particular choice when India is going to get its 15th president.
Absolutely, Akash, and you rightly described the colors which are visible on the screen. This is the heart and soul of the country, the tribal culture which forms a major part of India's ethos. 8.6% of all Indians, which roughly makes us about 10.42 crore numerically, are notified to be scheduled tribe. They form about 11.3% of the rural population, protected under the 6th schedule of the Constitution, and of course, a very important community. Cutting across back to my colleague Akash, who will continue to tell us what exactly is happening on the ground. Akash, tell us more about what kind of celebrations are happening, who are the other key top leaders of the BJP who are expected to reach.
Well, Anusha, I have one lady. I'll try to talk to her. Ma'am, कहाँ से आई हैं? क्या नाम है आपका?
हाँ जी, नमस्ते. मैं पूर्णिमा बोंगसंग असम से आई हूँ.
आप मुझे बताइए कितनी खुशी है आज ट्राइबल प्रेसिडेंट मिलने वाली है इंडिया को, और आप लोग सेलिब्रेट भी कर रहे हैं.
हम लोग खुशी बयान कर नहीं पाते हैं, लेकिन बहुत खुश है हम लोग. जनजाति का ये राष्ट्रप्रधान है हम लोग का. मैंने हार्डली उनको स्वागतम है.
महिला होने के नाते भी एक अलग तरीके से खुशी होगी, क्योंकि महिला राष्ट्रपति हैं. इससे पहले हमने प्रतिभा सिंह पाटिल देखी, अभी द्रौपदी मुर्मू है, ये ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी से भी आते हैं. एक अलग तरीके की खुशी है महिला होने के नाते भी.
हाँ, बहुत ज्यादा है, और ये सरकार को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि एक महिला को पहले भी प्रतिभा पाटिल जी भी हुआ था, लेकिन अभी जो द्रौपदी मुर्मू उनको होने से बहुत अच्छा है. और आदिवासी भी, ज्यादातर आदिवासी और जनजाति है. हम लोग मैं एक जनजाति होके बहुत प्राउड फील कर रही हूँ.
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
हरेंद्र दास. मैं असम से आया हूँ. हम लोग का ये बोरू, तिवा और कार्बी लेके आए हूँ कार्यक्रम करने के लिए.
आप मुझे बताइए क्या कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस है? हालांकि राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए बहुत ज्यादा लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते नहीं हैं, लेकिन आप बताइए, क्योंकि बैकवर्ड कम्युनिटी से भी आती हैं, महिला भी हैं, क्या कुछ उम्मीद आप लगा रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति हमारी बनी है? क्या कुछ आगे देख रहे हैं, राह क्या देख रहे हैं आगे?
हम लोग का आसाम से बहुत अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन महिला आजकल जो जमाना है उसके लिए बहुत अच्छा है. ठीक है.
मौजूदा समय में कहा जाता है कि ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी जो है वो एक तरह से कहें कि वंचित रहती है बहुत सारे फायदों से, बहुत सारे राइट्स से. आपको लगता है कि अब स्थिति सुधरेगी, क्योंकि एक सर्वोच्च पद पर ऐसी महिला बैठी है जो खुद उस कम्युनिटी से आती है?
नहीं, ठीक है चलेगा. हम लोग का असम में ट्राइबल है, ठीक है चलेगा.
All right, so Anusha, these are the sentiments. People are happy about this particular choice of the BJP, and finally when Droupadi Murmu...
Those are the live shots of Mr. JP Nadda, the BJP president, coming out of Droupadi Murmu's residence. Top office bearers of the BJP. Prime Minister Modi is also expected in just few minutes from now. It is being reported that he's en route to the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Celebrations, as we've been showing you on the screen, the live visuals that my colleague Akash and Siddhant are getting for you. Celebrations have been going on all day throughout, and they have only got gotten better with the day, and officially the announcement is awaited, but that magical figure has been breached. Congratulations are pouring in from different people. You have the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, who has tweeted out and congratulated Droupadi Murmu. You also have Mamata Banerjee from the TMC, the Chief Minister of Bengal, congratulating. Those are the live shots that we are getting from the residence of Droupadi Murmu. In some time now, we will also have the Prime Minister reaching here. As the celebrations continue, let me once again cut across to my colleague Siddhant, who's outside the residence of Madam President. Siddhant, coming back to you, in how much time can we expect the Prime Minister to reach there?
Well, in a short while from now, the arrangements are almost over. Before the arrangements required before the Prime Minister arrival, the entire area, this square, has been cordoned off, and in fact, you know, we media personnel have also been asked to stay away from that site where Prime Minister's vehicle. And there you see Prime Minister has arrived. The first visuals of Prime Minister's convoy getting inside Droupadi Murmu's residence, and there you see this is the Prime Minister convoy going by the format and profile of the convoy, and there you see the Prime Minister's vehicle getting inside Droupadi Murmu's residence, and Prime Minister is finally here right after the declaration by the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that Droupadi Murmu has won. And there you see Prime Minister Narendra Modi sitting in the front seat of the vehicle, and the convoy is
those are the
visuals
on your screen. My colleague Siddhant is getting us these live visuals from the spot. We are the first to get you all these visuals, reporting all the developments. Prime Minister has reached at the residence of President-elect Droupadi Murmu. She is soon going to be officially announced. The final phase of counting is still underway, but the Prime Minister has reached there. The fact that Prime Minister himself has personally gone only shows the political assertion that BJP has made on its choice of the president. The cross-voting by the opposition party is only a compliment coming in from the opponents. It only goes on to show that this was a smart choice, and one of the key reasons that this was a smart choice, that this is a very, very well-deserving lady who has become now the President of India. In just few moments from now, we'll have the official announcement. The Prime Minister there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on your screen, he is at the residence. Well, what we're also expecting is that top leaders of the BJP, Mr. JP Nadda, we have seen Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has also extended his wishes. There you have Mr. JP Nadda welcoming the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister Modi is all set to meet the newly elected President of India, Droupadi Murmu, the first tribal president in 75 years of independence. A huge outreach, much beyond lip service, to the tribal community, to the Janjatis, to the scheduled tribes of this country, which have historically remained at the back seat when it came to political and cultural rights in this country. But this is clearly an assertion that those rights are going to be on the table, and this is a political choice that the BJP has made, and also made it abundantly clear that Droupadi Murmu has the backing of the top leaders of the BJP, including the Prime Minister himself. There you have it, the visuals on your screen. Prime Minister congratulating President to be Droupadi Murmu at her residence. Those visuals on your screen right now, it's a historic moment. In 75 years of independence, it took 75 years for a tribal to become a president. And look at the choice that the BJP has made. You have Mr. JP Nadda, the Prime Minister himself, who have reached at the residence to congratulate the president to be. And she has a stellar record. Whether you look at her personal journey, the personal struggles that she has gone through, or her splendid record as the governor in the state of Jharkhand, known with a stellar administrative experience. She is also a choice which reflects much, much more than just being, one of the choice made by the opposition party, which was Yashwant Sinha, and he has already conceded defeat. This is a choice that reflects an outreach to the Adivasi community, to the tribal community, which have been neglected for the time immemorial, earlier under the British era, and then in independent India as well. Prime Minister himself has gone there, and all day long we have seen those visuals of celebration coming in from the BJP office, from the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Especially the women from the Santhal tribe are celebrating. And the live shots that we're getting, once again playing out those visuals, Prime Minister congratulating the President-to-be. We take this moment to also look back at the journey of Droupadi Murmu, who started her journey from a small village in Orissa, went to school. Maria Shakil, my colleague and our political editor, joining us on the broadcast. Maria, it's so wonderful to witness this historic moment.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's a great moment for journalists who have tracked politics to see this image. India's first tribal president, the second woman president. There are several firsts to Droupadi Murmu. She signifies the idea of aspirational India. Her life has been full of inspiration. Someone who has given that hope that if you are born in a family with humble background, and if you have the determination to really rise and make things work for yourself, then you can have a story to say.
Absolutely.
Today, Droupadi Murmu is signifying that hope that in today's India, a tribal can become a president. She signifies that 10.43 crore tribal population of India. She represents that. And Anusha, it's also a story that India in its 75th year of independence is getting a tribal president. Those who are marginalized communities, she is part of that. This is an example of mainstreaming them.
Yes.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he said Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, this is an example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas unfolding on our television screens.
Absolutely.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi being the first to congratulate Droupadi Murmu at her temporary residence before she moves to Sinha Hill. We can see also BJP President JP Nadda, who in fact after the BJP Parliamentary Board meeting 2 weeks ago had made, a month ago I would say, had made that announcement at the BJP headquarters that she is the NDA nominee. And in the last 3 weeks what we saw unfold was something I would say was expected.
Yeah.
Not every politician can really afford to be on the wrong side of history. So that is the reason why we are seeing massive cross-voting that has happened already. 17 MPs have cross-voted. Over 104 MLAs have cross-voted.
Yeah.
Interesting stories are emerging from states which are ruled by the Congress or states which have an alliance partner with the Congress party. For example, the state of Jharkhand, several MLAs have cross-voted. The state of Chhattisgarh, a Congress-ruled state. These are the states which have a significant tribal population. Again, the state of Gujarat, which goes to polls later this year. There 10 MLAs have cross-voted. Maharashtra has a significant tribal population. There again, over 16 MLAs have cross-voted. When I look at those images, I can say safely I'm extremely proud to be an Indian today, to look at those images, to say that India has the first tribal president, and she is also a woman.
Yes.
The Modi government can also say today that they signify hope, that they signify that their policies are about women, that they have given that hope to a woman. And also I would say as we track her journey as a member of the Santhal community, you know, Anusha, she has had several milestones, both professional and personal, and Droupadi Murmu signifies that hope.
And Maria, you know, I share that sentiment with you of how overwhelming it is to witness this historical moment, and we are playing those visuals again and again. The fact that Prime Minister is the first to go there and congratulate her, this is much, much beyond what you call a master stroke or a suave political move. This is about giving the due to a community, a due to a woman who has struggled all her life and made her mark.
Yes, that's right. And that's what I'm saying, Anusha. We are seeing a great moment in India's journey. And what a day it has been. 21st of July will always be remembered for India's first tribal president. The newest occupant of Sinha Hill is a tribal and a woman. And it could not have been a better year because it is the 75th year of India's independence. So when, you know, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, as the government celebrates, they have reasons to say that this is truly a year in which India has achieved another first. You know, the Modi government has given India its first tribal president, and a president who has won clearly with over 65% votes so far. The counting for the remaining 10 states is still underway. So we can expect the cross-voting, the percentage of cross-voting and the number of MLAs who have cross-voted, that to go up significantly again.
Yeah.
But congratulatory messages coming from all party leaders and as expected, as we have been saying, Droupadi Murmu's candidature was not about numbers.
Yeah.
From the word go, from the moment her name was announced, she was a precedent in waiting. The NDA had the numbers to ensure Droupadi Murmu sails through to the Raisina Hill. But what they wanted was to have a bigger percentage, to send a message that her candidature could be bigger than her predecessors, that is of Ramnath Kovind. And again, what we have been discussing, Anusha, could 2022 have been 1977 when Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy was the only president, in fact, in India's presidential election history to have reached the Raisina Hill with going completely unopposed. Then Morarji Desai had proposed his name and Indira Gandhi had backed him. Could that year have been this time around? Perhaps the leaders in opposition who stood against Droupadi Murmu have chosen to be on the wrong side of history.
And those who have cross-voted do not want to be on the wrong side of history, as Mario is pointing out. My colleague Mario Shakil, with all those details and perspective on this big development. It's a historic day, a historic moment for our country. Look at those visuals on your screen. Prime Minister was the first to congratulate Droupadi Murmu. In 75 years, we have the first tribal president for our country. 75 years of independence. Joining us on the broadcast are also our guest, Sanju Verma, who's the national spokesperson of the BJP. We're also expecting Shama Mohammed, who's the national spokesperson of the Congress party, to join us in just a few moments from now. Manojit Mandal, the spokesperson of TMC, is also with us on the broadcast. We also have Mr. Sanjay Kumar, who's the professor of CSDS. Pratim Ranjan Bose, who's a political analyst, is also joining us on the broadcast. I want to open the discussion with thoughts from all of you. It's a historic moment. First of all, Sanju, coming to you, your thoughts on this historic moment. As a woman, I think all of us are very, very happy.
You know, Anusha, I think Maria Shakil, your colleague, she actually encapsulated this historic moment so beautifully by saying that, you know, most of the people who voted for Droupadi Murmu have chosen to be on the right side of history, including, 104 MLAs and the 17 odd MPs who are not part of the BJP and yet chose to vote for her and not for Yashwant Sinha. I don't want to belittle this historic moment, but I have to say this. She's a woman that makes me doubly happier. She's broken many glass ceilings. But keeping the gender card aside, Anusha, as you were pointing out a few minutes back, this is a lady who has had a brilliant track record. She joined politics only in 1997. Prior to that, she was a teacher at the Aurobindo Integrity School. She served as the head of the Nagar Panchayat at Rairangpur. She was a councillor of Rairangpur. She became an MLA of Rairangpur. Then she served as a minister in the Odisha cabinet, holding portfolios like transport, animal husbandry, fisheries. Then she became the first lady governor of Jharkhand in 2015.
Yes.
And I will just quickly take 10 seconds to tell you that people like, Tejasvi Yadav or Ajay Kumar or others from the opposition who said she will be a puppet, she will be a murti, she will be a dummy. I just want to tell them one thing. Raghuvar Das was the chief minister of Jharkhand many years back, and at that time, Droupadi Murmu, was there serving as the governor, and she refused to pass 2 bills despite being persuaded and cajoled by Raghuvar Das, the BJP chief minister. Those 2 bills, those 2 amendments were the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Amendment Bill of 1908 and the Santhal Pargana Amendment Bill of 1949.
Well, Sanju, as you rightly said, she has a stellar record, and women like her should be celebrated. She deserves to be a president, and the fact that she comes from such humble background and has made it to the top constitutional office is only a matter of celebration. Shama is also with us on the broadcast. Shama, thank you so much for joining us. Is the Congress party on the wrong side of history?
I fail to understand such insinuated questions on the wrong side of history. First and foremost, let me congratulate Droupadi Murmu ji. Being a woman, for for me personally, it is a great thing to see a woman president once again. And let's not forget, India was given the first woman president by the Congress party. If you recall, it's Pratibha Patil. Mr. R.K. Narayan, again coming from a lower class society, became the president. So there have been a lot of firsts by the Congress party. So this insinuated as an anchor, you should learn to put in the question right way. Is the Congress party on the wrong side of history? Who gave the first speaker to India? Woman speaker, Meera Kumar, the Congress party. So please, ask the right question.
Well,
is the Congress
Shama, thank you so much for that
if you
lesson.
Want to be a BJP
let's also
you put
talk.
Up your name as a BJP
Shama, I think you and I are better individuals. And we can do better than get into a political mudslinging match. And today, on this wonderful day, I do not want to get into it. And I'm not going to respond to any of the provocations. But Shama, with due respect to you,